Welcome to Genius Novel, where every page comes alive, and stories unfold beyond imagination. Chapter 51. The Grounded Ritual. Using magic to pay off a loan. Is he trying to curse his debtor to death or create counterfeit money? The thought that crossed his mind was, I might not be able to solve the problem, but I can get rid of you instead. All sorts of weird thoughts popped into Kevin's head as he looked at Mr. Henderson with a strange expression. He seriously considered calling the police. No, informing the night owls. Mr. Henderson shot a glance at him, annoyed. I can see the ignorance, the foolishness, and the weak, gutless disbelief in your eyes. Didn't Captain Dunn tell you the rule for mystery priors? Do what you wish, but do no harm. Your suspicion is an insult to mystery priors. My bad, Kevin said without hesitation. He had completely forgotten that Captain Dunn had mentioned that rule. Mr. Henderson wasn't actually mad. In a flash, he started chuckling. Too bad. Not many people choose to be seers. There's no corresponding rule to help you. But I have Emperor Russell's diaries. Yeah, strictly following the rule sounds a lot like acting. The thought came to Kevin as he nodded, pretending to be deep in thought. Mr. Henderson didn't continue. He cleared the vases and other items from the round table, placing them in a corner. He then pulled out a crimson red and a black candle from a silver chest. If normal people try to do a magical ritual, they have to follow astrology or read a manual. They have to choose a specific time and date. Like, a day that represents the goddess, the time when she rules the moon. But for us, especially those of us who are good at this, we don't need to. Our sharp spiritual perception and strong astral projection are all that matter. Of course, if you're not confident about a ritual you're attempting, it's best to choose a good day and time. It can increase your chances of success. Oh, right, this is all based on a premise. Remember to follow the rules exactly. Mr. Henderson placed the two candles down, turned to the side, and looked at Kevin very seriously. Lower-level practitioners aren't strong enough. Almost all the rituals they can perform are about getting help and power from outside sources. So, you can only consider established gods like the goddess or the Lord of Storms. Absolutely, and I mean absolutely, do not try to talk to unknown or unpredictable beings. Even if people believe in them or the promises they make sound tempting. Believe me, don't take any chances. As soon as you try it once, you'll go down a slippery slope to a point of no return. Any effort or resistance will only slow your fall, but you won't be able to change your trajectory. I'll remember, Kevin said, his voice low. But he felt a little spooked. My luck-enhancing ritual was apparently asking an unknown and unpredictable being for help. Plus, I got powers that can pull people into the fog, which a senior practitioner like the hangman finds unbelievable. Well, at least I think he's a senior practitioner. Thankfully, I haven't gone crazy or shown any signs of losing control. While worrying about this, he quickly changed the subject. So, night owls should seek help from the goddess. No one will stop you from praying to the Lord of Storms. However, we can't tell if he's responding with bad intentions or not. The outcome can be distorted in unpredictable ways. Mr. Henderson successfully made Kevin give up the idea with a bit of a joke. There was no best, only necessary. After his warnings, Mr. Henderson picked up a crimson red candle. By using candles made from moonflowers and dark red sandalwood, this represents the goddess's identity as the Lady of Crimson in the ritual. He pointed to the black candles. Candles made from night vanilla and slumber flowers represent the night. As he spoke, he placed the black candle at the top left of the round table and the red candle at the top right. Why do we only use two candles to symbolize the goddess? She's also the mistress of peace and quiet, empress of disaster and terror, and the mistress of calm and silence. Mr. Henderson chuckled. That's exactly what I hoped you would ask. Before their downfall, the Moses ascetic order had a great relationship with the church. Their beliefs and results on ritual magic have heavily influenced us. They believe all objects are numbers. Every number has a spiritual meaning, and in a ritual, 0 represents the unknown or chaos. It symbolizes the state of the universe before it was born. 1 represents a beginning, the first creator. 2 represents the world and various gods that were created from him. 3 represents contact between the gods and physical objects to create everything. Here, Using 2 candles represents the goddess, while the third candle is for you. Which 2 candles and which 2 symbols to use depends on the effect you want the ritual to have. 2 creates 3. Everything stems from 3. Kevin couldn't help but recall certain ideas from his past life. Seeing that Kevin was listening intently, Mr. Henderson took a third candle. This is the candle that represents me. It's a very ordinary candle that only has a little mint added. Be aware that plants like roses, lemons, mint, moonflower, night vanilla, and slumber flower are all special to the goddess. Looking at it from another angle, the 3 candles represent every person's body, spirit, and godhood. After finishing his explanation, Mr. Henderson placed the third candle in the middle of the round table. He then took out a bottle of full moon essence oil, a huge cauldron engraved with the dark sacred emblem, a fancy silver knife, a cup of water, and a saucer of coarse salt. For practitioners who aren't good at ritual magic, you'd need bells, crystal balls, silver cups, incense, or other extra items. However, mystery priors and seers don't need them. These items are enough. Mr. Henderson placed the fake goatskin parchment with the lone note just below the cauldron and used a special quill to hold down one corner. He turned to Kevin. Ritual magic needs a clean spiritual environment where you won't be disturbed. We have to create that ourselves. The first step is to enter a state of deep concentration. Focus your mind, and with a few extra items, draw out your energy and build it up around us. For example, Ray Bieber's house used holy night powder, while I'll be using a ritual silver dagger. Throughout the whole process, we have to follow the outcome we want to confirm the symbolism and a matching incantation. The best incantations are in Hermes because ancient Hermes came from nature. It's similar to ancient dragon and ancient elf languages. The effects are very direct, without the necessary protection. It can easily put the caster in danger. This is also why it has been modified. However, it's still more effective. Alright, I have to focus on the ritual. I won't explain anything else to you. Just watch and listen closely. Remember any questions and ask me when I'm done. Got it. Kevin took 2 steps back and kept his eyes on Mr. Henderson. Mr. Henderson's eyes quickly darkened as an invisible wind swirled around him. He was silent for a moment, then went from left to right, then top to bottom, using his mind to create friction and light up the 3 candles. After that, he picked up the silver knife and stabbed it into the coarse salt. Then, he chanted in Hermes. I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you, allowing you to serve me in this ritual. In the name of the Evernight Goddess, the Lady of Crimson, you have been sanctified. After a short, powerful syllable, Mr. Henderson pulled the silver knife out and put it into the cup of clear water. Then, he lifted it and pointed it to the space beyond the round table. He aimed the knife's tip at the edge and took a step forward, circling the round table. With every step, Kevin felt an invisible energy pour out of the silver knife. It was full of spiritual power as it connected with the air, forming a completely sealed wall. After walking one full circle, the altar was completely cut off from its surroundings. Mr. Henderson stood in front of the round table and put the silver knife down. He picked up the bottle of full moon essence oil and dripped 3 drops on the black, dark red, and ordinary candles. A thin mist came from the candles as everything seemed to become shrouded in mystery. Mr. Henderson put the glass bottle down and looked at the fake goatskin parchment silently for 2 minutes. Then, he picked up the quill and drew a symbol he controlled, a square that framed all the text, showing he was in control of the debt. After that, he drew a cross, showing it was cancelled. Once he was done with this step, he picked up the parchment with one hand and tapped his forehead with the other to activate his spirit vision. Another powerful, invisible energy appeared as Mr. Henderson whispered a chant. I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. Please give me the funds to pay this debt. Night vanilla, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please lend your powers to my incantation. Moonflower, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please lend your powers to my incantation. Kevin was completely stunned, listening from the side. All sorts of thoughts ran through his mind. A simple chant like this can work, even though it was in written Hermes. Isn't this way too simple and grounded? Wouldn't the goddess get mad and make the debt even bigger? At that moment, the candlelight suddenly grew brighter. After Mr. Henderson finished his chant, he closed his eyes for 2 minutes. He picked up the full moon essence oil and dripped 1 drop onto each of the 3 candles. Then, he grabbed the parchment and held it close to the candle that represented me. When it caught fire, he immediately threw it into the cauldron. Mr. Henderson closed his eyes again as he seemed to sense the burning of the lone note. He opened his eyes a moment later and looked at the black sacred emblem on the cauldron. The parchment was already completely burned to ashes. Praise the Lady. Mr. Henderson tapped his chest in 4 places, making the shape of the crimson moon. Then, he extinguished the candles in the opposite order from when he lit them. After he was finished, he used the silver knife to tear apart the invisible wall around him. A huge gust of wind stirred immediately as Mr. Henderson sighed in relief. "It's done." "That's it?" Kevin asked, dazed. As the loan settled. "How?" "I don't know either. Anyway, it will be paid off in a logical way," Mr. Henderson said with a smile, throwing his hands up. Kevin wasn't sure what to say or how to react. "This seems a little unreliable, doesn't it?" Chapter 52, Spectator. "Stop thinking about that stupid loan. Let's talk about the ritual magic." Mr. Henderson put away the candles, cauldron, silver knife, and other items, looking completely at ease. Kevin really wanted to shrug his shoulders like Americans in his past life, but he couldn't bring himself to do something so ungentlemanly. He refocused on the ritual and asked detailed questions that had been bothering him, getting answers in return. For example, he learned that incantations had a specific format. As long as the basic rules were met and the main point was expressed in Hermes, he could be creative with the rest. Of course, disrespectful or sacrilegious language was absolutely forbidden. The class on mysticism went until noon before Mr. Henderson coughed twice. "We need to get back to Zodelin Street." As he said it, he muttered under his breath, "To get these stupid materials, I missed my favorite breakfast." Kevin looked at him, both amused and puzzled. "Mr. Henderson, do you have a cook? Or a maid who handles the cooking? A weekly salary of £12 could hire several servants. According to the newspapers, with food and lodging included, hiring an ordinary cook cost anywhere from 12 to 15 shillings a week. A maid for chores was even cheaper, ranging from 3 shillings 6 pence to 6 shillings a week. Of course, you couldn't expect them to be good at cooking." That's not right. With Mr. Henderson's debt of £30, it's normal he doesn't have a cook or servants. Looks like I asked another question I shouldn't have." While Kevin was regretting his question, Mr. Henderson shook his head, not bothered at all. "I'm often performing rituals, studying magical items, and reading old documents at home. So, I don't and can't hire regular people as cooks, butlers, or maids. I only hire someone to clean the place regularly. And if they weren't regular people, do you think they'd be willing to do these jobs?" "I guess that was a silly question. Probably because I won't be doing anything involving magic at home," Kevin explained, making fun of himself. Mr. Henderson had already stood up and put on his round felt hat. As he walked out the door, he grumbled, "I think I smell pan-fried foie gras. Once this loan is completely settled, I'm definitely getting some. For lunch, I'm going to have roasted pork with apple glaze. No, that's not enough. I must have a sausage with mashed potatoes. You're making me hungry." Kevin swallowed and caught up to Mr. Henderson, heading for the nearest public carriage stop. After they got back to Zodelin Street, Mr. Henderson suddenly grunted after stepping out of the carriage. "What am I seeing? Goodness, what am I seeing?" He was suddenly as agile as a teenager. He quickly went to the side of the road and picked something up. Kevin leaned in, curious, and looked closely. He realized it was a nice-looking wallet. With his inexperience, he could barely tell if the dark brown wallet was made of buffalo or sheepskin, but he did notice a small light blue logo embroidered on the side of the wallet, a white dove with its wings spread out, as if ready for flight. That was Kevin's first impression. The second thing he noticed was the stack of bills in the bulging wallet. There were more than 20 gray bills with black ink, pounds. Mr. Henderson opened the wallet and pulled out the bills. When he looked at them closely, he immediately chuckled. 10-pound bills. The Honorable Founder and Protector, William I. Wow, goodness, there are 30 bills in total. There are also a few 5-pound, 1-pound, and 5-shilling bills. More than 300 pounds. That's a huge amount of money by any measure. I might not even earn that much in 10 years. Kevin's breathing became heavy without him meaning to. Since it was so many pounds, finding a wallet like this was like finding a suitcase full of cash in his past life. I wonder which gentleman dropped it. It can't be just anyone, Kevin analyzed calmly. A wallet like that was clearly not a woman's. No need to worry about who he is, Mr. Henderson said with a chuckle. We didn't try to use magic to take money that doesn't belong to us. We should wait here for a minute. I'm sure the gentleman will be back looking for it soon. It's not something anyone can just give up. Kevin felt a sense of relief. He had a new respect for Mr. Henderson's morals. He had been worried he would use the goddess's gift as an excuse and pay off his debt. He was wondering how to stop him and talk him out of it. Is this the, do what you wish, but do no harm, rule? Kevin suddenly understood something new. They hadn't waited for more than a minute on the street when a fancy four-wheeled carriage zoomed over. On the side, it had the light blue logo with the dove. The carriage stopped, and a middle-aged man in a black suit with a matching bow tie got out. He looked at the wallet, took off his hat, and said politely, "Sirs, that should be my master's wallet. Your logo is all the proof I need, but I have to double-check. It's the right thing to do for everyone involved. Could you tell me how much money is in the wallet?" Mr. Henderson replied politely. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and immediately said with a self-deprecating laugh, "As a butler, I don't know how much money my master had in his wallet. My apologies. Please allow me to ask him." "Go ahead." Mr. Henderson gestured for him to do as he pleased. The middle-aged man walked to the carriage and spoke to the person inside through the window. He then approached Kevin and Mr. Henderson again, smiling. "More than £300, but less than £350. My master doesn't remember the exact number. He doesn't remember. This guy must be loaded. If I had that much money on me, I'd be counting it again and again." Kevin was filled with envy. Mr. Henderson nodded and handed the wallet back. "With the goddess as my witness, this is yours." The middle-aged man took the wallet and did a quick check before pulling out 3 £10 bills. "My master is Sir Dewevil. He wants to thank you for your honesty. This is what an honest person should receive. Please don't refuse it. Sir Dewevil, the one who started the Dewevil Trust. The Sir Dewevil who provides cheap apartments to the working class." Kevin immediately remembered the name. He was a knight his brother respected, even though he didn't believe he was grounded in reality. "Thank you, Sir Dewevil. He is a kind and generous gentleman." Mr. Henderson didn't hesitate to accept the 3 bills. After watching Sir Dewevil's carriage leave, he turned to Kevin, and when he saw no one else was around, he fanned the bills and chuckled. £30. The loan is settled. I told you it would be handled in a reasonable way. This is the power of magic. ... Holy crap, the power of magic. That actually worked. Kevin was dumbfounded again. A few minutes later, he entered the building's stairwell and, as they headed to the security company, he asked, confused, "Mr. Henderson, why didn't you ask for more money? Don't be greedy. You have to be careful not to be greedy when doing ritual magic. Self-control is a crucial trait for every mystery prior if they want to live a long life," Mr. Henderson explained happily. In a huge ballroom, candles burned on several chandeliers, giving off a fragrance that calmed people's minds. With so many candles, they created a light that was as bright as gas lamps. Long tables held pan-fried foie gras, grilled steak, roasted chicken, fried tonguefish, daisy oysters, mutton stew, cream soup, and other delicacies. There were also bottles of mist champagne, Ormir grape wine, and Southville red wine, all glistening under the light. Servants in red vests carried trays with crystal glasses, moving between the elegantly and gorgeously dressed gentlemen and ladies. Audrey Hull was wearing a collared, high-waisted, pale white dress with ruffles at the elbows. Her corset was tight, and her voluminous skirt was perfectly puffed out with a crinoline cage. Her long blonde hair was coiled in an elegant bun, and the earrings, necklace, and rings she wore sparkled brightly. On her feet were a pair of white dancing shoes with roses and diamonds stitched on them. "How many petticoats am I even wearing? 5, 6. Wearing white silk gloves, Audrey gently touched her crinoline with her right hand. Her left hand held a glass of clear champagne. Audrey wasn't acting like her usual self, where she'd be the center of attention. Instead, she avoided the crowd and stood quietly in the shadows of the hanging curtains by the French windows. She took a sip of champagne, watching the crowd as if she didn't belong. Count Wolf's youngest son is chatting with Viscount Conrad's daughter. He likes to move his forearm to emphasize what he's saying. The bigger his arm movements, the more unbelievable his words are. I've learned that from experience, he can't stop trying to make himself look good by putting others down. But he also feels guilty. You can tell by the way he talks and his body language. Duchess Della has repeatedly covered her mouth with her left hand when she laughs today. Ah, I see, she's showing off her pure, ocean blue sapphire. Her husband, Duke Negan, is discussing the current situation with a few conservative nobles. Since the banquet started, he's only looked for Duchess Della once. They almost never make eye contact. Maybe they aren't as in love as they pretend to be. Baron Larry has made Madame Parnes laugh 7 times. That's normal, nothing strange about it, but why does she look at her husband with guilty eyes? Oh, they've gone their separate ways. Wait, they're both heading for the garden. In the extravagant banquet hall, Audrey saw many details she had never noticed before. For a moment, she almost believed she was watching an opera. Everyone is a great opera actor, she sighed to herself, her eyes remaining clear. At that moment, she suddenly sensed something and turned her head. Her gaze landed on a dark corner of the large balcony outside. In the shadows, a huge golden retriever was sitting silently. She was watching Audrey from inside, with half her body hidden in the darkness. Susie, the corners of Audrey's mouth twitched as her expression instantly changed. She could no longer maintain her state as a spectator. Chapter 53, Listener. An ancient 3-masted sailboat was sailing through a rough storm at sea. It wasn't fast, and it wasn't very big. With the weather and the sea looking like a disaster, the sailboat was like a leaf ripped from its tree. But no matter how the storms raged or how terrifying the waves were, it kept sailing peacefully, showing no signs of tipping over. Alger Wilson stood on the empty deck, looking at the huge, mountain-like waves. His thoughts were a mystery. It's going to be Monday again, he muttered to himself. It was the day of Mother Earth, the beginning of a cycle of waxing and waning. But for Alger, it meant something different. It was the day of a mysterious being, always surrounded by a grayish-white fog. At least I haven't gone crazy. He stopped looking around and gave a self-deprecating laugh. At that moment, one of his few sailors leaned over and asked with respect, "Your Grace, where are we headed this time?" Alger looked at his surroundings and said in a calm voice, "We're going after the listener from the Aurora Order." The storm died down, and a mist appeared. On a strange sailboat with cannons, a boy of 8 or 9 with soft yellow hair looked at the pirates around him in fear. They were a rowdy bunch. Some were drinking barrels of beer, some were swinging from ropes, others were making fun of each other, and some were even fighting with their fists. He turned to look at a man in a black robe standing in the shadows. He lowered his voice and asked, "Father, where are we going?" He had met his father, who called himself an adventurer, 5 days ago. If his late mother hadn't left him an oil painting confirming his father's identity, and if the orphanage hadn't let him go, he would never have left his hometown to follow his only relative, who was almost a stranger. The man in the shadows lowered his head and looked at his son. With a kind expression, he answered, "Jack, I'm taking you to a holy place, a sacred home where the Creator once lived. Is that the kingdom of God? We humans can only get in by earning his favor." Jack had been well educated by his mother and knew this much. He was both surprised and scared. Standing in the shadows, the man had a striking jawline, as if he were a sculpture carved by the best artist. He put his hand to his ear and made a listening gesture. He replied in a voice that sounded like he was talking in his sleep, "Jack, humans, is a false idea. The Creator made this world, and He is everywhere. He exists in every living thing. So, all beings have a divine nature. Once that nature reaches a certain level, they can become an angel. The 7 fake gods we have now are just powerful angels. Look, I can now hear the Creator's teachings. Ah, this revelation is so amazing. Life is just a journey of the Spirit. When the Spirit is strong and resilient enough, we can find our divine nature and join with even more divine natures." Jack couldn't understand the complicated explanation. He shook his head and asked another question he hadn't had a chance to before. Father, I heard from Mother that after the Creator made this world, he split into all beings and no longer truly exists. So why does his sacred home exist? As a 7 or 8-year-old, he was very logical. The man with the chiseled face was caught off guard. He turned his head away as if he were listening to more whispers. Suddenly, he slumped down, his knees hitting the deck. Black shards appeared on his exposed skin. He clutched his head with both hands, his face twisted as he screamed in extreme pain, there lying. After lunch and with Mr. Henderson promising to take him to the black market next time, Kevin slowly went back to Blackthorn Security Company. He had two choices. Either read documents in the staff office and practice his abilities, or take the chance to go out and act as a seer at the Divination Club before Captain Dunn stopped him. But before he could decide, he saw Captain Dunn walk in. He was wearing his usual black windbreaker and half-top hat. "Captain, any news?" Kevin asked, concerned, thinking about the location of the Antigonus family's notebook. Without any sign of tiredness in his gray eyes, Dunn said, "The facts have confirmed that the Antigonus family's notebook is in Ray Bieber's hands. However, he has completely disappeared. I've already sent a telegram to the various Night Owl teams about this. They were told to watch the different ports and train stations. The first batch of printed portraits was sent out yesterday afternoon and will be put in all the major newspapers. It would be so nice if there were phones, fax machines, surveillance cameras, and big data. What a shame. I know how to use all of them and even understand a bit of the logic behind it," Kevin sighed quietly. "But no matter what, we can say we've found the notebook. And this is all thanks to you. Of course, it still needs one more confirmation. I've already sent a telegram to the Backland Church, asking them to bring sealed artifact 2049 here. It was once a dangerous item of the Antigonus family. It can help us know if Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family. A grade 2 sealed artifact, dangerous, you can use them with care and in moderation." Kevin had wanted to ask about the sealed artifact, its special abilities, and the danger it posed out of curiosity, but he instantly remembered that he didn't have the clearance. He had no choice but to give up. "May the goddess bless us." Kevin tapped 4 spots on his chest, making the sign of the full moon. Dunn pushed open his office door and said with a slight nod, "The goddess has always been protecting us. Kevin, if you hadn't chosen to be a seer, you would be a full member once this is confirmed. You could have chosen Sleepless, but it's a shame. To be honest, I'm still confused about your choice. Even though Corpse Collector is a bit creepy, you've seen daily. You should know that spirit mediums vary in strength. As for mystery priors, they're a good choice too. At the very least, you have Mr. Henderson as a role model, so he'll make sure the risk of losing control is minimized." Kevin had prepared an answer to this question from the beginning. He just never had a chance to use it since Dunn never asked. He was only able to answer in passing. He organized his words and said, "I considered that seers and mystery priors are more of a support role. They don't always have to face enemies, which is too dangerous. And both you and Mr. Henderson said that in the world of magic and extraordinary people, curiosity and experimentation usually lead to terrible results. The term, prying mysteries, made me nervous, so, well, as you know, I was just a normal college graduate not long ago. A lack of guts is the only reason I made that choice. I have to say, that's a very reasonable answer, and it's better than I expected." Dunn rubbed his temples and chuckled. He turned halfway, his gray eyes looking Kevin over. "Continue going out for now. Don't just stay on the streets from Welch's Place to Iron Cross Street. You might sense the notebook and help us confirm Ray Bieber's location." "All right." Kevin realized he was no longer in a difficult spot. He said goodbye to Dunn and turned to leave, his heart starting to count. 3, 2, hold on, Dunn called out. Kevin turned his head and smiled. "Captain, is there anything else?" Dunn coughed lightly and said, "Well, support practitioners have to fight enemies from time to time. Even though seers sound like they can avoid those fights, they shouldn't be ignored. You have to keep up your shooting skills and work on increasing your strength." "That's what I'm working hard on." Kevin gestured outside. "I'm heading out." "All right. Wait a minute." Dunn called him back one more time. He thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I should consider hiring a combat trainer for you. Of course, this would only happen once you become a full member." Kevin gave a short answer before asking carefully, Captain, is there anything else? No. Seeing Kevin's disbelieving eyes, Dunn shook his head and smiled. He emphasized again, seriously, nothing. Only then did Kevin walk past the divider. He said goodbye to Roseanne and Mrs. Oriana and headed to the shooting club to practice. After that, he went to the divination club and saw the beautiful Angelica standing there, reading the newspaper. Home, Kevin silently read. With his cane in hand, he walked over and greeted her with a smile. Good afternoon, Mrs. Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Not in a hurry, Angelica put down her magazine. She stood up and said, not long after you left yesterday, Mr. Glasses came by. He just recovered from a major illness. Kevin sighed with relief and smiled. That's something to celebrate. Hearing this, Angelica, who was secretly watching him, lowered her voice and asked with curiosity, Mr. Glasses said you were a very, very, very magical doctor. Are you? What? Kevin looked at the woman in front of him, wondering if he had heard her correctly. What made him think I'm a doctor? Even I don't know. Chapter 54. The First Divination Client. Seeing Kevin's strange expression, Angelica's certainty immediately wavered. As that's so, Mr. Glasses mentioned you were able to tell he had a lung condition just from looking at him. Her voice got softer until she finally fell silent. From observation, a dark forehead, Kevin was instantly enlightened and shook his head with a chuckle. I think Mr. Glasses was mistaken. He was planning to give a simple answer, but then he remembered that no one had asked him for a reading all afternoon yesterday. That was affecting his goal of acting like a seer. So, he explained, it was actually a form of divination. Divination. But Mr. Glasses only said you observed his face. That counts as divination, too? Angelica asked, surprised and doubtful. Kevin smiled, calm. As a member of the divination club, you know about palm reading, right? Palm reading wasn't just a thing in the Futaholic Empire. Even on Earth, India and Old Europe had similar practices, let alone in a world with powers. I know about it, but it seems you didn't read his palm. Were you watching him secretly? Angelica asked curiously. I was using face reading. Kevin made up a story. Its principles aren't fundamentally different from palm reading. Really? Angelica's eyes were filled with disbelief. To further his career as a seer, Kevin chuckled. He pretended to be in thought and tapped his forehead twice. He focused his eyes, and Angelica's aura appeared. Her head was purple, her limbs were red, her throat was blue, her health was fine, but some colors were dull, which just meant normal fatigue. Kevin then looked at her emotions. He saw orange mixed with some red and blue. This meant warmth along with some excitement and thought. Thank goodness. After realizing there was nothing wrong with her, Kevin was about to turn off his spirit vision. But just then, he suddenly saw a deep darkness hidden in her emotional colors. She's also missing a bit of white. A desire to improve. Kevin nodded to himself, lost in thought. Mr. Moretti, were you reading my face? Seeing the young gentleman in black suddenly fall silent and stare at her, Angelica noticed something. She asked, half curious, half worried. Kevin didn't answer right away. Instead, he tapped his forehead lightly and looked at her with a serious expression. Just as Angelica was starting to feel uncomfortable, he said warmly, Mrs. Angelica, there are some sorrows and pains you shouldn't keep inside. Angelica's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. But she didn't say a word. She looked at Kevin in his half-top hat, with his scholarly air. She heard him use a deep, comforting, and warm voice to say, you need to either go mountain climbing, play a game of tennis, or perform a tragic play to exhaust your body through exercise. Let your tears flow freely, then cry and scream. Let all those emotions out. That will be very helpful for your health. As soon as she heard those words, Angelica felt like she had turned to stone. She stood there, frozen. She tried hard to blink as she lowered her head in a fluster, saying softly, thank you for the suggestion. It seems like there are a lot of members here today. Kevin didn't continue. As if he hadn't just done a reading, he turned to the meeting room at the end of the hall. Sunday afternoon, at least 50 members. Angelica's voice sounded a little hoarse. She only said the key words. She paused as her speaking pace slowly went back to normal. Would you like tea or coffee? Sip black tea. Kevin nodded slightly. He politely took off his hat and walked slowly to the meeting room. Only when he had disappeared behind the door did Angelica slowly exhale. The Divination Club's meeting room was very big, almost twice the size of Kevin's high school classroom. In the past, only 5 or 6 members would be there, making it look empty. Now, there were dozens of fortune tellers sitting in different spots, filling up most of the room. Sunlight shone into the room through the bay windows. The members were either talking softly among themselves, asking Hannes Vincent questions, or practicing divination. Others were drinking coffee and reading newspapers by themselves. The scene made Kevin feel like he was back in his school days on Earth. The only difference was that it had been noisier and more chaotic back then, without the peaceful quiet of this room. He looked around but didn't see familiar faces like Glasses or Edward Steve. So, he casually grabbed a divination textbook, found a corner, and started reading it leisurely. Soon, Angelica came in with a cup of tea and placed it on the table in front of Kevin. As she was leaving quietly, she suddenly saw Mr. Moretti take an exquisite silver chain with a pure topaz on the end out of his left sleeve. What's he doing? Angelica subconsciously slowed down and focused her gaze on Kevin. Kevin held the silver chain with his left hand, letting the topaz hang just above the surface of the sipped black tea. With a calm expression, he half closed his eyes, and the air around him suddenly grew quiet. The topaz started to move slightly, along with the special silver chain, in a clockwise direction. Seeing this, Angelica found Mr. Moretti incredibly mysterious. "The black tea you provide is great," Kevin said softly after he opened his eyes with a smile. His actions were an intentional show for Angelica. If he wanted people to choose him for readings, Angelica's recommendation was a crucial factor. Since he wanted to act like a seer, Kevin no longer held back. He fully embraced the persona. "Yes, Mr. Vanez is very particular about the quality of his tea," Angelica said, stunned. Kevin put his spiritual pendulum away, winding it up neatly. Then, he raised the white porcelain cup with the floral design. With a smile, he politely gestured to her with his cup. Angelica returned to the front desk, but she no longer felt like reading magazines. She sat there, staring into the distance, lost in thought. This continued until there was a knock on the door. She snapped awake and quickly looked at the entrance, seeing a lady in a light blue dress. The lady took off her veiled hat with a powder blue ribbon. She looked calm and sad. "Good afternoon, esteemed lady. Would you like to join the Divination Club, or are you looking for a reading?" Angelica asked as she always did. "I want a reading." The lady had beautiful eyes filled with sorrow, and she bit her lower lip as she spoke. Angelica led her to the sofa and explained in detail how the club worked. She then picked up an album and handed it to her. "You can pick anyone." Feeling down, the lady flipped through the album seriously. Since there were so many members there that day, she felt overwhelmed by the choices. "Can you recommend someone? From these few pages," she pointed to the middle section of the album, avoiding the fortune tellers who charged more than 2 shillings and those who charged less than 4 pence. Angelica took the album and looked at it for a few minutes. She chose her words carefully before saying, "I suggest this gentleman." The lady, who looked worried, glanced at the album and saw the fortune teller's name was Kevin Moretti. "Mr. Moretti just joined the club. Is his divination reliable?" she asked nervously. Angelica nodded with great confidence. "Another club member and I are certain that Mr. Moretti is an outstanding fortune teller. If he hadn't just joined the club, he wouldn't be charging such a low fee." "I understand." The sad girl nodded. "I'll pick Mr. Moretti for a reading then." "All right, please wait a moment." Angelica took the album and walked toward the meeting room. She came up to Kevin and said in a low voice, "Mr. Moretti, someone wants you to do a reading for them. Which room would you like to use?" That worked. "My first customer is here." Kevin put down his teacup and nodded calmly. "The topaz room." "All right." Angelica slowly walked in front of him and led him to the topaz room before opening the wooden door. Kevin sat behind the table, which had various divination tools on it. He waited less than a minute before he saw a woman in a light blue dress walk in. She looked down and sad. As she was closing the door, he took the opportunity to tap his forehead twice. "The yellow color in her stomach looks a little dull. the dark color of her emotions is very heavy, mainly worry and anxiety. Kevin looked her over carefully and leaned back. He then lifted his hand to turn off his spiritual vision. Good day, Mr. Moretti. The woman in the light blue dress sat down. Good afternoon, how may I address you? Kevin asked politely, not expecting a real answer. As a master of the internet, he knew that many people didn't want to use their real names during a reading. You can call me Anna. The girl put her veiled hat aside. She looked at Kevin with a mix of hope and doubt, and said, I would like to know about my fiancé. He traveled to the southern continent in March for a business deal. He sent me and his family a telegram last month on the 3rd, saying he was going to set sail and return. But he hasn't returned after 20 days. At first, I thought the delay was because of the weather on the wild ocean, but as of today, it's been more than a month. The ship he took, the Alfalfa, still hasn't arrived at Enmat Harbor. The ocean that separated the northern and southern continents was called the Wild Ocean. It was known for its natural disasters and countless dangerous currents. If it hadn't been for Emperor Russell, who sent people to discover a few safer sailing routes, countries in the northern continent would still have not entered the age of colonization, let alone laid an underwater cable to complete a transoceanic telegram. Kevin looked at his very first client as a seer and asked carefully, which divination method would you like to use? Chapter 55, Revelation. Anna, with her beautiful eyes, hesitated for more than 10 seconds. You can choose any type you think will be accurate. You're the fortune teller, not me. Of course, not cards, including tarot. I've tried to study them at home, and I always felt they were more like toys or a game. Kevin thought for a moment, his wrists on the edge of the table. He put his hands together in front of his face, his gaze peaceful. He said softly, then we'll use the astrolabe. He pointed to a fountain pen and a stack of white paper on the table and said, write down your fiancé's name, as well as his facial features, address, and date of birth. It would be even better if you can remember the specific time he was born. Based on her clothes, makeup, and demeanor, Kevin didn't think she was illiterate. Anna didn't reply. She held out her hand and took a piece of paper. She lifted the pen, dipped it in ink, and started writing, pausing occasionally to think. 2 minutes later, she pushed the paper toward Kevin. Kevin took it and turned it around. The information read, Joyce Meyer, September 15, 1323, 2 p.m. Tingan City, East Borough, 8 Stevens Street. Short blonde hair, aquiline nose. With a quick glance, Kevin immediately calculated the person's spiritual number. 1 plus 5 equals 6. In the study of spirit numerology, adding the numbers of the day someone was born was called their birthday path number, which affects their life before age 27. The birth month path number, calculated by adding the numbers in their birth month, affects their life from age 27 to 54, while the birth year path number, calculating the numbers in their birth year, affects their life from age 54 onward. It was July 1349, so Joyce wasn't yet 27. Thus, Kevin immediately calculated the birthday path number. The number 6 represented a balanced and harmonious life, with a heart for giving and a good marriage or engagement. Next, he quickly calculated Joyce's year path number. The year path number was calculated by replacing the birth year with the current year. The digits were then added to his birthday path number and birth month path number to get a general sense of the person's luck for the year. 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 9 equals 17, 1 plus 7 equals 8, 8 plus 9 birth month path number, plus 6 birthday path number, equals 23, 2 plus 3 equals 5, his year path number is 5, meaning he would face change and accidents. He would be required to take certain risks. Kevin made a silent judgment after putting the facts together. He confirmed that the information Anna gave him was correct. He looked away from the paper and turned to Anna. Mr. Meyer set off on his journey on June 3rd. If he wasn't lying, that's correct. Anna bit her lip. All right. Kevin took the fountain pen and made a note of that. He looked at Anna with his dark brown eyes and said gently, I will begin creating the astrolabe now. I will need some time and complete silence. Would you mind waiting outside? Angelica will get you a cup of tea or coffee. All right. Anna knew that some fortune tellers had their quirks, so she stood up without being surprised. She took her hat with the light blue ribbon and left the topaz room. Kevin locked the door and returned to the table. He followed the information and set up the astrolabe, including elements like his horoscope and the locations of the corresponding planets and stars. During the entire process, he didn't open the astromancy manual. He completed the setup from memory. Over the past few days of his mysticism studies, Kevin realized he could easily grasp and understand anything about divination, quickly turning it into instinct. Maybe that's the ability of a seer. He finished the astrolabe and felt a sense of satisfaction. He felt as though his body, heart, and soul had relaxed considerably. As he looked at the result, he followed the path of the horoscopes and planets, as well as other details, to figure out that Joyce Meyer had faced an accident but would survive it. At this point, the divination was technically complete. But Kevin wanted to give extra attention to his first job. He hoped to build a reputation to get more business in the future. He picked up the pen and wrote a sentence in Hermes, Joyce Meyer's current situation. He read the sentence silently and memorized the information on the piece of paper, repeating it again and again. After 7 times, Kevin grabbed the piece of paper and leaned back in his chair. He imagined a sphere of light, and his eyes grew darker, allowing him to quickly enter a state of deep concentration. His surroundings became ethereal. A formless, endless fog stretched above him. Kevin recalled the contents of the paper, then relaxed. He fell into a deep sleep in this state. He was using a dream divination technique. By repeating the question, remembering the details, and then letting his astral projection roam the spirit world in a dream, he would get answers. Regular people sometimes had this kind of experience, but it was hard for them to remember, as the signs in their dreams were more complicated and jumbled. A seer wouldn't have this problem, as they could see the images directly. The surroundings started to get blurry as Kevin grew half asleep. In the distorted dream, he saw a blond young man with an aquiline nose. He was swimming frantically in a sea of blood, almost swallowed by the waves. But in the end, he managed to escape to shore. The image broke and changed. Kevin saw a blue house with a toy windmill by the door. The blond young man was walking into the house slowly, seemingly happy. At that moment, the image changed again. Kevin realized he was inside a magnificent palace. The walls were ruined and damaged. Moss and weeds grew in many places. Through the holes in the walls, he could see a mountaintop and clouds clinging to it outside. On top of the palace was a huge throne carved from stone. It was decorated with dull gemstones and gold. It looked like it wasn't made for a human. The giant throne was empty and worn, as if it had been washed over by time. Kevin looked around, confused. He didn't understand why he was dreaming of this scene. His foggy mind cleared as he subconsciously walked out of the palace, trying to figure out where he was. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him. A gaze from behind. Kevin spun around and stared at the giant stone throne, only to see countless transparent maggots slowly twitching and growing. Kevin gasped. He opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. Crystal balls, tarot cards, and the prepared astrolabe came into view. Reality quickly replaced the dream. The first dream was the result of the divination, but what was the second dream about? It seemed to be aimed at me. Kevin put the paper down. He rubbed his temples and thought about it. He was sure it wasn't just his fear projecting itself into the dream because he was the one doing the divination. A palace not meant for humans on a mountain peak, the silent stare, the twisted and weird image of the maggots, Kevin guessed silently as he remembered the details. Did the luck-enhancing ritual connect me with that being? Or is it a result of the Antigonus family's notebook? That's right, that notebook mentioned the nation of Evernight in the Hornassus mountain range. The palace in the dream was on a mountain peak. He made a simple connection and was relieved he had chosen to be a seer. According to Mr. Henderson, mystery priors could also do dream divination, but they weren't as effective as a seer. It's not letting me go. All I can hope for is an early capture of Ray Bieber. Kevin got a hold of himself and picked up the paper with the astrolabe diagram. He slowly walked toward the door. He opened the door and headed to the reception area. He saw Anna looking out the window, completely ignoring her tea. Mr. Moretti, did you get a result? She saw Kevin out of the corner of her eye and stood up in a hurry. Kevin didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked, based on the revelation he received from the dream, does your house, or Mr. Meyer's house, have a toy windmill? Anna's eyes widened, shocked into silence. After a while, she muttered, he gave that to me as a gift. It's by the door at my house. How did you know that? See, can this really be divined? Kevin smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. Congratulations, Miss Anna. Mr. Joyce Meyer is currently a guest at your place. If you rush back, you should still be able to see him. He just went through a terrible, incredibly painful journey. What he needs now isn't questions, but comfort and a warm hug. Really? Anna asked in disbelief. The fortune tellers she knew would never speak with such certainty or give such firm conclusions. You'll know if you go back immediately, Kevin replied with a gentle tone and smile. Oh, Lord of Steam, is that true? Has my poor Joyce really returned? Are you sure? No, I can't believe it. Anna froze for a moment and said a few rambling words. She took a 1-shilling bill from her purse and didn't wait for Kevin to give her the change. She broke into a little jog as she left the divination club, taking a carriage back home. Does this include my tip? Kevin looked at the bill and shook his head with a laugh. A 2-wheeled carriage moved quickly through the streets and into East Borough. Anna watched the streets go by, feeling a mix of nervousness, hope, and fear. It wasn't long before the toy windmill came into her view. She got out of the carriage without caring about her appearance. She stumbled quickly toward the door and rang the doorbell. The door creaked open, revealing a blond young man in a black suit. He looked tired, but his eyes held a glint of joy. He had an aquiline nose. I thought I would miss you today, Joyce said with a smile. Oh, exalted Steam, you're really back. Anna rubbed her eyes, exclaiming in pleasant surprise. What the fortune teller said was true. No, that was a real seer. It was simply amazing. Thoughts flooded her mind as Anna ran forward with tears in her eyes and gave her fiancé a warm hug. The two of them hugged in silence outside the grayish-blue house. The toy windmill turned slowly, seemingly sending all their troubles far away. 2808, 3:35 p.m. Rohit Brew, Chapter 56, Escape from the Sea. In a rather spacious living room, Anna and Joyce were seated on different couches, with Anna's parents in between them. Joyce sighed with a look of relief and said, Exalted Steam, I'm so lucky to come back alive, to be able to see Anna again. My poor Joyce, what happened? Anna couldn't help but ask with concern. Joyce glanced at his fiancé, and his expression turned serious. I still feel terrified today. I keep waking up from nightmares. 5 days after the Alfalfa left Caesar Harbor, we ran into pirates, scary pirates. The only good thing was that their leader's name was Nast, the pirate who calls himself the King of the 5 Seas. Anna's father, Mr. Wayne, asked, shocked. Even though Joyce had been there for half an hour, he hadn't willingly shared the details of his ordeal. He seemed scared, troubled, and uneasy. It was only after Anna came back and hugged him that he finally seemed to put it behind him. Yes, because he claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire, the King of the 5 Seas, Nast doesn't believe in killing captives. So, we were only robbed and didn't lose our lives. His men even left us enough food, Joyce said, remembering the events. His body started to tremble, but he continued to describe his deepest and scariest nightmare. I didn't lose much of my money. I thought my bad luck was over, but as we continued toward our destination, a heated fight broke out among the Alfalfa's passengers and crew. It went from an argument to a fight, to pulling out revolvers and swords to kill each other. All I saw was blood during that time. One after another, people next to me fell with their eyes open, never to be closed. Their limbs, hearts, and guts were scattered all over the floor. Those of us who didn't want to turn into savages, the same group, had nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. We were surrounded by deep blue waves and the endless ocean. Some cried, some begged for mercy, some sold their bodies, but their heads were hung from the mast anyway. Anna, I was in so much despair back then. I thought I would never see you again. Luckily, in the middle of that nightmare, there was still a hero. The captain took us to hide in the sturdy keel of the ship, and we survived on the stored water and food there until the crazy people reached their limits. Mr. Triss encouraged us, bravely leading us in an attack against those killers. After a bloody, unforgettable battle, we survived. But the Alfalfa had gone off course, and only a third of the original sailors remained. When he described the most horrible and darkest side of human nature, Joyce couldn't help but remember the hero, the man who called himself Triss. He had a round, kind face. He was shy like a girl and liked to stay in a corner. Only people who knew him well knew he was a great conversationalist. But it was that unremarkable boy who stood in front of everyone with determination on the worst of days. Oh, exalted steam, my poor Joyce, you went through such a heartbreaking ordeal. Thank God, praise be to God, he prevented us from being separated forever. Tears filled Anna's eyes as she repeatedly tapped 3 points to form a triangle, the sacred emblem for steam and machinery. Joyce gave a faint, pale smile. This is the reward for our faith. The Alfalfa then went through storms, lost its way, and after overcoming one challenge after another, arrived at Enmat Harbor. Because of the bloody fight that had taken place on the boat, those of us who survived were held by the police and questioned separately. We didn't have a chance to send telegrams home to our loved ones. When they released us this morning, I immediately borrowed some money from a friend and took the train back. Thank God for letting me step on the ground of Tingen again, allowing me to see all of you again. Then, he looked at his fiancée, confused. Anna, when I saw you, I could feel your happiness and surprise, but I couldn't understand why you rushed to the door so excitedly right after you got out of the carriage. Hey, I had planned on giving you a huge surprise. Anna thought about what had happened earlier and said, still in disbelief, there's nothing to hide, Joyce. I was so worried about you, I went to the only divination club in Tingen City today for a reading. That fortune teller. No, the seer told me, he said, your fiancé has returned, he's in the house with a windmill. What? The Wayne couple and Joyce exclaimed at the same time. Anna covered her face and shook her head. I can barely believe it either, but it happened. Exalted steam, maybe there really are miracles in this world. Joyce, that seer asked me for your name, a description of you, your address, and your birth date. He told me he was going to do an astrolabe reading. Then, he asked me if the house with a toy windmill was yours or mine. When I confirmed it was mine, he said, congratulations, Miss Anna, Mr. Joyce Meyer is currently a guest at your place. What he needs now isn't questions, but comfort and a warm hug. My God, Joyce found it unbelievable and impossible to understand. Does he know me? Did someone send him a telegram? Could he be friends with the police in Enmat Harbor? No, that doesn't explain it. How did he know that I came to your place? How could he possibly know that you would get a reading? Did you have an appointment? No, I picked him at the last minute, Anna replied with a blank look. Perhaps a good seer needs to have a huge amount of information, even if they can't use it right away. Perhaps, that is the fascinating part of divination. Anna's father, Mr. Wayne, sighed and concluded. In the known history of more than 1,000 years and in the uncertain Fourth Age, divination has existed and has yet to disappear. I think there must be a reason for that. Joyce shook his head lightly and asked, what's that seer's name? Anna thought for a moment and said, Kevin Moretti. In the reception lobby of the Divination Club. Since Kevin had spoken softly, Angelica knew not to get too close. So, she only saw Anna leave as if she had lost her mind, with a look of shock and confusion on her face. Angelica quickly walked to the sofa and asked out of curiosity, was the result good? She didn't dare to ask for the actual result, afraid of breaking the unwritten rule of fortune tellers. Yes, Kevin nodded and took 3 copper coins from his pocket. 1/8 of a shilling is 1.5 pennies, right? Yes. Angelica looked at the copper coins and realized that one of them was a penny and 2 of them were half pennies. She quickly held out her hand and said, there's an extra half penny. Kevin smiled faintly and said, thank you for taking care of my customer. She gave me a tip, so it's only right I give you one. It's also to thank you for recommending me, he added in his head. All right. Angelica felt an odd fear of Kevin, but since his reason was valid, she didn't refuse the offer. Kevin returned to the meeting room, believing that more people would ask for his services. However, he didn't get a second customer by 5:40. It wasn't because business was bad at the Divination Club, but because most people had already chosen a fortune teller. They were probably recommended by others and had already decided who to hire. In short, I still need more reputation. Kevin laughed at himself for using game terminology. He finished his 3rd cup of sipped black tea, grabbed his top hat and silver-edged cane, and walked casually out of the meeting room. Angelica suddenly remembered Glassis's instructions, and she quickly moved to stop him. Mr. Moretti, When will you be visiting the club next? Mr. Glasses would like to thank you in person. I'll come whenever I'm free. If fate allows it, he will definitely meet me, Kevin replied, using the tone of a psychic charlatan, as if he were in character. Then, he left the club before Angelica could respond and took the public carriage home. When he walked through the door, Kevin found Benson reading the newspaper and Melissa putting together bits and pieces of gears, bearings, and springs in the evening sunlight. Good afternoon. Did Mrs. Shaw visit? Kevin asked casually. Benson didn't put down his newspaper. Instead, he lifted his head. Mrs. Shaw's visit lasted 15 minutes. She brought some gifts, and she was very happy with the muffins and lemon cake we made. She also invited us over whenever we have a chance. She's a friendly, well-mannered lady. She knows how to hold a conversation very well too. The only problem is their belief in the Lord of Storms. They think girls shouldn't go to school, but should be homeschooled instead, Melissa complained. It was obvious she was very upset about it. Don't worry about that. As long as she doesn't bother us, she'll still be a good neighbor, Kevin said, comforting his sister with a smile. The Loan Kingdom was a multi-religious nation. Unlike the Frozak Empire in the north, which only believed in the god of combat, or the Fanapotter Kingdom in the south, which only worshipped Mother Earth, it was natural for the congregations of the three major churches of the Lord of Storms, the Evernight Goddess, and the God of Steam and Machinery to have conflicts in their beliefs and customs. After 1,000 years of this, they had learned to check each other, making coexistence possible. Okay. Melissa pursed her lips and focused on the pile of parts again. After dinner, Kevin continued studying history. Only when Melissa and Benson had showered and gone to their rooms did he wash up, go to his bedroom, and lock his door. He needed to organize and summarize what he had learned and the problems he had encountered to prevent himself from forgetting or missing any critical points. Only by doing so would he be able to respond to future developments with a clear mind. Kevin opened his notebook, took out his pen, and started writing in Mandarin. Why is the key to digesting potions acting? Chapter 57. Organization and Summary. After pausing for a moment, Kevin continued writing. The key to solving the problems with potions is through digestion, not simply control. This can be understood easily. Just controlling it would be like using the power of potions as an external tool. A tamed animal, no matter how well controlled, would not truly be a part of a person. There would always be a risk of it turning on them. As for digestion, it's about viewing the potion as a part of you. You can break it down, merge with it, absorb it, and create a complete system. I'm sure about this point. What's more important is how acting helps in digestion. Based on my experience as a seer today, I can make two hypotheses. They can be tested in the future. 1. Acting based on the potion's name changes the state of one's body, heart, and soul, bringing them closer to the stubborn nature of the potion's core. This creates a connection that allows for gradual assimilation and absorption. 2. The stubborn spirit of the potion might be like a computer with a complete defense system. If you want to attack it and break it down, you need to find a bug, a security hole, or a key. The name of the potion provides a clue. So, you can disguise your body, heart, and soul as part of the system through acting, and you deceive the system's defenses. This way of thinking is similar to what Emperor Russell described. No matter which guess is right, there's no getting away from the body, heart, and soul, as they are the only connection between acting and the power of potions. Kevin put down his pen and looked at the paragraph. For a moment, he even wanted to thank the education he received from the Futaholic Empire. No matter if he chose science or engineering for his studies, he was equipped with the basics of logical thought. Otherwise, there's no way he could have become a master of the internet, nor would he have been able to analyze his current situation. Acting might have an effect, but we'll have to wait and see for the specifics, Kevin guessed. After that, he wrote down his second question. Why would a seer, being more knowledgeable and professional in magic, be lacking in direct combat? Wouldn't being more knowledgeable make a seer even more powerful, giving them the ability to find a way to defeat their enemies? The reasons could be, first, just like the web novels I've read, I've traveled to a game world that has become real. So, different jobs come with different skills that have to be balanced against each other. But so far, there's no sign of this world being a game, nor are there signs of a mission-like progression. I'll put this reason aside, but it's very unlikely. Second, the fundamental law of this world is balance. The Creator made this world with the core idea of balance. Third, potions at the same level would have the same level of power. It is the most optimal state based on what our ancestors found and summarized. Going beyond this level of power would make it easier to lose control. Being below this level would mean not getting the desired powers. So, with a balanced power level, being stronger in one area would naturally mean being weaker in another. Fourth, everything in this world came from the same source, they were formed by the remains of the Creator. So, everything in this world is technically a piece of the Creator, and the fact that they have to complement each other would mean that there are built-in flaws in an individual. I'm leaning toward the third and fourth reasons, but the latter comes from an unconfirmed myth and can only serve as a guide. So, I will use the third reason as a guide and try to confirm it with my current knowledge and future studies. At this point, Kevin had already written 2 full pages but didn't stop. Instead, he wrote a new question. Based on what I learned today, my luck-enhancing ritual is considered a classic ritual magic. Similar kinds of ritual magic can be split into 3 parts. The first is a sacrifice that gets the attention of a corresponding being. The second is an incantation that specifically describes that being. The third is using simple formatting and symbols to show what you're asking for. Using this as a standard to analyze the luck-enhancing ritual, there's a clear problem: there is no third part. It has the sacrifice aspect in the placement of the staple foods and walking a square in a counterclockwise way with 4 steps. There's also a clear incantation for who it's for, such as the phrase, "Blessings come from the immortal Lord of heaven and earth." But all I did after that was close my eyes and wait. There was nothing in the ritual that described the goal of enhancing my luck. In other words, the corresponding being has no way of knowing what the so-called luck-enhancing ritual is asking for and can only do what they think is best. What a joke. Isn't that silly? Essential Divination and Arcane Arts of the Qin and Han Dynasty, book a total joke. I must have been out of my mind to try it. Kevin stopped writing and took 2 deep breaths, trying hard to calm himself down. He let out a frustrated breath and continued writing. I can consider redesigning the ritual, making it more complete. The goal of the ritual will be to return to Earth, back to the world with my parents and friends. Then here's the question: was the being truly acting on a whim? Or is there a deeper meaning to it? Also, is the being that the incantations are for in this world the same one from Earth? If so, the difference in results between the first and second rituals could be explained as the being doing as it wishes. But the results of me appearing above the gray fog during the second and third times, and being able to connect to Justice and the Hangman, have basically no differences. Why would that be? If the fourth ritual tomorrow afternoon shows me the same stable results, that would mean the effects are consistent. That would mean the unknown being has a goal I don't know about. If that's the case, adding new descriptions and requests wouldn't get me a clear response. In fact, it might complicate the ritual and have bad effects. Would the difference between the first ritual and the later ones, assuming the being I called on is the same, mean that the results would be different depending on the world I'm in? It's like I'm using a different interface, then how can I design it to get my desired outcome? If I think the beings behind the first and later rituals are different, some of the questions can be answered perfectly. But similarly, the stability of the results in the second and third rituals would mean that the being I'm praying to has a certain goal, and there's no way I can change that for now. The most important question is the identity of the being the ritual is for. Where is he, and why doesn't he give me any clues or guidance? Could he be deep in the world of fog? Can I treat him as a being who is asleep, a being that would give fixed responses if I give him a certain stimulus, but wouldn't interfere with what I do other than that? Then I can introduce a different ritual as a stimulus and see if the response I get is consistent. That way, I can find the correct method of returning. But the problem is the possibility that he is not asleep. In that case, such tests might lead to terrifying results. It might be really dangerous. The first attempt must be done with extreme caution. The design must not make the being angry. What a headache. I need more knowledge. Kevin sighed and wrote a summary. Finally, he wrote down other miscellaneous items. There are always whispers in my ears, shouting, Hornassus and, was it saying Frigre or Figre? Hornassus is the mountain range that separates the Loan Kingdom and the Intis Republic. Its main peak is 6,000 meters above sea level. According to the records in the Antigonus family's diary, there was a nation of Evernite in the Fourth Age. Is the nation of Evernite related to the Evernite goddess? Is there any connection between the two? Are they allies or enemies? Was the Antigonus family destroyed by the church of the Evernite goddess because of the nation of Evernite? Did I hear whispers from the diary, from the screams of the Antigonus family over 1 or 2,000 years? What does flegre mean? An interesting question. To be able to leave behind such a diary, to leave behind sealed artifact 2049 means the Antigonus family had a relatively powerful magical ability. If that's true, what level did they have? Was it complete or not complete? My realization that the diary is in the hands of Ray Bieber was a bit of a coincidence, but with no indication that it was planned. Could my destiny really be tied to that diaries? His ideas were written on the pieces of paper. Kevin tried his best to write down the events he had experienced and his guesses about what they meant. He wrote a total of 4 pages, on both sides of each page. Rip. Kevin suddenly tore off the 4 pages and read them from top to bottom, sometimes marking certain sections with his pen, and adding a few sentences at other times. Time flew by. The crimson moon was temporarily covered by dark clouds. Kevin picked up the pocket watch on the table, opened it, and looked at the time. He put down the watch and took out a box of matches from his drawer. He lit one and held it close to the 4 pages of notes. The orange flame lit the edges of the paper and quickly spread. Kevin placed the notes on top of the wooden trash can and watched the ashes fall. He then let go of the paper, letting it fall. In just 10 seconds, everything had disappeared. All that was left was the still swirling ash and the charred bottom of the trash can. Since there was Emperor Russell's secret diary in this world, Kevin didn't dare leave behind any evidence that he knew how to write Chinese. If Mr. Henderson and the others discovered the 4 pages he wrote, he would have no idea how to explain it. And while writing the confidential questions, Kevin was worried that the one paying attention to his dreams would be able to see and understand the contents no matter what language he used, whether it was Loan, Ancient Fasak, or Hermes. So, he could only write notes in Chinese to organize and summarize. After he was done, he burned the notes to leave no trace. And because there was no way to save them, he made a plan for himself. He would do this summary once a week just in case he forgot anything. As he watched the ashes fall, Kevin pulled out a white piece of paper. He wrote the title, "To My Respected Mentor." He wanted to write to Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen, asking if he had any relevant historical information about the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Chapter 58. A Train of Thought. The next day, a Monday morning, Kevin had the day off so he stayed home. He gave Melissa a letter for her mentor, Quentin Cohen, and more than enough money for stamps. He entrusted her with mailing it at the post office near the Tingen Technical School where she studied. After breakfast, he slept in to make up for the lack of sleep from the previous night's work. He only woke up because his stomach was rumbling around noon. He heated up some leftovers from the night before and ate them with a loaf of rye bread. Kevin grabbed a newspaper and went into the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Whenever he did that, he couldn't help but sigh at the lack of a cell phone. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he left the bathroom feeling refreshed and washed his hands. He then went back to his bedroom and locked the door. Kevin closed the curtains, lit the gas lamp, and meditated for half an hour. After practicing his spiritual vision, spirit dowsing, and dowsing rod for half an hour, he spent another hour mentally reviewing the magic knowledge he had recently gained. After that, he ripped up an old newspaper and crumpled the pieces into balls. He wrote on them, "Moonflower Candle, Full Moon Essence Oil," and other material names. He mentally went through the steps of ritual magic to master every little detail. He wasn't going to try ritual magic until he was completely familiar with it, because it was a waste of materials and could also be dangerous. He repeated the steps over and over until he looked at his silver pocket watch with the vine leaf pattern and saw that it was 2:45. He thought for a few seconds and took the crumpled newspaper scraps to the kitchen on the 1st floor to burn them. While doing that, he made sure he was in a good state of mind as he prepared for the tarot gathering. Locking his bedroom door again, Kevin didn't wait for the clock to strike 3. He planned to enter the area above the gray fog ahead of time. He wanted to take the opportunity to explore the place thoroughly. As Kevin stood in an empty spot in his room and started walking counterclockwise, he suddenly worried that Justice and the Hangman hadn't yet entered a suitable environment. He thought of a particular matter. Would they be disturbed or discovered? He had previously mentioned that Justice and the Hangman could ask for leave ahead of time if they couldn't come to the gathering for some reason, like not having a moment alone or unexpected circumstances. This would have been an almost impossible problem for Kevin in the past. There was no way he could build an entire server-based internet by hand in another world, right? Any technology beyond the telegram could expose him. But now, he suddenly found inspiration from ritual magic. Ritual magic borrows the powers of others by seeking help from different beings. Similar incantations would make it clear who it's for from the beginning, such as the Evernight Goddess or the Lady of Crimson. It would be a description of unknown and secret beings. Then, can I change the chant and direct the beginning of the chant toward myself? Direct it at me. This way, even if Justice and the Hangman do the ritual in different places, I would get their messages. Kevin suddenly felt a new insight as he began to analyze the possibility of this method working. There are two problems. First, I'm not an incredibly strong, high-level Beander. Even if the incantation was directed at me, I couldn't possibly get the request. Second, how can I make sure the incantation is directed at me accurately, and doesn't wander off and hit some other unknown being that fits the description? That would be incredibly dangerous. Kevin paced back and forth, deep in thought for a possible solution. He walked in circles with silent footsteps. Then, he naturally connected the matter with the mysterious world of the gray fog. Even if I can't receive the message, that doesn't mean the gray fog can't. Its connection with the crimson stars can pull a person into the space directly, no matter where they are in the physical world. I could consider tying myself to the mysterious space during the directed description. Following this line of thought, even though I might not get the request right away when the other person is doing the ritual, I will still be able to see the corresponding messages whenever I enter the gray fog. To put it simply, it's the difference between being online and offline on a messaging app. Kevin got more excited the more he thought. He felt that his idea was worth a try. What kind of description could be used to precisely direct a message to me into the gray fog world? He started thinking about the actual details. In fact, he had one incantation that would definitely work. It was the Loan translation of, "Blessings come from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth." But here's the problem. He would lose control of the gray fog and lose his leading role. He had to rule that out. The fool from an alternate world. No way. It's pretty accurate, and there's almost no other being that fits the criteria, but it would reveal my biggest secret. Kevin thought of one incantation after another, but he crossed each one off. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he finally decided on the description for the first paragraph that was directed to him. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. It was obviously not accurate enough. Therefore, Kevin quickly added, "The mysterious ruler above the gray fog." The combination of the two lines practically limited it to him. Furthermore, he had tied the gray fog to him. It's still a little short. I can't rule out the possibility that there are multiple spaces and rulers above the gray fog. I can't rule out that the description might be directed to the spirit world. Kevin frowned and planned to make it more certain. He thought for a full minute and finally decided on the last part of the description. The king of yellow and black who brings good luck. It had a similar meaning to, "Blessings come from the exalted monarch of heaven and earth." If the incantation only depended on that part of the description, it might end up being directed away and provoking unknown dangerous beings. But with the first two lines as a limit, and his experience of arriving above the fog through a similar incantation, he believed the target's description could result in a perfect lock-on. Kevin wasn't sure if casting the ritual magic with those 3 descriptions would be effective, but he was sure that it wouldn't attract the attention of another being, it wouldn't put Justice and the Hangman in danger. Kevin let out a long sigh and recited the incantation he had decided on. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who brings good luck." He nodded his head slightly and took out his pocket watch to check the time. "It's already 2:58. Without another thought, Kevin put away his pocket watch and entered a state of deep concentration. Soon he chanted and took 4 steps counterclockwise to form a square. The most intense noises and heart-stopping roars were heard once again. He felt a headache that was even harder to deal with than the pain of consuming the seer potion. The pain wasn't a sharp pain that tore through his head. It was a throbbing pain that made him manic and irrational. It was a pain that left him in chaotic confusion. Kevin controlled himself using his concentration and tried hard to ignore the voices. The muttering and whispers went away like the tides. His body became light, along with his spirit. Everything seemed to float. The endless gray fog appeared before him, the crimson stars at varying distances from him, just like pairs of eyes. Above the gray fog stood the palace, high and mighty like the home of a giant. It was as though it had been there for millions of years. All Kevin did was wish it, and he disappeared from where he was, reappearing at the main seat at the long bronze table with 22 high-backed chairs. The effect of the ritual is definitely fixed, Kevin muttered. He tapped his forehead gently and allowed the fog to engulf him, thicker than before. According to the hangman's description, if Justice had become a spectator, it would be best not to reveal any of his quirks in front of her. Without any time for exploring, Kevin extended his right hand and formed an invisible connection, connecting him to the two familiar crimson stars. On the roaring blue waves of the Sonia Sea, an old sailboat was sailing with the wind. Alger Wilson had locked himself in the captain's cabin and had a ghost ship provide him the best protection. He opened the pocket watch in front of him and placed it next to the brass sextant. The clock was ticking without joy as it showed his nervousness. When the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand lined up, there was an explosion of crimson in front of Alger Wilson. It ignored the layers and layers of protection he had put over himself. Sigh. His sigh echoed across the captain's room. Backland, Empress Burrow. Audrey Hull was lying on a down feather pillow and glancing at the yellow paper in her hand. Her gem-like eyes looked like they had two souls slowly spiraling in them. Her gaze was calm and cool, as if she were waiting for a play to begin. As the crimson red erupted, she looked at herself being swallowed with complete detachment. Above the gray fog, in the magnificent palace, on the ancient and worn long bronze table, Kevin, who had already activated his spiritual vision, looked over when Audrey Hull's figure began to form. He wasn't surprised to see that the colors deep in her aura had merged. It became pure and calm, like a lake that was clear and reflective. She really did become a Beander. Kevin was just about to look away when he suddenly saw the chair belonging to Miss Justice change. The bright stars on the back of the chair moved quickly, forming an illusion of a constellation that didn't belong to reality. That constellation was familiar to Kevin because it was one of the symbols of mysticism. It was a symbol that represented Giant Dragon. Spectator, Giant Dragon. Kevin stopped himself from shaking his head and looked at the back of the hangman's chair. Typically, it was impossible for him to see the back of the chair from his angle, but this was a place he controlled. Everything appeared according to his will. The constellation on the back of the chair had not changed, but since Kevin had grasped the basics of mysticism, he wasn't as ignorant as before. He could recognize that it was the symbol of windstorm. Sailor, keeper of the sea, windstorm, that makes sense. The color deep in the hangman's aura is much purer than it was. Has he leveled up? Oh yeah, what about the symbol behind my chair? Kevin held back his urge to look, rapped the edge of the long table 3 times just like before, and smiled as he said, "Congratulations, Miss Justice, you are a Beander now." He can tell right away. Audrey was stunned and smiled faintly. "Thank you, Mr. Fool, and thank you, Mr. Hangman." "That was much faster than I thought," Alger Wilson said honestly. Kevin didn't continue the topic but tapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Lady, sir, have either of you found Russell's diary?" Chapter 59. Russell's Origins. After hearing the fool's question, Audrey didn't answer right away like she used to. Instead, she widened her crystal-like eyes and glanced at the hangman with a critical look. Alger subconsciously held back his movements. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I found 2 pages of the Emperor Russell's diary and have memorized their contents." "I have 1 page," Audrey, whose vision was hidden by the fog, said as if she were separate from the conversation. "Pretty good." Kevin didn't let his joy or disappointment show in his voice. He felt joy because there were 3 full pages, but also disappointment because there were only 3 pages. Their initial search for the diary was definitely easier, since all they had to do was ask through the connections and channels they were already familiar with. Collecting the pages would become more and more difficult as time went on, as it would involve more and more elements. Should we express them now? Audrey asked with a calm tone. Yes. Kevin simply nodded. He stayed in his position without changing. He had to be careful in front of a spectator. As he finished his sentence, pieces of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and dark red fountain pens appeared in front of Audrey and Alger. The two of them picked up their pens and started to remember the symbols they had seen. They also put in the emotions of writing them down. Silently, lines of text appeared on the goatskin. Some of them looked proper, some delicate, and others slanted. In just a minute, the contents that Alger and Audrey had forced themselves to remember were all written. Kevin willed the 3 pieces of parchment into his hands. He gave the pages a quick look and realized that some of the grammar was wrong. There were also missing and incorrect words in the content. But experimentation had proven that an incorrect order of words didn't really affect the overall understanding of Chinese. Kevin also wasn't afraid of missing words, since he often read web novels filled with censored symbols. April 8th. I stood at the front of the Black King and stretched my arms, saying to Grimm and Edwards, "My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first." I left everything I own at the ends of the Fog Sea. They didn't understand my humor at all and even asked if I really had other treasures. So boring. You can't be my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse if you keep acting like that. April 11th. I discovered a nameless island that was not on a safe sea route. There are a good number of extraordinary animals there. No, I prefer calling them extraordinary beings, it sounds more impressive that way. Besides that, there are several weird creatures on the island. I believe that if Darwin had been transported there, there's no way he could have written his theory of evolution. April 15th. Grimm has suddenly become a little strange. Has he been infected by something? When did Emperor Russell, who was born in the Intis Kingdom, set off on a voyage? The Fog Sea should be the sea west of the Intis Republic. Yeah, I need to use historical information from the library to check this. Kevin quickly finished reading one page, looking at the back of the paper. At this point, he no longer hid the fact that he could read Emperor Russell's secret symbols, since this ability fit the persona and status of the fool. Audrey and Alger didn't speak. They waited silently, as if they weren't surprised by such a revelation. In fact, they even believed that it was only right. October 2nd. They actually wanted me to marry Matilda from the Abel family without even asking me first. My God, I haven't even met her. No, I must refuse. Even if I have to run away from home and survive on my own and suffer all the hardships of life, I must fight against this marriage. October 5th. Miss Matilda is really pretty. October 6th. Her personality and her attitude are just my type. I'm starting to look forward to the marriage. Hey, Emperor, where's your integrity? Kevin leaned back in his seat, not letting his emotions show through the fog. He realized that Gustav did not write in his diary every day. Most of the time, he would only write when there were certain events he needed to mock, record, or vent his emotions. He moved his gaze down. Kevin looked at the last sentence of this page. October 9th. They actually called me the son of steam. I like that very much. Kevin was a little disappointed that the information on the first 2 pages was of little value. But he didn't get upset. He moved the 3rd page to the top. This page had content written on both sides. May 21st. The Church of the God of Craftsmanship gave me 2 choices, 2 starting meander paths. One of them is the Savon. It is a complete path they have. The other is Mystery Prior, which they got from the Moses Ascetic Order, but it lacks the higher levels. May 22nd. My choice was easy. Savon. The Savon has a complete path. Even though having more knowledge of magic could help me get back home, the problem is that if I'm not strong enough, I'll need outside help for the journey. And I don't know if this outside being would be good or bad. I can't control it, so it could be very dangerous. In that case, why not get stronger and rely on my own powers to return? So, the complete path was the most important factor in my decision. May 23rd. I've become a savant. With the power of the potion, I actually remembered all the knowledge I had learned in the past, like physics, chemistry, etc. Not only have I remembered the knowledge, but I understand it more deeply, as well as its possible uses and meanings. Haha, this is a job made just for a person like me who came from an alternate world. I'll be able to use my advantage to the greatest extent. I have to say that if I were to go back to my junior year of high school now, I would definitely be the top student. If I could specialize in an area, it wouldn't even be that hard for me to become a scientist. May 26th. I'm enjoying my status as a savant. Something strange worth mentioning. When I act as a savant, doing things that fit this role, the whispers that drive me crazy get a lot quieter. I've also been able to control my occasional temper outbursts. I also remembered the thing about the diary. Is this the acting that the mysterious Mr. Zerodwell mentioned? This could be the key to solving the side effects of potions. As Kevin read the diary page, he had a deep realization that there was a fundamental difference in how he and Emperor Russell did things. For example, regarding the matter of returning home, Kevin thought about gaining in-depth knowledge of magic to avoid risks and accomplish his goal, while Emperor Russell preferred to rely on himself and face the risk. I have to say, I envy people like that sometimes. Maybe everyone wants something they don't have. Of course, I also have to consider getting stronger. Both of these are important, Kevin thought, sighing a little. The description provided by Emperor Russell about acting gave Kevin confidence that the conclusion he made about acting yesterday was more or less correct. He put the 3 diary pages down, looked up at Justice and the hangman. He smiled and said, "My apologies, I was too absorbed in reading them." Audrey calmed the envy in her heart and smiled faintly. "I can understand. I hope to one day be able to exchange information about the diary's contents. That will require a price." Kevin smiled and glanced at Justice, then looked at the silent hangman. Audrey put her palms together in front of her. "Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman, I have 3 questions to ask. If you think the answers are worth a high price, tell me what you want, and I will try my best to find it." "No problem," Alger answered briefly. Kevin nodded and leaned back farther, making himself comfortable. Audrey thought for a few seconds and said, "The first question is, what does acting really mean? I realize that the remnant spirit in the potion has a small effect on me. Is that because I've been acting as a spectator this whole time?" Alger didn't speak. Instead, he looked at the fool, as if waiting for him to give an answer. Kevin rubbed his finger on the edge of the table and said in a relaxed tone, "Let me explain this with an analogy. Imagine the core powers of your potion as a tightly guarded castle. The remains of the spirit that can cause a backlash live within that castle. Our goal is to get rid of it and become the true master of the castle. There are 2 ways we can do that. The first is to forcefully invade the castle. There's no guarantee this will work, and you will definitely get hurt unless you can overpower it with absolute force. But of course, we can't do that. The second way is to get the owner of the castle to invite you. This invitation can allow us to get past the guards and sneak into the castle. We can then easily finish off the enemies. But the problem is that this invitation specifies the facial features and characteristics of the guest. So, we have to disguise ourselves and act as the guest. Do you understand?" Alger immediately asked, as if he had expected this reply. "Then the invitation you mentioned is the name of the potion's level." "That's right," Kevin answered with great certainty. Audrey froze for a moment, suddenly feeling like she completely understood what acting meant. She immediately came out of her spectator state because of her excitement. She praised joyfully, "What an amazing method. I think it fits your title. Its style is very compatible with the fool. I never would have believed that acting would have such an effect. Luckily, I've been acting as a spectator the past few days." She paused for a moment before saying, "I think this is a very valuable answer. I don't feel right accepting it for nothing. Mr. Fool, what do you need in exchange? Of course, I still remember that I owe you a page of Emperor Russell's diary." "More pages of Russell's diary, or," Kevin paused for a moment. He had wanted to get information about the seer path but felt that such a low-level request would ruin the mysterious image of the fool. So, he decided against it and planned to ask them discreetly another day. "I just advanced recently and have yet to completely digest the seer potion," he comforted himself and added without expression, "anything about the Antigonus family, even if I'm already aware of it myself." Alger was silent for a few seconds. He looked at the top of the long bronze table for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. "Mr. Fool, I believe I can pay you back immediately with the information you just asked for. Chapter 60. Second Blasphemy Slate. No problem. Kevin tried to keep his deep, unchanging tone. He rested his left elbow on the armrest of his chair and supported his forehead slightly with his fingers, as if he were listening calmly. Alger thought about his words and said, "The Antigonus is an ancient family. Their history can be traced back to the Cataclysm Age before the Fourth Age and is related to the Second Blasphemy Slate." The Second Blasphemy Slate. There's a Second Blasphemy Slate. How many are there? Kevin's eyes widened, and he almost changed his posture. According to what the hangman and justice had said before, the blasphemy slate contained the deep secrets of the 22 paths to the divine. There are 2 such important items, or even more. 22 paths to the divine, Beander levels and paths. Could these 2 words mean the same thing? Does every complete Beander path lead straight to the throne of the divine? At that moment, the description of the second blasphemy slate gave Kevin many ideas. He believed that if not for the thick gray-white fog hiding him, his reaction would probably have been noticed by Miss Spectator. As for the words Cataclysm Age, he was no stranger to that term as a historian. It was the name of the Third Age. After his recent review, Kevin even knew that the Third Age was separated into 2 eras, the Glorious Era and the Cataclysm Era. A second blasphemy slate. Audrey clearly showed her ignorance on the matter. Before she calmed her emotions, she went back into her spectator state. Nice question. Kevin secretly cheered for Miss Justice. It was a question that was hard for him to ask as the fool. Alger glanced at the fool and noticed that his posture remained the same, and he didn't make a sound. So, he thought and answered, the first blasphemy slate appeared in the Dark Age, which is the second age where we humans struggled to survive under the protection of gods. The second blasphemy slate appeared at the end of the Third Age. It could even be said that its appearance symbolized the end of the Cataclysm Age. The content of the 2 blasphemy slates is kept secret by the 7 major churches. I only know bits and pieces of it. I only know that they involve the paths to godhood, but I'm not sure of the differences between them. Was the blasphemy slate that Emperor Russell saw the first or the second? Audrey asked curiously. After hearing that, Kevin remembered what Alger said about the potion names during the first gathering. He said that the names of the Beander potions were from the blasphemy slate. Similarly, Captain had also mentioned that the formation and completion of the potion system was thanks to the birth of the blasphemy slate. That indirectly confirms that the paths to godhood are the Beander paths. Kevin silently answered his earlier question. Then Alger simply replied, the second one. The shine in Audrey's eyes faded and she went back into her spectator state. She didn't keep asking questions. Instead, all she did was focus her gaze on the hangman. It was obvious that her close observation made Alger uncomfortable, but he held back his emotions. He lowered his voice and continued, during the Solomon dynasty in the Fourth Age, although the Antigonus family was considered a famous part of the aristocracy, they didn't do anything very memorable until they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire. They then stood right in the middle of the stage of the northern continent. In that period, Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, Jacob, and others were famous names of the human kingdom. However, after the War of the Four Rulers, the Blood Emperor from the Tudor Empire died. They fell from their high position and are now hunted by the 7 gods. I'm not sure about the actual process, but I do know that the Antigonus family was destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Mr. Fool, if you'd like to know more, I'm afraid you can only get the information from the Church of the Evernight Goddess or from the few ancient secret organizations. You know which few I'm talking about. I don't. Kevin nodded while feeling bitter inside. The secret order is one. Captain and Mr. Henderson mentioned the Moses Ascetic Order. I wonder if the psychology alchemists count. While he mentally checked off the candidates, Alger gave him the last bits of information. I also have no idea which Beander paths the Antigonus family had. There are only 2 adjectives that appear over and over in the descriptions of the Antigonus family, and those are strange and terrifying. Strange and terrifying. Thinking back to the notebook, the original Kevin and his classmates, and what happened to Ray Bieber's mother, it really is a good description. Kevin tapped the edge of the long table with the tip of his finger a couple of times. Then, he slowly began to speak. Very well, I am satisfied with the payment. The reason he kept tapping the long table lightly with his fingers was to emphasize the action. to make Justice and the hangman believe that he had a habit of tapping in order to hide the fact that the same motion was used to turn on and off his spirit vision. "It's my pleasure." Alger didn't say anything else. Audrey looked at the hangman and then the fool. She smiled faintly and said, "Then, I shall ask the second question. What is the name of the next potion for Spectator? Where can I find the clues? I'd also like to ask so directly, but different choices lead to different difficulties." Kevin didn't speak but cast his gaze toward the hangman. Alger was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll answer the question for free because I led you on this path. The next level for Spectator is level 8 telepath. The ancient name of level 7 is Psyche Analyst but is called Psychiatrist now. This is what I found out from a member of the Psychology Alchemists. I think they should have quite a few potion formulas for this path." Psychology Alchemists, Spirit Medium Daily was pretty supportive of their theory, but Captain thought of them as evil and crazy. Kevin listened while in deep thought. "Do you know the location of that Psychology Alchemists member?" asked Audrey as her eyes shined with joy. Whether it was telepath or psychiatrist, both names appealed to her. Alger gave a rare laugh. "I do. He's in the seas around Sonia Island. I sank him with my own hands. If you'd like to look for the Psychology Alchemists, I have to apologize since I cut off the clues." He wasn't worried that Justice would find his identity through his description because he did that on his own, out of public sight. Sank. Audrey was at a loss for how to reply or what expression to wear. She took a deep breath and suddenly failed to stay in her spectator state. She asked shyly, the third question. "If, and I'm saying if, a normal animal were to drink a level 9 potion, what would happen?" "What kind of a question is that?" Kevin tapped his forehead without anyone noticing with the finger that was supporting his head. He quickly saw the changes in color and noticed that Audrey's emotions had become frantic, nervous, and a little ashamed. Could she have done something that stupid? Kevin was shocked, but didn't find it strange. After the past 2 gatherings, he was certain that Miss Justice was a bit of an airhead. The hangman, Alger, was obviously shocked as well. It took him a while to reply. "Normal animals don't have human brains. They wouldn't be able to learn meditation in a timely manner. Therefore, it would most likely lead to immediate death or a breakdown into a monster. However, if they survived the first drinking of the potion, they should become an extraordinary creature. If the potion has the ability to improve their intelligence, they can even become smarter." "All right." Audrey let out a silent sigh and nodded while saying in a relaxed tone, "I have no other questions." Alger thought for a moment and didn't mention matters about the Aurora Order or the listener. He similarly shook his head and said, "Neither do I. I have something." Kevin didn't change his posture but said with a smile, "It will require your cooperation." He had yet to turn off his spirit vision, and he immediately saw that the hangman was showing signs of nervousness, while Miss Justice was too simple-minded to show fear or carefulness. Before they could reply, Kevin comforted them, "Don't worry. It's a small thing. If it works, it will be good for you, so I wouldn't be asking for extra payment. Go ahead." Audrey instinctively went into the spectator state, but she couldn't see through the thick gray fog surrounding the fool. "As you wish," Alger replied, steadying himself. Kevin moved his fingers and smiled when he said, "Previously, I said that we would do some experiments to allow you to ask for a leave of absence. That way, you don't have to worry if you have to be somewhere inappropriate on a Monday afternoon. That's what we want." Audrey loosened her tightly knit eyebrows. Alger thought and said, "What do you need us to do?" "You could try a piece of ritual magic during your free time. It doesn't need to be too formal. As long as you are in a place that won't be disturbed. Put 4 brand new candles on an altar, placed on 4 corners respectively. It's best if they are sandalwood scented candles. Put a loaf of white bread near the candle on the top left corner, a bowl of Phanepotter noodles near the candle on the top right corner, paella by the candle on the bottom left corner, and a daisy pie by the candle on the bottom right corner. Use a silver knife to create a sealed spiritual environment." Kevin described his modified version of the luck-enhancing ritual and taught Miss Justice how to create a spiritual environment for free. To be honest, as the ritual was for himself, Kevin believed that the first part, which was meant to attract the interest of a being, could be left out completely. However, he still worked hard to make the procedure seem important. Of course, It didn't follow what Mr. Henderson taught about gods being second and oneself being third. Mix moon flowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose together, then distill it. Extract it for its essential oil, then pour a drop onto each candle. Audrey listened with great interest as she wrote down everything he said. When he was done, she asked, "What about the incantation?" "Mr. Fool, what's the incantation for it?" Alger also stopped writing with the fountain pen in his hand. He turned his head to look at the fool. Kevin, who was surrounded by the gray fog, tapped the edge of the long table lightly and said calmly and simply in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who brings good luck." 2808, 3:43 p.m. Rohit Brew, Chapter 61, Strange Symbol. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. King of yellow and black who brings good luck. Audrey Hall recited the three descriptions to herself silently. She suddenly felt a massive wave of emotion go through her, keeping her from staying in her spectator state. As a fan of magic, she had learned Hermes that was used in rituals and had tried out the rituals that fellow noble fans mentioned in private gatherings before she was pulled into the gray fog or made formal contact with Beyonder powers. None of those rituals had any effects, but they had given Audrey a basic understanding of how incantations were structured. So, she knew clearly what these three incantations described and meant. The descriptions usually described one of the 7 gods that watched over this world. Therefore, the fool's incantation was claiming a status equal to the Lady of Crimson, Mother of Secrets, and the Empress of Disaster and Terror. Is Mr. Fool the unknown, mysterious, powerful, godlike being that Glaint spoke of? The source of danger that we must avoid in rituals? Audrey quickly remembered the comments made during the strange rituals which she and her friends didn't dare attempt back then. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger Wilson, who knew and understood much more than Audrey, shivered to his core. If the ritual magic that Mr. Fool designed really points to him so he can accept our requests, we would have to be addressing him as him. He is to be addressed in the third person, which is reserved for gods. How lucky, how smart I was to work with him and not do anything stupid. Even when I was testing him, I didn't cross the line. Could he perhaps be an ancient, mysterious, terrifying being, only that he doesn't appear before us in his true form and name, the primordial demoness, the hidden sage, or the true creator that many mysterious churches believe in? Alger understood that the person he was looking at now might not be his true form. He might not even have a gender or be a human-like creature. Kevin propped his forehead up with one hand and tapped on the table with the other hand. He clearly noticed the changes happening to the hangman and Justice. But he acted as if nothing had happened, as if everything was within his expectations. He continued without any care. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. Moon flower, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please give your powers to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb that belongs to the sun, please give your powers to my incantation. He finished describing the incantations that belonged to another type of ritual. After he was done, he smiled. Lady, sir, have you memorized it? Oh, Audrey exhaled. She quickly covered her mouth and remembered seriously. With her improved memory as a spectator, she quickly processed the information and repeated the incantations to confirm. Alger acted more normally. His pen didn't stop for a moment, no matter what he was thinking. After Kevin confirmed that Audrey was correct, he smiled and said, if this test is successful, then we shall change the ritual next time to achieve what we want to do. I hope that you will have the time to complete the ritual no later than Wednesday. He planned to come in here again on Thursday night to confirm if the ritual magic was successful. As for why he didn't allow the hangman and Justice to directly ask for a leave of absence, Kevin was worried that he wouldn't be able to tell if the results were from them asking for leave or just the result of a ritual magic attempt. Was he supposed to pull them into the gathering if that happened? As you wish, Audrey and Alger replied respectfully, getting a hold of themselves. According to the hangman's suggestion last week, we shall have a time for casual conversation after all official issues have been discussed. Who shall begin? Kevin made a hand gesture signaling for someone to start. Audrey sighed and said, Mr. Fool, the suggestion you made regarding the exam selection and the separation between civil and political matters has been approved by many members of Parliament. Maybe it could become a reality. Of course, with the speed of this government, the bill will only appear 6 months from now at the earliest. She wasn't worried that the hangman would track her down using this piece of information. She had intentionally and occasionally dropped hints and guided those proud wives to think that they had come up with the idea. Those ladies had rushed to tell their husbands, their fathers, and their brothers. At that moment Audrey felt as though she was watching a flock of golden peacocks showing off their tail feathers. She believed that those women would convince themselves that they came up with the idea to claim the glory for themselves. They would soon forget about what Audrey's role in the matter was, fighting among themselves to see who thought of the suggestion first. Using this remarkable way to change the system of a kingdom gave Audrey a strange sense of satisfaction, as if she had found a way for a spectator to influence the plot of a play. "Let's hope so," Alger replied sarcastically. He paused for a few seconds, then glanced at the fool. He thought before saying, "In recent decades, the amount of activities of the various secret organizations has been increasing. In fact, there are even new secret organizations appearing, some of them having reached a good size with a good number of beyonders. Are you trying to ask me for the reason? I haven't even gained access to information about illegal organizations." Kevin just smiled without commenting on the hangman's news. He changed the subject and said vaguely, "An ancient power is about to wake from its sleep. For example, the power represented by the Antigonus family diary." "Is that so?" Alger muttered softly to himself, as if he remembered something. Kevin looked at the hangman, then past Justice and said with a smile, "If there is nothing else to share, then let's end today's gathering here." "As you wish." Audrey and Alger stood up together. Kevin moved his finger and cut off his connection with the dark red stars. He watched as the two figures disappeared from the magnificent palace. He stood up and turned toward his own chair, which was also the back of the main seat at the bronze table. He looked at its symbol. Radiant stars formed a strange symbol. It was not a symbol that fit anything in Kevin's current understanding of magic. He observed it closely before identifying the pupil-less eye, a symbol representing secrecy. He also saw twisted lines that represented change. Each of the symbols was missing a portion and was overlapped with each other, creating a new symbol. An incomplete secret and an incomplete change. What do we get when we add them together? Kevin frowned and muttered to himself, unable to come up with an answer. He looked away and walked along the ancient, magnificent palace. His eyes scanned every corner of the palace. "Back when I casually imagined this place, it was just a rough idea. I didn't describe the shape of the palace, table, or chairs. Where does this design come from? The best choice? The first model? Or are they a reflection of reality?" Kevin suddenly had a question he had forgotten before as he looked at the palace. "Sigh, I have to say that even though I'm a keyboard warrior, I'm lacking experience in many areas. I'm also not observant enough, to the point of only realizing this question now." With this thought, Kevin made a serious effort to examine every corner of the palace, but didn't find any other living things or anything strange. Kevin didn't dare to go deeper into what seemed to be a boundless, imaginary land. He was afraid that he would end up completely lost. "Wow, this place is indeed full of mysteries. Who knows if there will be any changes to this area when I become more powerful," Kevin sighed. He let his spirit out and wrapped himself in it, causing him to feel the rapid rush of falling. Everything flew past quickly. All kinds of illusions shattered. He tore through the gray-white fog and saw reality. He saw the table, curtains, and clothes rack in his room. Backland, Empress Burrow. Audrey saw the oil painting that hung on the wall. She felt the softness of the down-feathered pillow under her head. She didn't stand up right away. Instead, she seriously remembered what had happened during the gathering, as if she was watching a play she had already watched. Mr. Fool had a certain confidence in his tone when he told us to try the ritual and gave us the descriptions of the mysterious ruler, the King of Yellow and Black. Confidence, Audrey exhaled as she was analyzing this silently, her body shaking slightly. "Forget it. Since I can't fight it, there's no need to think too much about it. Mr. Fool has always appeared friendly. He should be a being that respects order." Audrey's mood improved quickly. She thought about her acting, and the weakening backlash of the potion. She hummed a happy tune and got off her bed. She walked toward the door and adjusted her state of mind, taking on her state as a spectator. As she opened the door of the room, she saw a maid walking past. She saw the old calluses on her hands, the marks on her face, and other similar details. She could figure out many things from these observations. At this point, Audrey had a strange feeling. She quickly turned to look at the shaded corner of the balcony. She saw her golden retriever Susie sitting there, silently watching her, just like how she watched the maid. My goddess, Audrey's lips twitched as she sighed. She wanted so much to hide her face. On the Sonia Sea, in the heavily protected captain's quarters, Alger woke up and noticed that nothing had changed around him. It was as if nothing had happened. He sighed and thought to himself, an ancient being. Kevin, who had exited the ritual, pulled open the curtains. He took out his notebook and began writing again. He remembered the contents of Emperor Russell's diary, hoping to strengthen the memory through writing and keep himself from forgetting it in the future. Kevin reread the notes several times after he finished writing. Finally, he tore the notes up and burned them. I shouldn't forget the most important points if I do this once a week. But with time and the increasing difficulty of my missions, how unfortunate, I don't have better ideas for the time being. I haven't learned any secret codes. Kevin got a hold of himself and stretched his neck. He planned on heading to the Divination Club. A seer was defined differently by different people. No one could say that another person's methods were wrong. So, Kevin, who didn't know which kind of seer fit the requirements of the potion, could only correct it as he experimented to find out which one was the best fit. Chapter 62. The Seer's Suggestion. Before Kevin left home, he took the time to carefully clean up his suit and top hat with a small brush and a handkerchief. Then, he washed his white shirt, changing into a similar linen shirt along with the only decent cheap coat he had. He then quickly walked out onto the street. First, Melissa's dress. Then, Benson's suit. Only then can I consider a second suit for myself. Money is never enough. Besides, we need to save money to buy porcelain tableware to receive our guests. Plus, I have to save money to buy a variety of materials related to magic. Kevin sat on the public carriage and took note of the financial status at home. The more he did the math, the more he shook his head. He figured he needed at least a year to let himself, his brother, and his sister live as a middle-class family. Of course, that was without taking promotions and pay raises into consideration. The public carriage drove past the streets and stopped across from the Divination Club on Howe Street. Kevin pressed down on his black top hat and hopped off the carriage. He walked along the familiar street and entered the club located on the second floor. He then saw the beautiful brunette, Angelica. There was a hint of redness to her eyes, but she looked extremely relaxed. Kevin raised his hand to tap his forehead lightly and carefully examined her. He found that the grayness deep in Angelica's emotional colors had greatly faded. It had been replaced with sunlight-like whiteness. After taking it in, Kevin walked over, took off his hat, and smiled. "Madam Angelica, it's a lovely day today, isn't it?" Angelica lifted her head and was briefly shocked. She then smiled and said, "You are just like Mr. Vincent's cat. You don't make any sounds while walking, do you? You managed to tell. Hee hee. I forgot that you were a fortune teller skilled in face reading." She paused, then she gently bit her lip before bowing. Thank you for your suggestion yesterday. I feel much better. I haven't been this relaxed, happy, and content in a year." After hearing her show her sincere gratitude, Kevin was filled with the joy and happiness she had. The corner of his lips lifted, and he said, "It's my pleasure." As he spoke, he could feel his spirit relax and turn livelier. Is this what the seer potion wants? A seer that can really help the person who asked for help? Kevin pinched his forehead as if he was thinking before secretly tapping twice. It had to be said that he found the action of turning on and off his spirit vision in practice to be not subtle enough. However, the problem was that he hadn't thought of a better solution yet. As he had just become a seer recently, his spirit had yet to reach its limit, and the same was true for his mastery. So, there didn't seem to be many suitable places for a switch for his spiritual vision. The forehead was the best option by far. When I become a true seer after fully digesting the potion, I should be able to design a more subtle activation motion. Kevin nodded without anyone noticing and walked toward the half-open meeting room. "Coffee or tea?" Angelica asked quickly. "Daisy coffee," Kevin answered. He planned on trying out all the drinks the Divination Club had to offer. Then, he saw that there were 6 or 7 members present, but not Hannes Vincent, who was almost always there. "Mr. Vincent isn't here?" Kevin stopped and asked. Angelica was surprised as she said, "Mr. Vincent doesn't come every day. He accepted an invitation to give a lecture for a divination organization at Enmat Harbor." "Are you looking for him?" "Not at all. I was just curious. After all, I've seen him every time I've come here." Kevin shook his head with a smile. Meanwhile, he realized that there was a familiar face among the 7 members present. Glasses, who had told his fortune before, was there. Glasses was reading some information on the table with his monocle when he suddenly sensed someone looking at him. He lifted his head and looked. Obvious joy filled his face as he propped himself up with both hands and stood up. He ran toward Kevin and stopped in front of him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I've been wondering if you would come today. I heard from Angelica that you are not a doctor, but a fortune teller who is good at face reading." Kevin smiled. "That's not the only thing I'm good at, Mr. Glasses. You no longer seem to be bothered by your illness." He pinched his forehead and tapped his forehead twice. He noticed that Glasses's health colors had returned to normal. "Yes, I was very sorry for not taking your suggestion back then. Luckily, there is a very amazing pharmacist near my place. He gave my wife a magical medicine which saved me from death," Glasses said emotionally. As a quasi-member of the Night Owls, Kevin asked out of professional interest, "Very amazing pharmacist. Very magical medicine." "Magical? How magical? Is it within the range of Beyonders?" He said that it was a kind of folk medicine from Lindbergh. "In short, it helped a lot with treating my illness," Glasses answered, without noticing anything strange about the question. "Folk medicine pharmacist." Kevin tapped his forehead as if he was thinking. "What's his name? Where does he live?" As you know, even a fortune teller can't guarantee that they would stay in perfect health all the time. "Maybe I will need to go to buy some medicine from him in the future." Kevin learned from his teacher and classmates that the current health system in the world was in its early stages. There was almost no cure for many diseases, so the magical medicines and amazing pharmacists still controlled the market. There was no harm in knowing more, since it could one day be useful. Glasses answered honestly, "His name is Lawson Darkwaite. He has a tiny store at 18 Vlad Street in East Borough, named Lawson's Folk Herb Store." "Thank you." Kevin remembered it and spoke sincerely. Glasses turned around and invited him to sit next to him. At that moment, Angelica came over to serve the coffee she brewed. Compared to Southville coffee, Daisy coffee is more fragrant, but has a much worse taste. Kevin took a sip and enjoyed it for a moment. Glasses quickly thought about his words when he saw Kevin put down his white porcelain cup. "Mr. Moretti, can I ask for a fortune reading from you? I will pay according to a price you set. 8 pence is enough. I will not raise the price out of nowhere." Kevin was hoping that someone would ask for his divination services. "Do you need a divination room?" "All right, Topaz." Glasses led the way with much more familiarity. After entering the divination room and locking the door, Kevin sat behind the long table. He asked in a serious voice, "Mr. Glasses, what would you like the divination to be about?" "I have a business opportunity, but the amount of money it involves is huge. If it fails, my family and I will take a heavy hit. I wish to know if it will be a successful investment." Glasses gave the information willingly. "I have divined using tarot cards before. A divination after purifying my soul. The result was pretty good. Yes, I did the interpretation myself, but I did not break the rules of those symbols." Kevin thought and asked curiously, "It'd be great if you could describe the whole situation again and give me your information again. It'd be best if you have the other person's information, too. We will do a star chart divination." "All right." Glasses organized his words and said, "When Mr. Lenevis examined the Hornassus mountain range, he discovered a huge mine rich in high-quality iron ore. He poured in all his savings to buy that land and hired a professional company to survey it. The result was a good one. He lacks funds needed for later developments, so he formed a steelworks company and plans to apply for a loan from the bank using the project. At the same time, he will also issue a certain number of shares to raise its initial capital. The plan is still in its early stage and promises big returns." Kevin, who had been reading the newspaper recently and also happened to be a history expert, knew that there were shares in this world. He also knew that the idea of shares came from Emperor Russell. Yeah, him again. During the colonization of the southern continent, he had set up the Siberian Company and solved the nation's money problems successfully by raising funds from the public through the issue of shares. As such, he had the advantage of being the first to colonize. Because the returns were great, this development continued. For example, there were railway shares, mining shares, steam development shares, and so on. There were some that succeeded and there were some that failed. So, it led to the formation of organizations like the Backland Stock Exchange. Besides that, Emperor Russell had created national bonds, mutual funds, and other financial products. The first had become the most stable form of investment, with a return of 4 to 6% interest. Kevin remembered that Benson had once said that if he could inherit £3,000, there was no need to work hard anymore. The stable annual interest of about 5% would result in an annual fixed income return of £150, roughly equal to Kevin's annual income at present. This is known as rentier capitalism. Kevin sighed and asked carefully, "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this? Is Lenevis trustworthy? I've seen his property papers and the inspection report. There is the Civilos County government's stamp and an approval of a professional company. Plus, inside Mr. Lenevis's office is a group photo of him with Sir Dueville and the mayor." Glassis nodded in reply. Group photo. That doesn't mean anything. Kevin, who was born in an era of information overload, had seen too many similar incidents. He didn't buy the story because of that. However, it didn't matter if he believed it or not. He could only pick up a pen and draw a corresponding star chart according to the important time and information that Glassis had provided him with. After a long while, Kevin pointed to the star chart and said, "You should be able to tell that this will be a very unsuccessful effort. Under the successful surface is a cliff, a deep hole. My divination suggests going around it, to avoid it." Quote. Glassis became silent, his mouth opening and closing a few times before he closed it. A few minutes later, he said with a sad smile, "I'll think about it carefully when I get back." After hearing this answer, Kevin could only shake his head with a silent sigh. He realized the helplessness of a seer. A seer could only give suggestions and not make the decision for others. Just as the two left the Topaz room, Angelica walked over and said, "Mr. Moretti, someone wants you to read their fortune." When she said that, she added with a whisper, "He did not ask for my suggestions. Nor did he look at the album. Has my reputation spread?" Kevin turned toward the reception hall, confused. Chapter 63. Dream Interpretation. Kevin walked a few steps forward and saw the client. He was dressed in a formal black suit and a top hat. He held a gold-inlaid wooden cane and his short blonde hair flared from the sides. His nose was hooked like a hawk's beak. Anna's fiancée, the Joyce Meyer that went through a terrifying ordeal. Kevin, who had seen him in his dream divination, immediately greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." Joyce took off his hat and bowed in greeting. "Thank you for the advice you gave Anna. She can't stop talking about how amazing you are." Kevin laughed and said, "I didn't change a thing. You should be thanking yourself. Without your determination and your hope for a better tomorrow, you wouldn't have been able to overcome such a hardship." After the exchange of pleasantries, Kevin couldn't help but make a joke to himself. Does this count as mutual professional sucking up? In all honesty, I still find my coming back alive a dream. I still can't believe that I survived wave after wave of terrifying hardships. Joyce shook his head sadly. Without waiting for Kevin's reply, he asked curiously, "You knew who I was the moment you saw me? Was that because of my unique nose, or because you divined that I would visit you?" "I had your detailed information." "That is enough for a seer," Kevin answered vaguely, acting like a charlatan would. Joyce was indeed stunned. More than 10 seconds later, he forced a smile. "Mr. Moretti, I wish to ask for a divination from you." The moment he finished his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Mr. Klein Moretti had called himself a seer, not a fortune teller. A seer. All right, let us head to Topaz. Kevin gestured. At that moment, he felt as though he should have worn a long black robe. He tried to keep his words to a minimum to emphasize the mystery of a seer. Joyce Meyer locked the door behind him after entering the divination room. While he looked around, Kevin used the opportunity to tap his forehead twice and activated his spirit vision. Joyce sat down and set his cane down beside him. He pulled on his black bow tie and said hoarsely, "Mr. Moretti, I wish for you to interpret my dream." Dream interpretation. Kevin acted as though it was what he expected, but was just asking for confirmation. He saw that the colors representing Joyce's health were dull, but none of them meant an upcoming illness. The colors symbolizing his emotions were mostly blue, and its darkness showed that he was obviously high-strung. Joyce nodded seriously. "I have had the same horrible dream every night ever since the Alfalfa arrived at Enmat Harbor. I know that this could be related to the trauma of the ordeal and that I should go see a psychiatrist, but I suspect that this is no ordinary dream. A normal dream would definitely have some details that are different even if they happen every night, but this dream is, at the very least, constant in the parts which I can recall. To a seer, these kinds of dreams are seen as messages given by the divine," Kevin said, half comforting and half explaining. "Can you describe the dream to me?" Joyce clenched his fists. He thought deeply for a moment before saying, "I dreamed that I was falling from the Alfalfa into the ocean. The ocean was dark red, as if it was filled with rotting blood. As I fell, I was grabbed by a person on the boat. I couldn't identify him, but I know that he was very strong. And I was also holding onto a person in an attempt to save him from falling into the sea. I know that person. He was a passenger of the Alfalfa, Eunice Kim. Because of his weight and his struggling, I couldn't bear the weight and could only let go and watch him get swallowed by the sea of blood. At that moment, the person above me also let go. I flailed my arms, hoping to grab onto something, but there was nothing. I could only fall quickly. Then I wake up in horror, sweat covering my back and forehead." Kevin held his forehead and gently tapped it as though he was thinking. He then organized his words and said, "Mr. Meyer, nightmares, similar nightmares, and repeated nightmares, these are all psychological problems and have a corresponding source. The same nightmare happening again and again is a reminder from your spirit. It is also a message given to you by the divine." After seeing Joyce looking confused, he explained, "Don't have any doubt, an ordinary person's spirit is also capable of giving reminders. I don't know what exactly happened on the Alfalfa, but I can see that it was a tragedy of blood and steel. It has left a deep trauma in you." Seeing Joyce nod slightly, Kevin continued, "You must have been very horrified, very fearful on the ship. It is easy for a person to lose their observation skills when overwhelmed by such intense emotions, so you miss signs that you shouldn't have missed. This doesn't mean that you haven't seen those signs, but you have disregarded them, do you understand? Disregarded. In your subconscious, in your spirit, the details that you have missed are present all the same. If the thing that the detail is pointing toward is important enough, then your spirit will remind you in the form of a dream. Before, I had a similar case of disregarding a feeling, only to later realize that the diary was with Ray Bieber, but I was more sensitive and had a stronger spirit. I was also more knowledgeable about mysticism and thus could make a deduction more quickly." Kevin paused for a few seconds and looked into Joyce Meyer's eyes. "Did Mr. Eunice Kim, who you let fall into the sea of blood, ask you for something on the boat, but was ultimately unable to escape his fate?" Joyce moved his body unnaturally. He opened his mouth several times before answering, "Yes, but I don't feel sorry for him. Maybe a few days or a week from now, you will see in the newspapers how cruel and evil he was. He raped and murdered at least 3 ladies and tossed a baby into the raging sea. He also led a bunch of crazed people who had lost their minds and brutally killed the passengers and crew of the boat. He was scheming, strong, and evil. I didn't dare, nor could I stop him. I would only have lost my life. I am not doubting what you did," Kevin said, making his position clear. Then he explained, "But your dream is telling me that you are feeling regret and sorrow. You believe that you shouldn't have let go back then. Since you believe that killing him was an act of justice, then why are you feeling regret and sorrow for it, so much so that you have repeated dreams about you letting go?" "I don't know either." Joyce shook his head, confused. Kevin crossed his hands and placed it under his chin. He tried to analyze the situation. "Based on what I just described, it seems you have missed certain details. For instance, anything that Eunice Kim said, his plea, the way he acted, and so on. I can't remember the incident for you, so please think about it carefully. There's nothing. All he could say back then was, "Spare me, I surrender," Joyce muttered in confusion. Kevin didn't know exactly what happened, so he could only guide him based on what he understood from the dream. Maybe you felt that Eunice Kim was more useful alive, that he could prove something or to explain something. Joyce knitted his eyebrows. It was a while before he said, "Perhaps, I still find the conflict that happened on the Alfalfa happened too suddenly and turned violent too quickly. It was as if the passive evil in everyone's heart just exploded uncontrollably. It was too strange, very strange. Maybe I wished to ask Eunice Kim why he acted as though he was possessed by the devil in the first place." Kevin suddenly had an idea after hearing Joyce's dreamy description. He spoke mysteriously with a tone unique to a charlatan's. "No, that's not the only reason." "What?" Joyce seemed shocked. Kevin crossed his hands and held his chin up. He stared straight into Joyce's eyes and said with a slow, yet forceful tone, "Not only did you find the matter strange, but you also saw some things that you disregarded. And putting together these things that you disregarded results in a terrifying conclusion. Your spirit is telling you that there is someone who should be the most suspicious. And that person is the one who had grabbed you but ultimately let go in the dream. You don't suspect him subconsciously, and so you are unable to identify him. He is your partner. He once had control over your fate, or maybe, even saved you before." Joyce leaned back suddenly, slamming into the back of the chair with a dull thud. His forehead slowly became laced with sweat, his eyes filled with confusion. I see it." Joyce suddenly stood up loudly, causing his chair to wobble and nearly fall. "Mr. Triss," he used all the energy in him to say the name. He was a friendly and shy little boy with a round face. He was the hero that saved the survivors. Kevin didn't interrupt Joyce's thoughts. He leaned back slightly and waited. Joyce's expression changed several times, finally returning to normal, a normal that had a little paleness. He showed a sad smile. "I understand now. Thank you for interpreting my dream. Maybe it is time for me to make a trip to the police station." He took out his leather wallet and fished out a 1 soldi note. "I don't think that money can fully represent your worth, and I can only give you the price you asked for. This is for you." Joyce pushed the note toward Kevin. "I wouldn't have minded if you gave me £10, 1 soldi. You sure are like your fiancé." Kevin kept up his mysterious vibe as a charlatan and said nothing, smiling as he pressed on the note. Joyce took a deep breath, wore his hat, and turned to walk toward the door. As he was unlocking the door, he suddenly turned back and said with sincerity, "Thank you, Master Moretti." "Master." Kevin laughed to himself. He watched as Joyce left the divination room and said silently to himself, "Whatever happened on the Alfalfa seems extraordinary. If only the captain was here. He would be able to understand everything that happened in Joyce Mayer's dreams." Tuesday at dawn. Backland, Empress Borough. Audrey, who woke up earlier, waved her golden retriever Susie over. She said with a serious tone, "Susie, you are also a Beander now. We're the same kind. No, what I mean is that we have to help each other. Guard the door later and don't let anyone bother me. I have to conduct a ritual." Susie looked at her mistress and wagged her tail in exasperation. Chapter 64, Instigator. After instructing her golden retriever, Susie, Audrey paced around, seemingly worried. She too was uncertain if the ritual magic would result in anything odd. "Let's do this." Her eyes turned calm as she used her state as a bystander to view the imagined process. Soon, she came to a new arrangement. Audrey unlocked the door to her bedroom and said to Susie, "Susie, sit here. If Annie and the rest try to force their way in, immediately go to the bathroom to inform me." To prevent any accidents, her personal maidservant had the key to unlock her door. Susie looked at her mysteriously and wagged her tail 3 times. "Very good. I will let you choose anything you want for lunch today." Audrey pumped her fist gently. After telling Susie what to do, she entered the bathroom. The square bathtub was 3 to 4 meters on each side. There was clear water rippling gently in it with steam coming from it. It was quite a dreamy sight. Audrey tidied up a rectangular table with many bottles placed on it. Then, she went back out and moved candles, sacrificial items, and a white robe over. Immediately after that, she closed the bathroom door. With everything done, Audrey breathed a sigh of relief and picked up a clear light blue bottle beside the 4 candles. The cylindrical bottle shimmered dreamily under the light. In it was the essence oils she had distilled from a mixture yesterday. As a fan of magic, she had no lack of research regarding such items. She had many different kinds of pure dew, flower essence, perfume, essential oils, and incense that she brewed herself at home. As such, she had already finished the initial preparations according to the fool's instructions. Moon flowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose, what a strange mix, Audrey mumbled softly. Oh, one has to cleanse one's body and calm their mind before doing ritual magic. This is a form of respect to the divine, to the target. As she went through the entire process in her head, she placed the ritual's essential oil beside her bathtub. She reached out and began undressing what she wore at home. Pieces of her silk clothing fell into the laundry basket one after another. Audrey coiled up her hair into a bun and tested the water's temperature with her hand. Then, she carefully stepped into the bathtub, allowing her body to slowly sink into the water's warm embrace. Phew, she exhaled comfortably, finding herself warm all over. She felt abnormally relaxed. I don't even want to move a single finger. Audrey forcefully pumped herself up as she grabbed the clear light blue bottle beside her and dripped a few drops into the water. A wave of fragrance spread out, filling the silence with a refreshing smell. Audrey breathed in a few times and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It smells really good. How relaxing. How comfortable. I don't want to move at all. All I wish is to lie here in silence, in silence, silence. After losing track of time, Audrey suddenly heard barking. She opened her eyes in shock, looking to her sides in a daze. She had no idea when Susie had opened the door and entered. She was squatting outside the bathtub, looking at her with an exasperated look. As she rubbed the corners of her eyes, Audrey felt that the water had cooled down quite a bit. I fell asleep, she subconsciously asked herself. Susie looked at her without barking or wagging her tail. Haha, the effects of that bottle of ritual essential oil sure is great. Yeah, really great. Audrey chuckled dryly as she explained with a cheerful tone. She stood up, retrieved a towel, and as she wrapped and wiped her body, said to the golden retriever beside her, Susie, continue keeping watch. Do not let Annie and the rest enter. Only when the golden retriever left did she secretly stick out her tongue. She threw her towel aside and wore a clean white robe. After closing the door to the bathroom, Audrey remembered the ritual she had memorized. She picked up 4 candles and placed them on the 4 corners of the table. A loaf of white bread at the top left corner, a bowl of Fainapotter noodles at the top right corner. Smells great, but it's a little cold. No, it's not time to think of this. Paella at the bottom left corner and daisy pie at the bottom right. Audrey set up the altar according to the fool's description seriously, shaking her head twice during the process. After she was done with the preparation, she left her 4 candles lit. She picked up a silver knife and stabbed it into a pile of coarse salt. After saying the sacred incantation in Hermes, Audrey raised the knife with beautiful patterns and placed it into a cup filled with clear water. After focusing her mind, she pulled out the silver, sacred blade, thinking about her spirit to spew out and spread from her blade. Invisible energy spewed out as Audrey held the knife and circled the altar once. When she felt that a spirit wall was fully built around her, she got rid of all the dirt and distractions outside. Staying in her spectator state, she prevented her excitement and joy from affecting the ritual. She put down the silver knife and picked up the tiny light blue crystalline bottle and dripped a drop on each candle. Sizzle. A faint fragrance came out as Audrey's body, heart, and soul seemed to become calm. She took a breath as she lowered her head in respect and began chanting the incantation in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who brings good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. Moon flower, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please give your powers to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb that belongs to the sun, please give your powers to my incantation. Right after Audrey chanted the incantation and hoped to think about the contents of her plea, she felt there was a stir within the spirit wall. She saw a dark red star swirling on the back of her hand. Her heart leapt as she quickly closed her eyes and calmed her heart to plead sincerely. When everything was over, she looked around in amazement, but didn't find anything odd. Is that all? Audrey knitted her eyebrows slightly as she whispered. The king of yellow and black who brings good luck, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. In the Blue Avenger's captain cabin, Alger Wilson in his windstorm robe was silently reciting the 3 lines of description he had heard in the afternoon. He seemed to be trying to find clues to the person's identity through it. He shook his head and stood up in a clearly annoyed manner, but ultimately didn't do anything. Alger was not at ease inside the Blue Avenger, an ancient ship that was a relic from the Tudor dynasty. Although he was already in control of the ship, he had a gut feeling that there were still many hidden secrets, just like the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he planned on using the ship to test the fool's powers but didn't wish to attempt the unknown ritual magic on the ship. Alger thought for a few minutes before leaving the captain's cabin and went on deck. He said to the few sailors, "We will be reaching the Rorstad archipelago soon. We will be anchoring there for a day." The sailors immediately cheered as they shouted in unison, "Thank you, Your Grace." As the ghost ship didn't need sailors, there were very few sailors on board. There was no need to worry about their supplies, being able to enjoy fresh food and clean water. However, day after day of traveling at sea and the nearly unending sights exhausted them both physically and mentally. It felt like they were always held back and putting up with something until they lost control. As for the Rorstad archipelago, it was a famous colony on the Sonia Sea. Their business was booming, and they had all kinds of industries. "I simply can't wait." A crew member shook his hips and laughed a meaningful laugh that all men would understand. On the public carriage toward Zuiderland Street, Kevin, who was reading the newspapers lazily, suddenly jumped. He seemed to hear an ethereal voice calling out to him. Shapeless whispers echoed in his mind as his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. The contents of the calling that couldn't be heard left as fast as it came. In just 10 seconds, it was gone. Kevin pinched his forehead and resisted the throbbing pain deep in his brain. Is this the whispers of unknown beings that Mr. Henderson mentioned? A result of having an enhanced spiritual perception? Thoughts flashed through Kevin's mind as he suddenly saw 4 black dots appear on the back of his right hand. They were like tiny inconspicuous moles. The 4 black dots that came from the luck-enhancing ritual quickly sank, faded, and vanished. Kevin looked at it in surprise and had an additional guess about what had just happened. Justice or the hangman has attempted the ritual magic I gave them. Was my train of thought right? Those 3 descriptions have precisely pointed toward me through the mysterious space above the gray fog. But I'm far from powerful enough. I can't hear the contents of their requests. I wonder if the information is stored above the gray fog. Yes, I should confirm it by entering tonight. Kevin felt a little troubled and agitated. He quickly raised his newspaper and hid his face, preventing anyone from seeing the changes to his expression. Soon, he arrived at Zuiderland Street and entered the Blackthorn Security Company. Before he could greet Roseanne, Kevin saw Captain Dunn Smith walk out. He held a piece of paper with a portrait on it. "Take a look at this internal arrest warrant. A very cruel and vicious Beander has entered Tingen." Dressed in his black windbreaker, the hatless Dunn swept his gaze over and handed the piece of paper as he passed. Kevin received it and the first thing that entered his vision was a portrait sketch. The sketch was of a boy with a round face. He looked friendly with a tiny hint of shyness and was fairly young, probably about 18 or 19 years old. Triss, a suspected Beander. The first guess is that he's a level 8 instigator and we are not ruling out the possibility that the Theosophy Order is behind it. The person responsible for the massacre of the Alfalfa, according to a witness's testimony, he came to Tingen after leaving Enmat Harbor. His current whereabouts are unknown. Triss, Alfalfa, it's actually a crime committed by a Beander. Kevin suddenly remembered the dream interpretation from yesterday afternoon and Joyce Meyer's description. He immediately said, "Captain, I know one of the witnesses. He might very well be an important witness." "I know. Joyce Meyer. My help was requested by the machinery hivemind last night. I saw you in Joyce's dream. Many details have led to the confirmation that the Alfalfa tragedy was a result of Triss." Dunn's gray eyes looked calm as he chuckled. "How uninteresting. Captain, thankfully it was my day off yesterday and not me acting as seer during work hours," Kevin joked to himself. He barely missed the horror of being caught slacking by his direct superior. He asked instead, which Beander path is instigator? What kind of organization is the Theosophy Order? Was instigating others to kill each other the method Triss used to get rid of the side effects of the potion, or was it a requirement needed to advance? Dunn thought for a few seconds and said, coincidentally, it's about time for you to learn the relevant information regarding Beyonders and the mysterious organizations. You shouldn't be ordered by Mr. Henderson to keep reading the historical documents all the time. Captain, wasn't the reason for recruiting me to be your history expert? Kevin didn't dare point out the problem as he nodded seriously. All right. Chapter 63, Dream Interpretation. Kevin walked a few steps forward and saw the client. He was dressed in a formal black suit and a top hat. He held a gold-inlaid wooden cane and his short blonde hair flared from the sides. His nose was hooked like a hawk's beak. Anna's fiancé, the Joyce Meyer that went through a terrifying ordeal. Kevin, who had seen him in his dream divination, immediately greeted him with a smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Joyce took off his hat and bowed in greeting. Thank you for the advice you gave Anna. She can't stop talking about how amazing you are. Kevin laughed and said, I didn't change a thing. You should be thanking yourself. Without your determination and your hope for a better tomorrow, you wouldn't have been able to overcome such a hardship. After the exchange of pleasantries, Kevin couldn't help but make a joke to himself. Does this count as mutual professional sucking up? In all honesty, I still find my coming back alive a dream. I still can't believe that I survived wave after wave of terrifying hardships. Joyce shook his head sadly. Without waiting for Kevin's reply, he asked curiously, You knew who I was the moment you saw me. Was that because of my unique nose, or because you divined that I would visit you? I had your detailed information. That is enough for a seer, Kevin answered vaguely, acting like a charlatan would. Joyce was indeed stunned. More than 10 seconds later, he forced a smile. Mr. Moretti, I wish to ask for a divination from you. The moment he finished his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Mr. Klein Moretti had called himself a seer, not a fortune teller. A seer. All right, let us head to Topaz. Kevin gestured. At that moment, he felt as though he should have worn a long black robe. He tried to keep his words to a minimum to emphasize the mystery of a seer. Joyce Meyer locked the door behind him after entering the divination room. While he looked around, Kevin used the opportunity to tap his forehead twice and activated his spirit vision. Joyce sat down and set his cane down beside him. He pulled on his black bow tie and said hoarsely, Mr. Moretti, I wish for you to interpret my dream. Dream interpretation. Kevin acted as though it was what he expected, but was just asking for confirmation. He saw that the colors representing Joyce's health were dull, but none of them meant an upcoming illness. The colors symbolizing his emotions were mostly blue, and its darkness showed that he was obviously high-strung. Joyce nodded seriously. I have had the same horrible dream every night ever since the Alfalfa arrived at Enmat Harbor. I know that this could be related to the trauma of the ordeal and that I should go see a psychiatrist, but I suspect that this is no ordinary dream. A normal dream would definitely have some details that are different even if they happen every night, but this dream is, at the very least, constant in the parts which I can recall. To a seer, these kinds of dreams are seen as messages given by the divine, Kevin said, half comforting and half explaining. Can you describe the dream to me? Joyce clenched his fists. He thought deeply for a moment before saying, I dreamed that I was falling from the Alfalfa into the ocean. The ocean was dark red, as if it was filled with rotting blood. As I fell, I was grabbed by a person on the boat. I couldn't identify him, but I know that he was very strong. And I was also holding onto a person in an attempt to save him from falling into the sea. I know that person. He was a passenger of the Alfalfa, Eunice Kim. Because of his weight and his struggling, I couldn't bear the weight and could only let go and watch him get swallowed by the sea of blood. At that moment, the person above me also let go. I flailed my arms, hoping to grab onto something, but there was nothing. I could only fall quickly. Then I wake up in horror, sweat covering my back and forehead. Kevin held his forehead and gently tapped it as though he was thinking. He then organized his words and said, Mr. Meyer, nightmares, similar nightmares, and repeated nightmares, these are all psychological problems and have a corresponding source. The same nightmare happening again and again is a reminder from your spirit. It is also a message given to you by the divine. After seeing Joyce looking confused, he explained, Don't have any doubt, an ordinary person's spirit is also capable of giving reminders. I don't know what exactly happened on the Alfalfa, but I can see that it was a tragedy of blood and steel. It has left a deep trauma in you. Seeing Joyce nod slightly, Kevin continued, you must have been very horrified, very fearful on the ship. It is easy for a person to lose their observation skills when overwhelmed by such intense emotions, so you miss signs that you shouldn't have missed. This doesn't mean that you haven't seen those signs, but you have disregarded them, do you understand? Disregarded. In your subconscious, in your spirit, the details that you have missed are present all the same. If the thing that the detail is pointing toward is important enough, then your spirit will remind you in the form of a dream. Before, I had a similar case of disregarding a feeling, only to later realize that the diary was with Ray Bieber, but I was more sensitive and had a stronger spirit. I was also more knowledgeable about mysticism and thus could make a deduction more quickly. Kevin paused for a few seconds and looked into Joyce Meyer's eyes. Did Mr. Eunice Kim, who you let fall into the sea of blood, ask you for something on the boat, but was ultimately unable to escape his fate? Joyce moved his body unnaturally. He opened his mouth several times before answering, yes, but I don't feel sorry for him. Maybe a few days or a week from now, you will see in the newspapers how cruel and evil he was. He raped and murdered at least 3 ladies and tossed a baby into the raging sea. He also led a bunch of crazed people who had lost their minds and brutally killed the passengers and crew of the boat. He was scheming, strong, and evil. I didn't dare, nor could I stop him. I would only have lost my life. I am not doubting what you did, Kevin said, making his position clear. Then he explained, but your dream is telling me that you are feeling regret and sorrow. You believe that you shouldn't have let go back then. Since you believe that killing him was an act of justice, then why are you feeling regret and sorrow for it, so much so that you have repeated dreams about you letting go? I don't know either. Joyce shook his head, confused. Kevin crossed his hands and placed it under his chin. He tried to analyze the situation. Based on what I just described, it seems you have missed certain details. For instance, anything that Eunice Kim said, his plea, the way he acted, and so on. I can't remember the incident for you, so please think about it carefully. There's nothing. All he could say back then was, spare me, I surrender, Joyce muttered in confusion. Kevin didn't know exactly what happened, so he could only guide him based on what he understood from the dream. Maybe you felt that Eunice Kim was more useful alive, that he could prove something or to explain something. Joyce knitted his eyebrows. It was a while before he said, perhaps. I still find the conflict that happened on the Alfalfa happened too suddenly and turned violent too quickly. It was as if the passive evil in everyone's heart just exploded uncontrollably. It was too strange, very strange. Maybe I wished to ask Eunice Kim why he acted as though he was possessed by the devil in the first place. Kevin suddenly had an idea after hearing Joyce's dreamy description. He spoke mysteriously with a tone unique to a charlatan's. No, that's not the only reason. What? Joyce seemed shocked. Kevin crossed his hands and held his chin up. He stared straight into Joyce's eyes and said with a slow, yet forceful tone, not only did you find the matter strange, but you also saw some things that you disregarded. And putting together these things that you disregarded results in a terrifying conclusion. Your spirit is telling you that there is someone who should be the most suspicious. And that person is the one who had grabbed you but ultimately let go in the dream. You don't suspect him subconsciously, and so you are unable to identify him. He is your partner. He once had control over your fate, or maybe, even saved you before. Joyce leaned back suddenly, slamming into the back of the chair with a dull thud. His forehead slowly became laced with sweat, his eyes filled with confusion. I see it. Joyce suddenly stood up loudly, causing his chair to wobble and nearly fall. Mr. Triss, he used all the energy in him to say the name. He was a friendly and shy little boy with a round face. He was the hero that saved the survivors. Kevin didn't interrupt Joyce's thoughts. He leaned back slightly and waited. Joyce's expression changed several times, finally returning to normal, a normal that had a little paleness. He showed a sad smile. I understand now. Thank you for interpreting my dream. Maybe it is time for me to make a trip to the police station. He took out his leather wallet and fished out a 1 soldi note. I don't think that money can fully represent your worth, and I can only give you the price you asked for. This is for you. Joyce pushed the note toward Kevin. I wouldn't have minded if you gave me 10 pounds, one solely. You sure are like your fiancé. Kevin kept up his mysterious vibe as a charlatan and said nothing, smiling as he pressed on the note. Joyce took a deep breath, wore his hat, and turned to walk toward the door. As he was unlocking the door, he suddenly turned back and said with sincerity, "Thank you, Master Moretti." Master. Kevin laughed to himself. He watched as Joyce left the divination room and said silently to himself, "Whatever happened on the Alfalfa seems extraordinary. If only the captain was here. He would be able to understand everything that happened in Joyce Mayer's dreams." Tuesday at dawn. Backland, Empress Borough. Audrey, who woke up earlier, waved her golden retriever Susie over. She said with a serious tone, "Susie, you are also a Beander now. We are the same kind." "Ew, no, what I mean is that we have to help each other. Guard the door later and don't let anyone bother me. I have to conduct a ritual." Susie looked at her mistress and wagged her tail in exasperation. Chapter 64, Instigator. After instructing her golden retriever, Susie, Audrey paced around, seemingly worried. She too was uncertain if the ritual magic would result in anything odd. "Let's do this." Her eyes turned calm as she used her state as a bystander to view the imagined process. Soon, she came to a new arrangement. Audrey unlocked the door to her bedroom and said to Susie, "Susie, sit here. If Annie and the rest try to force their way in, immediately go to the bathroom to inform me." To prevent any accidents, her personal maidservant had the key to unlock her door. Susie looked at her mysteriously and wagged her tail 3 times. "Very good. I will let you choose anything you want for lunch today." Audrey pumped her fist gently. After telling Susie what to do, she entered the bathroom. The square bathtub was 3 to 4 meters on each side. There was clear water rippling gently in it with steam coming from it. It was quite a dreamy sight. Audrey tidied up a rectangular table with many bottles placed on it. Then, she went back out and moved candles, sacrificial items, and a white robe over. Immediately after that, she closed the bathroom door. With everything done, Audrey breathed a sigh of relief and picked up a clear light blue bottle beside the 4 candles. The cylindrical bottle shimmered dreamily under the light. In it was the essence oils she had distilled from a mixture yesterday. As a fan of magic, she had no lack of research regarding such items. She had many different kinds of pure dew, flower essence, perfume, essential oils, and incense that she brewed herself at home. As such, she had already finished the initial preparations according to the fool's instructions. Moon flowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose, what a strange mix, Audrey mumbled softly. Oh, one has to cleanse one's body and calm their mind before doing ritual magic. This is a form of respect to the divine, to the target. As she went through the entire process in her head, she placed the ritual's essential oil beside her bathtub. She reached out and began undressing what she wore at home. Pieces of her silk clothing fell into the laundry basket one after another. Audrey coiled up her hair into a bun and tested the water's temperature with her hand. Then, she carefully stepped into the bathtub, allowing her body to slowly sink into the water's warm embrace. Phew, she exhaled comfortably, finding herself warm all over. She felt abnormally relaxed. "I don't even want to move a single finger." Audrey forcefully pumped herself up as she grabbed the clear light blue bottle beside her and dripped a few drops into the water. A wave of fragrance spread out, filling the silence with a refreshing smell. Audrey breathed in a few times and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. It smells really good. How relaxing. How comfortable. I don't want to move at all. All I wish is to lie here in silence, in silence, silence." After losing track of time, Audrey suddenly heard barking. She opened her eyes in shock, looking to her sides in a daze. She had no idea when Susie had opened the door and entered. She was squatting outside the bathtub, looking at her with an exasperated look. As she rubbed the corners of her eyes, Audrey felt that the water had cooled down quite a bit. I fell asleep, she subconsciously asked herself. Susie looked at her without barking or wagging her tail. "Haha, the effects of that bottle of ritual essential oil sure is great." "Yeah, really great," Audrey chuckled dryly as she explained with a cheerful tone. She stood up, retrieved a towel, and as she wrapped and wiped her body, said to the golden retriever beside her, "Susie, continue keeping watch. Do not let Annie and the rest enter." Only when the golden retriever left did she secretly stick out her tongue. She threw her towel aside and wore a clean white robe. After closing the door to the bathroom, Audrey remembered the ritual she had memorized. She picked up 4 candles and placed them on the 4 corners of the table. A loaf of white bread at the top left corner, a bowl of phenopotter noodles at the top right corner. Smells great, but it's a little cold. No. It's not time to think of this. Paella at the bottom left corner and daisy pie at the bottom right. Audrey set up the altar according to the fool's description seriously, shaking her head twice during the process. After she was done with the preparation, she left her 4 candles lit. She picked up a silver knife and stabbed it into a pile of coarse salt. After saying the sacred incantation in Hermes, Audrey raised the knife with beautiful patterns and placed it into a cup filled with clear water. After focusing her mind, she pulled out the silver, sacred blade, thinking about her spirit to spew out and spread from her blade. Invisible energy spewed out as Audrey held the knife and circled the altar once. When she felt that a spirit wall was fully built around her, she got rid of all the dirt and distractions outside. Staying in her spectator state, she prevented her excitement and joy from affecting the ritual. She put down the silver knife and picked up the tiny light blue crystalline bottle and dripped a drop on each candle. Sizzle. A faint fragrance came out as Audrey's body, heart, and soul seemed to become calm. She took a breath as she lowered her head in respect and began chanting the incantation in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who brings good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. Moon flower, an herb that belongs to the red moon. Please give your powers to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb that belongs to the sun. Please give your powers to my incantation. Right after Audrey chanted the incantation and hoped to think about the contents of her plea, she felt there was a stir within the spirit wall. She saw a dark red star swirling on the back of her hand. Her heart leapt as she quickly closed her eyes and calmed her heart to plead sincerely. When everything was over, she looked around in amazement, but didn't find anything odd. Is that all? Audrey knitted her eyebrows slightly as she whispered. The king of yellow and black who brings good luck, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. In the Blue Avenger's captain cabin, Alger Wilson in his windstorm robe was silently reciting the 3 lines of description he had heard in the afternoon. He seemed to be trying to find clues to the person's identity through it. He shook his head and stood up in a clearly annoyed manner, but ultimately didn't do anything. Alger was not at ease inside the Blue Avenger, an ancient ship that was a relic from the Tudor dynasty. Although he was already in control of the ship, he had a gut feeling that there were still many hidden secrets, just like the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he planned on using the ship to test the fool's powers but didn't wish to attempt the unknown ritual magic on the ship. Alger thought for a few minutes before leaving the captain's cabin and went on deck. He said to the few sailors, "We will be reaching the Rorstad archipelago soon. We will be anchoring there for a day." The sailors immediately cheered as they shouted in unison, "Thank you, Your Grace." As the ghost ship didn't need sailors, there were very few sailors on board. There was no need to worry about their supplies, being able to enjoy fresh food and clean water. However, day after day of traveling at sea and the nearly unending sights exhausted them both physically and mentally. It felt like they were always held back and putting up with something until they lost control. As for the Rorstad archipelago, it was a famous colony on the Sonia Sea. Their business was booming, and they had all kinds of industries. "I simply can't wait." A crew member shook his hips and laughed a meaningful laugh that all men would understand. On the public carriage toward Zutaland Street, Kevin, who was reading the newspapers lazily, suddenly jumped. He seemed to hear an ethereal voice calling out to him. Shapeless whispers echoed in his mind as his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. The contents of the calling that couldn't be heard left as fast as it came. In just 10 seconds, it was gone. Kevin pinched his forehead and resisted the throbbing pain deep in his brain. Is this the whispers of unknown beings that Mr. Henderson mentioned? A result of having an enhanced spiritual perception? Thoughts flashed through Kevin's mind as he suddenly saw 4 black dots appear on the back of his right hand. They were like tiny inconspicuous moles. The 4 black dots that came from the luck-enhancing ritual quickly sank, faded, and vanished. Kevin looked at it in surprise and had an additional guess about what had just happened. Justice or the hangman has attempted the ritual magic I gave them. Was my train of thought right? Those 3 descriptions have precisely pointed toward me through the mysterious space above the gray fog. But I'm far from powerful enough. I can't hear the contents of their requests. I wonder if the information is stored above the gray fog. Yes, I should confirm it by entering tonight. Kevin felt a little troubled and agitated. He quickly raised his newspaper and hid his face, preventing anyone from seeing the changes to his expression. Soon, he arrived at Zutaland Street and entered the Blackthorn Security Company. Before he could greet Roseanne, Kevin saw Captain Dunn Smith walk out. He held a piece of paper with a portrait on it. Take a look at this internal arrest warrant. A very cruel and vicious Beander has entered Tingen. Dressed in his black windbreaker, the hatless Dunn swept his gaze over and handed the piece of paper as he passed. Kevin received it and the first thing that entered his vision was a portrait sketch. The sketch was of a boy with a round face. He looked friendly with a tiny hint of shyness and was fairly young, probably about 8. 2808, 3:44 p.m., Rohit Brew, Chapter 65, Beander Information. With a document signed by Dunn, Kevin went underground and turned into the armory. Dunn is right. It's time you understand the different Beanders and the various secret organizations. Dressed in a black classic robe, Mr. Henderson read the note without finding it surprising. Instead, he supported the captain's decision. He then added immediately with a smile, "After all, you will be heading to the underground market with me tomorrow night." Tomorrow night. Kevin did not hide his pleasant surprise as he asked to confirm. Mr. Henderson nodded and said with a sigh, "I'm a person who can't sleep when in debt. I always wish to settle them as soon as I can. You didn't seem to act so before. You left it to the last moment before using ritual magic to solve the problem, so, I'm not the only one suffering from procrastination. Wait, is there a need to say, afraid to spend away the money to repay a loan?" Kevin didn't call out Mr. Henderson and instead urged, "Mr. Henderson, I'll be troubling you to get the corresponding information from Shani's Gate." There were mostly archaeological and historical documents in the armory. There were documents involving Beanders and mysterious organizations, but few in number. Furthermore, they were mostly basic knowledge. Mr. Henderson slowly took a sip from his hand-ground coffee and smacked his lips. He then walked out of the armory with the signed and stamped document. Kevin watched the place for him. About 10 minutes later, Mr. Henderson returned with a huge stack of documents. "They can only be read in here. They are not to be taken out," he warned as he placed the information on the desk. "All right." Kevin gave a firm nod. He held out his hands and quickly flipped through the pages and did a general read-through. Very detailed, as expected of the Night Owls' internal documents, as expected of a church with 4,000 years of history or even more, Kevin sighed to himself as he glanced through the documents. Not only did the documents introduce the various secret organizations, it also listed many of the Beander paths. It was very complete. Some of them only wrote the potion name of the corresponding Beander level while others only described the Beander abilities of the corresponding Beander level. Some were completely missing and left blank. While holding back his excitement, Kevin found the Beander path that led from Seer. He ruffled through the pages and soon found a familiar word. Then, his happy expression quickly froze because there was no corresponding potion name, Beander levels 7 and 8, after Seer. Thankfully, the abilities of the 2 following Beander levels are present. Kevin silently exhaled as he calmed his mind and read the description seriously. Level 8. Potion name unknown. The corresponding Beander is good at fighting with tricks and is very crafty. Good at fighting with tricks. This is the next advancement of Seer. Why does it feel strange? I'm not a hunter. Am I going to become a close combat mage? What does crafty mean? Is my intelligence enhanced, making me good at fooling the enemy? Kevin was stunned. He even suspected that the Night Owls' information was wrong. There were corresponding case studies added, but he could not find a reasonable explanation despite reading it repeatedly. He looked lower as the description of level 7 entered his eyes. Potion name unknown. The corresponding Beander is good at many spells that can be quickly cast. Combines one's body skills and supernatural powers as one. That's more like it. This is what an advancement of a seer should sound like. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing the case studies of level 7, he cast his eyes to the overall description of the path. This Beyonder path was first established by the Solomon Empire's Zeratul family. During the conflicts of the Fourth Age, the family was not fully destroyed. The family's name was occasionally heard in the history of the Fifth Age. It is suspected to be connected to the ancient organization, the Secret Order. Zeratul. After seeing this name, Kevin's eyes tightened. He had just seen this name appear in the remaining diary pages of Emperor Russell yesterday afternoon. Russell's acting came from a reminder by the mysterious figure known as Zeratul. Because of that mysterious Zeratul, Emperor Russell regretted not choosing seer. Therefore, I was indirectly influenced, turning me into a seer. It makes acting return to the embrace of the seer. It feels like it was all destined. Kevin knitted his eyebrows and felt that things were somewhat different. Just from the logical chain, he did not feel that there was anything wrong in any aspect. However, in the domain of magic, destiny often brought things to life and involved new problems. In addition, transmigrating is quite a baffling matter. It's just confusing, and the guy I've possessed tried to commit suicide because of the lost notebook of the Secret Order. Kevin thought for quite a while and had many guesses, but lacked the information needed to prove them. After repeatedly reading the information, he finally held back his ideas and read the other records. He first found the Sailor Path and discovered that it indeed belonged to the Lord of Storms. For an old opponent that they haven't faced for perhaps more than 2,000 to 3,000 years, the Night Owl's internal records were rather detailed. Level 8. Folk of Rage. Ancient name. Guardian of the Windstorm. The corresponding Beyonder can release several strikes that are more powerful than normal when enraged. Their strength and speed are greatly enhanced. Facing them is like facing a storm. Level 7. Seafarer. Ancient name. Windstorm Priest. The corresponding Beyonder is also a scholar of astronomy and geography. They have an intuitive grasp of magnetic fields, ocean currents, wind direction, and clouds. A boat with a seafarer will never get lost at sea. They are even more loved by the oceans and gain improvements in every aspect at sea. They are friends of water. They can act freely underwater for more than half an hour. They can cast a limited number of water-related spells. Some are a result of their own abilities and some are a gift from the Lord of Storms. For example, a level 7 seafarer is very powerful. Kevin nodded while in deep thought. He suspected that the hangman was a guardian of the windstorm, if not a seafarer. From how he has recently advanced, it was more likely he was the latter. This also indicated in a way that the hangman was either a member of the mandated Punisher or a pirate who had been secretly taken in by the Church of the Lord of Storms. Impressive. Impressive. Kevin flipped back a few pages and found the advancement of Spectator. He discovered that the description was identical to what the hangman had said. Level 9 Spectator was like a seer. They lacked direct combat methods and could only observe a target to get information, figuring out the true thoughts of the target. By doing so, they could provide subtle influences and guidance to cause situations to develop in a way they wished. Level 8 Telepath was the advancement of Spectator. Their observation was not only limited to small details, but deeper into one's aura, ether body, or other mysterious areas. The combination of the two allowed a telepath to precisely understand a person's thoughts as though they could read their minds. In front of them, it was difficult to have any secrets. Level 7 Psychiatrist, which was also known as Psyche-Analyst, had further enhancements above the Level 8 foundations. They could begin directly influencing a target. For instance, they could treat a target's crazy problems or, on the other hand, cause them to turn crazy and lose their reason. A Beyonder that is very difficult to be noticed. After reading the description, Kevin made a logical judgment. After understanding the relevant information concerning the gathering members, he flipped to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. This was because Emperor Russell had chosen their Savon path. Level 9. Savon. The corresponding Beyonder believes that knowledge is power. They have a rough understanding of the supernatural, but are more knowledgeable about aqua regia, nitroglycerin, and complicated bolts and gears. They seem to know everything. It is no wonder that Emperor Russell said that this potion suited him perfectly, allowing him to use his advantage to the fullest. Kevin understood completely as he shifted his eyes down. After several case studies, the corresponding Level 8 finally appeared in Kevin's vision. Archaeologist. They have a good deal of knowledge about history and outdoor survival, as well as forbidden knowledge about ruins. They have a strong enough body and ability to face everything. Level 7. Appraiser. They can intuitively understand the powers and problems of most extraordinary items, and can use them while keeping danger at its lowest. As Kevin's security clearance was not enough, he only had access to Meander paths up to 7. It left him a little frustrated, but there was no other way around it. He only wished that Backlund would quickly send over the sealed artifact 2049 to determine if Ray Bieber was a descendant of the Antigonus family. That way, he would have a chance of becoming a formal member and getting a higher security clearance. Getting a hold of himself, Kevin read the material seriously from cover to cover. He knew that the levels following Corpse Collector were Gravedigger and Spirit Medium. He also knew that there was no information about the level 8 of the Mystery Prior Path. Not only was there no name for the potion, but even the description had been left blank. There was a name for level 7 of that path, Warlock. Sounds impressive. Kevin slowly flipped the page and saw Apprentice and Marauder, which Emperor Russell had lingering thoughts for. Their records only reached level 8 and nothing more. Level 9. Apprentice. Their abilities are rather strange. It can only be confirmed that this is the beginning path of a mage. They are rarely trapped and very difficult to be stopped. They often are able to escape and pass through obstacles every time. Level 8. Trickster. They use all kinds of strange but powerless spells. Level 9. Marauder. Difficult to separate these Beyonders from ordinary criminals or thieves. Maybe the means available to them are more impressive, but their goal of stealing riches is not for enjoyment or survival. It's more like answering a calling. Level 8. Sequencers. We have also discovered traces of Beyonders in fraud investigations. They gain enjoyment from conning people. Gain enjoyment from conning people. This is acting in a different form, isn't it? If I had the choice, I might have chosen Apprentice, Kevin silently said to himself. Suddenly, he discovered the corresponding Meander potion of the person responsible for the Alfalfa tragedy, Triss, Instigator. 2808, 3:48 p.m. Rohit Brew. Chapter 66, Demonist Sect. Level 8. Instigator. They are skilled at triggering the evil desires deep in people's hearts, causing contradictions and inciting conflict, thus resulting in bloody massacres. The description isn't detailed enough. From the looks of it, the Night Owls don't understand the capabilities of this potion well enough, but it does match the characteristics of the Alfalfa tragedy. Kevin looked up and read the corresponding level 9 for Instigator. Level 9. Assassin. Can transform their bodies in a short period of time and become light as a feather. They can also use vision equal to that of an eagle. Every assassin is skilled at hiding in the shadows. They have nimble steps and have the ability to release all their strength in one blow. After reading the description, Kevin was completely confused. Assassin. The advancement from assassin is Instigator. This advancement is just as strange as how a seer advances to a class that is good at fighting with tricks. Some Meander paths advance in a very ordinary way, such as Spectator. Yet, there are Meander paths that seem to go against intuition and logic. Well, that might not be completely true. Maybe I just haven't discovered some of the hidden common points. For instance, assassins and instigators can both bring disaster to others, but I can't figure out the advancement of Seer. Hey, could it be of the Gandalf lineage? After adding some supportive magic, the other skill points are dumped into strength and techniques. As Kevin mocked in a speechless manner, he silently shook his head. He flipped to the section about the secret organization, the Theosophy Order, that involved instigators. Theosophy Order, a secret organization that appeared in the Fifth Age, which is the early era of the current age. They believe that the mind is fundamental to a person, while the physical body is a cage that holds back the mind. The reason why humans do evil is a result of the physical body's influence. One has to use their spirit to get knowledge, allowing the mind to gradually free itself from the body. Then, through the trials of the stars, they will eventually be separated from the material world, returning to the purest and truest self, getting eternal redemption. Therefore, many extreme members of the Theosophy Order will make destroying the bodies of others their goal, which has led to many bloody massacres. It is obvious that they have two Meander paths. The first is the more common apprentice and trickster potions among their members. The other Meander path made up of assassin and instigator rarely appears, there is currently no evidence that indicates that the Theosophy Order has level 7 or higher potions. It is unknown how the Theosophy Order was established. Their possible origins can only be analyzed using the two meander paths. First, the apprentice and trickster levels easily remind people of the Abraham family of the trickster dynasty in the Fourth Age. The Tamara family, tied to the Abraham family through marriage for long periods of time, cannot be ruled out as well. Second, assassin and instigator point towards the demonist sect. The Abraham, Tamara, Antigonus and Zeradul families, the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor, the Tudor dynasty's Blood Emperor, the Truncest Empire, and the Jacob and Ammon families that the Hangman had mentioned. There are really lots of secrets buried in the history of the Fourth Age. There might be a lot of facts too. Kevin was shocked from what he read. He had a deep appreciation for how the history of the Fourth Age was clouded in fog. The outline he could see through the fog left him shaking involuntarily. It was as though he could imagine a thriving era of Beyonders, an age with blood and strangeness in a combined dance, or horror and distortion in a symphony. Kevin took a silent breath and flipped through the book, but did not discover any corresponding descriptions of the demonist sect. He looked up and saw Mr. Henderson struggling with some filter paper with his hand-ground coffee. He asked sincerely, "Mr. Henderson, what organization is the demonist sect? I can't find any introduction about them in the documents." Mr. Henderson was in no hurry to respond. After struggling with his coffee, he chuckled and said, "Your security clearance isn't high enough. Even with Dunn's permission, you would not be able to read the relevant information. It can also be said that a lot of the information is only available in the Holy Cathedral and isn't stored behind Tingan City's Chinese Gate. Maybe wait till the day you become a captain of the Night Owls. You would be sent to the Holy Cathedral for training and would then be able to access them. I don't understand much about the demonist sect. All I know is that they worship the primordial demonists. They believe that this secret being is the true inheritor of the Creator. She was born out of the chaos and was the earliest to be born from the Creator's body. She is also the ultimate ender that ends everything. Their meander paths are related to this because to get the favor of the primordial demonists and to approach this secret being, the higher-ups are all female. This is also why they are called the demonist sect. Anything else is not something a formal member like me will know. I've heard that the demonesses make it their mission to spread catastrophes. Spread catastrophes. This does match the hidden commonality of assassin and instigator, but this Mr. Triss's future seems bleak. The later potions seem to be more suited for females. Kevins nodded slightly before he continued reading the information. After he finished reading, he realized that the secret organizations were a lot more than he imagined. But on second thought, he found it very ordinary. After all, this world had so many years of history behind it. There was once an era when meander powers were extremely active. According to the provided information, Kevin categorized the secret organizations into three based on age. First were the ancient organizations born in the Fourth Age. They included but were not limited to the Moses Ascetic Order, Secret Order, and the Blood Sanctify sect, which were followers of the devil. However, the information only mentioned the demonist sect. The second was the secret organizations early in the Fifth Age, the present age. For instance, the Theosophy Order or the death-worshipping Numinous Episcopate. There is also the Life School of Thought, which uses a master-disciple heritage, and the Rose School of Thought, known among Beyonders for its bloody sacrifices. The third category were new organizations that appeared in the recent century or two. They include the Aurora Order, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, the Element Dawn, and the Psychology Alchemists, which Kevin learned about much earlier. Apart from them, there were other organizations that did not do anything major. Benson and Melissa must have never imagined that the world is so dangerous. It's not only limited to wars. Kevin shook his head with a wry smile. He stacked the classified documents neatly before pushing it to Mr. Henderson. Meanwhile, he added silently in his heart, "Please don't let my tarot club be on the list." Mr. Henderson never suspected that a leader of a secret organization was sitting across from him. He chuckled and took the documents and headed to Channy's Gate. Kevin sat there and wondered if he should divine the location of instigator Triss. But he abandoned the thought after less than 20 seconds. After all, he only had a vague idea of Triss's appearance and did not know if the name was real. If he could figure out his location with that, he would not be a seer, but a prophet. By the time Mr. Henderson returned, Kevin had straightened his thought processes and continued his review of magic studies to grasp even more forms of ritual magic. He spent the day studying and reviewing. He did not participate in the joint operation needed for capturing instigator Triss. He did hear that the delivery of sealed artifact 2049 from Backland had been delayed due to some reason or another. The actual time of arrival was still pending. As he had earned nearly 2 solely from yesterday's divination, Kevin spent 10 pence to buy a 2-liter barrel of Enmat beer for Benson on the way home. He also bought some lemon cakes fresh out of the oven for Melissa. "Kevin, I know you care for us deeply, but there's no need. There's no need to keep spending money on such matters," said Benson after he saw the tiny barrel of beer and thought about his words. Melissa stood beside him and nodded slightly. "This is probably how our consumer habits differ," Kevin sighed in amusement. "Benson, Melissa, don't worry. This was bought with my additional reimbursement. Yeah, I earn an additional 2 to 4 solely every week. I can't tell them that these are the earnings I got from doing divinations for others, right?" he added inwardly. "That job of yours is much better than I imagined." Benson was taken aback as he made an objective assessment. "That's right. I even learned divination from it," Kevin mused silently before turning toward the kitchen. Under the combined efforts of the trio of siblings, a delicious dinner was ready for eating. After having their fill, Kevin, Benson, and Melissa lay slumped in the living room. It took them quite a while before they got up to clean up, chat, and study. When Benson and Melissa fall asleep, I'll head above the gray fog to see the effects of the ritual. As Kevin reviewed his history textbooks, he shot a glance at his siblings. West Borough, Iron Cross Street, Lower Street. A 3-story apartment was dark. There were no street lamps or any additional light. Suddenly, a figure leapt out of a window from the 3rd floor. It landed gently on the ground like a feather without making so much as a sound. His body crouched and suddenly vanished as though he had blended into the shadows. All that could be seen was the outline of his body. As he traveled quickly, the figure arrived at the harbor. He headed for a corner without anything except for a pile of goods. He seriously observed for a moment, circling the area twice before leaving the darkness and entering the corner. One could see his round and friendly face. He was instigator Triss, who had single-handedly caused the tragedy of the Alfalfa. "How does it feel?" A mysterious figure wearing a black hooded robe walked out of the shadows. The hoarse voice obviously belonged to a woman. Triss revealed a friendly and satisfied smile. "Feels great. It was a scene I dreamed and longed for. I think I have properly completed the mission and have taken the necessary preparations for the advancement." The black-robed woman nodded slightly and said, "Very well. According to the promise, I'll hand you the level 7 formula and the 3 main ingredients. You will have to gather the rest by yourself." "No problem," Triss answered, seemingly prepared. The mysterious woman raised her hand and handed a book-like object to Triss. The book had an ancient and spotted bronze exterior cover with a strange star-shaped lock on its side. Triss knew that inside the book was the formula and ingredients. He instantly became thrilled. He tried hard to compose himself as he looked curiously at the potion's name on the bronze outer cover. "Witch," Triss exclaimed. He found it unbelievable that the word written in ancient Hermes was witch. "Witch. I'll advance to become a witch. What a joke." The mysterious woman covered her mouth and let out a laugh. It took her quite some time before she answered, "Weren't you always curious?" "Curious about why our higher-ups are all female, that is the answer." Chapter 67. Response. The crimson moon high in the sky hung silently in the darkness. It illuminated Tingen City, the city of universities, as it gradually fell silent. Kevin stood in front of his desk and looked through his bay windows to see the empty Daffodil Street. He heard the sound of carriages quickly galloping far away without causing a racket. He picked up his vine leaf-patterned silver pocket watch and snapped it open. He took a glance at it and drew the curtains, making the yellowish lights of the gas lamp reflect back into the bedroom. Kevin turned around at an adequate speed, locked his room, and switched off the gas valve. The room was immediately covered in darkness. Only a sliver of red moonlight came through the curtains. It gave rise to an atmosphere perfect for many late-night folk tales. Kevin took out the silver knife he had applied for. He imagined the spherical light and entered a half-concentrated state. He focused his mind according to his previous practice, allowing his spirit to spew out from the tip of his blade. Then, he allowed their motion to miraculously fuse with his surroundings, sealing off the room. He was doing it to prevent any abnormal stirrings that could wake Benson and Melissa. Following that, Kevin put down the knife and walked 4 steps in a counterclockwise manner. Every step was accompanied by the incantation from Earth. The unchanging roars and whispers overwhelmed him. With the same madness and pain inflicted on him, he did his best to control himself and withstood the most difficult and dangerous stage in his half-conscious state. The grayish-white fog was endless. The dark red stars were at varying distances from him. The towering divine palace stood erect like a dead giant. Nothing seemed to have changed. The silence and age that had built up over thousands of years swarmed him. No, there is a change, Kevin silently muttered to himself. His gaze locked onto a dark red star near him. That was the star symbolizing justice. The star's deep redness began to pulse. It did so with average strength, but did not stop. Kevin carefully spread out his spirit toward the deep redness. The moment the two made contact, he felt a hum in his head. He saw a blurry and distorted scene and heard the illusory but stacked voice of prayers. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who brings good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. The female voice echoed constantly in an on and off fashion. Kevin's mind turned more irritable and chaotic. It was like listening to someone upstairs pounding on the floor when he had just fallen asleep. He held back his emotions and used concentration to calm the urge. He carefully made out the blurry scene that appeared before him. It was a girl dressed in white robes. She had a head of beautiful golden hair. She was standing before 4 flickering flames, her head lowered as she kept chanting. From the distorted image, Kevin barely recognized her to be Miss Justice. At this point, he confirmed that the ritual incantation he had created could precisely point towards the gray fog, towards him. This gave him a huge sense of accomplishment, going from nothing to having something. I won't praise myself for being awesome. Kevin's mood turned for the better. He felt that the pleading voice that echoed in his ears like a buzzing fly was now acceptable. With a thought, he attempted to create a response in his mind, transferring it through the intricate connection to the dark red star. I'm aware. The gray layer emanated before him. A distorted and blurry figure stood in the deepest depths. The spot where his eyes ought to be swirled with deep redness as his voice echoed repeatedly in the vast and empty world. I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm aware. Audrey Hull was jolted awake suddenly. She sat up with her blanket wrapped around her as her mind was fully occupied with the scenes she saw in her dream. She knew very well that she had dreamed of the fool, the mysterious being that lived above the fog. Is this a response to my morning prayers? Audrey, who quickly entered her spectator state, calmed down and analyzed. Although she did not understand why the fool did not respond on the spot and only did so at night, she was still shocked that the ritual magic was effective with the few lines of incantation. In the past, she had prayed to the Evernight goddess, but had never received any response. Even if Mr. Fool was not a god, he is likely not far from being one. Audrey slowly breathed in before slowly breathing out. Since he was a powerful being that she had no means of resisting, she quickly threw aside her worries. She began considering what to do next. First, I have to completely digest the spectator potion. My acting is still pretty good. Second, I have to seek out the psychology alchemists. Third, I should try to get the telepath potion formula from Mr. Fool or clues regarding the psychology alchemists elsewhere. However, every godlike being should have a complete Beander path that belongs to them. They might not know the formulas of other Beander paths. A new Beander organization like the psychology alchemists might not be able to get Mr. Fool's attention. With the connection cut, Kevin sat at the bronze table's seat of honor in a rather good mood. He was completely covered in gray fog. He leaned back and clenched his fist to cover his mouth. He remembered and analyzed the process. At that moment, he was the only living being in the world of the gray fog. Apart from that, there was absolute silence. It seems I can only pass information over and am unable to use the powers in here. From the looks of it, my idea of manipulation would not work. Kevin kept prodding his mouth as he silently made a conclusion. He had originally planned on attempting to bind his body with the world of the gray fog in the same way if the incantation and ritual proved effective. As such, he could then use all the power of this mysterious space. If that happened, he could pray to himself, and through such a manipulative manner, he could go around the limitations, the mysteries, and the danger, allowing him to fully use the gray fog world. For example, he could first conduct a ritual and pray to himself for spells. Following that, he could come above the gray fog and answer his own request and give it. From the looks of it, I was being too idealistic. My understanding and control of the gray fog world has not reached that level. Kevin shook his head in a self-mocking manner and planned on leaving. At that moment, he saw the dark red star that represented the hangman begin to pulse. He heard an ethereal and formless voice spread out. I coincidentally happened upon the hangman's ritual. Kevin nodded in thought. He sat at the seat of honor of the long bronze table and extended his hand to tap on the star. His spirit spread as it touched the pulsing deep redness. He heard the hangman's heavy and repeated prayers along with a blurry scene. The hangman was draped in a pure black robe in the scene. He stood in front of 4 plumes of fire. The surrounding spirit had formed a wall, isolating him from any external influence. Kevin did not immediately respond. All he did was watch and listen silently. You are the king of yellow and black who brings good luck. I pray for your help. After the hangman finished his prayer, he waited for a while. Seeing that there was no response, he began taking apart the spirit wall, putting out the candles, and tidying up the altar. Finally, he swiped his extended hand as watery light spread out, making the altar table look brand new. Water-based spell, the gift of the storm. The hangman is indeed at least a seafarer. Kevin nodded slightly. Before the scene vanished, he responded using the method he imagined, transmitting it through the blob of dark redness. Alger Wilson was located in the Rorstad Archipelago's city of generosity. He had not gone with the sailors to the famous Red Cabaret. Instead, he stayed inside the hotel and sealed the door and windows shut to attempt the ritual the fool had described. After finishing the prayer he knew well, Alger waited patiently for a moment, but did not receive any response. It seems this attempt isn't too successful. Mr. Fool needs to change methods. He was both overjoyed, but also a little disappointed. After everything was done, Alger planned on going downstairs for a bottle of Langsky-proof alcohol that could help a folk of rage to unleash his powers. Mandated punishers of the Lord of Storms were rather fond of this sort of drink. Pulling open the door, Alger was about to walk out when his vision blurred. He saw gray fog billow in the corridor and a hazy human figure sitting in the deepest depths of the fog, as if on a high throne. I'm aware. The familiar deep voice echoed around Alger's ears, causing him to freeze where he stood as his head slightly throbbed in pain. Alger's eyes suddenly turned dark. He looked around but realized that nothing had changed. There was still the same squeaky floorboard, the same aged wall candle stands, and the same unclean corridor. I'm aware. The voice was still echoing by Alger's ears. His expression sank as he hit his chest lightly with his fist but did not say any words of respect to the Lord of Storms. After a long silence, Alger's expression was restored to normal, but his gaze seemed deeper. Kevin did not spend too much time above the gray fog. When all the remaining voices returned to normal, he enveloped himself in his spirit and plunged into the gray fog, falling into the material world. The lights before him flew by quickly, like the scenes of a movie played back at a speed tens of times faster than normal. After Kevin felt faint, he saw curtains that let crimson moonlight through along with the blurry outlines of the desk and bookshelf. He picked up the silver knife again and removed the spirit wall in the room. Then, a sudden gust of wind opened the door and went through the corridor. He was completely relieved when he saw that there were no stirrings from Benson's or Melissa's room. This luck-enhancing ritual is really essential for traveling. It's hidden and mystical, Kevin silently murmured and closed the door again, walking toward his bed. His mission tomorrow was to head to the underground markets for Beander items with Mr. Henderson. Chapter 68. Monster. At dusk, the setting sun cast long shadows of the carriages and horses. Having told Benson and Melissa that he was having dinner at the Blackthorn Security Company, Kevin headed to the harbor with Mr. Henderson on a public carriage. He was dressed in cheap formal attire, afraid that a conflict might break out in such a complicated location. If he damaged his tuxedo, which he took great care of, he would probably cry. When the sunlight appeared to turn fiery, the carriage stopped. Mr. Henderson, in his usual classic black robe and felt black hat with a rounded edge, ignored the stares of others and walked to the Evil Dragon bar ahead of them. Even though the bar was slightly far away and the heavy doors were tightly shut, Kevin still heard wave after wave of rapturous shouts. They appeared to be cheering on a hero. When he came close, he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head toward the warehouse opposite the bar. He saw a stocky man dressed in a uniform standing at a hidden corner on the rooftop. The man carried a huge grayish-white mechanical box and held a thick rifle in his hand. The grayish-white mechanical box was obviously connected to the same colored rifle via piping. Steam pressurized rifle, Kevin muttered in shock. He looked at Mr. Henderson and said, "This bar can actually get such weapons." That was a military-controlled item. Although it used extracted phlogiston, the size and weight of the steam backpack were still shocking, something only a true warrior of blood and iron could withstand. The rifle had an extremely high muzzle velocity and shocking destructive power too. Paired with a suitable scope, it was nearly equal to an inferior sniper rifle. What? Mr. Henderson squinted his eyes as he looked over, having a confused look too. Did something happen here? Something happened. Kevin looked around and discovered a few more men holding repeating rifles who were searching for something. What happened? Mr. Henderson approached the bar and asked the big man guarding its door outside. The big man obviously knew Mr. Henderson and smiled bitterly. The bar was nearly destroyed earlier. Apparently a wanted man was here trying to buy materials and was recognized. And this was what resulted from it. Oh Lord, what did he do, and how dangerous was he to receive such treatment? My legs went limp seeing all those firearms, limper than after spending an entire night with Ginger Sunny. He did not know the identity of the wanted man, much less know that the people who came to buy materials had Beyonders mixed in. Wanted man, do you know his name? Mr. Henderson asked in interest. I think it was Triss or something. The big man answered uncertainly. Instigator Triss. Kevin nodded in enlightenment, having understood what was happening. Triss did not know that Joyce Meyer had cast his suspicion on him. Therefore, he had sauntered right into the market to purchase materials without a second thought. He was likely recognized by an informant of either the machinery hivemind or the night owls, resulting in an intense clash. Was he caught? Kevin tapped his silver inlaid black cane. Based on the surrounding situation, likely not. The big man shook his head slightly and gestured with his chin to the rooftop of the warehouse opposite him. He rushed out before those terrifying guys arrived. Bloody hell, I've never seen a man run faster than he did. You haven't seen the true skills of an assassin, or you might be taken away to some unimaginable place for further re-education, Kevin thought. As the market still open, Mr. Henderson changed the subject and asked. It just restored operations, replied the big man firmly. That's great. Mr. Henderson quickened his pace and extended his right hand, pushing open the heavy door. Kevin followed closely in tow and walked in. He nearly fainted at the stuffiness and smell of alcohol that overwhelmed him. In the middle of Evil Dragon Bar was a boxing ring. Two half-naked men were in an intense fight and surrounding them were dozens of customers shouting and cheering on the side they supported with no lack of vulgar words. Mr. Henderson ignored them and led Kevin around the boxing ring and walked into a billiard room at the back. In the billiard room, there were two people holding cue sticks, having a casual conversation. When they saw Mr. Henderson enter, they instantly fell silent for a few seconds. After confirming the visitor's identity, they moved aside and let Mr. Henderson and Kevin pass through the secret door behind them. After passing through a few rooms, the sight before Kevin's eyes opened up. He saw a place that was about the size of a lecture hall from his previous life. Some vendors had set up roadside stalls with bottles and cans all over. Passers-by strolled through them, either scrutinizing their goods, chatting, or comparing prices. They have to give 5% of their profits to Swain. Ah, he is the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, former captain of a mandated Punisher squad and older than I am. He's someone who wishes to drink himself to his death, Mr. Henderson explained in a talkative manner. Kevin thought and gave an honest evaluation. A rather profitable business. After all, his only expense was providing the venue and protection. If any item catches your eye but you lack the money, you can borrow from Swain. But of course, he charges a very high interest. Mr. Henderson trailed off as he gritted his teeth. As expected, it's like running a casino, they would provide usury. Kevin held his walking stick and looked around as he asked curiously, Mr. Swain is a seafarer. The captain of a mandated Punisher squad was likely a level 7. No, he is only a folk of rage. Tingen is not a coastal city, so the Church of the Evernight Goddess is much more powerful than Lord of Storms here. Mr. Henderson scoffed. Actually, Swain had the chance of becoming a seafarer, but was afraid that he would lose control, so he chose to give up. Just as Kevin was about to ask if the boss of the bar had any experience of nearly losing control, he suddenly felt a strange phenomenon happen on his left. There appeared to be something hidden there, muttering and recounting. Kevin turned his head and saw a pale young man. He was wearing an old linen shirt and blue jeans that the working class normally wore. His eyes looked demoralized with a hint of craziness, and he was constantly mumbling. His spiritual perception is very high, or maybe, distorted. Kevin creased his eyebrows and muttered. It was the young man's spiritual perception that triggered his own spiritual perception. Generally speaking, spiritual perception sensing something causes some interaction. It was nearly impossible to hide it from others, but others referred to spirit mediums who had cast their abilities, as well as powerful figures with similar special traits. A Beander like Kevin would actually find it hard to detect, only detecting if one's spiritual perception reached a certain heightened level, or an abnormal distortion happened. They made eye contact and the pale young man with messy black hair walked towards him with an expression looking as though he was half sleepwalking and half insane. He stopped before Kevin and stared at him. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Ha ha, it's the smell of death, death, ah. Before he was done talking, he suddenly screamed tragically. His eyes shut tightly as liquid with the color of blood flowed out. Ah, darn it. The young man covered his eyes and hugged his head. He struggled on the ground and only calmed down after a while. He then lay there panting. During the entire process, not a single customer or stall vendor looked over. Kevin pressed down his top hat and looked at Mr. Henderson. Kevin's mouth was hanging open in shock, using his actions to demonstrate his shock and to request for advice. Don't mind him. He's a demisol, an orphan, nicknamed Monster. He was born with high spiritual perception, and he has always been able to see things that he shouldn't, hear voices that he shouldn't. Hence, he is always raving and often getting hurt. Mr. Henderson shook his head as he explained. He could tell that my body was once dead. Kevin knitted his eyebrows and lowered his voice as he asked in doubt, haven't the Night Owls, mandated Punishers, or the machinery hive mind ever thought of taking him in? No, we do not have the Beander potion that suits him, said Mr. Henderson with a sigh. Right, he was born with the starting point of half a Beander level. Kevin asked again curiously, what Beander path suits him? The level 9 that suits him is called Monster. His nickname came from there. It's a pity that only the Life School of Thought has control over the Beander path's beginning, Mr. Henderson replied softly. He tried to keep the conversation between him and Kevin from the people around them to avoid leaking information to mysticism fans. Life School of Thought. Kevin recalled the information he had previously read. The secret organization appeared in the beginning of the current age. Its actual origins were unknown, but it was mainly passed down via master and student. Their theories and beliefs were hardly known. Kevin only knew that they separated the world into 3 layers: the definite rational world, also known as the absolute truth world, the spirits world, and the material world. Rumor had it that the secret organization had once produced a soothsayer. Wasn't that a Beander path that corresponded to seer? Confusing, really confusing. Kevin shook his head and saw a demisol struggle to get up and then wander off to another corner. He reorganized his thoughts and followed behind Mr. Henderson. They walked past one stall after another. There were plants like moonflower, fingered citron, night vanilla, and mineral resources like silver, topaz, ruby and so on. It's really very well equipped. Kevin muttered softly. The mysticism fans of all ages and genders around him would be stopping, examining, or talking at times. It gave the area a bustling vibe. Walk around on your own. I am going to settle my bill. Mr. Henderson pointed at one of the 2 rooms at the end. All right. Kevin nodded without thought. He strolled with his black cane and came before a stall which sold homemade amulets. He took a careful look at it for a while. Just when Kevin prepared to speak with the seller, he suddenly heard someone asking the stall behind him, is this powder ground from cow teeth peonal? Cow teeth peonal, isn't that one of the supplementary ingredients of the spectator potion? Kevin thought, then turned around to look at the inquirer. Justice had repeated the formula for the potion several times, so Kevin had been left with a remarkably clear impression of the ingredients. Chapter 69. Protection Amulet. Kevin looked over and saw the person asking about the cow teeth peonal. The man was less than a yard away from him. He was wearing a black suit and a top hat of the same color. He had a cane decorated with silver in his hand and a pair of gold-framed glasses on his face. He had a refined manner. Yes, do you need it? This can here costs 3 soli. The owner of the stall was wearing a long black robe, one filled with mystical traits. The inquirer, whose sideburns were pale yellow, thought for a moment before saying, "Can it be cheaper? I still need to buy other ingredients too. For example, this bottle of white-edged sunflower petals." The stall owner considered for a few seconds before grudgingly replying, 2 soli and 6 pence. I don't think you can find a price cheaper than that. Kevin immediately felt that he was overthinking things after seeing how the man with glasses was buying ingredients other than the cow teeth peonal. However, he still tapped his forehead twice as an act of caution. He swept the man with his spirit vision. No problems. He looks very healthy. His emotions are all right too. Mister, you need to keep this up. Kevin retracted his gaze, turned around, and looked at the stall selling homemade amulets once again. The amulets were placed neatly before him. Some of them were made of pure silver, some with steel, others made from gold. But only a few of the amulets had a weak aura coming from them, some crimson, some pale white, some golden. This meant that some of them had weak traces of spirit and were definitely effective to a certain extent. Kevin looked at the amulets carefully and confirmed that the stall owner making the amulets had some foundation in mysticism. The stall owner did not make any mistakes matching the different energy sources to the different incantations. He was also extremely accurate at choosing the materials that corresponded to the different energy sources. Of course, a mere mysticism fan would definitely make some mistakes. Kevin noticed that the stall owner did not fully understand the incantations. One could not create an incantation simply by translating the content of the prayer into Hermes. The incantations had to follow a certain format that followed unique rules. The other problem was that the stall owner had made mistakes of varying degrees when he was choosing a suitable symbol for the energy sources. That explained why there were only 2 or 3 amulets releasing the faint light out of the dozens that were laid before him. As for how much of an effect the 2 to 3 amulets would have, Kevin could only say that it was better than nothing. An amulet that was truly equipped with obvious effects needed the craftsman to release his spirit from a blade while carving the incantations and symbols. If one wanted even better results, they would have to supplement it with ritual magic. And these 2 things were not something an ordinary person could achieve. Kevin tapped his forehead twice, then pointed at the upper left corner of the stall with his black cane. How much for these 2? He did not ask about the amulets that had a basic colored aura, but half-completed items. Other than external shape, they had not been carved with incantations or symbols. To Kevin, there was no reason to purchase the amulets that had weak effects. What he wanted to do was to transform the half-completed amulets into true amulets. I'll make amulets that can protect a person from danger, 1 each for Benson and Melissa. As for my own, I can ask the night owls to supply me with the ingredients. Man, I must have been influenced by Mr. Henderson. I don't feel any guilt when doing something like that. Kevin's mind wandered as he watched the stall owner pick up the half-completed silver amulets. The first silver amulet was long and had a cavity in the middle. Around it were patterns of angel-like feathers. The craftsmanship was intricate and was very beautiful. The other was simple, almost completely without any additional decorations or carvings. It had a vertical line representing the night, and a circle representing the crimson moon. Kevin, who paid much attention to appearances, took a liking to them immediately. This is 6 soli, the middle-aged stall owner said, pointing to the intricate amulet. He was a man of few words. After pausing for a while, he rubbed the simpler piece and said, "This is 5 soli 3 pence. That's too expensive. They are still far from being an amulet." Kevin had slowly been influenced by Benson and Melissa, so he had begun to haggle. After a battle of words, he bought the 2 silver accessories at 5 soli 6 pence and 4 soli 9 pence respectively. Yeah, they can only be considered silver accessories for the time being. Kevin had that in mind. The 10 solely 3 pence was deducted from the reimbursement he received for his divination club membership. Kevin received the 2 silver accessories and placed them into his pocket. He was about to head to another stall when he heard a gentle voice. "Sir, why are you not buying a completed amulet?" Kevin turned his head over and found a teenage girl asking him the question. She was about 15 years of age and wore a lacy yellow dress while holding onto a veiled hat with a ribbon. "It's because I intend to make my own amulets. As you know, that is the wish of every fan of mysticism." Kevin chose his words carefully and answered. He did not wish to make the stall owner think that he was trying to steal his business, even though he had considered using his skill to earn a quick buck. The teenage girl had naturally curly brown hair, and her face was adorable due to her baby fat. She looked at Kevin with her light blue eyes and asked sincerely, "Can I seek your advice on choosing an amulet?" "Well, I was introduced here by a friend. I've been here several times and have a deep interest in mysticism. But I still do not know too much about it, and she, my friend, is going to turn 16 soon. I wish to select an amulet as a gift to her. I didn't bring her along as I want it to be a surprise. I had previously sought her advice, but I cannot remember a lot of the important points." Kevin gave a gentlemanly smile. "What kind of protection amulets are you looking for? Something to avoid disasters, something to avoid illnesses, something that brings fortune." Different requirements would require different energy sources, which means that they must point to different gods. Different gods would have different corresponding constellations, and the different constellations would mean that different materials have to be used. For example, the incantation for avoiding disasters would belong to the Empress of Disaster and Terror, who is the Evernight goddess. As mysticism fans, we all know that the symbol of the Evernight goddess is the moon. The corresponding metal would thus be pure silver. Therefore, if we hope to avoid disasters, it is best that we choose an amulet that is made of pure silver and has the corresponding incantations. We would also have to make sure that the incantations are of the correct language and format. The corresponding symbol of the Empress of Disaster and Terror means the path number, the spell's characteristic, and the relative positions of the symbols, etc., must also be correct, but this is too complicated, and there's no need for me to explain this for you," Kevin added inwardly. The girl's eyes sparkled. She asked with a little doubt, "Can a follower of the goddess wear an amulet belonging to another god?" "No problem. The gods do not mind such small matters," Kevin consoled her. It was not a problem for the person wearing the amulet, but the person creating the amulet had to be careful. If a believer of the Lord of Storms were to craft an amulet of the eternal blazing sun, they would most likely get something malicious. Of course, these referred to amulets requiring the aid of ritual magic. The craftsman need not pay much attention to this otherwise. The teenage girl breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope to get her an amulet for good health. Which god should I choose from? The eternal blazing sun, Mother Earth, or the god of knowledge and wisdom?" There should be no problem with the eternal blazing sun and Mother Earth. The former is represented by the sun while the latter is represented by the brown star. Kevin smiled as he said, "The material of the sun is gold, while the metal that symbolizes the brown star is lead. I would suggest the sun, but I do not know if you brought enough money along with you." The reason for his suggestion was because he had noticed that among the 3 amulets with a basic spiritual glow, one of them was a health amulet that came under the domain of the sun. "Isn't this?" Before the teenage girl finished her sentence, she stopped and warily looked at the stall owner who was waiting silently. She thought for a moment before asking, "After I decide on the material, how should I tell the incantation and corresponding symbols apart?" "Do you know Hermes?" Kevin asked instead. "I just started learning it," the teenage girl replied, a little embarrassed. "Then let me choose it for you." Kevin pointed at the health amulet made of gold and said, "This one has no problems, be it in the incantations or the representing symbol." The teenage girl lifted the edges of her dress and squatted in front of the amulet. She picked up the health amulet with designs of the sun's rays around its edges. She felt as though the amulet was giving her energy, making her feel completely relaxed. "Thank you, thank you." She stood up and curtsied in gratitude. Kevin laughed and said, "I'll leave the rest to you and the stall owner. I have other things to tend to." He looked at the stall owner as he spoke and noticed that the man had a weird look in his eyes, as if deciding if he had to give a cut of the profit to Kevin. With a smile, Kevin did not bother with the matter anymore. He continued touring the underground market, but he didn't notice any true extraordinary materials. At this point, Mr. Henderson had already paid off his debt. He was holding a dark-colored wooden box in his hands. He pointed to the other room behind and said after he noticed Kevin's look of doubt, "Go there if you wish to buy or sell extraordinary materials. After all, no one wishes to let others know what extraordinary items they are purchasing." "I understand." Kevin nodded as though in thought. There was no need for him to go there for the time being. He headed toward the exit of the underground market together with Mr. Henderson. "How much for these elf flowers?" A question suddenly entered Kevin's ears. Elf flowers, that's also an ingredient for the spectator potion, Kevin thought as he glanced sideways. He once again saw the refined man with glasses. "What's the matter?" Mr. Henderson asked curiously. "Nothing much." Kevin retracted his gaze. Although he was a quasi-member of the Night Owls, he did not feel that all Beyonders had to be absorbed by the churches or locked up. He believed that it had to depend on the situation. Spectators definitely posed little danger to society or the kingdom, and the chances of losing control as a level 9 were very slim. After leaving Evil Dragon Bar, Kevin and Mr. Henderson took a public carriage and left the harbor. They then split ways at the North Borough and headed back to their respective homes. The public transport steered into Daffodil Street and stopped by the side of the road. Kevin was about to get off the carriage when he suddenly saw a young lady wearing a grayish-white dress about to board the carriage. This lady had smooth black hair, her face a little round. She had thin eyes and unassuming features. But paired together, she gave off the feeling that she was sweet and gentle. Kevin noticed her not because of her beauty, but because he discovered that her body was shaking slightly. It was an unnatural shake. "Miss, are you all right?" Kevin asked in concern. The young lady shook her head abruptly. "No, I am just too tired." The people behind Kevin were urging for him to get off, so Kevin could only leave the carriage. When he found his footing, he paid attention to the situation from before again. He pinched his forehead twice, planning to determine if the lady was indeed all right. He had the intention of sending her to the hospital if she had a serious illness that was going to act up soon. Activating his spirit vision, the colors of the auras started to surface. Kevin turned around and prepared to look at the sweet and gentle young lady. Chapter 70. 249's Arrival. The horses widened their paces as the wheels began rolling. Despite activating his spirit vision and turning around, hoping to observe the refined and sweet lady, Kevin did not get his wish. All his eyes reflected were brown figures moving past him. Meanwhile, the passengers from the stop had already boarded the carriage. The carriage door was closed tightly as it gradually departed. Within the carriage, 20 to 30 people stood closely to each other, their energy fields overlapping and shielding each other. Hence, it was an explosion of colors in Kevin's vision, making it difficult for him to differentiate. He shook his head quietly and raised his finger to tap his forehead to deactivate his spirit vision. To him, it was simply help he could provide if he happened to chance upon it. However, if he were to miss it, and the situation was not especially clear, there was no point taking it to heart and delaying his own matters. While bathing in the crimson moonlight, Kevin strolled back home on the still bustling Daffodil Street. He returned to see Melissa sitting beside the dining table. She was busy doing her homework under a bright gas lamp. She bit at the fountain pen and frowned, appearing deep in thought. "Where's Benson?" Kevin asked casually. "Ah." Melissa looked up. She blanked out for a few seconds before saying, "He said he went around a few boroughs today and was covered in sweat. He's taking a nice relaxing bath." "All right." Kevin chuckled. Suddenly, he realized that she was wearing a dress he had never seen before. It was entirely beige in color. It had fashionable engagements. The collar and edges of her top had thin frills. Other than that, it was a rather simple design, the type one wore as daily casual clothing. It fully showed the youth of a 16 or 17-year-old. "New dress?" Kevin asked with a smile. It was a purchase that he and Benson had insisted upon. Melissa answered with a short yes. "I just took it back from Mrs. Rochelle. I was thinking that since I had to wash it later, I might as well try it on first." Kevin was rather puzzled when he heard that. Mrs. Rochelle, wasn't she our former neighbor? Melissa nodded and explained in all seriousness, Mrs. Rochelle is actually a seamstress, but she was quite unlucky. She had no choice but to sew and mend clothes for others at home. She leads a pretty tough life. I knew that she had pretty good skill and the price she quoted is cheaper than at a women's clothing store. Furthermore, it's very well tailored to my figure, so I ordered a new skirt from her. It only cost 9 soldi and 5 pence and took only a few days. A dress of a similar style would cost 3/2 of a pound at Harrods department store. What a frugal girl, sis. I know that at least half the reason is due to your pity of Mrs. Rochelle. Kevin did not scold Melissa for deciding things for herself. Instead, he said with a smile, when did you go to Harrods? That was at Howe Street, near the Divination Club. It was somewhere where the middle class shopped. Quote. Melissa was momentarily at a loss for words. It took her a long while before she said, it was Selina and Elizabeth. They insisted I go with them. Actually, well, I actually prefer gears more. I like places with steam and machinery. Yeah, it's quite, well, nice for a girl to occasionally shop at a department store. Kevin laughed as he comforted his sister. After some idle talk, he quickly walked to the second floor, hoping to wash away the repulsive mixed smells from the bar. Just as he was about to return to his bedroom to get a change of clothes, he suddenly heard sounds coming from the bathroom close to the balcony. A few seconds later, Benson stepped out while drying his gradually receding hairline. How was it? Did you compliment Melissa's new dress? He shot a glance at Kevin and asked with a smile. I guess I forgot. All I did was ask where it was done. Kevin thought for a moment as he said. Benson immediately chuckled and shook his head. How unbecoming of an older brother. When Melissa received the dress, she couldn't bear putting it down. After rushing to cook and wash the dishes, she immediately wore the dress and has refused to take it off ever since. Wasn't she planning on changing after showering? She can wash and starch the clothes while doing so, Kevin subconsciously argued with the explanation that Melissa had given. Tisk. Benson sighed. It's been scorching the past few days. She was busy in the kitchen for a long time, so I believe she would feel much better doing her homework after a shower. That's right. Kevin was suddenly enlightened as he gave his brother a knowing smile. So that's what kind of person you are, Melissa. There's nothing wrong with a girl caring for her appearance. There's no need to find excuses. The corners of his mouth curved up as he shook his head gently before walking into his bedroom. While he was showering, Kevin faintly heard knocking downstairs. He immediately wondered, doesn't the worker who's in charge of collecting coins for the gas meter come only once every 2 weeks? Could it be Mrs. Shone from next door? That can't be. It's said that this lady strictly follows the etiquette of middle-class society. She would not visit at an inappropriate time. In his confusion, Kevin wiped dry his body. Wearing old but comfortable shirt and trousers, he came down the stairs. He looked around but did not notice any strangers. He asked, was someone at the door just now? Benson, who was reading the newspapers casually, said with a smile, it was Bitch Mountbatten, one of the policemen in charge of Iron Cross Street. He asked if we met an 18 or 19-year-old boy who has a round face. Hey, he even gave us a sketch to identify. Unfortunately, neither one of us have seen him, or we would have received a reward. What about you? Nope. Kevin had a general idea what was happening. Instigator Triss had successfully escaped the evil dragon bar at the harbor. He had escaped somewhere close to Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street, therefore, the police were making visits from door to door. And to go this far made it clear that the operation of nabbing the instigator had completely failed. Kevin did not bother himself with the situation. He had yet to begin combat training. He only had basic mastery of shooting, so to consider dealing with a natural assassin was simply using his life as a joke. He did not sleep well that night. He kept worrying that the instigator would infiltrate their house to hide, causing another massacre. Thankfully, Daffodil Street was quiet the entire night, with the morning sun rays dispersing all the fog. The relaxed Kevin changed into formal attire, wore his top hat, held his cane, and went all the way to Zudaland Street. He greeted Roseanne at the reception hall. Good morning, Kevin, replied Roseanne happily. She suppressed her voice and said, I heard the huge operation last night failed. The operation to nab instigator Triss? Kevin asked in curiosity. Yeah, Roseanne nodded heavily. She shot a glance at the partition and said, apparently an informant of the mandated punishers discovered the instigator at the harbor. They were planning on waiting for additional Beyonders and another special operations squad from the police to arrive before beginning the operation to do the deed instantly without alarming the commoners. Unfortunately, that instigator was extremely sharp. He charged out of the encirclement when he noticed something amiss, successfully escaping as a result. At such times, they need a Beyonder with tracking abilities, such as me. Kevin made a joke. There was no lack of trackers back then. Captain Dunn's voice suddenly sounded. Roseanne turned her head abruptly and saw the captain wearing his black windbreaker. He was glaring right at her with his deep pair of gray eyes while leaning against the partition's frame. She hurriedly raised her hands to cover her mouth. Then, she shook her head constantly, expressing her futile innocence. Dunn turned his gaze to Kevin and after some thought, he said, there were a total of 6 Beyonders from the mandated punishers, the machinery hivemind, and us night owls. We traced the injured Tris to Iron Cross Street's lower street. We found his temporary residence, but the clues ended there. Be it Beyonder methods or ordinary investigations, nothing worked. It was as though he evaporated into thin air, disappearing completely. Do you need my help with divination? Kevin asked probingly. Dunn shook his head gently. The machinery hivemind had a machinery hivemind. He is a senior Beyonder as good as Mr. Henderson. I even suspect that he's already at level 8. I'm just unaware what the name of the corresponding potion is. The Theosophy Order's legacy to this day must have something special about it, consoled Kevin. For the rest of the morning, he continued his mysticism curriculum, read the historical information and documents, and practiced various techniques just like always. With lunchtime almost approaching, Kevin's mind began to wander. Another few minutes later, he put away the documents, having heard the summoning of his stomach. At that moment, Captain Dunn came into the clerk office. He said in a deep but mild manner, Kevin, follow me to Channy's Gate. Sealed artifact 2049 has arrived. The subsequent operation might require your sensing of that notebook. All right, Kevin got up and replied. His thoughts became scrambled. He imagined how the sealed item would look or if the operation would be dangerous. While in this rather tense silence, he followed Dunn down the stairs and into the tunnel. After going straight at the intersection, Dunn suddenly stopped and turned his head, saying sternly, do this action together with me. Keep doing it and absolutely do not stop. Remember, absolutely do not stop. This is for your own safety. While speaking, Dunn bent his arm followed by extending it. He repeated this action without stopping. Kevin looked at the captain demonstrate in a confused manner. Suddenly enlightened, he asked, has this got to do with the uniqueness of the sealed artifact? Yes. Dunn nodded with abnormal seriousness. Repeating such an action will allow us to discover if anything happens to you immediately. Saving you in time will not result in any life-threatening dangers. Okay. Kevin did not hesitate further as he began the repeated action of bending and extending his arm. If your arm is sore, use the other one, added Dunn. Sealed artifact 2049, sure is strange, what meaning does this action have? It seems very dangerous. These thoughts flashed past Kevin's mind as he looked seriously at the captain. All right, he had too many questions on his mind, but since Channy's Gate was in sight, he had no choice but to bear with it. Besides, with my security clearance, I'll probably not learn of the details. I can only do as I'm ordered. Chapter 71, Sluggish Phenomenon. Kevin repeatedly bent and extended his arm as he watched Captain Dunn push open the keeper's room with his body sideways. The captain's carefulness and high alertness, as well as the ridiculous and laughable, protective actions, left him feeling extremely tense. The feeling was identical to what he felt when taking tests of courage that required him to walk through spooky cemeteries at night in his youth. A level 2 sealed artifact. Dangerous. To be used with care and moderation, it is something even a formal Night Owl member doesn't know the details to. It is unknown how dangerous it is. Amid his tense nerves, Kevin found it impossible to stop himself from overthinking. At that moment, his brain suddenly turned numb as though a power switch had been flicked off. Everything in Kevin's vision turned slow. Even his arm actions shared the same fate. He saw Captain Dunn stop in his tracks. He came close to him as though in slow motion, extending his palm out slowly before pushing him on the shoulder. Suddenly, Kevin's thought processes and vision were restored to normal at the same time. It was as though everything from before was just an illusion. What happened? He whispered amid his fright and confusion. Dunn shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Observe carefully." The moment he finished his sentence, he turned around and walked into the keeper's room. Kevin followed closely behind and saw 4 other people in the room. They were either seated or standing. One of them was the midnight poet, Leonard. The other 3 were people Kevin had never met before. However, all of them shared a common trait. They were all doing the extending and bending arm exercise with utmost seriousness. Kevin Moretti has a miraculous connection with the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn gave a brief introduction. Then, he pointed to the other 3 strangers and said, "These lady and gentlemen are colleagues from the Backland Diocese. They escorted sealed artifact 2049 here. This is Madame Lorata, level 8 gravedigger. She is a master sharpshooter." At that moment, the black-haired woman who looked about 30 nodded at Kevin in a friendly manner. She looked pretty good. She didn't wear a hat and was dressed in what appeared like male attire, a black coat with a white shirt, tight black trousers, and black leather boots. The corners of her mouth were slightly curved up. After Kevin exchanged greetings, Dunn pointed to a man seated behind the desk. "Ire Harson, someone just like me." Before he finished his sentence, Kevin saw Mr. Ire Harson in his gray windbreaker turn sluggish with his arm motion. It was as though a gear had lost its lubricant or a joint covered in rust. "What's wrong?" Amid Kevin's daze, he saw Lorata push Ire Harson. Only then did the gentleman's actions return to normal. "Was I like that previously?" Kevin was first taken aback before he came to the realization. This indicated the dangers that sealed artifact 0249 held. What would happen if one was not woken up in time? Would one become a zombie? Filled with questions, Kevin greeted the charming middle-aged Ire Harson. "Borgia," Dunn said as he pointed to the last night owl. Borgia was a cold man with a knife scar on the side of his face. His sharp brown eyes were like an eagle's. He was constantly observing everyone in the room. "Let's set off. The faster we end this, the faster we can seal 2049, the handsome Ire Harson said as he stood, his eyes revealing some wrinkles. "So, where is 2049? Kevin looked around curiously but did not notice any traces of the sealed artifact. Of course, he couldn't see the areas obscured by the table without activating his spirit vision. "All right." Dunn turned and looked at Leonard Mitchell. "You'll be in charge of driving. It is best not to involve Cesare with matters like this." Cesare was the clerk in charge of procuring and collecting supplies for the Tingen Night Owls while standing in as a carriage driver. He was the one who drove Kevin to Welch's home to meet the spirit medium daily. "No problem." Leonard stopped acting frivolous and nodded seriously. At that moment, Kevin saw Ire Harson bending over. He picked up a black metal chest which had been obscured by the table. The chest was carved with resplendent stars and the crimson full moon. It was as though there was a formless barrier around the chest. The sealed artifact should be inside there. "I wonder what 2049 looks like," Kevin observed the chest curiously. Thump, thump, thump. Violent knocking sounds suddenly erupted from the black chest. Even the surface of the chest bulged time and time again. Thump, thump, thump. It was as though something horrifying had awakened within the chest and was pounding wildly. The sound of the knocking was beaten into the hearts of everyone present. "It's alive." Just as Kevin had a thought, he saw Captain Dunn's arm exercises turning sluggish, as if his joints were layered with glue. Borgia, the night owl from Backland, pushed Dunn's shoulder, allowing him to recover. "It's like doing the robot dance when one is affected by 2049. If all of us are under its influence, wouldn't we be some awkward dance squad? Luckily, 2049 seems capable of only influencing one person at a time," Kevin joked to himself to relax his tense nerves. He did not dare halt his arm exercises. He followed Dunn's lead and left his cane behind. He then followed behind the 5 night owls through the tunnel and up the stairs to the second floor of the Blackthorn Security Company. Leonard had gone ahead and notified everyone in the front of the buildings, so Roseanne and the rest had all made their way to the 3rd level. These incidents rarely involved them, but they were not completely alien to them. Another night owl, Kenley, had replaced Dunn in his watch over Channy's gate. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief when he reached the carriage. He looked suspiciously out the window and said, won't 2049 affect the ordinary people on the streets? From their journey underground to the carriage, sealed artifact 2049 had already caused 6 sluggish incidents, 2 of which were targeted at him. He had been jolted awake by Captain Dunn and Leonard Mitchell respectively. The rate of the sluggish effect was rather alarming. No worries, 2049 will target humanoid creatures within 5 yards of it first. The closer you are to it, the easier it is for you to be chosen. As long as there are 3 people surrounding it, people who happen to be around when the carriage steers past will not be affected, the beautiful, black-haired Lady Lorata explained with a lazy tone. What a weird sealed artifact, Kevin thought as he continued his arm exercises. Dunn and the rest of the Night Owls did not speak on the journey to Ray Bieber's house. They were paying close attention to each other's condition. Only Lorata wore a nonchalant look. At times, she took in the sights of Tingen's not-so-clean streets, and at other times, she praised Backland's underground water system. Soon after, the familiar building finally entered Kevin's line of sight. The group of 6 made their way to the 3rd level while observing each other. The door to Ray Bieber's house was labeled with the Tingen Police Department's symbol, indicating that entry was forbidden to unauthorized personnel. As Dunn did his stretching exercises, he took out a key. He opened the newly changed lock, then turned around, allowing Ire Harson, who was carrying the black chest, to enter first. Thump, 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 thump. The sealed artifact in the black chest knocked violently once again, even more violent than before. This made Ire Harson's arm waver from side to side uncontrollably. It even made Kevin suspect that the chest would be pounded open in time. Thump, thump, thump. Kevin quickly noticed that Captain Dunn's movements were becoming sluggish. He was about to wake him up when a buzz sounded in his brain. His brain became numb, the scenes before his eyes played as though they were in slow motion. Didn't they say that it only affects one person at a time? Kevin's thoughts quickly became sluggish. At this moment, the prepared Lorata and Borgia woke each of them up respectively by pushing them. Having his thought processes and vision restored, Kevin looked around with lingering fear. He nearly blurted out, "Didn't you say that 2049 can only affect one person at a time?" Thankfully, I did not stop my stretches. When sealed artifact 2049 enters its berserk mode, it can affect up to 2 people at once. We can confirm that Ray Bieber is indeed a descendant of the Antigonus family, Ire Harson said with a mechanical tone. Lorota let out a faint laugh. She looked at Kevin and said, 2049 becomes very agitated when it meets a descendant of the Antigonus family, even if only their scent remains. Its abilities would also increase considerably. I believe you would be able to understand its feelings. Well, I don't, Kevin asked curiously, so, is it a living creature? Lorata smiled but did not reply him directly. You'll know in a while. As long as Ray Bieber hasn't escaped Tingen, 2049 will lead us to him. Kevin could only put his other questions on hold as he walked around the room with the Night Owls. Amid the loud and violent thumping from the chest, they locked the door, walked down the stairs, and returned to the carriage. Ire Harson looked out the window several times and confirmed that there were no pedestrians within a 5-yard radius of them. He then placed the black chest on the ground and twisted the mechanical switch to release its spiritual restraints. The violent thumping stopped suddenly, slipping the entire carriage into silence. Not even the breaths of the Night Owls could be heard. Kevin held his breath as the black chest opened slowly. A sharp creak that hurt his ears could be heard. Creak. The chest fell as a slender brown arm extended out of the chest. It was about the length of a child's finger. 2 arms pressed forward one after another as an object about the size a normal human being's palm appeared bit by bit in front of Kevin and company. It had clear elbow, finger, and knee joints. Covered in an oil-stained brown cloth, its face was painted with the colors of a clown, red and yellow. It was a wooden puppet with a weird appearance. 2049 lifted its head and looked at Kevin with its pure black eyes. Its rigid mouth slowly parted to reveal a clown-like smile. Chapter 72, Tracking. The wooden puppet's face was painted in red and yellow like the common clown. The corners of its mouth were upturned high, revealing an abnormally comical smile. Its lips parted to reveal a dark and deep mouth. Kevin, who had locked his gaze with it, felt his hair stand as intense horror leapt out of his heart in an uncontrollable manner. Everything before his eyes grew dull, as though he was looking at the world through a piece of thick brown glass. Kevin's thoughts slowed down gradually, and he instinctively wanted to ask for help, but his neck seemed to be held tight by a rope. He couldn't make a single sound, and the single word was trapped in silence. Just then, Dunn noticed his arm exercises becoming sluggish and pushed him heavily. The brown glass before Kevin's eyes shattered in an instant. He blurted out the word, "Help," which had remained dormant in his throat. It reverberated within the carriage, with sharp panic. "It's getting stronger," Kevin spoke in a very certain tone. Being next to a strange sealed artifact like 2049 really placed one in terrifying peril if they were not careful. No, it was totally impossible to guard against it. It could only be avoided through other methods. "It's normal," Harson said steadily, nodding. Lorata chuckled. "It seems to like you. Don't worry, it is a relatively less dangerous level 2 sealed artifact." In her naturally languid voice, the puppet whose joints clearly reflected a human stood up. It began tottering towards its left. Its action was incomprehensible, just like a steam engine that someone had rusted due to a lack of lubricating oil. Robot dance, Kevin suddenly had the thought pop into his head. He had a new guess of the danger 2049 posed. It assimilates the living things that it takes control of. If I am not woken up in time by the others, would I have become a human-sized puppet, a real-life Barbie doll? Just as thoughts flooded Kevin, Harson was awoken by Dunn. He extended and bent his arms as he pointed in the direction that the puppet was walking slowly towards. He said to Leonard, who was driving the carriage, "Over there." Leonard couldn't make the carriage pass through the building, so he had to take a different route. During the detour, 2049 constantly adjusted the direction that it was facing. It acted like a compass that pointed towards the Antigonus family. Upon seeing the scene, Kevin, who was constantly exercising his arms, nearly burst out laughing under the tension. "I heard that 2049 was created by the Antigonus family. Is this an act of loyalty or the perfect example of screwing things up?" Leonard drove the carriage according to Harson's occasional instructions. Whenever the strange puppet 2049 walked to the edge of the carriage, Harson would pull it back and start it all over again. Every time that happened, its mouth would open and two people would be under its influence simultaneously. Kevin's taut feelings gradually began to relax. He realized that sealed artifact 2049 was not as scary anymore. As long as there were more than 3 people present and they constantly maintained their arm motions, if they made sure to wake their partners in time, 2049 was merely a puppet with slightly unique characteristics. The carriage traveled at high speed, and quickly arrived at the harbor, where warehouses were clustered. After circling a few times, they confirmed that 2049 intended to enter the innermost grayish-white warehouse. Harson's expression turned solemn. He grabbed the puppet carefully and stuffed it back into the black chest. Thump, thump, thump. Under constant ferocious knocking, woke up again and again with the help of Borgia and Lorata as he activated the mechanism with great effort. He then injected his spirit and activated the star and crimson symbols on the chest. At the reappearance of the formless seal, Harson let out a long heavy breath. "Let's get down," Captain Dunn said with a low and mild voice. "Leonard, tying the horse here will do." Dressed in windbreakers, suits, or shirts, the 6 left the carriage and walked into the innermost warehouse. As they walked, they uniformly stretched and bent their arms. This added a comical and ridiculous vibe to the rather tense situation. The Night Owl awkward dance squad, Kevin could only complain inwardly to ease such a feeling. However, there was no other way around it. According to his observations, 2049 first affected the upper body. Therefore, to detect it in time to prevent a more dangerous situation from developing, they only had the choice of extending and bending their arms, shaking their necks or bodies. However, the latter only made one look like a hoodlum. As for actions like blinking eyes and striking one's eyebrows, they were either too easily ignored or the action was too big. Neither was a good option. This awkward dance squad is better than a gang member. Kevin sighed in resignation and followed Captain Dunn Smith and company. As they approached the warehouse's door, the deeper his anxiety and worry became. No one knew what kind of effect the notebook had on Ray Bieber. If something dire happened, Kevin did not dare pin his hopes on transmigrating again. Furthermore, he discovered that he could still be injured and bleed while chopping ingredients for dinner. The speed at which he recovered was normal too. He wasn't some kind of monster that was impervious to combat or death. As they walked, Dunn suddenly lowered his non-moving hand and made a pressing gesture to beckon everyone to stop 10 yards away from the warehouse's door. Kevin, divine if there is any danger in the warehouse. It'd be better if you could tell the level of danger, Dunn said as he turned his head to Kevin. His gray eyes looked deep as usual, there was no fear. Kevin gave an unnoticeable nod and stopped the hand exercise. He extended his right hand to his left cuff and removed the silver chain that had a hanging piece of topaz. As he was still moving his arms, Dunn realized his sluggish actions in time and woke him up with a nudge. Kevin held the silver chain with his left hand and allowed the topaz to hang down naturally. Simultaneously, he moved his right arm, but with a much smaller range of motion. When the topaz stabilized, he half closed his eyes, outlined the spherical light, and entered cogitation. He then mumbled, "There's danger in the warehouse. There's danger in the warehouse." After 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the hanging topaz slowly going in clockwise circles. It turned faster and faster, and in the end, Kevin felt like it was pulling his left hand. "There's danger, great danger," Kevin replied honestly. Clockwise meant affirmation to the chanted statement, while counterclockwise meant denial. To other Beyonders, even a mystery prior, using spirit dowsing could only determine if there was danger, but it was unable to obtain information regarding the level of danger. However, Kevin discovered that when he used spirit dowsing, the pendulum would spin at different speeds, revealing the degree of the answer. Although it was not very accurate and extremely vague, it allowed one to have a rough assessment of the actual situation. As expected of a seer potion, Kevin was rather happy with the outcome. Just as he was about to put away the topaz pendulum, Leonard Mitchell, who had maintained his silence, suddenly spoke. "Divine if there is danger around us also." Dunn nodded in agreement. "Yes, I am worried that the secret order will not give up and that it has placed Ray Bieber's house under constant surveillance. They could have followed us here and could cause trouble at a critical moment." Kevin took a deep breath and entered a calm, ethereal state once again. When the silver chain turned stable once again, he recited in his heart, "There is danger surrounding us. There is danger surrounding us." After repeating the statement, Kevin opened his eyes and looked at the silver chain. In his dark brown eyes, the topaz pendulum first moved counterclockwise with difficulty. Then, it suddenly paused and started moving clockwise. "There is danger surrounding us." Kevin felt a tug on his heartstrings as he spoke carefully. Furthermore, someone had tried to intercept his divination, but had lost to him in the invisible fight. Just as he spoke, an orange-yellow fireball the size of a fist flew towards them. It came crashing towards the middle of the group with its blazing speed. Captain Dunn Smith, who had already drawn his long-barreled revolver before Kevin did his divination, immediately raised his hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The fireball didn't seem to be affected by the gunshot but continued its original path, as though it was forcing everyone to scatter from dodging. Kevin originally thought nothing of the troublemaker who was following them. After all, there were 6 Beyonders present. They were not even short of level 8 and level 7 experts. It was a lineup that was practically unstoppable in a small city like Tingen. But when the fireball smashed down, he came to a sudden realization. To them, the most dangerous enemy was not the tracker nor the troublemaker. It wasn't even Ray Bieber who was in the warehouse in an unknown state, but the sealed artifact 2049. Once they dispersed and the battle began, they wouldn't be able to wake each other in time. Then, they would turn into real-life puppets one after another. As these chaotic thoughts bombarded him, Kevin was pulled by Leonard aside to dodge the fireball. Without the time to feel anguish for his clothing, he saw the night owls split off into 2 groups while dodging. It was done very orderly. Poof! The orange-yellow fireball landed on the ground but didn't stir one bit of dust. It disappeared as though nothing had happened. An illusion. Just as this thought came to him, Kevin saw Ire Harson lift the black chest and throw at least 10 yards away. "Stay away from it. Watch it," Ire shouted. Before he finished his shout, Leonard and Borgia had separately approached it. They stood at least 7 yards from the chest to prevent anyone from approaching. As for Dunn and Lorata, they each held guns. They stood beside Ire Harson who had drawn a thin silver sword. They took up a formation resembling a crescent as they rushed towards the origins of the fireball, while taking note of the peripheral regions. Upon seeing this scene, Kevin, who needed to do the arm exercises without his cane, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He realized he had overlooked an important matter. 2049 had a limited range of influence. As long as they were at a sufficient distance from it, they did not need to worry about the danger. Kevin rolled over and stood up. He stuffed his topaz pendulum into his pocket with one hand while he reached into his holster for his revolver with the other. Chapter 73. First Battle. Under the afternoon sun, Kevin in his dust-covered clothes quickly twisted his revolver's barrel to remove his self-imposed safety. He went into a shooting stance, allowing the light to reflect from the bronze body of the revolver. He held the revolver with one hand and moved his other arm, cautiously paying attention to anything that could happen around him. At the same time, he was a little worried for Captain Dunn and Mr. Eyre Harson. After all, both were nightmare beyonders who specialized in influencing the enemy from the shadows. He didn't know if they were good at direct combat. Just as Kevin was having these considerations, Eyre Harson slowed down, his expression becoming serene and peaceful. He opened his mouth and recited a peaceful poem, one that seemed to place a person into the night. When once the sun sinks in the west, and dewdrops pearl the evening's breast, almost as pale as moonbeams are, or its companionable star, the evening primrose opens anew its delicate blossoms to the dew, and, hermit-like, shunning the light. The recital echoed around them. Kevin nearly lost his tense feelings and completely relaxed. He was lucky that he had experienced something similar before and was not facing Eyre Harson. Thus, he quickly collected himself and entered a half-cogitative state to combat the influence of the poem. Phew, he let out a sigh of relief. He no longer had any doubts about Dunn's and Eyre's direct combat abilities. As he had only advanced recently and still did not have a deep understanding of sequence potions, Kevin had forgotten that the level 7 nightmare was the advancement of level 8 midnight poet. They could keep whatever abilities they had before and, in fact, enjoy a small increase in their abilities. The impression Kevin had of midnight poets all came from Leonard Mitchell. He knew that this job inherited the unique traits of a sleepless. They were good at combat, shooting, climbing, and sensing. They were also adept in influencing the living creatures around them through the use of various poems. In simpler terms, they were violent poets. While Eyre was reciting his poem, the large wooden crates stacked up around them seemed to suddenly ripple like water. A man wearing a black tuxedo and a cut-in-half top hat appeared. But this man's face was painted in 3 pastel colors: red, yellow, and white. The sides of his lips were arched high like a clown, forming a ridiculous contrast with his formal wear that was suitable for joining an evening banquet. Thud, thud, thud. The black-haired Lorata, who had been introduced as a sharpshooter, charged forward quickly. She had a gun in one hand and had clenched the other into a fist. She made it within inches of the suited clown in a few steps. The suited clown seemed to be affected by Eyre Harson's poem. His body was swaying, and he had a peaceful expression in his eyes. He did not have any desire to fight back. Lorata tilted her body with a boxing maneuver as she pulled back her fist, then punched toward the suited clown's face. Bang! The air crackled as the suited clown shattered suddenly like a mirror, pieces quickly evaporating and vanishing into thin air. At this moment, the suited clown quickly appeared once again in the shadows of the wooden crates a few steps away. The suited clown's figure outline quickly appeared again. The person under the influence of the poem was only an illusion. It was a performance. The suited clown grinned again. It had a comical look as he pressed down on his halved top hat with one hand and pointed a finger gun with the other. Bang! The sound of a shot rang from the finger gun. Lorata fell to the left and rolled on the floor, dodging the attack. But nothing had happened, except for the fake gunshot. Bang! 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 Dunn and Eyre each lifted their guns and fired steadily. The suited clown dodged expertly, sometimes to the right and left, sometimes rolling on the ground. It was as if he was an acrobat act in a circus. Suddenly, Lorata surprisingly charged forward again. Despite being called a sharpshooter, she was still using her fists. Bam! The suited clown could not dodge the attack in time and could only lift his left arm to block the fist. Seeing the clown stop, Dunn and Eyre did not hesitate to each take aim and pulled the trigger. At this moment, the arm that the suited clown used to block Lorata's fist ignited with an orange-yellow flame. In an instant, the flame enveloped the suited clown and spread towards Lorata. Bang! Bang! Dunn and Eyre fired their revolvers, hitting the ball of flame. The flames burned rapidly and soon, all that was left were black ashes floating in the sky. But the suited clown once again appeared behind the stack of wooden crates close by. He lifted his right hand and pointed a finger gun once again. Bang! Amid the illusory gunshot, Lorata suddenly stopped in her tracks. She didn't charge forward. Mud was splattering in front of her as a bullet appeared. The suited clown was no longer delivering an illusion with this strike. It was hard to discern real from fake, reality from illusion. Bang! 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 The suited clown shot at Dunn and Eyre repeatedly while hiding away and appearing at random times. Upon seeing this, Lorata squinted and lifted the dull gold revolver in her left hand. Bang! The suited clown suddenly squatted down, avoiding the fatal shot. His halved top hat was sent flying backward, falling to the ground. The bullet had left a visible scorch mark on the hat. After rolling a few times on the floor, the suited clown scaled the stacks of wooden crates with the agility of a monkey. He shot air bullets out of his finger gun from the high ground. Eyre Hansen took a few steps back and lowered his gun. He began his recital once again. Wastes its fair bloom upon the night, when day looks out with open eye, bashed at the gaze it cannot shun, it faints and withers and is gone. The suited clown jumped repeatedly between the crates. He suddenly raised his hand to scratch his ears and looked at Eyre with a comical smile. Could he have stuffed his ears? The sequence potion that the secret order possesses sure is weird. Kevin observed the fight from far away as he made silent guesses. Just as his thoughts flashed through him, he suddenly saw a figure appear at the top of a warehouse beside him. Furthermore, it was running straight inside where Ray Bieber was hiding. That figure was dressed in a grayish-white uniform, one which workers at the docks wore. His face also appeared to be painted red, yellow, and white. The suited clown is responsible for distracting Captain and the rest while the other person retrieved the diary. Kevin instinctively raised his right hand and shot at the figure on the roof. He had just taken aim when the figure suddenly squatted, switching from running to rolling on the ground. Bang! Kevin did not stop pulling the trigger. He saw the figure suddenly pause, blood blooming in a spurt. The figure looked at him in shock. While bearing the pain, he continued charging into the warehouse. That felt like a lucky shot. Kevin twitched his lips and pulled the trigger once again. This time, the bullet hit the wooden roof beside the figure. Bang! 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 Leonard and Borgia also shot but did not hit the figure. Kevin wanted to criticize how terrible their shooting skills were as compared to his when he suddenly stopped pulling the trigger. That's right. Why must we stop him? Didn't I divine that there is great danger in the warehouse just now? Wouldn't it be great if we let that guy be the vanguard and step on the landmine for us? Leonard and that Mr. Borgia must have had the same idea. With this thought, Kevin lifted the barrel of his revolver and shot at the sky. Bang! 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 As the gunshots rang, the figure managed to reach the innermost region of the warehouse unobstructed. He lunged downwards, slamming into the roof as he fell down with the collapsing roof. Immediately following the commotion, the black-haired Lorata's eyes suddenly turned black. Her left hand began making a strange pulling action. The suited clown's jumping action suddenly came to a pause as his ankle seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand. Dunn did not shoot immediately and instead pointed his revolver downward. He opened his mouth and by simply using his spirituality to resonate the air around him, he produced a strange, faint and ethereal voice without the use of his throat. Thus it blooms on while night is by. When day looks out with open eye, bashed at the gaze it cannot shun, it faints and withers and is gone. The suited clown suddenly became limp, as if he had lost the desire to live. Eyre Hansen lifted his handgun and took aim, his finger pulling the trigger immediately. In that split second, there was an abnormal and tragic wail that came from the warehouse. Ah! The cry contained immense fear as though he had encountered an unimaginably terrifying matter. The hair on Kevin's body stood on end. The tragic cries came to a sudden stop as silence was restored in the deepest parts of the warehouse. It was a skin-crawling silence. Bang! Affected by the cry, Eyre only managed to shoot the suited clown in the belly. Ha! 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 The silence was once again broken from the deepest depths of the warehouse. What should have been soft panting sounded. It reached a crescendo that tightened everyone's nerves. Thump, 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 thump. Inside the black chest, 2049 had reached a frenzied state. Chapter 74. Ray Bieber. Ha, 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 thump, thump, thump. The loud panting and the intense knocking alternated first before they resounded together. It made Kevin and company extremely nervous, as though they were hearing some evil murmur. Taking advantage of the moment Ire, Dunn, and Lorata had their attention redirected, the suited clown suddenly pulled out a long piece of paper from his pocket. Ha! He threw it with his right hand as the slip of paper ignited into a black fiery whip. Then, he lashed it towards the side of his ankle. A fleeting but tragic scream sounded as the suited clown escaped the invisible shackles and did a backflip. Bang, bang, bang. Dunn, Ire, and Lorata shot, but their bullets only ended up hitting the wooden crates. The suited clown did not stay any longer as he pressed down on his wound with his right hand while escaping in a direction opposite the warehouse. He was so fast that in the blink of an eye, all that was left was a hint of his back. And before he vanished, his right hand which pressed down on his abdomen moved towards his left arm. The wound on his stomach had already vanished, looking completely fine. The location on his left arm which he touched with his right hand suddenly became badly mangled, and a silver bullet appeared in the torn flesh. Dunn and the rest didn't chase after him because the panting from the innermost warehouse was so loud that it was making them nervous and insecure. Bang! The door of the innermost warehouse suddenly exploded and flew in all directions. Then, something wrapped with a torn cloth flew out and landed not far from Kevin. When Kevin cast his gaze over, he realized that it was an arm. Its bloody flesh had been chewed on and its white bones were cracked in an irregular fashion as they jutted out. Ha, 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 one item after another flew out. First it was a spray of blood, followed by a dilated eye and an ear which had been ripped out brutally. Finally, half a beating heart and intestines filled with yellowish-brown objects came out. If Kevin had not seen the more gruesome giant cadaver at Ray Bieber's place, he would have probably vomited there and then. His nerves were on the brink of a breakdown. After a great deal of effort to hold back his urge to shoot into the pitch-black entrance, he ejected the empty shells from his revolver and reloaded with new demon-hunting bullets. Bang! Dunn drew close as he stably shot into the warehouse. However, his bullet was like a shot into the sea. There was no audible response. Ha! 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 The loud panting sped up as grayish-white colors filled the opened door. With another 2 loud shots, Ire Harson's and Borgia's bullets tore through the whiteness, but failed to prevent the color from spilling outwards. It did not leave any wounds or cause liquid to seep out. Kevin held his breath and kept himself from shooting blindly. He watched as the whiteness slowly revealed a complete outline. It was a humanoid creature more than 2 yards tall. Its limb joints were all unnaturally twisted. It was as though they had been snapped by someone forcefully. White bones poked out from under its skin as the entire grayish-white surface was filled with gullies, like a human brain that had been stripped from its shell. The monster had grayish-white, rotting, sticky liquid flowing all over it. Its head looked relatively normal, with deep wrinkles and pale skin. As it opened and closed its mouth, Kevin could see a porcelain false tooth that looked close to falling out, a few strands of bloody saliva, and bone and flesh that had been minced. Was Ray Bieber still even effing human? Kevin drew a silent gasp as he felt his heart pound rapidly. Bang! Leonard's demon-hunting bullet hit Ray Bieber's forehead and tore right through it, leaving behind a deep hole. Grayish-white liquid flowed out and dripped onto the ground. The liquid wriggled and turned into fat cream-colored maggots. But the monster appeared completely unaffected. It was neither fast nor slow when it pounced at Borgia, who was closest to it. Its actual target appeared to be the black chest that contained sealed artifact 2049. Loss of control of Beyonder powers, Dunn shouted in a deep voice. Lorata, it looks like a dead soul, so quickly look for its weakness. All right. Lorata did not speak further as she raised her hands to press down on her eyes. Her pupils turned gray then colorless, as though she had entered the world of spirits and a kingdom of dead souls. She looked down at the enemy from a higher vantage point as she searched for a node. Kevin saw that a normal gunshot was ineffective, so he did not bother wasting more of his bullets. He lifted his hand to tap at his forehead to activate his spirit vision. He planned on helping gravedigger Lorata. From his vision, Monster Bieber only had one kind of spiritual glow left. It was purely grayish-white, a whiteness filled with craziness. Apart from that, Kevin saw nothing else. At that moment, Ire Harson and Leonard Mitchell sang simultaneously. Oh, the threat of horror, the hope of crimson cries. One thing at least is certain, that this life flies, one thing is certain, and the rest is lies, the flower that once has bloomed forever dies. The power that allowed one to enter a peaceful slumber emanated. The twisted grayish-white monster gradually slowed down as though it could not fight against the charm of the poem. Then, it opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry that ordinary people were deaf to. Ah! Bang! Kevin felt a sharp pain in his head as he automatically exited his spirit vision state. He felt warm liquid flowing out of his nose, and when he subconsciously wiped it with his hand, he discovered the back of his hand covered in blood. Ire and Leonard fell back to the ground at the same time. They had blood stains lining the corners of their lips, noses, and eyes. Borgia, Dunn, and Lorata each took a step or two back, the color in their face draining. That monster only screamed once, but it appeared to exceed what the 6 Beyonders could withstand. They instantly turned extremely weak. Bam! It closed in on Borgia and suddenly swung its twisted joint. Bang! 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 Borgia and Dunn shot twice each, but they didn't cause any damage to Monster Bieber. Bang! A blow sent Borgia flying out as his long-barreled revolver fell to the ground. He tried to stand up a few times, but failed to do so. The corner of Monster Bieber's mouth had stringy liquid oozing out as it leapt towards the black chest. Bang! At that crucial moment, Ire Harson shot a bullet at the box to knock it some distance away, preventing Monster Bieber from grabbing it. Its momentum brought it forward by more than 10 yards. The black chest cracked, and as the thumping within turned more intense it grew more obvious. Found it. The black-haired Lorata finally spoke. I need you to control it for at least 3 seconds. All right. Dunn didn't delay any further. He extended his hand to tap his forehead and closed his eyes. He seemed to fall asleep as shapeless waves slowly rippled out one after another. In that instant, Monster Bieber paused and the craziness in its eyes quickly receded. Its thin transparent eyelids began to close uncontrollably as well. Dunn's body started quivering, and something popped up under his clothing and wriggled on the spot. It was as though he hid slippery scaleless snakes within. Lorata rushed over and with a roll, arrived under Monster Bieber. She supported herself with one hand while raising a clenched fist, punching Monster Bieber's crotch like artillery. Poof! She ignored the corrosive pain but supported herself against the ground and directed more strength once again. She went higher a little as her fist drilled deeper in. Rip! Lorata pulled out her forearm as she dragged out an intestine filled with brownish-yellow blood stains. In the intestine, there was an ancient notebook. Ah! Monster Bieber let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body suddenly lit up as though it was melting. Get down! Just as Ire Harson's hurried shout ended, Kevin saw Monster Bieber suddenly swell up. Boom! Amid a loud explosion, the distant Kevin was tossed into the air by the shockwave and landed heavily. He struggled to stand against a swirling headache, and he saw Monster Bieber turn into a pile of disgusting, rotting flesh. Then he saw Dunn and Lorata, who were a dozen yards away, looking like they had been knocked out. Ire Harson, Borgia, and Leonard Mitchell were on the ground too. Some groaning in pain, some struggling to stand up but failing. Kevin was just about to relax when he suddenly saw a familiar object about 2 or 3 yards away from him. The black chest had stopped rolling, and its cracked surface was facing the sky. A skinny brown arm extended out. Sealed artifact, 2049F. Kevin's heart tensed up as he immediately leapt in the opposite direction in a bid to escape 249's effective range. The blast from before had thrown the black chest near him. And at that moment, Kevin's head suddenly buzzed as his thoughts turned sluggish. Chapter 75. Saving himself. Oh no, I've been controlled by the puppet. Captain and company are either unconscious, or have yet to recover. They can't even get up. They will not be able to wake me up in time. No, I have to save myself. Everything before Kevin's eyes was happening in slow motion. All his joints and his brain seemed to have been coated with an ever-thickening layer of glue. He had no interest in becoming a human version puppet, so he seized the opportunity of not being fully controlled by trying his best to seek a way to save himself. I definitely can't hit myself. There must be an external force. I'll give it a try. There's no time for hesitation. Without the luxury of time to think through things, Kevin came to an idea in less than 3 seconds. He moved his rusty knee joint and took a counterclockwise step. At the same time, he did not try to escape the invisible rope that hung around his throat. All he did was recite inwardly, "Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of heaven and earth." He wanted to use the mysterious world above the gray fog to awaken him and escape sealed artifact 249's assimilation. Creak, creak, creak. Kevin's knees and ankles let out an involved ear-piercing sound. With a slow contorted step, he took another step counterclockwise. "Blessings stem from the Sky Lord of heaven and earth." Kevin's thoughts turned increasingly sluggish as he felt as though he was a computer that had all sorts of bloatware and every antivirus software installed. He lifted his left foot in a jerky manner as he took another step in the required spot. "Blessings stem from the exalted Theurk." Kevin's thought processes turned more and more rigid and sluggish. He took the final step purely out of instinct. At that point, he knew he was almost fully under the puppet's control. Even if Ire Harson could get up in time to save him, he would probably be unable to be awakened. But his strong desire to live made him chant the final line of the incantation. "Blessings stem from the celestial worthy." Just as he finished his incantation, the extremely chaotic and hysterical shouts and murmurs sounded. They quickly took over every corner of Kevin's sluggish thoughts, shattering them in the process and reducing them to thoughts he had no control over. Kevin's brain became a boiling pot of potpourri as his stiff body turned light while his spirit lifted. Endless grayish-white fog and the dark red stars of varying distances appeared once again before his eyes. It was vast, mysterious, vague, and blurry. Kevin's confused mind quickly settled down as he finally regained his ability to think, only to see the magnificent palace. "Phew, thankfully, it worked," he whispered with a lingering fear. According to his previous observations, he knew that once someone fell under the control of sealed artifact 2049, it was equivalent to death. Normally, there was no medicine that could save the victim. Luckily, his luck enhancement ritual and the mysterious world above the gray fog was not considered normal at all. After pacing a few times, Kevin began considering the situation he was in. "I can't just stay here the entire time, right? By the time Captain and company wake up and gather over, I won't be able to explain the situation. As things are right now, I only have the shell of my body, nothing more zombie-like than a zombie, but if I were to take the risk and return, there's no way to guarantee my safety. What if I get controlled by 2049 again?" While suffering from his dilemma, Kevin suddenly smacked himself on the forehead and could not help but chuckle softly. "It looks like I haven't gotten used to my status as a seer." Before he finished his sentence, he appeared at the seat of honor in front of the long bronze table, sitting on the high-backed chair with the strange symbol. Kevin extended his hand as a fountain pen appeared out of thin air. He scribbled a sentence on an illusory piece of paper. "Returning to the real world is very safe." Immediately following that, Kevin pulled out a projection of a spirit pendulum from his pocket. After a few gatherings, he discovered that the items he brought on him were projected above the gray fog, but they were relatively illusory. Kevin held the silver chain with his left hand as he allowed the topaz to nearly touch the paper. He calmed his breathing and half-closed his eyes. He calmly repeated the words on the piece of paper. "Returning to the real world is very safe. Comma. Returning to the real world is very safe. Comma." After repeating it 7 times, Kevin completed the divination with spirit dowsing. He opened his eyes and saw the topaz slowly oscillating, guiding the silver chain in a clockwise spin. Clockwise is an affirmation while counterclockwise is negative. "Returning to the real world is very safe." Kevin breathed a sigh of relief as he habitually stored the chain away. Then, he released his spirit and wrapped his body as he simulated a plummeting state. The hazy fog and deep red stars turned ethereal and charged upward. Kevin soon saw himself still in a daze in his original position. He saw the brown puppet, halfway out of the chest. He also noticed that the sealed artifact had apparently stopped all motion. His physical senses reached his brain, and just as he was about to try to move his arm to determine his condition, he suddenly heard a voice concealed within the wind. Do you wish to be awakened? You can be saved as long as you promise me one thing. This one thing is to help me take that Antigonus family notebook. Nod if you agree. I know you are still capable of completing that action. Who is it? Yes, 2049 doesn't seem like it's attempting to control me, that's right. It will not repeatedly influence the same person. There will be a break. Kevin was shocked, but he did not show it on his face. At that moment, the voice added quickly, you can obtain additional rewards if you complete this matter. I know you are a seer. I also know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess does not have level 8 that succeeds level 9. But our secret order can give it to you. Hey, to be honest, I was a seer before. If not, I wouldn't have dared return. To show you my sincerity, I can now tell you that the corresponding level 8 of seer is clown. Clown. Secret order. Kevin nearly did not maintain his puppet state. He never made the connection between seer and clown. Were they about to become the head honchos of a circus? All right, make your choice. Believe me, you no longer have much time left to waste. The voice sounded with the wind again. The distant Dunn and Lorata were still unconscious. Borgia seemed heavily injured as he moaned without moving. Iyer Harson and Leonard Mitchell were in relatively good shape as they attempted to sit up. Why me? The secret order, is it that suited clown from before? After he escaped, he secretly returned in a bid to fish in troubled waters. Upon hearing the voice, all sorts of doubts instantly flashed through Kevin's mind. Since the person said that he was a seer, Kevin attempted using the thought processes of a seer to analyze the situation. He dared return because he divined hope. He believed that Monster Bieber would be destroyed and that we would suffer a heavy setback. He did not take the notebook by himself or deal with us directly because he likely divined that it would contain immense risk. Therefore, he is suspecting Captain and Madame Lorata are feigning their unconsciousness, or that this is a trap laid out for him. He did not make further divinations to determine my present state, partially because firstly, he might not have the time. If he waited any longer, Mr. Iyer Harson and company would have regained some of their combat strength. Secondly, he belittles me and thinks it unnecessary. He understands a seer very well and is confident that I'm unable to escape the puppet's control. He is using me as cannon fodder to probe for any traps. From another angle, this also means that the luck enhancement ritual does not cause any abnormal appearances. With his brain no longer sluggish, Kevin felt that his line of reasoning was clear. He was quite confident of the thoughts and goals of the suited clown. As for the clown's promise, he believed not one bit of it. Cannon fodder did not have any human rights. As the thoughts flashed through his head, Kevin controlled his neck and with difficulty nodded. As he did this action, he confirmed that he had escaped the control of sealed artifact 2049. Just after he nodded, a transparent curtain stirred 2 to 3 yards to his side. It revealed the suited clown who had his face painted with a clown's pastel colors. It was none other than the secret order member who had fled previously. At that moment, as Kevin had previously turned around in an attempt to leap out of 249's effective range, his back was facing the black chest and the puppet. The suited clown was in front of him to his side. First, it was to stay away from the sealed artifact, and second, to avoid his revolver's barrel. It was clear that he was very careful. The suited clown pulled out a long paper slip from his pocket and shook it vigorously until it turned straight like a wooden pole. He held the wooden pole and at a distance of 2 to 3 yards, he gave Kevin's shoulder a prod in an attempt to wake him. This guy knows 2049 very well. He knows that if the scent of an Antigonus family descendant is present, the puppet would go ballistic and control 2 at a time. He also knows that throwing a rock doesn't seem effective. At the very least, I've seen Captain and company attempt similar means. Although Kevin did not know why 2049 had stopped assimilating him again, he did not dare stay within 5 yards of it any longer. Therefore, he waited as he held his breath. Just as the wooden pole was about to touch his shoulder, Kevin suddenly raised his left hand and grabbed the edge of the pole and yanked it backward. The suited clown was caught by surprise as his body was pulled forward. He staggered a few steps forward as the gap between him and Kevin closed once again. He was now less than 2 yards away. At the same time, the prepared Kevin squeezed his right finger on the revolver's trigger. Bang! Bang! He shot twice but did not aim at the suited clown. Instead, he had aimed behind him, shooting to the side of sealed artifact 2049. Before the gunshot rang, the suited clown had taken the initiative to roll from his staggering state. He had instinctively backed off. Kevin released his hand which had grabbed the wooden pole as he took several steps away rapidly and rushed out the danger zone. Just as the suited clown rolled twice and was about to jump backwards, his head went abuzz as his thoughts rapidly turned sluggish. No good. He forced me to dodge in the direction of the Antigonus puppet. I'm within 5 yards, how could he not be controlled by the Antigonus puppet? The suited clown stopped from his rolling as he attempted to crawl out with his seemingly rusty joints. At that moment, Kevin had already turned around. He held his revolver with both hands as he aimed at the slowly moving target. To him, that was equivalent to shooting a fixed target. Having seen the suited clowns battle with Dunn, Iyer, and Lorata, Kevin knew that he was agile and good at rolling. Therefore, even when they were just a yard or two apart, he had carefully given up on shooting directly. Instead, he forced the clown to dodge to the kill zone, he imagined, where sealed artifact 2049 was. If the puppet had been ineffective, the suited clown would have determined that he had fallen into a trap. He would then escape by leaping backwards and not pose any significant threat. Bang! Reflected in the indescribable eyes of the suited clown, the black-suited Kevin pulled the trigger calmly. 28:08, 4 p.m. Rohit Brew, Chapter 76, Dealing with the Aftermath. Bang! The silver bullet traversed the short distance of a few yards and accurately bore into the suited clown's neck. Large amounts of blood spewed out, dyeing his skin and bow tie red. The suited clown was unable to let out a cry as his throat seemed to produce sounds of him gasping for breath. He wished to raise his arm to divert the fatal wound, but his joints appeared to be filled with glue. His motions were slow and jerky. Bang! Having entered a half-cogitation state, Kevin was not stunned by the appearance of blood. He pulled the trigger once again calmly, as though it was his usual daily practice. A grisly hole appeared on the suited clown's forehead as crimson red spewed out. The luster in his eyes dimmed as the intricate revolver's might was far higher than what Kevin had imagined. As his knees buckled and his arms hung down, the suited clown gradually fell to the ground. His eyes were frozen with a dazed look. His body convulsed a few times before it slowly relaxed and stopped moving. Having delivered a headshot, Kevin turned around in a cool manner. He spun his revolver and allowed the empty shells to fall down. Then, dressed in his black formal suit and halved top hat, he walked towards Iyer Harson. He pulled out the final silver demon hunting bullet in his pocket and inserted it into the revolver's chamber. The reason why he did not turn back to look at the suited clown's tragic fate was solely because of his discomfort with his first kill. However, it was necessary. He did not know what would happen if the suited clown was under the full control of the puppet. Furthermore, he did not dare risk entering sealed artifact 249's effective range. After all, no one knew if something odd would happen that prevented his self-rescuing luck enhancement ritual from failing. As for the items on the suited clown, Kevin only cared if there was the so-called clown potion formula or the relevant clues. However, this was not something he was in a hurry to carry out. In a while, he could do it together with Dunn, Iyer, and company. If the Night Owls had it, it also practically meant that he had it. There was no way that they would be unwilling to share the potion formula of level 8. At most, he would be required to accumulate his contributions over time. After all, he had only become a seer recently, it would still be a long time until he fully digested it. As his thoughts churned, Kevin quickly walked next to Iyer Harson. The gentleman in his gray windbreaker struggled to sit up but failed at every try. He was covered in dust and mud from the fall. "Mr. Harson, what do you need me to do?" he asked, squatting down. He pointed the revolver in his hand at the ground in case of a misfire. Iyer gasped for air and sighed. The monster was too strong. If not for its weakness, then, he pointed at a sky-blue metal bottle beside him and said with a self-deprecating laugh, "I was trying to consume some medicine, but my hand shook." The sky-blue bottle was about the size of Kevin's finger. It was not longer than 2 inches long and a cap that hid spiral patterns had fallen to the side. The liquid had completely spilled. Kevin reached out to pick up the bottle. As he looked at it with narrowed eyes, he answered helplessly, "Mr. Harson, there are only a few drops left in the bottle. Go to Borgia and search his body. In his inner pockets," Ayer said as he gasped for breath. "All right." Kevin stood up and casually asked, "Is this restorative medicine an item from mysticism?" "No, it only has certain restorative effects. The main goal is to stimulate our minds and squeeze out the potential of our bodies. It allows us to maintain a decent state for a short period of time until we return, where we can receive treatment." Ayer attempted to sit up only to fail again. "Its name is the goddess's gaze. Remember to let Borgia drink half a bottle." Kevin did not delay any further as he turned around. He briskly arrived at Borgia, who was groaning in pain. He found the uniform sky blue metal bottle from the night owl's pocket. After removing the cap, he carefully held the bottle to Borgia's mouth. Having sensed it, Borgia tried hard to open his lips. The bottle was held up as dark red liquid flowed into Borgia's mouth. Kevin estimated the quantity and stopped just in time. He then screwed the cap back on. The medicine was rather effective. It only took Borgia a few seconds after drinking to regain the spirit in his eyes. Furthermore, he whispered, "Thank you." With that said, he pressed down on the ground as he slowly sat up. He first dealt with his wounds before walking to the unconscious Lorata and Dunn. Then, he retrieved the goddess's gaze from the latter's inner pocket. Kevin returned to Ayer's side and fed him the remaining half bottle. After Ayer panted a few times, his actions suddenly became nimbler. He stood up as though he had never been injured. "I'll help Borgia. Help that partner of yours." The gentleman with the charm of a middle-aged man pointed at Leonard Mitchell. Kevin had no objections to it. He turned around and jogged to the poet, "Leonard. There's no need. I can drink it by myself." Leonard, with his disheveled hair, smiled as he raised the sky blue bottle. Upon seeing Leonard agilely get up by pushing up with one hand, Kevin, who wanted to lampoon, was suddenly stunned. "Leonard's injuries are lighter than I expected. He had the ability to consume the medicine from the very beginning. That also means that he could see me walk counterclockwise as I did the luck enhancement ritual. No, that's still all right. I had chanted inwardly and the luck enhancement ritual does not appear odd in any way, or the suited clown would not have fallen for it, but even so, Leonard, who had long recovered but chose to watch by the sidelines, had seen quite a lot. Things like me not being affected by 2049 and my sneak attack on the suited clown." Just as Kevin's eyes narrowed slightly, Leonard, who was walking in his direction, stopped beside him and chuckled softly. "I actually wanted to save you but discovered that you didn't need it. Don't mind it. There are many special people in this world that can always do things others can't, such as you and me." Leonard smiled as he went past Kevin and walked to the awakening Dunn and Lorata. Narcissist, Kevin thought silently as he felt a lot more relaxed. From the looks of it, Leonard Mitchell hid quite a bit of secrets. As he regrouped with the rest while deep in thought, he saw Captain Dunn wear a cloth and pick up the Antigonus family notebook that was covered in yellowish-brown blood stains. The notebook's cover was completely made of thick black paper. It suffused an aura from an ancient and distant time without any signs of softening or rotting. It was nearly identical to the one he saw in his dream. He even suspected that flipping it open would only make him see the fool wearing splendid headgear. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking things since Dunn had flipped open the notebook to make a final confirmation. Kevin was unable to discern the words on it due to his poor angle, but he was certain that there was no drawing of the fool with his gorgeous clothes and splendid headdress. Ahem. There's nothing wrong with it. Dunn closed the notebook and held it securely. Then, he looked at Ayer and company. "Let's store this notebook and sealed artifact 2049 behind Tingen's Channy's gate. We can wait until all of you are recovered or Backlund sends someone over." Upon hearing that, Kevin felt a little disappointed once again, but also felt happy. He wished to see the Antigonus family's notebook once more and figure out the reason for the death of the original Kevin, Welch, and Naya. However, he also felt that the ancient item was filled with misfortune. It often brought catastrophe, so he did not dare touch it. Handing it to the church's headquarters and sealing it is considered the best choice. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "All right." Ayer, Harson, Borgia, and Lorata nodded in unison. They then turned around and arrived beside sealed artifact 2049. They woke each other up and stuffed the puppet, which had resumed moving, into the black chest with an opening as they monitored it strictly. Everything is back to normal. Ayer sounded a little more relaxed. Inside the dimly lit black chest, the puppet wrapped in oil-stained cloth flipped over with its body creaking as it aligned its clown-painted face with the light source. On the creepy face, under the black pupil-less eyes, two hardly noticeable crimson cracks appeared. Meanwhile, Dunn, Leonard, and Kevin, who had mustered his courage, began searching the suited clown's corpse. They found paper flowers, handkerchiefs, poker cards, glass pieces, and all sorts of strange items. However, apart from that, he did not seem to carry anything of worth or potential clues. Other than the wallet with 70 to 80 pounds and 10 plus solely, Kevin secretly sighed. With money in mind, he immediately looked down and inspected himself. His face nearly fell literally. His formal suit that cost several pounds had torn in 5 to 6 spots which required mending due to his rolling on the ground. Furthermore, it was covered in dust and dirt stains. Dunn shot him a glance as the corner of his lips curved up. Losses during a mission can be reimbursed. Reimbursed? Upon hearing the term, invented by Emperor Russell, Kevin instantly felt wonderful. Yeah, this suit just needs some proper cleaning and mending before it can be worn again. It will still be presentable. When the reimbursement comes, I can buy another set and I can take turns wearing them. I am not the kind of person that uses a reimbursement for something other than what it was intended for. However, I should consider getting a set of clothes for combat in the future, such as a black windbreaker light captain. Clothes with slightly poorer material would be much cheaper than a tuxedo. Tisk has the reason why the bastard, Leonard, doesn't like wearing formal suits been due to him having such considerations. Let Fry take care of the dead body. We'll see if he can find what the man originally looked like or find any relevant clues. Dunn touched the suited clown's face paint with his gloves. Then, they searched the innermost warehouse and saw that there were splotches of bloody flesh that looked like they had been smashed by boulders. They also saw one white bone after another that had been strewn everywhere. Ray Bieber was absorbing the power in the notebook via an ancient ritual, just like how we would consume a higher-level sequence potion. A ritual like that is full of danger. It must be performed in an environment isolated from all disturbances, and the ritual would have required him to enter a deep sleep for a certain amount of time. That was probably why he had yet to leave Tingen. Dunn guessed at the possibilities after inspecting the warehouse. Upon hearing such a description, Loretta laughed. Her black hair contrasted sharply with her pale face. Such a pity, we awakened him ahead of time. His anger at being woken up truly left a deep impression on us. This is a kind of losing control. Dunn looked towards Kevin and told him, as both an explanation and a lecture. Why didn't he just leave Tingen and try to absorb it elsewhere? Asked a perplexed Kevin. Ayer laughed and pointed to his head. People influenced by ancient or sinister powers often are lacking in this department. At that moment, Dunn inhaled and said while hiding his pain, Leonard, you are still in good condition. Stay here and do not allow ordinary people to come close. The rest of us will immediately search for items among Ray Bieber's remains. We will return with them and the sealed artifact, as well as the Antigonus family's notebook. We will then get Fry, Royale, and the police to come here. Chapter 77. Remnant Items. All right, answered Leonard with a relaxed expression when he heard Dunn's suggestion. Following that, everyone walked out of the warehouse and came close to where Monster Bieber had self-destructed. With him at the origin, they began searching outwards in a circle. Captain, what are we looking for? Kevin looked at the rotting flesh and blood that was strewn everywhere. He held back his urge to retch as he looked at Captain Dunn beside him ponderingly. Dunn did not look up. Instead, he used his deep gray eyes to sweep the ground. Awakening ahead of time, losing control, and becoming a monster. This means that Ray Bieber did not fully absorb the Beyonder powers provided by the notebook. It also means that a part of his body is considered extraordinary, making it prime material. If you ever encounter something similar, make sure not to miss out on doing a search. It might be a relatively important item. So that's the case. Kevin nodded slightly in enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, he thought of another matter. If the part where Monster Bieber had concentrated the Beyonder powers were some indescribable part, wouldn't that be awkward? Wouldn't it be extremely disgusting to concoct it into a potion? Just as Kevin's mind wandered, Borgia with his sharp eagle-like eyes suddenly shouted. Found it. Ahem. Dunn and company immediately turned and closed in. Driven by his curiosity, Kevin walked over to Borgia with a quickened pace. Soon, he saw the item before Borgia. It was a grayish-white item about the size of a fist. Its surface was filled with gullies and it looked soft but ductile. It looked like a brain that had been extracted out of a living being. Although Kevin was unable to make out the extraordinariness of the blob of grayish-white, he was certain that Borgia had not made a mistake since it had remained intact despite the violent explosion it had undergone. Dunn carefully observed it and squatted down. As he extended and bent his right arm, he used his black-gloved left hand to carefully grab the grayish-white item. The moment it was touched, the blob of grayish-white immediately spread out into an extremely sticky liquid. At that moment, Harson took out a tin-colored square case, removed the cigarettes from them and placed them into his pocket. Then, he handed the square case to Dunn and smiled. I know, you only like pipes. Dunn chuckled and took the square case. Then, he poured the grayish-white sticky liquid into the case for temporary storage. After storing it away, everyone did a cursory sweep of the area. After confirming that they had not missed out anything, they left. When they came out, they saw the horses digging their hooves into the ground, clearly spooked and nervous. They had nearly escaped their reins. I'll drive. Borgia covered his mouth with his hand and coughed softly. I know you are good at placating animals, said Eyre with a smiling nod. After boarding the carriage, Dunn, Loretta, Harson, and Kevin, who continued their arm exercises, temporarily had nothing to say as they fell into silence. When the trotting of the horses sounded while the carriage wheeled off, Dunn looked at Kevin and deliberated over his words before saying, I know you are filled with curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. You wish to understand what happened. No, not at all, Kevin subconsciously denied. It was an ancient relic filled with misfortune. Without giving him time to answer, Dunn continued and said, however, I have to first report this to the Holy Cathedral. Only after they determine the confidentiality level of the notebook can we consider if this can be shown to you. No problem. Kevin gave a short and simple reply. Dunn continued his arm exercises as he thought before saying, I once promised that you can be made a formal member of the Night Owls when we confirm that Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family clan. Now, not only have we determined Ray Bieber's identity, we have even eliminated the monster and spoiled the Secret Order's conspiracy. In this entire process, your performance was outstanding. You personally killed a member of an evil organization. Therefore, I will fulfill my promise and immediately make an application to the Holy Cathedral. We'll wait for their approval. Right, I forgot something important. I still need to ask if you are agreeable to it. Mr. Kevin Moretti, are you willing to formally join the Tingen Night Owls as one of its members? Your salary will increase several-fold, reaching £6 a week. Furthermore, you will get a raise every subsequent year. Your salary will be paid by the church and Awa County's police department equally. You will also gain the identity of a probationary inspector. It will be very useful at times. As a support-type Beander, you do not always need to face enemies, but you will have to guard Channy's gate once a week. Without the squad's permission, you are not to leave Tingen without permission. Furthermore, you have to keep this a secret from your family. By the time Dunn finished listing the restrictions and benefits, Kevin was already thinking deeply for more than 10 seconds. I wish to become a formal night owl. Only by doing so could he continue to gain more access to mystery, such as the situation regarding the Secret Order. After reading the gathered Russell diaries, Kevin had some changes in thoughts about himself. Being skilled in mysticism knowledge to seek a way home was an immutable goal of his. Raising his strength further to more safely make the mysterious space above the gray fog do his bidding before using it to return home was a new addition to his goals. Just as Emperor Russell said, simply relying on external powers was very dangerous. Furthermore, after becoming a seer and obtaining Beander powers, Kevin sensed that he had a better grasp of the mysterious space. For example, he could pull another person into the gathering. This forced him to consider what possibly beneficial changes would happen to the mysterious space above the gray fog when he reached level 8, level 7, or an even higher level. Of course, Kevin knew very well that this was built on the premise that he completely resolved the side effects of the seer potion. He could not rush or be rash. Very well. Once the Holy Cathedral approves of it, you will become one of us. Dunn's gray eyes were tinted with a hint of joy. At that moment, Ire Harson, who was listening in, interrupted. Kevin, don't mind me calling you Kevin. Your performance today was really excellent. You managed to kill a Beyander from the Secret Order. I even suspect that he has reached level 7. How did you do it? I really find it incredible. The question has finally been raised. Having long prepared for it, Kevin acted as though he was organizing his thoughts. He knew that it was indeed incredible and enigmatic that he had killed a Beyander that ran rings around Dunn, Ire, and Lorata. Ire and company were not blind or dumb, so it was a matter of time before they inquired about the process. However, he never expected them to wait till this moment. That's right, Captain and Mr. Harson were previously injured and their situations could have worsened at any time. At that moment, any matter that could result in conflict had to be put on hold. It was to prevent me from acting desperately because of my exposed secret. Only after I expressed my attitude and showed that I was willing to be a night owl were they at ease enough to ask, how crafty. They did not have any obvious communication between themselves, but they had made the same tacit decision. Kevin answered as though in thought, it's an extremely lucky event. The clown in the tuxedo had made a fatal misjudgment. Back then, sealed artifact 2049 was thrown near me as a result of the explosion's blast. It looked about 5 to 6 yards from me, but it was only a crude observation. It was very easy to come to the conclusion that I was within the sealed artifact's area of influence. And back then, I was feeling faint because of the explosion. My actions turned sluggish and looked as though I was being controlled. It was unknown when that suited clown came close to me in an invisible state. He tried to entice me by offering to save me in the corresponding level 8 clown of the seer potion. He wanted me to help him retrieve the Antigonus family's notebook. Right, he said that the Secret Order is in control of the seer potion's corresponding level pathway and that he was once a seer. Kevin recounted the situation back then in detail. He even described the theories he had back then, including how he believed that the suited clown had divined that taking the notebook would be an extremely risky endeavor, thus, he had changed his plans. Of course, all the truths were used to conceal the lie made in the beginning, that he had been controlled by sealed artifact 2049. Divined that it was extremely risky to retrieve the notebook. Yes, it's indeed highly risky. However, the risk was actually because of you, said Lorata with a chuckle as she covered her mouth. His divination was right, but it caused him to end up in a fatal situation. This sure is an interesting account. Kevin was taken aback before he nodded seriously. Indeed, divination is never crystal clear. And that vagueness only means that an interpretation can be wrong. Yes, I have to take note of that. How did you finish him off after that? Asked Dunn while he did his arm exercises and leaned back. Kevin smiled. I pretended to agree to him and made him awaken me. However, he did not dare enter the effective range of the sealed artifact. He stayed 2 to 3 yards away and used a strange paper slip in an attempt to push me. I seized the opportunity and pulled at his paper slip, causing him to be thrown into 249's effective range. I then complemented it with repeated shots and completed my goal. Hey, it's quite an embarrassing matter for me. I didn't even have the confidence of hitting him despite being only 2 to 3 yards away from him. Ire nodded slightly. With his evasive abilities, a distance of 2 to 3 yards is not an absolute guarantee. You might be able to strike him but fail to hit him in a vital spot. That would only make things worse. Your choice back then was impeccable. It can even be said to be outstanding. If I were in your shoes, I might not have been able to do it better than you. He did not ask further. After all, the suited clown's entry into the sealed artifact 249's area of influence basically sealed his fate. He became a living target. The subsequent level of seer as clown, how odd, Dunn suddenly said with a sigh. Chapter 78, Trauma. Ire Harson added, exactly, it is hard to imagine that the subsequent level of seer would be clown. According to normal logic, no one would link them together. As that's strange. I remember that quite a number of sequence potions also seem to lack similarities between their different levels. Lorata covered her mouth as she yawned. It was obvious that her injuries were more severe. Not even Goddess's gaze could help her to maintain her vibrant energy. No, Lorata, this is completely different. Even if the other sequence potions are lacking a connection, we can also find common points if viewed from a different angle. However, I cannot comprehend it for seer and clown at all, said Harson as he shook his head and sighed. Kevin listened to their discussion and laughed. No, there's still a common point. What? Asked curiously. Even Dunn's arm exercises clearly slowed down. Kevin replied without hesitation, be it a seer or a clown, both of them can be found at the circus. Quote. Dunn, and Lorata were stunned. PFF'd, quite a good answer. I like a young man like you. Lorata was the first to return to her senses as she burst out laughing. Also smiled as he shook his head. In this era, the number of gentlemen who are equipped with the spirit of self-deprecation is decreasing. Thankfully, we have met one today. Do you think I like to engage in self-deprecation? It's not like I figured out any commonality between the two, Kevin complained internally as he replied with a wry smile. I only wish that the potions of the sequence pathway would not have names like Beast Tamer, Acrobat, or Magician. That would really form a circus. Furthermore, it's a one-man circus. Ha ha. Dunn and company were immediately amused. It filled the carriage with a joyous atmosphere. The carriage proceeded straight for Zootaland Street. Kevin, who was not injured, was the first to enter Blackthorn Security Company. Goddess, what happened to you? Why are you like that? Roseanne exclaimed when she caught sight of him. Kevin looked down at his dirty and tattered suit. He replied with his heart aching, there are always all kinds of accidents during a mission. Thankfully, the goddess blessed us and it ended beautifully. Praise the lady. Roseanne devoutly drew the crimson moon across her chest. Before waiting for Kevin to continue, she asked, do you need us to hide in the third floor again? Is the sealed artifact really that dangerous? Trust me, it's far more dangerous than you can imagine, replied Kevin with a lingering fear. If not for his even more mysterious luck enhancement ritual, he would have perished under the proverbial hands of 2049. Goddess, Roseanne's lips quivered as though she had still a million things to say or questions to ask, but in consideration of how the captain was waiting downstairs, she held back her compulsion. She informed Mrs. Oriana and company to head upstairs to the third floor. The neighbors of Blackthorn Security Company were either estates of the church, or devout clergymen who vaguely knew of the situation. When all the civilian staff dispersed, Kevin did not rush to the entertainment room to inform the other night owls. He immediately returned and helped the captain and the rest escort sealed artifact 2049, Monster Bieber's remnants, and the Antigonus family's notebook to the second floor. Through the partition, Dunn pushed open the entertainment room's door and said to the two night owls who were playing Gwent cards, Fry, Royale, both of you are to immediately head to the harbor's Tyrell warehouse and aid Leonard in dealing with the aftermath. All right. Royale with her raven black hair and cold expression was the first to stand up. Corpse Collector Fry, with his black hair, blue eyes, and pale skin stood up next. They put down their Gwent cards and walked out the entertainment room, and when they passed through the partition, they clearly paused. Wait, Dunn shouted, not letting down their expectations. What else is there? Sleepless Royale turned her head back and asked without an expression. Remember to inform the police. Let them seal off the road. Prevent anyone from coming close until you are done with the scene and move the corpse back, Dunn said, smacking his forehead. All right. Royale turned around and took 2 steps before pausing once again. She turned her head, blinked and confirmed coldly, Captain, is there nothing else? No, Dunn answered categorically. Royale nodded unnoticeably and walked towards the entrance. As for Corpse Collector Fry, who exuded coldness and darkness, he maintained his adequate pace. At that moment, Dunn added, remember to tell Roseanne, Mrs. Oriana, and company that they can come down. No problem. Fry calmly replied as though no emotion stirred in him. Kevin watched as the two night owls walked out the door and went upstairs before heaving a secret sigh of relief. He followed the captain and the rest underground. They proceeded straight to Channy's gate. As Dunn gestured for Sleepless Kenley to open Channy's gate, he instructed Kevin, go to the armory and get Mr. Henderson here. We need his ritualistic magic to heal ourselves. As the effects of the medicine began to wear off, his mental state gradually waned. All right. Kevin did not wait for the captain to continue, as he added, I will watch the armory in Mr. Henderson's place. I will also request for at least 20 demon hunting bullets and also wait for the Holy Cathedral's approval, curbing my curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. Quote. Dunn was instantly at a loss for words. Captain, is there anything else? Asked Kevin with a smile after beating Dunn to it. Dunn shook his head and remained speechless. He pulled out his cane and turned around. After walking a certain distance, Kevin turned into the armory and recounted the happenings generally to Mr. Henderson, who was drinking plain water. He became a monster that lost control. You even killed a Beander. Mr. Henderson quickly tidied up his desk. It's like I'm listening to the script of a play. He mumbled as he circled around the desk and walked straight towards the corridor without waiting for Kevin's answer. Kevin asked out of curiosity, Mr. Henderson, doesn't the church have real restorative medicine? Why would ritualistic magic be needed? No medicine made with ordinary ingredients can provide the permanent restorative effects of a ritual. Extraordinary ingredients are very rare, and most of them are not suitable for restorative medicine, Mr. Henderson explained casually. You should know about goddess's gaze, right? When the medicine is first made via a ritual, it would be a standard, real restorative medicine. But every minute after its completion, its effect evaporates until little of its efficacy is left. I see. Kevin nodded disappointedly. As a former keyboard warrior, an avid gamer, it was a habit to yearn for a medicine with magical healing properties. He watched Mr. Henderson leave and sat down, taking in the tranquility that he had not had in a very long time. In the midst of his piece, he recalled the tragic death of the suited clown. He recalled himself shooting coldly, the gruesome wound and the spewing of fresh blood. Kevin's body shivered as he felt discomfort. He first stood up, then sat down, then slowly repeated the process. He also did some pacing back and forth in between. Phew. He let out a breath and decided to occupy himself with something so that he could stop thinking of those negative images. Kevin took off his silk hat and formal suit. He then took out a handkerchief and a brush to clean off the dirt and mud. After an uncertain amount of time, he heard Mr. Henderson's familiar footsteps. Mr. Henderson's gait involved him walking on his heels, and it made a distinctive noise as he ambled down the hall. How tiring, Mr. Henderson complained as he walked into the room. Tell the rest that no one is to come here within the next hour. I need to rest, he instructed casually, glancing towards Kevin. Why don't you rest upstairs, and I keep watch here? Kevin suggested out of kindness. Mr. Henderson shook his head. It's too noisy upstairs. Roseanne is a lady who just can't stop talking. All right. Kevin did not insist. He put on his coat and hat, picked up his cane, and returned to the corridor. Then, he pulled the armory's door ajar. Tap, tap, tap. He slowly walked on the empty path when he suddenly saw many rooms he had never seen previously by the side. There is a secret door here. Kevin stopped at a spot around a bend as he looked at the room. He discovered that corpse collector Fry had already returned. He was carefully examining a completely dissected corpse. Corpse. Kevin's heart stirred as he mustered his courage and approached the room. He knocked lightly on the opened door. Knock, knock, knock. Fry stopped his actions and turned around, looking over with his blue but ice-cold eyes. Sorry for disturbing you. I just wish to know if this is a corpse of a Beander, asked Kevin as he controlled his tone. Yes. Fry's lips opened and closed, but only spat out a single word. Kevin's gaze reached beyond him and landed on the corpse. Indeed, he discovered the familiar gruesome wound on the forehead. It's that suited clown. Kevin secretly exhaled and said, any discoveries? No, answered Fry in an abnormally simple manner. The mood instantly turned awkward. Just as Kevin was about to bid farewell, Fry took the initiative to say, if you feel uncomfortable, you can come in to take a look. You will discover that it's only a corpse. Afraid that I'll be traumatized? Kevin nodded in thought. All right. He entered the room and came in front of the long white-clothed table as he looked at the corpse. The suited clown's red, yellow, and white paint had been cleaned off, revealing an unfamiliar face that did not look anything special. He was in his 30s and had black hair and a high nose bridge. At that moment, Fry went to a square table by the corner of the wall and picked up a pencil and piece of paper. He returned to the corpse and placed the paper down and began drawing with the pencil. Kevin glanced at it in curiosity and found that Fry was sketching the suited clown's head. It did not take long before Fry stopped moving the pencil. On the piece of paper, there was a lifelike portrait. Compared to the corpse, the only difference was the lack of a wound with the addition of blue eyes. What a talented genius, Kevin marveled in surprise. I never expected you to be that good at sketching. My dream was to become an artist before becoming a night owl. Fry's tone was completely placid. Then why don't you fulfill your dreams? Asked Kevin curiously. Fry put down his pencil and said with the suited clown's portrait in hand, my father was a priest of the goddess. He wished that I become a priest. It's a presentable job. You became a priest? Kevin asked in surprise. He found it unimaginable that Fry could become a priest with his personality and the vibes he exuded. Yeah, I did quite an okay job. Fry wore a cold expression as the corners of his mouth curled up a little as he replied. Later, I encountered and experienced some things and ended up a night owl. Kevin did not plan on infringing on his privacy, so he asked, you were once a priest of the goddess, so why not choose to be a sleepless? A personal reason, answered Fry frankly. Furthermore, Madame Daly is a good role model. Kevin nodded, and just as he was about to change the subject, he heard Fry say, help me watch this room. I have to immediately hand the sketch to Captain. Closing a secret door is very troublesome. All right. Although Kevin was a little afraid facing a corpse alone, he braved his fear in agreement. With Fry gone, the room turned quiet. The corpse laid there as Kevin's heart turned heavy. He took a few breaths and, in a bid to defeat his fears, approached the long table. The suited clown lay there silently with his pale face. His eyes were tightly shut, and he had lost all signs of breathing. Apart from the gruesome wound, he emitted the unique coldness of a dead man. Kevin observed for a moment as his emotions gradually settled as he was calming down. He swept his gaze and discovered a strange brand on the suited clown's wrist. Gathering his courage, he extended his hand to touch it, hoping to turn it around to see it more clearly. Just as the ice-cold touch reached from Kevin's fingertips to his brain, the pale palm that had lost all vibrancy shot up suddenly, grabbing him by the wrist. It grabbed at his wrist tightly. Chapter 79. Another murmuring. Kevin instantly felt his hair stand on end as the icy hand tightened around his wrist. He instinctively pulled his wrist back in a desperate attempt to escape. A heavy sensation bore down on him as Kevin used every ounce of strength in his entire body to yank his arm back. Bam! The pale, naked corpse was yanked so forcefully to the side that it fell from the autopsy table. However, the white, ice-cold finger's grip remained firmly latched onto Kevin's wrist. Kevin momentarily lost the ability to think. The only thought that went through his mind was to draw his revolver and riddle the corpse with holes. However, as he could not retract his dominant hand, he threw his black cane and desperately tried to retrieve his revolver from his holster to no avail. At that moment, the corpse's eyes rose, revealing a pair of calm, blue eyes. His mouth moved as he muttered, Hornassus, Hornassus, Hornassus. After those 3 words were said, Kevin was completely flustered as he felt that the fingers gripping onto his wrist began to loosen before dropping limp. The suited clown's eyes were shut once again, as though nothing had happened at all. If the pale corpse wasn't lying on the stone floor, Kevin would have imagined that he had been struck by a hallucination spell. He staggered backward a few steps and felt that most of his body was trembling as a result of the shock and fear. Phew, phew. Kevin gasped for air as he slowly regained control of his mental facilities. He looked at the corpse on the ground in alarm and fear. He drew his revolver and carefully retreated from the room, one step at a time. After confirming that the corpse was motionless, he took a glance at his wrist of the hand holding onto his revolver. There were 5 deep, red finger marks imprinted on his wrist. They silently described his encounter. Kevin calmed down as vulgarities filled his mind. F-seeking hell. I almost died from the shock. Asterisk. After panting for more than 10 seconds, he began assembling items in his mind to quickly compose himself. He carefully recalled everything that he encountered and pieced them together. Although he did not understand the reason for the suited clown's resurrection, he acutely noticed an important point. The corpse had repeated the words, Hornassus. It's Hornassus again. Kevin knitted his brows. The Antigonus family's notebook has records of a nation of the Evernight in the Hornassus mountain range. While in cogitation or spirit vision, I would hear sounds that I shouldn't be able to hear, and among those sounds is the word, Hornassus. Is the answer to all these questions on the Hornassus mountain range? There might be massive danger lurking there. For example, an evil god might be sealed within and was using various forms of attraction to achieve freedom. While considering this, Kevin carefully entered the room and touched the corpse a few times to verify that it was completely dead. He didn't want corpse collector Fry to see him mess up the place, so he mustered his courage to move the corpse back onto the autopsy table. Kevin couldn't help but feel as though his heart was in his mouth throughout the process. The slightest movement could snap his tense nerves. Furthermore, the ice-cold feeling given out by the corpse felt particularly disgusting. After finishing the mission with great difficulty, he recalled the reason he approached the corpse. Therefore, he focused on the suited clown's wrist and looked at the strange brand. It was unknown when the brand had slipped off, shrinking into a spherical blob of blood which had a tint of blue. The spherical blob of blood was the size of a thumb. It floated in midair silently in defiance of the laws of physics. "What is this?" Kevin muttered, but he didn't dare to touch it rashly. He had no intention of hiding the strange blood sphere. Firstly, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Secondly, he was certain that Fry, who had examined the corpse, would have long discovered the brand on the wrist. It was even likely that he knew what the strange blood sphere was. And even if Fry doesn't know, reporting it to Captain and letting the Night Owls research it is definitely better than me making random attempts. That was Kevin's train of thought. Being in an organization meant he had to know how to make use of the organization's powers to its fullest. Kevin waited nervously for a few minutes before he saw the black-haired, blue-eyed, and thin-lipped Fry return. He instantly noticed the strange blood sphere, and asked Kevin a question he had previously asked himself. "What is this?" "No idea." Kevin shook his head honestly. He recounted what had happened without hiding anything. The brand slipped off into a blood sphere. Fry nodded, seemingly deep in thought. The corpse of a Beander always tends to have some strange transformations. He looked up and said to Kevin, "Bring the captain here. Inform him about the contents." That the corpse murmured as well. "All right." Kevin was already itching to leave. "You don't have to return with the captain," Fry added. "I believe you won't like to see what happens next." As he spoke, he picked up a silver surgical knife beside him. Kevin nodded with some lingering fear. "I was hoping you'd say that." He picked up his cane, wore his hat and hobbled over to the Chinese gate. At the keeper's room, he saw the no longer frail Captain Dunn. After Dunn heard his recollection of what happened, he nodded indiscernibly. "I'll report the matter to the higher-ups and let the Holy Cathedral deal with it. Maybe they'll send people to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range to take a look." Kevin answered briefly in confirmation. Seeing that only Sleepless Kenley and the captain were in the keeper's room, he casually asked, "Are Mr. Eyre and the others resting?" Dunn nodded and said, "Eyre and Borgia are at St. Selena Cathedral. Lorata is probably looking for a coffee shop." "Coffee shop? Madame Lorata hasn't recovered from her injuries, right?" Kevin asked in surprise. Dunn massaged his nose bridge and said with a laugh, "Lorata has 3 hobbies: coffee, dessert, and maidservants. She says she needs these 3 things to speed up her recovery." "Maidservants?" Kevin asked, perplexed. "Does Madame Lorata have a particular fetish?" Dunn shook his head helplessly and said, "She likes maidservants." "Yeah, that's right. Furthermore, she likes ones with big breasts. She sure is weird." Kevin had no idea what kind of expression he should show in response. Dunn didn't delay any further as he headed out the keeper's room. As Kevin watched his back, he silently waited for him to turn. Meanwhile, he noticed at the corner of his eye that Sleepless Kenley had fished out his pocket watch and opened it. 3, 2, 1. The moment Kevin finished counting down silently, Dunn stopped and turned around. "Another thing I forgot. Kevin, you went through a lot today. Once you relax, you'll feel exhausted. There's no need for you to be here in the afternoon. Go back and get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll submit the application listing the detailed losses." "All right. Don't worry too much about your killing of a Beander. Killing him was equivalent to saving more lives. As a matter of fact, I'm actually feeling much better." Kevin silently exhaled. Dunn nodded slightly and just as he turned around, he smacked himself in the forehead. "I've also handed the Beander's sketch to Leonard. He and the police department are in charge of the follow-up investigations." I believe that the Beander must have ridden on carriages, eaten food, and had somewhere to stay. Wherever he goes, whatever he touches, whatever he leaves behind, even unconsciously, will serve as a silent witness against him. Emperor Russell's words are truly sensible. Yes, Kevin answered, stupefied. After the captain walked far away, he left the keeper's room and slowly walked to the second floor. Along the way, he suddenly recalled something as he experienced an additional bout of fear. That suited clown claimed that the secret order controlled the corresponding level pathway of seers. Even if he was exaggerating and they didn't have the higher level potion formulas, they definitely have the lower level ones. It also means that they have a number of seers. Then, wouldn't they divine that I killed the suited clown and secretly exact revenge against me? If they can't deal with the night owls, can't they deal with me, a seer without any direct measures against enemies? Kevin stopped in the stairwell and began thinking about the problem seriously. Soon, he discovered that he was worrying over nothing. Firstly, the secret order doesn't know who are members of the Night Owls. Secondly, even if they know one or two, they definitely wouldn't include a civilian staff member like me. Thirdly, under the present circumstances, unless they have a prophet, there's no way they can divine who the murderer is. He breathed a sigh of relief and left the Blackthorn Security Company. He took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Even though he hadn't eaten lunch yet, he still lacked the appetite. After entering his bedroom, Kevin removed his damaged suit first. Then, he took off his half-top hat, got into bed and tried to go to sleep. His mind remained active as though his entire existence couldn't relax. His mind wasn't repeating the scene of him shooting the suited clown to death, but of the scene of him moving the corpse, and that hair-raising experience. He no longer felt uncomfortable about killing for the first time, but more of a disgust when he thought about it. This was probably Fry's goal. He hoped that I would approach the corpse and face it directly to overcome my trauma, but, even though the trauma from before is gone, I've been traumatized by something new. Kevin gave a self-deprecating laugh as he gradually felt his nerves calm down. He had no idea when he dozed off, but when he woke up, his stomach was groaning in protest. I feel like I can eat an entire horse, Kevin muttered as he looked at the sun setting in the west as though the sky was alit. Changing into old but comfortable casual clothes, he briskly walked to the first floor. Before he could consider what to make for dinner, he heard the door open. Melissa, the corners of his mouth curled up at the thought. Ever since she began taking the public carriage, his sister no longer returned home late. The key twisted as the door opened. Melissa walked in with her bag that contained her books and stationery. She looked at the kitchen and said, "Kevin, there's a letter for you. It's from your mentor." A letter from mentor, right. I wrote to him asking about the relevant historical situation of the Hornassus main peak. Kevin was taken aback at first before he recalled the matter. Chapter 80. Banquet Invitation. After having dinner, a satiated Kevin casually lounged on the living room sofa. He used a small letter opener to open the letter he received from his mentor. Melissa was sitting by the dining table at the time, working hard on a textbook problem, with the gas lamp for illumination. Benson was cradled in a single-seater, reading Accountancy for Beginners. Kevin found 3 pages in the letter that he read with both fear and anticipation. "Very happy to receive your letter. It reminds me of the good old days over the past few years. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya have left us forever. I attended their burials separately and could feel their parents' anguish. The 2 of them were young adults who were supposed to have beautiful, bright futures ahead of them. Fate is always so unpredictable. No one can know what will happen to you next. I've experienced more as I've grown older, and I can increasingly sense the weakness and helplessness of humanity. Regarding the historical information revolving around the Hornassus main peak, I recall that the archaeologist, Mr. John Joseph, once published a monograph detailing it. It includes his accounts of his time at the Hornassus main peak. He discovered a few ancient buildings that are more than 1,000 years old. What shames every historian and archaeologist is our inability to precisely date the era. We can only make a crude estimate based on the architecture style, the characteristics of the murals, and a few of the texts that we can decipher. It's quite unbelievable that such a tall mountain peak would have humans living there. Mr. Joseph has ample evidence to prove that those humans developed a civilization that they can call their own. As for the details, it is hard to fully describe them in this letter. I suggest you try borrowing this monograph from the Deweyville Library. Trust me, Sir Deweyville's donation to this library makes it have more books in its collection than the one built by the city government. The monograph's title is Research of the Hornassus Main Peaks Relics. It is published by the Lowen publishing firm. In addition, there are some papers that discuss something of relevance. They are published in the journals, New Archaeology, Archaeology Summary. The exact issue and journal volume is. Kevin read every word, and repeated the names of the monograph and paper names silently. Immediately afterwards, he found some paper and an envelope, as well as a fountain pen before penning his gratitude. Melissa, help me send this letter out. This is the money for the stamps. Kevin placed the sealed envelope and more than enough money for the stamps on his sister's desk. Melissa took a glance and curled her lips. Kevin, stamps don't cost that much. Yes, stamps don't, but a girl should have some allowance. Kevin replied with a smile. I believe Selena has mentioned this to you before. Noticing that Melissa was about to protest, he quickly added, it can be used to buy the materials and tools you need. Tools, Melissa repeated softly again and again before casting her gaze back onto her books. All right, she said as she nodded imperceptibly. The corners of Kevin's mouth immediately curved upwards as he briskly walked back to the sofa. Excellent persuasion skills. You precisely pinpointed Melissa's weakness. Benson gave a thumbs up as he said with a suppressed laugh. Kevin cleared his throat and said in all seriousness. Then how shall I persuade you? Your self-study should emphasize language and ancient literature. Of course, basic mathematics and logic are equally important. According to the curriculum of the public schools and grammar schools, as well as the material tested for in-college admissions, Kevin was very confident about the general direction in which the upcoming civil servant examinations would focus on. Benson touched his hairline and said with a self-deprecating smile, I feel like a curly-haired baboon in front of those books. But they're really useful, Kevin said with a determined smile. At that moment, Melissa put down her fountain pen, stood up, and walked to the sofa. Benson, Kevin, this Sunday is Selena's birthday. She and her parents wish to invite all of us to their place for a banquet. Are both of you free? Should be fine for me, Kevin said after some thought. He could take the opportunity to be acquainted with his sister's friends. It could prevent him from being utterly clueless whenever something happened to her. Me too, Benson said as he combed his hairs with his fingers. It looks like we'll have to think of a birthday present for Miss Selena. Kevin smiled. This should be left to Melissa. She knows Miss Selena better than us. Besides, what we need to do is what a gentleman ought to do, pay for it. This is the first time I've heard someone describe laziness in such a pleasant manner, Benson said as he shook his head and chuckled. Kevin returned with a smile. This is the purpose of language and ancient literature. Quote. Benson never expected Kevin to return to the subject at hand. It left him momentarily speechless. The next day, Kevin wore his cheap formal suit and held his black inlaid silver cane as he climbed up the stairs and arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company's entrance. His tuxedo had already been sent to the tailor's. Kevin was just about to greet Roseanne when he saw Captain Dunn walk out of the partition. Good morning, Kevin. Did you have a good night's sleep? Dunn asked with concern. Kevin answered honestly, better than I expected. I didn't even have nightmares. But I still feel heavy and a little disgusted when I recall it. Very good. I feel assured hearing that, Dunn said with a nodding smile. After chatting about the weather, he raised a matter. The Holy Cathedral has replied to my telegram. Antigonus, Lorata, and company are to immediately escort sealed artifact 2049 and the Antigonus family's notebook back to Backland. They've also sent an additional night owl yesterday afternoon via steam locomotive to help. I believe that they've already set off by now. Already set off by now. Does that mean I'm completely free from the traumatizing Antigonus family's notebook? Kevin was taken aback. He found it surreal as though he was dreaming. This is more relaxing than I imagined. It's unlikely that there will be any follow-up, right? May the goddess bless them and that they will have a smooth journey. After a few seconds of silence, Kevin made a gesture on his chest in the sign of the crimson moon. Dunn wore his hat and pointed out the door. I have to patrol the Raphael Cemetery garden. Hey, I forgot one thing. The investigations of Leonard and the police department have borne fruit. They found the carriage driver that drove them. We have confirmed their temporary residence in Tingen City, but they are rather cautious. They didn't leave behind any valuable clues. As expected of an ancient secret organization, Kevin echoed wistfully. Dunn nodded and turned to head to the door. He stopped 3 seconds later and turned his head. Also, the Holy Cathedral needs another 2 to 3 days before they notify us of your application to become an official member. Heh, this is dealt with by a different department, separate from the one that deals with the Antigonus family's notebook. They have different levels of efficiency. I understand, Kevin replied sincerely. Meanwhile, he helped his captain add inwardly. Remember to submit the compensation application today. Watching Dunn leave, Kevin heard the brown-haired Roseanne exclaim. Goddess, Kevin, are you becoming a formal member? You haven't even joined us for a month. Kevin smiled. After I consumed the seer potion, it was only a matter of time. That's reasonable. Roseanne fell into a daze for a few seconds before suddenly sighing. I was praying that you finished your mysticism lessons so that you could be added to the roster for watching the armory, but, goddess, I have to be on duty every 2 days. I'm not a sleepless. My skin, my state of mind. Goddess, save me. Shouldn't you be very familiar to such a lifestyle? Before I joined, it has always been you, Brett, and Mr. Henderson who took turns, right? Kevin asked, puzzled. Roseanne shook her head with a depressed look. No, there were 4 previously, 5 even earlier. Unfortunately, Kenley chose to become a sleepless. Viola did not choose to extend her contract last month and joined the Coy Noel Machinery Company. She's a gifted girl when it comes to creation. She only lacked the opportunity and money. 5 years as a civilian staff allowed her to have enough savings. Having said this, Roseanne suddenly glanced at Kevin and laughed with her mouth covered. I've thought of a good solution. Kevin, get married as soon as possible. Then, accidentally expose the secret of Beyonders to her. This is considered a very minor leak, so there won't be any particularly heavy penalties. After all, who can lie to a person who shares the same bed with you over prolonged periods of time? You can introduce her to us when that happens, make her a civilian staff member. What a perfect plan. The corners of Kevin's mouth twitched. Miss Roseanne, you can also quickly find a husband. It should be even easier. I believe you have the adequate means to divulge the secret to him. Roseanne's eyes widened and her mouth turned agape when she heard him. How can I? Marriage is a very serious matter. I have to carefully pick and observe him over a period of time to ensure that he's all right. That's not what you said a second ago. Kevin didn't bother engaging in sophistry with Roseanne. He smiled as he engaged in a little small talk before bidding farewell and heading underground. At the armory, he saw Mr. Henderson wrestling with the hand-ground coffee. So, he sat down and waited patiently. Soon you'll be an official member, right? Mr. Henderson asked casually as he filtered the coffee. Captain said that another 2 to 3 days are needed. It's still a question of whether the Holy Cathedral will approve of it, Kevin said frankly. Hee. Mr. Henderson chuckled. The Holy Cathedral won't deny cases like these, especially when you're already a Beyander. With that said, he turned his head and faced Kevin. He said with a chuckle, you must be mentally prepared. There's a ritual every official Night Owl member has to undergo. They have to complete a mission independently. Of course, Dunn would definitely choose the easiest and simplest ones for a rookie. Besides, you're a support-type seer. 2808, 4:10 p.m., Rohit Brew, Chapter 81, finally meeting. I have to complete a mission independently in order to become an official member. Kevin was taken aback. But we might not even have a mission this week, and it might not be so simple. Wouldn't this mean that it'll take me 1 to 2 months to become an official Night Owl? Only then will I get a pay raise. Mr. Henderson sniffed at the coffee and shot a glance at him. It's only a ritual among Night Owls. After all, we stand at the peak of Beyander danger and don't want our teammates to act like children who require constant care. This won't affect the salary that you'll receive as an official member, or your privileges needed to fulfill your duty. So it's just a ritual to gain the recognition of the other Night Owls. But, Mr. Henderson, why did you emphasize that it would not affect my pay grade as an official member? Did I make it that obvious? Kevin touched his face and gave an embarrassed smile before asking, does it have to be a mission of the Beyander variety? That should be the case, but your performance yesterday was truly outstanding. You ingeniously killed a Beander that's at least at sequence 8. I believe Fry, Royale, and the rest have already acknowledged you. Therefore, Dunn might just assign you to an ordinary mission, Mr. Henderson said before suddenly sighing. You'll have your salary increase several-fold. I'll never encounter something like that again in my lifetime. Kevin chuckled as he raised the matter about his sequence pathway. Mr. Henderson, do you think that the corresponding sequence 8 of Seer is clown? In fact, thinking back to the description from the confidential documents, it did seem to add up. A job good at fighting with artifice. I can't give you any guarantees, but I think it's highly likely. Firstly, it matches up with what's said on the documents. Their agile movement and deception-based battle style are key points. Next, other sequence pathways have similar situations. Do you know the corresponding sequence 8 for Mystery Prior? Mr. Henderson asked with a chuckle. No, it's not written in the information provided by the church. Kevin shook his head honestly. Mr. Henderson chuckled briefly before saying, I'm close friends with 2 old guys from the machinery hive mind. They mentioned it in passing, as a joke. The corresponding sequence 8 potion of Mystery Prior is Melee Scholar. Did you hear that? Melee Scholar. Goddess, I don't like melee combat at all. This doesn't suit the image of a Mystery Prior at all. I can understand. Mystery Priors pursue the mysteries behind things. Melee combat is one of those mysteries, Kevin said after some thought. Mr. Henderson finished his hand-ground coffee. All right, let's not waste time. Let's continue our mysticism studies. You still have a lot of ritualist magic that you need to grasp. You also need to learn how to create amulets and charms. All right, Kevin sat down and planned out his schedule for the day. In the morning I'll study mysticism and read through all sorts of historical records. I'll submit the compensation request. After lunch, I'll practice at the shooting club. Then, I'll head to the Deweyville Library at Golden Indus Borough and see if I can borrow the corresponding monograph and journal regarding the Hornassus main peak. After doing all that, if I have time, I'll spend some time at the Divination Club. I can't slack off on my acting. Once the compensation request is approved and I receive the money, I'll be able to buy a new suit on the way home. Yes, I'll apply for the materials tomorrow morning and try to make a protective amulet to ward off danger for Melissa and Benson. In a dining hall adorned with a chandelier and elegant decorations, a few friends were congratulating Joyce Meyer on his escape from danger and his return to Tingen. We all read the news. Just the written description alone was enough to scare me, a man with a short stubble on his chin said wistfully. Joyce, I can't believe you went through such an ordeal. Cheers. The tragedy is over now, and the sunlight shines down upon us. Exalted as the steam, Joyce and his fiancée, Anna, raised their cups and clinked them together with their friends. Then, they gulped down what little champagne they had left. Anna was extremely worried at the time. I suspect that she cried every night. Whenever I invited her for some afternoon tea, she was always absent-minded. Thankfully, you're finally back now. Otherwise, I reckon she would have passed away just like that. A young lady, with a cute small nose and coiled brown hair, said to Joyce as she glanced at Anna. If Anna were to experience something like that, I'd be the same. I might be in an even worse state. The aquiline-nosed Joyce gave his fiancé, who was sitting beside him, a gentle look. Anna wasn't used to expressing her emotions in front of others. She looked at the opposite end of the table and said, Bogda, why have you been keeping your head down this entire time? I can sense how terrible your mood is. The young lady with a petite nose answered in Bogda's place. Bogda is sick. The physician told him that there's something seriously wrong with his liver. He can only use medicine to reduce the pain, but it doesn't treat his illness. He needs to undergo surgery. Lord, when did this happen? Anna and Joyce asked in surprise and concern. Bogda was a young man with short hair, but his face was sallow. His usually brilliant red eyes were replaced with a dim glow. It happened last week. Since Joyce wasn't back yet, I told Irene not to tell you, Bogda explained with a rueful smile. Joyce asked staidly, have you decided when you'll undergo surgery? Bogda's expression changed a few times as he said, no, I haven't decided yet. As you know, those surgeons are practically butchers. The patient is like a piece of meat on a chopping block, allowing them to butcher people as they please. I've read a lot of reports. They'll even use an axe for amputation. Lord, I suspect I might very well die on the operating table. But if you delay it further, then surgery might not be able to save you, the man with a stubble said as he tried to persuade him. At that moment, Anna interjected, Bogda, perhaps you can consider doing a divination. If the divination indicates that everything will go smoothly, then proceed with the surgery as soon as possible. If the outcome of the divination is bad, seek other means. Seek it with the help of the fortune teller. I know of a real, mysterious fortune teller. No, I should address him as a seer. I believe he can definitely help you. For real? Bogda returned with a question, clearly looking doubtful. Their other friends shared the same attitude. Yes, Anna nodded without hesitation. I hired his divination services, and after divining Joyce's situation, he told me to return home. Your fiancé is at home waiting for you. Back then, I was like all of you, filled with doubt. But when I returned home, I really saw Joyce. He was really back. I can testify on this point, Joyce echoed. He didn't mention that he had sought Kevin's help in interpreting his dreams. This was because the police had informed him that Triss hadn't been caught yet. Therefore, he had to keep it a secret in order to prevent revenge from being exacted upon him. Lord, this is absolutely unbelievable. Is divination really that magical? Amidst the shouting, Bogda thought deeply for a moment before saying, perhaps I should get a divination. Anna, Joyce, could you tell me the seer's name and address? Anna heaved a sigh of relief and said, you made a very wise choice. That seer is at the Divination Club at Howe Street. His name is Kevin Moretti. Golden Indus Borough, Deweyville Library. Kevin used the introduction note from his mentor's letter to successfully apply for a borrowing pass. As he flipped the tiny card in his hand, he asked a few librarians, do you have the research of the Hornassus Main Peaks relics here? It was published by the Lowen publishing firm. A librarian immediately answered, please wait a moment. Let me check the records. He turned around and looked at the drawers. He pulled open the letter that matched Hornassus and flipped through a card that was filled with single words that followed a particular order. On careful inspection, he shook his head and said, sorry, sir. We do not have this book in our collection. How regretful, Kevin answered in clear disappointment. From the looks of it, I need to write to the Lowen publishing firm or pay a visit to the Coy University. Meanwhile, he sighed inwardly at how dated the management of the libraries of this world was. You people need a computer. Unfortunately, I can't produce one. Kevin made a silent, self-deprecating comment and turned to ask, then, do you have the journal issues of New Archaeology and Archaeology Summary? We do, the librarian confirmed. A gentleman just returned them. He flipped out the corresponding card and pointed Kevin in the direction of the bookshelf. Kevin went over to the bookshelf, scanned the journal issues, and pulled out the ones his mentor mentioned. Then, he randomly found a spot by the window to sit down. Under the bright afternoon sun, he began reading the information in the library quietly. Ancient relics don't solely exist on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. They're also spread out across the surrounding forests, valleys, and gentle slopes around the main peak. These relics are formed from lofty domes and gigantic stone columns. Honestly, they can be described as magnificent. I'm curious as to how the original residents mine and process these rocks. Hypothetically, let's assume that they performed their mining operation on the spot without needing to send them up the mountain. There's a strange pattern where the relics become larger in size the closer you are to the mountain peak. But surprisingly, there are no ruins on the peak. According to our hypothesis, there should be palaces that don't resemble man-made buildings, divine halls used for sacrifices. Palaces that don't look like they were man-made, divine halls used for sacrifices. Could it be the one that I saw in my dream? While Kevin ruminated, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching him from a distance. He looked up and saw a familiar face, a face that often appeared on the papers. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, a firm nose, short dark blonde hair, azure blue eyes, and tightly closed lips. All of these features belong to a certain famous person from Tingen City, a philanthropist, entrepreneur, and the owner of this library, Sir Deweyville. Beside Deweyville was the middle-aged butler who Kevin had met before. Kevin watched them walk by from more than 10 meters away. Out of curiosity, he raised his right hand and lightly tapped his glabella twice. Chapter 82. Herb store. Various colors surfaced as auras and entered Kevin's eyes. He casually studied Sir Deweyville's condition. He's very healthy. There are almost no hidden problems. His emotional state is horrendous. Amid the dullness, there's frailty. His mental state is frail. He has trouble sleeping well. But the purple aura at his head is completely fine, Kevin muttered silently to himself as Sir Deweyville walked off and left the library. Retracting his gaze, Kevin pinched his forehead and sighed inwardly. Being a tycoon sure isn't easy. He didn't pay much attention to the matter and returned his gaze onto the journal issues in front of him. Kevin didn't find a lot of clues after reading each of them. He could only confirm a few things. Firstly, there existed an ancient kingdom on the Hornassus mountain range, as well as its surroundings. The ancient kingdom's history dated back to at least 1500 years. Secondly, their architectural style was primarily about being grand. They left behind all sorts of murals, and from those murals, it could be deduced that they believed that the Evernight would protect the loved ones of the departed. Finally, in the ruins, there were symbols that represented the Evernight everywhere, but they were clearly different from the Evernight sacred emblem. If I had a chance, no, even if I have a chance, I'll never go there. Kevin muttered with clenched teeth. He vowed not to court death. After tidying the journal articles and returning them back to their original spots, he put on his hat, lifted his cane, and left the Deweyville Library. Divination Club. Bogda looked at the beautiful lady in charge of receiving guests and said, "I'd like to have a divination." Angelica smiled politely and said, "Do you have a preferred fortune teller? Or would you like to flip through our introduction guide and choose the one that's most suitable for you?" Bogda pressed the right side of his abdomen and gasped silently for breath while saying, "I wish to have Mr. Klein Moretti divine for me." "But Mr. Moretti is not here today," Angelica answered with uncertainty. Bogda fell silent for a moment as he paced a few steps and asked, "When will Mr. Moretti be available?" "No one knows. He has his own matters to deal with. From what I've seen, he usually comes here on Monday afternoons," Angelica said as she pondered over the matter. "All right." Bogda's face darkened as he turned around, planning to leave. "Sir, you can choose other fortune tellers as well. For example, you can choose Mr. Hannes Vincent, who is famous in Tingen City." Angelica tried her best to prevent the loss of business. Bogda stopped in his tracks and considered it for a moment before saying, "No, I only trust Mr. Moretti." "Well, can I wait here for a moment? Perhaps he might come after he's done with his matters." "No problem," Angelica said with a warm smile. Bogda went to the sofa and sat down. Sometimes he stroked his cane. At other times he looked out the window, clearly looking rather impatient. Seconds turned to minutes. Just as Bogda's mind was in a mess, unsure if he should continue waiting or leave, he heard the beautiful lady exclaim in pleasant surprise, "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." Kevin saw the familiar Angelica and was just about to ask why it was always her. Did she not need to rest or take any days off? However, he immediately took into consideration that he was a seer, so it was not appropriate for him to ask such questions. Instead, he had to use the tone of a charlatan and say something like, "How marvelous it is for fate to compel us to meet once again, Madam Angelica." Would this sound like I'm hitting on her? Kevin's mind whirled as he finally replied with a smile, "Good afternoon, Madam Angelica. A customer wishes to hire you for a divination." Angelica pointed to Bogda, who had hurriedly stood up from the sofa. "Someone actually requested for me." Kevin took off his half-top hat in pleasant surprise, pinching his glabella twice while doing so. "Good afternoon, sir," he looked over when his voice suddenly came to a pause. In his spirit vision, he saw the requester's liver looking dim. It was nearly black in color. It was making the rest of his body unbalanced as his aura was thin in various places. Kevin deliberated over his words and he said in a serious expression, "Sir, you should see a doctor and not seek a divination." Bogda stood stunned on the spot as he immediately gave a pleasant look of surprise while muttering, "How fascinating. Anna wasn't lying to me." He hurriedly looked up at Kevin in earnest. "Mr. Moretti, I've already seen a doctor and might have to undergo surgery. However, I'm frightened about the surgery. I would like to divine the outcome. The surgery of this era is really fraught with danger. Although Emperor Russell had given the impetus, this era still lacks most of the necessary technology." Kevin didn't reject his request and nodded slightly. My divination fee is 8 pence. Is that fine? 8 pence. Bogda exclaimed in surprise. You're only charging 8 pence. According to Anna's description, and the performance Mr. Moretti had just shown me, I'm willing to pay at least £1. Haven't you heard of small margins with large volume? Kevin was embarrassed for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, he calmly smiled and replied, it is enough just being blessed with the ability to receive revelations from the divine and catch a glimpse of fate. Therefore, we must maintain our humility and suppress our greed. Only by doing so, can we continue being bestowed with our gifts. You are a true seer. Bogda held his chest and bowed, his tone filled with sincerity. Upon receiving Bogda's praise and trust, Kevin's spirituality seemed to relax. As for the description of his principles, it also gave him some new insight. Miss Angelica, is Topaz available? He turned to the beautiful lady beside him. Angelica heaved a sigh of relief for Bogda as she smiled sweetly. Yes. After entering the divination room, Kevin instructed Bogda to lock the door. Then, he sat behind the table and pinched his forehead. Shall we use tarot cards for the divination? He inquired with a smile. Spirit dowsing was only suitable to determine matters related to him. As for drawing an astrolabe, it was too time-consuming. I'll leave it up to you. Bogda had no objections. Therefore, Kevin helped him shuffle and cut the deck before laying them out in an intis formation. Thanks to his uniqueness as a seer, Kevin did not flip the other cards. Instead, he directly flipped the card that indicated the final result. A reversed wheel of fortune. Things will develop badly, he said solemnly as he shot a glance. The color in Bogda's face drained instantly and his lips trembled. Is it hopeless? As Kevin tried his best to think of a solution, he said, let me try a different divination method. Please leave your ring behind. Next, write your date of birth on this piece of paper. Then, please wait outside quietly. Influenced by his gentle and comforting tone, Bogda calmed down and followed the instructions by writing down the information and leaving his ring behind. As he watched Bogda leave, Kevin wrote a sentence on the piece of paper. Outcome of Bogda Jones's surgery. He picked up the ring and paper slip and leaned back into his seat before using a dream divination technique. In a blurry and distorted world, he gradually found himself, only to see the gentleman collapse with an ashen expression. He was covered in white cloth as he was pushed out of the quaking operating room. This time, Kevin didn't encounter anything strange. He no longer felt the sense of being watched, so he quickly woke up. He knitted his brows tightly as he considered how he was going to inform Bogda about the outcome. The surgery may very well lead to death. I can try the restorative ritualistic magic I learned today, but that would expose the matter of Beyonders. Besides, I have to apply for Captain's approval first. Yeah, and I might not be able to treat such a severe disease. Kevin was racking his brains when he suddenly thought of something. Mr. Glassis's lung disease was treated by an apothecary. He said that the medicine was extremely miraculous. What was it? Right, Lawson Darkwaide, 18 Vlad Street in East Borough. Lawson's folk herb store. As he tried his best to memorize the address back then, Kevin quickly remembered the details. He rapped the corners of the table and quickly made a decision. After using spirit dowsing to quickly determine if it was a good or bad idea, Kevin walked out the door. When he saw Bogda stand up in a fluster, he returned his ring to him and said warmly with a smile, I found hope for you. Really? Bogda asked, pleasantly surprised. Kevin did not reply him as he continued talking. Your hope lies in the East Borough, on Vlad Street. It's related to the single term Lawson. If you can't find it, come back here again on Monday at 4 in the afternoon. Good, good. Bogda nodded as he repeated himself. He excitedly fished out his wallet and produced 5 pence and 3 pennies. He had done according to what Kevin had said, without using tips to corrupt a true seer. The corners of Kevin's lips twitched as he received the money, but he smiled brilliantly. I hope you will find hope as soon as possible. After Bogda left, he handed over the commission like the previous time and also gave Angelica tips, pretending as though he had collected a solely. East Borough, Vlad Street. Bogda walked from one end of the street to the other, repeating it 3 times until his liver started to ache. Finally, he determined that there was only one place that had anything to do with Lawson on the street. It was the Lawson's folk herb store, numbered 18 on the street. Mustering his courage, he walked in and caught the smell of the various herbs. He saw that the owner of the shop had black but very short hair. His face was round and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. The boss's formal attire resembled that of a village witch doctor. It was a deep black robe embroidered with all kinds of strange symbols. "Hello, do you have medicine that can treat my disease?" Bogda asked politely. The boss raised his head and swept his deep blue eyes across Bogda and smiled. "Your liver disease is very serious, but the premise of everything is whether you have the money. Do you have enough to pay for the medicine?" He can tell. Bogda suddenly felt a lot more confident as he nodded frantically. "How much is your medicine?" £10. "It's a very fair price." The boss fished out a bag of herbs from under the counter and said, "Add sufficient water and boil it into medicine. After boiling it, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood, then drink it down immediately. This bag of herbs can be cooked thrice. You will be fine after 3 times." As he spoke, he opened the yellowish-brown paper and threw in all sorts of strange herbs. "It sounds extremely shady." Bogda gulped down his saliva and said, "That's it." The boss stared at him and immediately smiled. "Do you still want something else? What about this bag? Once you recover from your liver disease, I can give you a guarantee that your wife will be very satisfied." He chuckled as he took out a black papered bag of herbs and suppressed his voice. "There's mummy powder inside. Trust me, a lot of aristocrats consume this stuff. They put it in their tea or boil it as soup." Bogda's confidence in the boss wavered to the point of feeling disgusted. "I believe in Mr. Moretti." He took a deep breath, fished out his wallet, and pulled out the 2 biggest notes from what little was left of his gold pounds. Chapter 83. Carving. Holding onto the yellowish-brown paper bag full of herbs, Bogda staggered out of the Lawson's folk herb store. While waiting for a tracked carriage, he suddenly came to a realization. He had spent £10 to buy a bag of stuff. This was nearly a month's salary for him. If it wasn't for his trust in Anna and Joyce, he wouldn't have brought that much cash to the divination club. Could it be that the reason why Mr. Moretti only accepted 8 pence for his divination had something to do with his collusion with the boss of Lawson's folk herb store, so as to earn more? This was a classic scam written on the papers. When Bogda made this connection, he even began to suspect Kevin a little. He even began suspecting Joyce and Anna. When a tracked carriage stopped in front of him, he looked at the herbs in his hand. Unable to bring himself to return, he entered the carriage with a heavy heart. Inside Lawson's folk herb store, as the boss watched Bogda leave, he suddenly turned his head and shouted at the door where there was a pile of herbs, "Charmaine, stop purchasing herbs from today." "Why, master?" A handsome-looking youth with disheveled hair walked out. The boss smiled and said, "This is the 16th customer that has come because of my fame. If this carries on, I believe the night owls, the machinery hive mind, and the mandated punishers will notice me. When the time comes, I'll need to consider heading to other cities. Then, do we need to sublease this store?" Charmaine nodded in understanding as he asked with concern. The boss chuckled, "If you wish to stay, you can be the boss of this store. You are already capable at identifying herbs and concocting medicine. Of course, remember to deposit half of your monthly profits into my anonymous Backland bank account." "But, I haven't learned what you are really good at." Charmaine was already sick of never staying in a city for more than a year, but he was unwilling to give up learning the magical formulas that his master was good at. The boss leisurely rocked himself in his seat. "That's not something you can learn just because you want to." A blackish-green bubbling liquid appeared in front of Bogda's eyes. It smelled of stinking socks, and the color that makes one want to puke made him deeply suspicious about everything he had done today. When the rooster blood was dropped into the medicine, Bogda's father looked at his son worriedly and said, "I think surgery is the best option." The few drops of rooster blood bubbled with the boiling liquid before vanishing. Bogda took a deep breath and said, "If this medicine is useless, I'll consider surgery. The Lord will watch over you." Bogda's father gestured a triangular sacred emblem across his chest. By the time the boiling liquid had cooled down, Bogda had no intention of wasting the £10. He raised his right hand and closed his eyes. Flicking his head back, he gulped down the medicine in one go. The pungent aroma that had the noxious smell of blood swished around in his mouth as he nearly spat out everything he had just drank. That night, Bogda had an upset stomach. He went to the bathroom 6 times, and by the time the crimson moon vanished, he fell asleep groggily. After an unknown period of time had passed, he jolted awake, having dreamed that he was being reprimanded by his boss at work. Thankfully, I took 3 days of annual leave. I don't have to rush to work. Bogda heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that he felt a lot more spirited. This was in stark contrast to the sluggish state he was in for the past few weeks. Bogda subconsciously reached out and pressed the right side of his abdomen. He noticed that the region which previously hurt when under slight pressure felt normal. He only felt the pain from ordinary pressure. Don't tell me it was really effective. That apothecary was clearly just fooling me. Bogda was both surprised and doubtful as he got out of bed. He stretched himself and felt his health returning to him. He fell silent for a very long while as he muttered, "According to the apothecary, I still need to drink it twice. Once I'm done drinking, I'll go to the hospital to get a checkup from a doctor." I still think he's a cheat. Inside the civilian staff office of the Blackthorn Security Company, from his prior request, Kevin received a space where no one would disturb him. He held a carving knife and emitted his spirituality. He seriously carved the incantations and symbols onto 2 silver accessories. The incantation was a request to avoid disaster and was written in Hermes. The 2 mysticism symbols symbolized the Evernight goddess as well as the Empress of disaster and terror. Aside from that, Kevin also added the path number that corresponded to the goddess, 7, and the magical characteristic. In addition to that, charms and amulets had to be engraved on both sides, and each side's symbols, incantations, and characteristics, their exact locations, or special formats was in the realm of mysticism. The ones that were spread amongst the ordinary populace were filled with mistakes. At that moment, Kevin had a lot of damaged materials to his right. Through repeated practice, and only after he confirmed that he had enough practice, did he dare to begin creating the amulets for Benson and Melissa. As he calmed his mind, his spirituality spewed out from the tip of the carving knife. The number 7 appeared on the surface of the silver accessories. He had already finished carving the incantations and symbols on the other side of the accessory. All that was left was to finish the remaining side. After putting down his knife, all his spirituality chained together as Kevin suddenly felt a strange, majestic, and terrifying energy surge throughout the room. The commotion quickly vanished as the incantations on both sides of the accessory became complete with Kevin's spirit vision. It emitted a serene blackness. He put down his carving knife and gently polished the silver accessory that was formed from a circle and a vertical piece. He felt a tinge of coolness from the mild to the touch surface. It's done. He happily placed the finished amulet and another one that he had previously finished into his pocket, planning to find an opportunity to give it to Benson and Melissa. Amulets created by Beyonders possessed a certain level of effectiveness. They allowed the wearer to unknowingly avoid disasters to a certain extent, but it was nothing too ridiculous. Furthermore, their spirituality would wane bit by bit. Unless one used a high-level ritualistic magic and created a prayer set, a year was the maximum one could use them for. As for high-level ritualistic magic, there was a terrifyingly high spirituality requirement. It wasn't something Kevin could endure at the moment. When the time comes, I can use my spirituality to make another one, Kevin thought, nodding as he began tidying up the messy table. He didn't make one for himself for the moment, because an amulet of that level had limited effects on him. Therefore, his goal was to gain a deeper understanding of incantations before trying to pair it with ritualistic magic. That way he could create a few defensive amulets that could be activated specifically with sound. After everything was finished, Kevin walked out the office and prepared to hand over the damaged materials. That was when he saw Captain Dunn walk over in his black windbreaker. Dunn's deep and gray eyes swept across him as he smiled. "Kevin, the Holy Cathedral has approved it. You're now an official member." "Really? That's great." Kevin expressed his delight. Dunn nodded and said with a smile, "You can now receive a make-up pay of £3 for this week. You'll receive £4.50 every subsequent week until the advance payment is cleared. By the way, did I mention the Night Owl's ritual? Every official Night Owl has to independently complete a mission. Only by doing so will you gain the recognition of your partners. In consideration of the outstanding performance you showed, I believe I can assign you an ordinary mission instead. When that happens, I'll formally introduce you to all the Night Owls in Tingen City." Kevin replied without hesitation, all right. £3 plus his compensation of £7. Getting a new suit wasn't a problem anymore. Furthermore, he would still have plenty left over. Well, who knows when my mission will arrive. Kevin waited all the way till Sunday, the day of Selena's birthday banquet. Changing into his formal suit and using a brush and handkerchief to tidy his half-top hat, Kevin looked himself in the mirror before walking over to the first floor in satisfaction. At that moment, Melissa was sizing up Benson's clothes. Is there a problem? Benson raised his cane, feeling a little lacking due to his sister's gaze. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him when he inspected himself. He was already dressed quite decently. Melissa stopped staring at him and said with a serious expression, Benson, that is a very old suit you're wearing. There will be a lot of excellent ladies and madams participating in today's birthday banquet. I believe that by wearing that, it'll be a form of disrespect to them. Kevin was originally filled with questions. However, when he heard Melissa's emphasis, he immediately realized what was happening. He went over with a chuckle and said, Benson and I share a similar build. He can wear my other tuxedo. He had already informed his siblings about buying a new suit. He explained it away by saying that his clothes had been torn while inspecting certain objects. Therefore, the company generously compensated him. Of course, he concealed the matter of him being promoted with a pay rise. He was afraid of scaring them and only planned to tell them after half a year. Such an explanation made Blackthorn Security Company and Melissa extremely envious. They felt that the Blackthorn Security Company was an impeccable employer. There's no need to, right? Benson retorted, having not realized the gravity of the situation. No, it's extremely important. Kevin pushed Benson's shoulders up the stairs. My tuxedo is hanging on the clothes rack. After watching Benson go up the stairs in a daze, Kevin turned around and smiled at Melissa. Are you hoping that Benson will use the opportunity provided by Selena's birthday banquet to begin a beautiful new romance? He had been reading quite a fair amount of newspapers and magazines recently. He knew that aristocrats and middle-class banquets were typically grounds for blind dates. Melissa nodded solemnly. Yes, Benson has missed out too much because of us. Sis, why are you like a mother? Kevin looked at Melissa as he suddenly shook his head with an exasperated laugh. Chapter 84. Elizabeth. Seeing the unconvinced look his sister's face, Kevin suddenly felt like it was a good opportunity. He sized her up and said with a solemn expression, Melissa, I think you aren't showing enough respect to today's banquet as well. What? Melissa wore a puzzled look. Kevin pointed at her neck. As a lady, you are lacking a necklace that accentuates that area. Without waiting for his sister to say another word, he smiled as he fished out a silver amulet wrapped with angel wings from his pocket. Thankfully, I prepared one for you. Quote. Melissa was taken aback at first before she asked, how much was it? Sis, your concerns are really quite misplaced. Kevin silently scoffed as he explained with a chuckle, it's actually not very expensive. Since it was in an incomplete state, I imitated an item that I've seen before and engraved blessing incantations and beautiful patterns on them. You engraved them. Melissa was indeed distracted. How is it? What do you think of my work? Kevin took the opportunity to hand over the amulet to his sister. Melissa studied it before gently biting down on her lip. I like the surrounding angel feathers. If you think the incantations and symbols I engraved are ugly, then just say so. There's no need to mince your words, an amulet's value is in its effects. The corner of Kevin's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to urge his sister to accept it, he saw Melissa put on the necklace with a forced expression on her face. She then carefully adjusted the positioning of the amulet. Perfect. Kevin sized her up and gave her exaggerated praise. Melissa shot him a glance and looked down at her amulet. She said listlessly, Kevin, you were never like that before. Acting like that. Perhaps it's because of my good job. With a decent income, I've become more confident. Kevin interrupted his sister and gave a preemptive explanation. Sigh, even though I received the original Kevin's memory fragments, making myself appear natural in most major aspects, certain fine details are still there. I'm still used to presenting my real personality, especially when I'm getting closer and more familiar with Benson and Melissa, he sighed inwardly. Melissa seemed to accept his explanation and pouted her lips. It's great that you're like that, really great. After the two engaged in a short conversation, Benson came down having changed his clothes. He wore a white shirt with a black vested tuxedo. His black bow tie and a pair of long, straight trousers made it seem like he had undergone a complete makeover. It was like he was a successful businessman after years of hard work. Same for the receding hairline, Kevin chuckled inwardly. Excellent, Benson. It suits you very well, he said with a brilliant smile while throwing up his hands. Melissa also nodded in agreement on the sideline. The facts show that my clothing is more important than me. Benson gave a self-derisive comment. Kevin took the opportunity to fish out the remaining amulet and repeated his explanation from earlier before saying, I also made one for you. Not bad. I'll bring it with me. Benson accepted it without a fuss as he quipped, Kevin, I wouldn't find it odd, even if you were to suddenly know how to style your hair, make clothes, fix watches, and feed curly-haired baboons. Life is just so full of surprises, Kevin replied with a smile. Following that, the siblings tidied themselves up before walking out the main door. They took a trackless public carriage and arrived at the North Borough's Fania Street where Selena's house was. The Wood family lived in a terrace house as well, but unlike Kevin's place, they had a porch. They had a small lawn in the front which made it look very elegant. When they rang the doorbell, Kevin, Benson, and Melissa only had to wait for around 10 seconds before they were able to see the star of the day, Selena Wood. With a head covered in wine-red hair, the girl gave Melissa a delighted hug. I like this dress of yours. It makes you look exceptionally beautiful. Standing beside Selena Wood was her father, Mr. Wood, senior employee of Backland Bank's Tingen branch. Welcome, our honorable elder brother. Welcome, our young historian. He deliberately addressed Benson and Kevin in an exaggerated manner. Young historian, why doesn't he add the description of me having a conscience? Kevin retorted as he took off his hat and replied with a smile, Mr. Wood, you look much more spirited and younger than I imagined. His style of flattery had unknowingly inclined himself to the foodaholic empire. Benson held out his hand and shook Wood's hand. I know a lot of bank employees, but they're all equally arrogant and stiff, as though they're the latest machines. None of them are as civilized as you. If you were to meet me at the bank, you might not say that about me. Wood laughed cheerfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Selena, who was wearing a new dress, led the siblings inside with a hop in her step. At times, she would mention in her usual tone that, Elizabeth is already here, and at other times, she would suppress her voice saying, Melissa, your brothers are more handsome than I imagined. Hey, I have good hearing, although you are flattering me. Kevin helplessly looked at the two 16-year-old girls walking ahead of him. This isn't right. I'm still quite far from being considered handsome. Tisk, Miss Selena, how ugly did you imagine Benson and I to be? A balding, gloomy, fat man with a pale expression and lifeless eyes. Kevin pinched his glabella in passing as he diligently practiced his spirit vision. Miss Selena Wood is healthy. She's excited and very happy. Mr. Wood's lungs are a little problematic. Right, I see his pipe. Kevin swept his gaze across the crowd while in a good mood. Elizabeth, Melissa is here. At that moment, Selena introduced with a brisk tone. A girl dressed in a blue frilly dress walked over. She had naturally curled brown hair and adorable baby fat. Kevin was stunned when he saw her because he knew the girl. He had helped her choose an amulet back at the underground market. Elizabeth greeted Melissa first before looking at Benson and Kevin. She was stunned and her brows knitted slightly, as though she was thinking about something. Soon, Elizabeth smiled and politely greeted them as though nothing had happened. Kevin also pretended not to recognize her. Under Wood's lead, they came to the sofa in the living room where they were introduced to Chris, Selena Wood's brother, and the other guests. As Kevin watched Benson chat with Chris and the other solicitors happily over the topic of their neighbor, Mr. Shaw, he couldn't help but feel envious. I don't have such socializing skills. He picked up a cocktail from a table in the corner of the room as he listened quietly. At times, he would nod and echo with a smile. It didn't take long before all the guests arrived and the banquet officially began. As too many guests had been invited, the Wood family's dining table could not accommodate everyone. Therefore, the banquet was done in a buffet manner. The maidservant served the steak dishes, roast chicken, fried fish, mashed potatoes, etc. and placed them on different tables. The male servants were responsible for carving the meat, allowing for guests to take what they wanted. Kevin couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the elegant enamel plates and silver cutlery. He felt that the Woods were being too extravagant as a middle-class family. Since they're so rich, why would Chris need so many years to prepare for his wedding? When he thought of what his sister had previously mentioned, he was puzzled. Yeah, it was probably to save up money to buy this cutlery that would have taken them so many years to afford. To such families, they have to look respectable. Amidst his mixed emotions, Kevin picked up a plate and walked in front of a dining table. He forked a piece of honey-glazed roasted meat. At that moment, Elizabeth with her adorable baby fat cheeks came over. As she looked at the food, she whispered, "So you are Melissa's brother, thank you. Selena likes the amulet I gave her a lot. She said that she felt healthier the moment she wore it." Selena, amulet. Kevin suddenly recalled the reason for selecting an amulet for the girl beside him. It was to give to a friend who liked mysticism as a birthday gift. That friend was Selena. Selena liked items related to mysticism. Kevin frowned slightly as he smiled politely. It might just be akin to a placebo effect. After saying that, he began waiting for her to praise Emperor Russell. However, Elizabeth's reaction was that of confusion. What's a placebo effect? It means it's completely psychological. At times, we believe that we will turn for the better and end up really becoming better, Kevin explained crudely. No, she said it's different from the amulets that she bought in the past. It feels different, Elizabeth emphasized. She cocked her head and shot a glance at Kevin and said curiously, "I never expected Melissa's brother to be an expert at mysticism. As you know, I studied history, so it's common to encounter similar matters." Kevin diverted the topic skillfully as he asked, "Are you also studying at the Tingen Technical School?" "No, Selena and I were Melissa's former schoolmates. Later, she went to a technical school. I study at the nearby Evo's public school," Elizabeth explained seriously. A public school wasn't established and maintained by the government. Instead, it was a school that accepted students from the public. It was an evolution of good grammar schools whose goal was to groom graduates so as to enter university. The schools were rather expensive and they would consider the student's family background. It could even be out the range of typical middle-class families. She didn't talk much. After choosing her food, she returned to Selena's side. After congratulating the star of the day on a happy birthday, the banquet gradually came to an end. Kevin and Benson were invited to a game of Texas Hold'em. The small blind was half a penny, and the big blind was a penny. As for Melissa, Elizabeth, Selena, and their friends, they went upstairs. It was unknown if they were chatting or playing games. Kevin's luck was pretty bad. He played about 20 rounds, but didn't receive a good hand at all. All he could do was fold and be a spectator. When he flipped the ends of his cards again, he found a 2 of hearts and a 5 of spades. "Shall I try a bluff once?" Kevin considered for a moment, but did not manage to muster the courage. He also resisted the urge to use divination to cheat. He covered his cards and rapped the table, indicating that he was not making a call. Then, he got up and left the table to head for the bathroom. Russell was also a person with an obsessive-compulsive disorder. He actually found an odd reason to name the place Style Texas. Kevin shook his head as he proceeded forward. At that moment, he suddenly came to a halt as his pupils constricted. Chapter 85. Urgency. The strange, twisted energy was brief, and Kevin almost thought he'd imagined it. If he wasn't so good at spiritual perception, he probably would have ignored it. He frowned, thinking of his sister upstairs. He gripped his cane, walked past the bathroom, and went up the stairs to the living room near the balcony. "This must be it," Kevin muttered, and tapped his glabella twice. Auras passed through the walls and wooden door. Most were normal, with blurry outlines. But one was covered in a sinister, dark green color that was slowly eating away at it. "Just as I thought. Something is wrong." Kevin's face was grim. He took the silver chain off his left wrist, holding it so the topaz dangled in front of him. When the topaz stopped swinging, he focused on the light and chanted to himself, "The room before me has danger caused by the supernatural." Normally, spirit dowsing only worked on things related to him or a small area around him. So Kevin was very specific in his chant. The danger could affect him, and the room was right in front of him. After repeating the chant 7 times, Kevin's eyes widened. The topaz was spinning fast in a clockwise motion. This meant there was danger from a supernatural force in the room, and it was a serious danger. Selena is a mysticism fan. Did something go wrong with a ritual? What should I do? Kevin rubbed his temples and wrapped the chain around his wrist. He knocked on the door. He knocked 3 times, in a steady rhythm, and put a friendly smile on his face. The door creaked open, and Melissa, in her new dress, appeared. Kevin, is something wrong? She was surprised to see him there. Kevin responded with a smile, trying to look relaxed. I was just curious. I heard you girls having so much fun. Sorry for disturbing you, Melissa said, a little embarrassed. We're playing with magic mirror divination. Selena knows a lot, and it's very fun. Magic mirror divination? Sis, why don't you just play Charlie Charlie or Ouija boards? Kevin thought, both annoyed and amused. He looked past Melissa into the living room and saw Selena smiling brightly, holding a silver-coated mirror. But in his spiritual vision, the wine-red-haired girl was being consumed by a sinister dark green color. His mind raced. Kevin carefully chose his words. Heh, I won't interrupt your game. Oh, by the way, where's Elizabeth? I was just chatting with her about FASAC grammar, and she said she had some questions for me. Elizabeth. Melissa looked him up and down, putting extra emphasis on her words. She's only 16. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. Kevin quickly explained. It's a totally normal academic discussion. Elizabeth is very interested in history and ancient languages. Melissa gave him a long look before saying, she's inside. I'll tell her. All right. Kevin stepped back from the door. As he watched his sister turn away, he sighed with relief. It wasn't the best excuse, but at least Melissa wasn't the one in danger. After about 10 seconds, a confused Elizabeth came out. Mr. Moretti, what is it? I never said I was interested in history and ancient languages. Her words stopped when she saw Kevin's serious face. She felt a sense of unease. Kevin took a step to the side, signaling her to hide behind the door. The girl with the chubby cheeks was so affected by his sudden seriousness that she did as he asked. As you know, I'm a mysticism fan. Kevin turned around and got straight to the point. Elizabeth nodded. Yes, I even think you're an expert. No, I'm just an enthusiast, but that's enough for me to know that your magic mirror divination has gone wrong, Kevin said in a heavy tone. Gone wrong? Elizabeth nearly shouted, then quickly covered her mouth. Kevin thought for a moment. I know it's hard to believe me. Go back inside, and when Selena isn't looking, peek at the front of the mirror that she's been hiding. How did you know she hid the front of the mirror from us? Elizabeth blurted out. According to the Night Owl's information, over 90% of magic mirror cases involving evil are like this, Kevin smiled. General knowledge. When a scared and doubtful Elizabeth went back inside, Kevin's calm smile vanished. His face was full of worry. Even though we're in the North Borough, it'll take at least 15 minutes by public carriage to get from Fania Street to Zootaland Street. By the time Captain arrives, it could be too late, if only Benson and Melissa weren't here, but I can't handle these unknown beings alone. Do I have any way to contain it? Oh right, Selena is a mysticism fan. Her room must have pure dew, essential oils, herbs, and other stuff. As Kevin racked his brain for a solution, Elizabeth sat down next to Selena, pretending to want to talk. A girl across from them took a sip of red wine, and everyone giggled as she, blushing, asked, "Can you tell me when I'll meet a romantic gentleman?" Selena cleared her throat, rubbed the back of the mirror, and said, "Mirror, mirror, tell me. When will the gentleman in Yonina's heart appear?" After repeating it 3 times, she lifted the mirror in front of her. Elizabeth took her chance. She turned and leaned in for a quick look. She expected to see Selena's face and maybe part of her own. But all she saw was Selena. The tiny mirror showed only Selena, her whole body, standing in the middle of a pitch-black background with a cold expression. Elizabeth trembled. She fell back against the couch, forgetting to breathe for a moment. She got up, shaking, and stumbled to the door without an excuse, too scared to look back at the smiling Selena. Yonina's gentleman will appear on the second Sunday, 6 months from now. Amidst the giggles, Elizabeth opened the door and saw Kevin standing in the shadows of the wall lamp in his tuxedo and top hat. Mr. Moretti, aye, she stammered, dazed. Kevin smiled calmly. Don't disturb the girls inside. Infected by his smile, Elizabeth calmed down significantly. She closed the door and quickly walked to the wall lamp. I saw it. I saw only Selena in the mirror. A devil like Selena, she whispered hoarsely. Indeed. Kevin's face turned serious. Do you know where Selena's bedroom is? And where she keeps her mysticism items? There. The mysticism items are in there too, Elizabeth said, pointing to a room across the hall. Kevin walked over, held his cane, and opened the unlocked wooden door. In the light from the street lamp and the crimson moon, he turned a dial and lit the gas lamp. A pale yellow light filled the room. He scanned the area and found bottles of pure dew, flower essence, boxes of herbs, candles, and amulets. They were on tables and neatly arranged on a shelf, all with labels. After confirming the items, Kevin said to Elizabeth, who had followed him, "Do you want to save Selena?" "Yes," Elizabeth said. Then, dazed, asked, "Will it be dangerous?" "A little. After all, I'm only a mysticism fan," Kevin replied frankly. "A little bit of danger." Elizabeth pressed her lips together for a few seconds. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Kevin smiled warmly as he comforted her. "Don't be nervous. Now, all you have to do is pretend nothing happened and go back to Selena's side. 5 minutes later, remember, 5 minutes later, tell Selena you have a fun surprise and bring her to me. Knock softly on the door, one long knock and 2 short ones. After that, just leave it to me." Elizabeth thought it over and nodded seriously. "Okay." Kevin watched her go back to the living room, checked his pocket watch, and closed the bedroom door. He quickly cleared the desk and set up the items he needed on a chair. He picked up 2 candles with a light aroma and placed them on the top left and right corners of the desk. They were symbols for the Lady of Crimson and the Empress of Disaster and Terror. Kevin was going to perform a ritual here to borrow the Evernight Goddess's power and get rid of the strange being affecting Selena. Since he was only a sequence 9, his rituals weren't strong enough. To succeed, he needed Elizabeth to lure Selena into a sealing circle near the altar. Because of this, Kevin planned to use a suspension-style ritual. 2808, 4:16 p.m., Rohit Brew, Chapter 86, Prayer. Suspension-style ritualistic magic meant a Beyander could pause a ritual, take care of other things, and come back later to finish. The magic would still work. This technique was developed over 1,000 years of practice. Many high-level rituals took hours or even half a day, and it was hard to guarantee no interruptions or accidents. After countless failures, being able to suspend a ritual became a common practice, even for lower-level magic. But you couldn't pause a ritual anytime you wanted. You had to follow mystical theory and use the right technique, or it would fail and you'd get a terrible backlash. Kevin knew that if a god was waiting to hear your request and you suddenly said, "Hold on, I need to use the bathroom," you'd never need a bathroom again. Phew, Kevin sighed, steadying himself. He'd done a lot of luck rituals and even designed one for Justice and the Hangman, but this was his first real ritual following the rules. He looked at the silver cane by the bed and picked up a 3rd candle, placing it in the middle of the desk to represent himself. He put Selena's silver ritual bowl in front of the candle and replaced the axe with a sacred emblem. To the left were pure dew and essential oils from moonflowers and slumberflowers. To the right, he placed a plate of salt, a small silver dagger, a piece of fake goatskin, and a quill dipped in ink. Luckily, Selena had everything, otherwise, he couldn't have done it. The fast rituals Mr. Henderson did weren't for a seer. It looks like Selena is an experienced mysticism fan. Yes, if she wasn't, she wouldn't be in this mess. She's only 16 and has been into this for at least a year. Who taught her? Ideas flashed through his mind as he took Selena's cup from the bed, poured in plain water, and placed it next to the salt. He checked his pocket watch and, without wasting time, focused his mind and entered a state of meditation. The room, full of floral smells, was suddenly filled with an invisible energy. Kevin put away his pocket watch, and his eyes, which were once brown, turned black, as if he could see into a person's soul. He held his palm against the top right candle and chanted, "Evernight Goddess, you are the Lady of Crimson." As he chanted, he focused his spirituality on the wick. Moments later, the candle lit up, a tranquil blue mixed into the dim yellow light. "Evernight Goddess, you are the Empress of Disaster and Terror." Just like before, Kevin lit the second candle on the top left. I am your loyal guard, the shield that fends against danger in the dark night, and the long spear that stabs at evil in the silence. Whoosh! The third candle, representing Kevin, began to burn. The flame was still. He picked up the small silver knife and, just like Mr. Henderson had taught him, used chance, salt, and water to perform the purification. Then, his spirituality flowed out of the dagger's tip, merging with the elements. With the silver knife in hand, Kevin walked around the room, kneeling by the bed, and sealed the area with an invisible barrier. The light from the street lamp outside disappeared, but the crimson moonlight still shone through. Kevin returned to the desk and picked up the quill. With his spirituality and the ink, he drew incantations and symbols to ward off disaster. When he was done, he put everything down and trickled a drop of dew and oil on each of the 3 candles. Sizzle! A faint mist filled the room, adding to its mysterious atmosphere. He burned a few herbs, then stepped back from the mixture of smells and began the suspension ritual chant. Nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity, the Evernight Goddess. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to show your loving grace to a devout believer of yours. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the powers of disaster and terror. I pray that you will cleanse your devout believer, Selena Wood, from evil's corruption and be safe from danger. I pray that you would wait for a moment for that unfortunate girl. Moonflower, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Slumberflower, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. After chanting, Kevin closed his eyes and repeated it 7 times in his mind. Seeing that the altar was still, he picked up the silver dagger and took a few steps back to the bedroom door. He tapped his chest 4 times, forming the shape of a crimson moon, then turned and raised his dagger. His spirituality shot from the tip again, cutting open a door-shaped hole in the invisible wall. Kevin knew that even if he opened the door now, the altar would remain holy and undisturbed. He took out his silver pocket watch, checked the time, and mentally went over what would happen next. Meanwhile, in the living room on the 2nd floor, Elizabeth was shaking, constantly checking the wall clock. She was silently counting down the minutes. It's almost time, she whispered, looking at the lively girl with wine-red hair. Selena was smiling and laughing with her friends, her dimples deep. But the more normal Selena looked, the more terrified Elizabeth felt. She couldn't shake the image of the cold, devil-like Selena from the mirror. I have to do it now. Elizabeth stood up. Everyone looked at her, shocked, as she stuttered, Selena, I have a surprise for you. Follow me out for a minute. Really? Didn't you already give me a birthday present? Selena flipped the mirror over and stood up, surprised. A surprise is a surprise, Elizabeth said, feeling like a terrible actress. She walked toward the bedroom door, and Selena followed, looking confused. Melissa watched her 2 best friends leave, a small frown on her face. Elizabeth is acting so weird today. She's been strange ever since she met Kevin. She ran out to use the bathroom earlier, but she looked so anxious. At the entrance to Selena's bedroom, Elizabeth took a deep breath. Let's go into your room. Elizabeth, you seem nervous and scared. Why? Selena looked at her friend, whose body was trembling. Excitement. Yes, excitement. Elizabeth glanced at the mirror in Selena's hand as she turned and knocked on the door. 1 long knock, 2 short ones. Why are you knocking on the door? Selena was even more confused. Creak. The bedroom door opened, and Kevin, in his black tuxedo and top hat, appeared. A surprise. This is a surprise, Selena said, her mouth agape. Kevin suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. He pulled her into the room as Elizabeth stood frozen. At the same time, Kevin's silver dagger shot forward, and his spirituality sealed the door-shaped passage behind her. The invisible wall of spirituality sealed the room, trapping Selena's screams inside. Bang! Kevin slammed the door shut and, without looking at Selena, ran to the desk. The wine-red-haired girl stopped screaming and looked around the room. Her eyes turned cold, her skin went pale, and her fingers grew into sharp claws. At that moment, Kevin was already back in his cogitation state. He trickled dew and essential oil onto each candle and chanted loudly, Supreme Lady of Crimson, Great Empress of Disaster and Terror. I pray for you to bestow your loving grace. Show your loving grace to the lost lamb, Selena would. As he chanted, he picked up the fake goatskin and held it over the candle that represented the girl. Whoosh! He felt a cold wind behind him and an immense energy hit his body. The goatskin lit up, and Kevin threw it into the silver bowl, ducking to avoid the coming attack. Whoosh! 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 The wind howled, and Kevin felt his spirituality surge uncontrollably. He watched the goatskin burn in the tiny silver bowl, a silent darkness consuming it, and heard heavy things hit the floor behind him. Bam! Bang! Two sounds, one after the other. Wisps of dark green gas plunged into the silver bowl and vanished into the darkness. Kevin rolled to the side and stood up, pulling his revolver from his holster. The girl had fallen to the floor, and the silver mirror lay shattered on the carpet. The broken pieces didn't reflect Selena, they showed the ceiling and Kevin's silhouette. Then, through his spirit vision, Kevin saw the wicked dark green color in Selena's aura disappear completely. Everything was back to normal, but she looked frail. Phew, he relaxed, then felt a sharp, throbbing pain in his head. The pain spread through his body, and he wanted to roll on the floor. He clenched his fists, and the veins on his hands turned black like moving worms. He heard silent screams and whispers tearing at his mind. It took him nearly 20 seconds to get through it. His forehead and vest were soaked in cold sweat. The ritual drained all my spirituality and almost made me lose control of my powers. Kevin guessed. He realized he'd used up a lot of the remaining potion energy. If he hadn't had that strength, he probably would have turned into a monster right then and there. Acting, really as effective, Kevin tapped his forehead and wiped away the sweat. He turned to the altar, tapped his chest 4 times, and said loudly, "Praise the Lady." Then, he blew out the candles and quickly cleaned up. Finally, he put the items back and used his silver dagger to unseal the spiritual wall. Whoosh! The wind echoed and then faded. Kevin let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a lingering sense of fear. If I hadn't practiced this beforehand and gotten the ritual right, things would have been a lot worse, and I still don't know who my enemy is. Thank goodness the room was carpeted, so I didn't ruin my clothes when I rolled on the floor. He shook his head and opened the bedroom door. How was it? Elizabeth asked, taking 2 steps back, nervously. Kevin looked at her scared face, took off his top hat, and smiled. I've fixed the mistake with the magic mirror divination. It's all taken care of. Chapter 87. Exhortation. Are you sure it's fixed? Elizabeth asked, in disbelief. Kevin smiled and nodded. Yes, it wasn't too hard. That last part was a lie, he added in his head. Maybe it was because Kevin had been so calm, or maybe he was her only hope. Whatever it was, Elizabeth believed him. She patted her chest and sighed with relief. Thank you. You're a real gentleman. I was terrified. Is Selena okay now? She'll be unconscious for a few minutes, but she's fine. She might be a little weak for a few days. Kevin's face suddenly turned serious. Who taught her mysticism? Didn't they tell her about the basic rules? Elizabeth stood up straighter, like a student who had just been scolded by a teacher. She thought for a moment before saying, Selena mentioned that her teacher is Hannes Vincent. She met him about a year ago at the Divination Club on House Street. Hannes Vincent, he seemed to be teaching normal stuff, but he was secretly teaching dark divination. If I had known, I would have reported him to the captain and had him raided sooner. Kevin felt regret. He asked in a deep voice, did he also teach her magic mirror divination? He still felt a lingering fear because this had almost affected his sister, Melissa. Elizabeth nodded cautiously. Yes, but Selena had tried it a few times without any luck. Today, she told me that she peeked at her teacher's hidden incantations and that there wouldn't be any problems. She was basically asking for trouble. Kevin rubbed his temples to ease his headache. Do you remember the incantations she chanted? Even though Hannes Vincent didn't teach her the dangerous stuff on purpose, it's clear he was experimenting with it and inviting a mysterious entity. This will cause problems sooner or later. I need to deal with it before it gets worse for someone else. I remember part of it, Elizabeth recalled. She said it in Hermes. As you know, I only just started learning it. All I remember are the words, revolve, spirit, creator, and grace. Creator. The true creator. Many underground mysticism fans believe in this ancient being worshipped by secret societies, Yes, an entity that appeared 1,000 years ago at the beginning of the Fifth Age. Kevin nodded to himself. Remember to ask Selena for the full incantation when she wakes up, and then tell me. Okay, Elizabeth said without hesitation. But she immediately asked, a little confused, Mr. Moretti, why don't you ask her yourself? I don't want Melissa to know I'm into mysticism. Can you help me keep it a secret? Kevin replied. Elizabeth bit her lip, her eyes sparkling. No problem. Melissa likes machines and logic more than mystery and instinct. Kevin placed his hat on his chest and bowed like a gentleman. Thank you for understanding. As for Selena, you know she can't keep a secret. A better way to put it is that she loves to share secrets with others, Elizabeth agreed. Kevin put on his hat and thought for a moment. Tell Selena that she suddenly fainted and shattered her mirror. I think her memory probably stops right when she started the divination. Seeing Elizabeth nod, he became serious again. Remember, whether it's divination or other rituals, don't pray to any beings other than the 7 Orthodox gods. You should burn any incantations like that and stay away from anyone who gives them to you. If I hadn't noticed this in time, Selena would have turned into a monster or an evil spirit in 10 minutes, and everyone here, including me, would have been killed. Thinking about the cold Selena in the mirror, Elizabeth had no doubts. She sighed with relief. I understand, and I'll remember. I'll keep an eye on Selena, too. All right, go take care of Selena. Kevin picked up his black cane and walked to the stairs. As he walked, his eyes darkened. He took a penny and flicked it into the air. Selena is okay now. Selena is okay now. Kevin quickly repeated the words, then caught the coin. He saw George III's face facing up. This wasn't a simplified spirit dowsing, it was simplified dream divination. Kevin had forced himself into a sleep state to check the spiritual world, and the coin's heads and tails were a symbolic representation. Heads meant yes, and tails meant no. Great, everything is fine now. Kevin spun the coin happily between his fingers. This was a simplified technique only a seer could do. Elizabeth watched Kevin's back and saw the coin fly up before he caught it. Only when he disappeared down the stairs did she go back into the bedroom. She saw Selena on the floor, asleep, with the shattered mirror pieces beside her. She held her breath and tiptoed in, checking to make sure the cold Selena from the mirror was gone. The fragments were only reflecting the ceiling. Phew. Feeling relieved, she sighed. She couldn't lift Selena, so she nudged her awake. Elizabeth, what happened to me? Did I get drunk? Selena asked weakly, her eyes looking confused and dull. Elizabeth thought for a moment before saying seriously, no, Selena, something happened to you. Your magic mirror divination invited a malicious entity. Really? Selena said weakly, rubbing her temples as Elizabeth helped her to bed. All I remember is starting the divination. Elizabeth told a half-truth. You were a completely different person during the ritual. The you in the mirror was totally different from the real you. I was so scared. I made up an excuse, brought you into the bedroom, and then I grabbed your mirror and broke it on the carpet. After that, you fainted. Thank the goddess, you're okay now. I don't remember anything, Selena mumbled, her face pale. The more she tried to remember, the more afraid she got. She noticed the items on her desk were moved. What exactly happened? She tried to remember, but she could only recall a man in a black suit and hat. He wasn't tall or strong, but he stood tall. Selena, Elizabeth said seriously. I met a mysticism expert when I bought the amulet. He told me we should never pray to any being other than the 7 Orthodox gods. Otherwise, we'll invite disaster. Promise me, don't try this again. I didn't even know if what I did would save you just now. Selena was scared. She nodded blankly. I won't. Never again. And, what did the incantation mean? If I see that expert again, I'll ask him for you, Elizabeth said, trying to sound casual. Selena rubbed her temple. Spirit that revolves this world, the grace of the true creator, the eyes that look at fate. Tap, tap, tap. Kevin smoothed out his suit and brushed the dust from his clothes as he walked downstairs. He took off his hat and slowly returned to the poker table. Where did you go? It's been almost 10 minutes, Selena's brother, Chris, asked, his arms crossed. Kevin smiled. To the bathroom, then I went upstairs to say hello to the ladies. I appreciate your honesty, Chris said with a laugh. He had the family's red hair and a short build. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and was a great lawyer. You wouldn't say that if you knew I knocked your sister out upstairs, Kevin thought, humbly replying, we were just having an academic discussion about mysticism. He put down his hat and sat back down. He got his 2 cards for the new round. He peeked at them. A king of spades and an ace of diamonds. Looks like my luck has turned. Is this payback for doing a good deed? Kevin took out a coin to place his bet. Since Hannes didn't intentionally give Selena the incantation, I don't need to report this to the captain right away. He played cautiously, only betting on good hands. He didn't bluff and didn't win much. When the game ended at 10:30, he'd won 6 pennies. I won 2 shillings and 8 pennies, Benson said, fiddling with the money. I didn't know you were a poker expert, Kevin said, laughing. I'm not, but I know it's like a negotiation. You have to hide your own cards and figure out what the other person has before you try to scare or convince them. Benson's words stopped when Melissa and the others came downstairs. Time to go home, Kevin said, looking at his sister and her friends, rubbing his temples. The throbbing pain in his head hadn't gone away. Afterward, Kevin went to the bathroom again and, on his way back, he walked past Elizabeth and got the full incantation. He went back to his siblings, smiled, and said, "Oh, I just remembered something. I need to go back to the company for a little bit. Should we go to Zootaland Street first? It won't take long." Chapter 88. Report. What is it? Benson asked casually. Melissa looked at her brother with a serious expression. She felt that Kevin had been acting strange tonight, too, though a little less so than Elizabeth and Selena. Kevin chuckled. He'd already prepared an excuse. There was a mistake in a document. I told my colleagues I'd get it to them first thing in the morning, but it's on the way now, so I can fix it tonight instead of waking up an extra half-hour early tomorrow. Obviously, I chose the first option. Ah, that makes sense. I had a feeling your mind wasn't in the game. You were thinking about work. Benson smiled, finally understanding. Actually, I should say, the card game helped you think. All right, we'll wait for you. Melissa looked away and smoothed out her dress. It was too late for the streetcars, so the 3 siblings said goodbye and hired a carriage. It cost 2 shillings for 45 minutes. I heard that every carriage driver who owns their own carriage adds ridiculous fees, Benson complained, having used most of his winnings to pay the driver. Kevin smiled. I think it's very reasonable. It's almost 11. I was joking. I thought we could share the carriage with other guests. 45 minutes could get us to a lot of places. Benson looked out the window at other people also hiring carriages. I know, ride sharing. Kevin rubbed the top of his silver cane. We don't mind, but the other customers might. Benson, did you notice how much they care about their image? I think that's common among the middle class. Benson nodded seriously. The Woods were much more extravagant than I thought. But Wood's weekly salary is only £4. Hey, looking respectable might be the biggest difference between the middle class and curly-haired baboons. Do you have something against curly-haired baboons? Kevin almost laughed out loud. Melissa didn't join the conversation. She just sat and watched Kevin, sending a chill down his spine. The carriage sped through the dark, quiet streets, arriving at Zootaland Street in only 12 minutes. Wait for me here. 5 minutes, no more than 5, Kevin said, putting on his top hat, grabbing his cane, and getting out. Since the driver charged by time, he didn't mind waiting. Kevin walked up the stairs to the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door. 10 seconds later, it opened, and Leonard Mitchell appeared in a vest and shirt. You're not on duty tonight, Leonard said, surprised to see him. Kevin was only on guard duty once a week. The rest of the time was a normal schedule. Emergencies were handled by the sleepless. Only getting 2 or 3 hours of sleep a day can cause baldness and memory loss, he thought, silently mocking Captain Dunsmith. I have something to report, he answered simply. A mission? Leonard asked casually, stepping aside. When Kevin entered the reception hall, he saw Dunn coming out in his black trench coat. His gray eyes were as dark as ever. Captain, I came across an incident involving the supernatural. Give me the details, Dunn said directly. Kevin told him everything that happened and what he did to handle it. So, I think we need to investigate Hannes Vincent. He explained that since the evil being hadn't fully taken over, it probably wanted to stay hidden, so it was easy for Elizabeth to trick Selina. You did well. You seized the opportunity before the evil spirit fully took over her body. Dunn lifted his head slightly. We'll handle the follow-up. You can go home and rest. Kevin sighed in relief. He chuckled. I thought you'd make this my initiation mission and have me do it alone. From the incantation Elizabeth gave him, Hannes Vincent was definitely dangerous. That's because you already have an initiation mission, the nonchalant Leonard said with a laugh. What? Kevin was shocked. Dunn smirked, his voice calm. At around 7 tonight, the police department referred a case to us. We don't think there's any danger, so you'll handle it by yourself tomorrow. All right, don't ask about the case. Get some rest tonight. You can take Tuesday or Wednesday off instead. Captain, that'll just affect my sleep, and the tarot gathering is on Monday afternoon. Do I need to tell Justice and the hangman? Kevin shook his head with a bitter smile, then said goodbye and left. Walking out, he noticed something. He looked at the carriage and saw Melissa silently watching him through the window. When they made eye contact, she quickly looked away and sat up straight. Kevin's mouth twitched. He got in the carriage, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Under the crimson moon, the carriage sped through the streets. When they got home, Kevin let Benson use the bathroom first. Then he went to Melissa's room and knocked twice. Melissa, who was about to go to the other bathroom, opened the door and looked at her brother suspiciously. Melissa, do you have any questions? I know you do, Kevin said directly. Stop watching me in silence. Melissa's lips trembled, and she frowned. Kevin, what did you do to Elizabeth? She seemed a little off. And then Selina started acting weird, too. Kevin had his answer ready. Do you know that Elizabeth and Selina are mysticism fans? Yeah, but I don't like it. I don't think there's anything in this world that can't be explained, Melissa said seriously. Anything that seems unexplainable is just because we don't have enough knowledge yet. Yeah, I think so too, Kevin said, feeling a little guilty. I used to think that, too, until I almost got myself killed. He cleared his throat. Mysticism involves Hermes, the language used for ancient prayers. Elizabeth knows I'm good at it. It's part of a historian's job, after all. So she asked me about the pronunciation and meaning of some words. Melissa nodded, accepting his explanation. It fit her understanding of both of them. As for why Elizabeth and Selina got weird, I have no idea, Kevin said, removing himself from the situation. But I can guess. You can guess it, Melissa blurted out, shocked. Kevin raised a hand to his lips. I can guess from what Elizabeth asked me. The words in Hermes were related to divination and worshipping evil beings. Did Selina use Hermes when she did her magic mirror divination? He brought this up to make his sister more cautious and maybe even cut ties with Elizabeth and Selina. Yes, Melissa said after a pause. I think I know why they were acting strange. Then, Kevin asked on purpose, since Selina's divination involved a wicked, illegal belief, maybe Elizabeth found a chance to criticize and correct Selina's mistake after I explained the real meaning of the Hermes words to her. I think so, Melissa said, not doubting his conclusion at all. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully steered the conversation. In the future, you should tell Selina to stick to orthodox beliefs. He then tapped his chest 4 times, like a priest. Yes, I will, Melissa said, sounding determined. And don't tell Elizabeth and Selina about our talk or what I said. I promised Elizabeth the first wouldn't tell you, Kevin said. Okay, Melissa nodded. On Monday morning at 8, at the Blackthorn Security Company, Kevin took off his hat and greeted Roseanne and Brett. After a quick chat, he went into Captain Dunn Smith's office. He pushed the door open and was shocked. Dunn's face was pale, and his gray eyes looked clouded, not dark as usual. What happened, Hannes Vincent? Kevin asked, concerned. Dunn rubbed his forehead, took a sip of coffee, and smiled bitterly. Hannes Vincent is dead. Who killed him? Kevin asked, sitting in front of Dunn. Dunn didn't answer right away. He sighed. Leonard and I went to find him last night. His behavior was normal, and his house was fine, so I decided to enter his dreams to look for clues. In his dream, his eyes showed fear as he repeated himself. In his dream, I saw a cross, a huge cross that blocked out the sky. A naked man was nailed to it with black nails. His arms were stretched out, and he was hung upside down, his head down like a chandelier. There were blood stains on his body. When I saw that, I lost consciousness. I left his dream, and when I woke up, Leonard told me Hannes had died in his sleep. A huge cross, hung upside down, covered in blood. It's similar to what some hidden groups believe about the true creator, but there are differences, Kevin thought, making a deduction. The hidden groups who believed in the true creator only appeared in the last 2 or 3 centuries, like the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order. But similar images had existed for over 1,000 years. Dunn rubbed his forehead again. We'll follow up on this. You should go ahead and complete your initiation mission. Chapter 89. A simple mission. Kevin nodded. All right, but I still don't know what my mission is. Nothing dangerous. I haven't seen any signs of danger, at least, Dunn said. It's a case referred to us by the Golden Indus Police. The famous philanthropist Sir Deweyville has been experiencing strange harassment for the past month. His bodyguards, security, and the police haven't been able to find the culprit. Inspector Tall, who is in charge of this case, suspects that it involves Beyonder powers and handed it over to us. I saw Sir Deweyville at the library the other day. He looked so tired. So this is why, Kevin frowned. What kind of harassment is it? There hadn't been any physical harm, so it couldn't be too dangerous. Sir Deweyville hears moans and cries every night, no matter where he is. It's affected his sleep. Dunn flipped through the notes. He's seen a psychiatrist, and his staff confirmed they hear it, too, just more quietly. So we suspect someone is harassing him. Closing the file, Dunn looked at Kevin. Change into your probationary inspector uniform in the break room, then meet Inspector Tall at the shooting club. He'll give you more details. Probationary inspector uniform, Kevin asked instinctively. Dunn rubbed his forehead and smiled. Half of our salary comes from the police department. The title of probationary inspector isn't just on paper. When you first met Leonard and me, we were in uniform. It's a perk for all official members. The perks, as Emperor Russell would call it. Too bad I can't wear it as casual clothes. I could use an extra outfit when mine are in the wash. Kevin picked up his cane and said goodbye. He went to the break room and saw a black and white uniform with leather boots on the table. The police department's logo, 2 crossed swords and a crown, was embroidered on the hat. A silver star was on the shoulder. Is this a probationary inspector uniform? Kevin saw the number 06254 under the star. He knew the police ranks in the Lowen Kingdom. Minister and Chief Secretary at the top, followed by commissioners, superintendents, inspectors, sergeants, and constables. After closing the door, Kevin took off his suit and changed. He hung up his suit and went to the clerk's office. Roseanne brought him a full-length mirror. The young man in the mirror, with black hair and brown eyes, looked heroic in the uniform. Not bad, Kevin complimented himself. He left his cane in the office and exited the company, with a full set of equipment, including his police badge, in his pockets. At the shooting club hall, Kevin found Inspector Tall right away. He was the only one in a police uniform, besides Kevin. Tall had 2 silver stars on his shoulders. He was tall but had a stomach and a thick blonde mustache. He looked imposing but was friendly. Moretti, Kevin Moretti. He noticed Kevin and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Inspector Tall. I believe I am, Kevin said. He raised his right arm and saluted, as he'd been taught. Tall chuckled. I can tell you're a young man who's easy to get along with. Good. Shall we head to Sir Deweyville's place now? Even though he outranked Kevin, he was friendly. Sure. Kevin thought for a moment. You can brief me on the way. No problem. Tall stroked his beard and led Kevin out to a carriage. It had the police emblem and a driver. Sir Deweyville is a believer in the goddess, so we referred the case to you, Tall said as he sat down. I know. The night is in the newspapers all the time. Kevin smiled. Tall picked up a file, broke the seal, and took out the papers. He explained, even though you know about it, I'll give you the details. Sir Deweyville is one of the richest men in Tingen. He started with a lead and porcelain factory and now has steel, coal, shipping, banking, and bonds. He's also a great philanthropist praised by the king, having started the Deweyville Charity Foundation and Library. He was knighted 5 years ago. If he wanted to run for mayor, no one could challenge him. But his real goal is to be a member of parliament in Backland. We once thought the harassment was related to that, but we have no clues. Kevin nodded. We can't rule it out, but there's nothing to prove it. Tal continued. Since the 6th of last month, Sir Deweyville has heard painful moans every night, like a patient fighting for his life. He's checked all the rooms, but found nothing. His staff also hear it, just more faintly. At first, he didn't think much of it, but the moans got more frequent and even started happening during the day, along with heart-wrenching cries. He's been losing sleep. He left Tingen for his villa, but it didn't help. The moans and cries followed him to Backland, too, though it wasn't as bad there. He hired guards, but they didn't find anything. Our investigations also came up empty. Sir Deweyville is on the verge of a breakdown. He told us that if the problem isn't solved in a month, he'll leave Tingen for good. He thinks someone in Backland can help him. Kevin quickly analyzed the possibilities. Did he offend a Beander and get cursed? No, his staff hear it, too. Is a Beander hiding among his servants? But no one has demanded anything from him yet. Maybe he came into contact with a vengeful evil spirit. I can't rule that out. The carriage entered the Golden Indus Burrow and stopped at Sir Deweyville's house. A steel fence surrounded a lush garden. There were 2 statues, a fountain, a large 2-story house, and a wide path. Even a knight's house is only 2 stories high. The newspapers said Backland is building 10-story apartment buildings. Kevin got out of the carriage. A sergeant with 3 stripes walked over. He saluted Kevin. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Kevin nodded with a smile. Tal smiled. This is Sergeant Gate. He'll help you if you need anything. This is Probationary Inspector Moretti, a history and psychology expert from the police department. I don't deserve that title, Kevin thought, a little embarrassed. After introductions, Gate pointed to the house. Sir Deweyville is waiting for us. All right. Kevin touched the revolver on his hip. It was his best weapon against an enemy. Since he was in uniform, he could wear it in a holster, making it easy to draw. As they walked, a servant opened the door. Kevin pretended to adjust his hat, tapped his glabella twice, and activated his spirit vision. Sir Deweyville, a man with a square face, was in the hall, massaging his forehead. He looked tired. His blonde hair and blue eyes were dull, and he looked 5 years older. Good morning, officers. Kevin, Tal, and Gate bowed. Sir Deweyville stood and forced a smile. Good morning. I hope you can solve my problem. Kevin squinted, frowning slightly. Besides his tired aura, he saw nothing wrong with Sir Deweyville. That's odd, he thought for a moment before saying, Sir, in which room did you first hear the moans? My bedroom, Sir Deweyville said, shaking his head. Can we take a look? Kevin asked. Haven't you already checked it many times? The butler said. He clearly didn't recognize Kevin. Kevin smiled. Those were my colleagues, not me. Sir, this is an expert sent by our department, Tal said. Deweyville looked at the young expert. All right, Cullen, take him to my room. Sir, I hope you'll come with us, Kevin said seriously. Deweyville hesitated. If it can solve the problem. He grabbed his cane and walked slowly toward the stairs, with Cullen and several guards following. Kevin watched them, surveying the area. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, they got to the 2nd floor and entered the master bedroom. Before Kevin could look around, the hairs on his body stood on end. It was his spiritual perception. Chapter 90. Findings by Sight. Sir Deweyville's bedroom was bigger than Kevin's entire house. It had a bed, a living area, a walk-in closet, a bathroom, and a desk with bookshelves. The decor was luxurious, and everything was exquisite. But to Kevin, the room felt darker and colder than the hallway. He thought he heard sobbing and moaning, like someone was fighting for their last breath. He was in a trance, and then everything went back to normal. The sun streamed through the window, filling the room with light. The temperature was comfortable. The police, bodyguards, and butler were all quiet. Kevin glanced at the expensive bed. He felt like blurry eyes were watching from the shadows, like moths drawn to a flame. He took a few steps closer and the vision vanished. Not a standard wraith or evil spirit, what is it? Kevin frowned, trying to remember his mysticism studies. A mission like this would be easy for a corpse collector, a gravedigger, or a spirit medium, but it wasn't his specialty. He resisted the urge to use divination and instead looked for clues to confirm his suspicions. Inspector. Sir Deweyville hesitated. Did you find anything? If it were that easy, my colleagues would have already solved it, Kevin said, glancing at the philanthropist. As he looked away, he saw a faint white human figure reflected in a mirror behind Sir Deweyville. No, it was multiple figures overlapping, creating a distorted white shape. The figure flashed, and Kevin thought he heard faint sobbing. Phew, he let out a breath, having almost drawn his gun. This heightened spiritual perception with spirit vision is going to scare me to death one of these days, Kevin joked to himself to calm down, then looked back at Sir Deweyville. This time, he saw something else. Now that he was in the bedroom, a faint, twisted figure shimmered around Sir Deweyville, making the area around him dimmer. Every time it flashed, he heard an illusory moan that a normal person could barely hear. Barely audible for a normal person in normal circumstances. Is that because it's daytime? Kevin nodded, making an initial judgment. It was resentment haunting Sir Deweyville. The leftover spirituality from unresolved emotions before someone's death. If this resentment stayed long enough, it would turn into a terrifying, angry spirit. But Sir Deweyville was a famous philanthropist. Even Benson, who was picky, admired him. Why would he be haunted by the resentment of the dead? Was he a two-faced monster? Or was a Beander with bad intentions doing this? Kevin thought suspiciously. He looked at Deweyville. Honorable sir, I have a few questions. Please ask, Deweyville said, sitting down wearily. Kevin organized his thoughts. When you leave here for a new place, like the village or Backland, do you get at least a half night of peace before the moaning starts again? And when you sleep during the day, can you still hear it? Deweyville's half-closed eyes widened, and a sudden hope appeared in his deep blue eyes. Yes. Did you find the problem? He realized his fatigue had made him forget to tell the police about this important clue. Inspector Tall relaxed. He knew the night owl had found something. Sergeant Gate was also surprised and curious, looking closely at Kevin. It matches the pattern of gradual entanglement and accumulation. With that confirmation, Kevin knew the cause. He had two ways to help Sir Deweyville. The first was to set up a ritual altar and use magic to remove the resentment. The second was to use other mystical methods to find the root of the problem and solve it that way. To keep Beander powers a secret from regular people, Kevin decided to try the second method first. If that failed, he'd pray to the goddess. Sir, this is a psychological illness, a mental problem, Kevin said with perfect seriousness. Sir Deweyville frowned. Are you saying I'm a mental patient who needs to be in an asylum? No, not at all. Most people have psychological problems to some degree, Kevin said, trying to reassure him. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm a psychological expert from the Iowa County Police. Psychological expert. Deweyville and his butler looked at Inspector Tall, who they knew. Tall nodded. It's true. All right, what do you need for my treatment? And I still don't understand why my butler, bodyguards, and servants can hear the moaning, too. Deweyville held his walking stick with both hands, looking confused. Kevin replied professionally. I'll explain it after we solve the problem. Please ask your butler, servants, and bodyguards to leave. Inspector Tall, Sergeant Gate, you, too. I need a quiet environment to begin the initial treatment. Treatment? With magic, Inspector Tall thought, nodding at Sir Deweyville. Deweyville was silent for a moment before saying, Cullen, take them to the living room on the second floor. Yes, sir. Butler Cullen didn't argue. After they all left and closed the door, Kevin looked at Deweyville and said, Sir, please lie down on the bed. Relax and try to sleep. All right. Deweyville took off his coat and hat, then slowly went to the bed and lay down. Kevin drew all the curtains, making the room dark. He took off his pendant and used spirit dowsing to check for danger. Then, he sat on the rocking chair near the end of the bed, entered a state of cogitation, and let his spiritual world extend before his eyes. He leaned back and fell into a deep sleep, allowing his astral projection to connect with the outside world. He was using dream divination to put himself in a spiritual environment, like a dream, to communicate with every spirit of resentment haunting Sir Deweyville. Only communication would give him the answer and solve the problem. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sad sob echoed in Kevin's ear, and he saw white, translucent figures floating around him. A painful groan sounded as Kevin, who was barely back to his senses, reached out and touched one of them. Suddenly, the figures swarmed him like moths to a flame. The image in front of his eyes blurred, and his mind felt like it was split in two. Half of his mind was calmly observing, while the other half saw a mirror. In the mirror, a young girl in a worker's outfit looked strong and healthy as she walked through a dusty factory, her head throbbing. Her vision sometimes blurred, and she got thinner every day. She thought she heard someone call her Charlotte, saying she had hysteria. She looked in the mirror and saw a faint blue line on her gums. The mirror's view changed, and Kevin saw another girl named Mary. She also worked in the lead factory, young and full of life. Suddenly, half of her face started twitching, followed by her arm and leg. "You have epilepsy," she heard someone say as her whole body convulsed. She fell, and the convulsions got worse until she finally passed out. There was another girl who was depressed. She walked aimlessly through the streets, unable to speak properly. She had a terrible headache and a blue line on her gums. She would also have convulsions. She saw a doctor, who said, "Lafayette, this is from lead poisoning." The doctor looked at her with pity as she convulsed again, her eyes losing all light. Many images appeared before Kevin. He watched them calmly and quietly. Suddenly, he understood the girl's plight. The female workers were in constant contact with white lead. They had all died from lead poisoning due to long-term exposure to the dust. Sir Deweyville owned a lead factory and 2 porcelain factories, and they all hired cheaper female workers. Kevin saw all of this but felt that something was still missing. This kind of death resentment was too weak. It couldn't affect reality or Deweyville, even if it accumulated. Unless there was a more powerful, stubborn resentment that had united them all. Just then, he saw another girl. She was no more than 18, and she was glazing porcelain at the factory. "Haley, how are you feeling? Do you still have a headache? If it gets bad, remember to tell me. Sir Deweyville has a rule that people with bad headaches can't work with lead and have to leave the factory," an older lady asked, concerned. Haley touched her forehead and smiled. "Just a little, I'm okay. Tell me tomorrow if it gets worse," the older lady said. Haley agreed. When she got home, she rubbed her forehead. She saw her parents and brothers come in, looking hopeless. "Your father and brothers lost their jobs," her mother said, wiping away tears. Her father and brother looked down. "We'll try to find work at the harbor. But we don't have money for bread for tomorrow. Maybe we'll have to move to the lower street." Haley's mother looked at her with red eyes. "When do you get paid?" 10 shillings, right." Haley rubbed her forehead again. "Yeah, Saturday." She didn't say anything else. She went back to work the next day and told her supervisor her headache was gone. She smiled and walked 5 kilometers to and from work every day, rubbing her head more and more often. "You haven't found another job?" Haley asked her father and brother, looking at the boiling soup with black bread. Her father said, frustrated, "The economy is bad. Many places are laying people off. Even the harbor jobs are scarce. I only made 3 shillings and 7 pence this week." Haley sighed and fell silent. She hid her left hand, which was suddenly twitching. The next day, she walked to work again. The sun was bright, and the street was busy. Suddenly, she started to convulse. She fell to the side of the road, foam coming from her mouth. She looked up at the sky, her vision blurring. She saw people walking past and others coming close. She saw a carriage with the Deweyville family emblem, a white dove with spread wings, as if ready to take off. She tried to open her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound. So, she didn't say a thing, quiet as ever. But this time, she was dead. 28:08, 4:20 p.m. Rohit Brew, Chapter 91, Solution. The scenery blurred and began to fade away. When Kevin came out of his dreamlike state, his eyes adjusted to the dark room. He knew that with Benson making 30 shillings a week, it wasn't easy for them to support their family. He'd always thought most workers made 20 shillings a week. He'd heard Melissa mention that on Lower Street, 5, 7, or even 10 families would squeeze into one room. Benson had also told him that the economy was in a recession. He knew a maid, with room and board, made 3 to 6 shillings a week. Kevin pinched the bridge of his nose, silent for a long time, until Sir Deweyville asked, "Officer, aren't you going to say anything?" The psychiatrists I've seen always talk to me and ask questions in a situation like this. But I have to say, I feel at peace. I almost fell asleep. I haven't heard any moans or cries yet. How did you do it? Kevin leaned back in the rocking chair. Instead of answering, he asked, "Sir, do you know about lead poisoning? Do you know the dangers of lead?" Deweyville was silent for a few seconds. "I didn't know in the past, but I do now. Are you telling me that my psychological illness comes from my guilt toward the female lead and porcelain factory workers?" Without waiting for Kevin to answer, he continued, speaking like a man in power. "Yes, I did feel guilty about this in the past, but I compensated them. At my lead and porcelain factories, the workers are paid the same as in other companies. In Backland, lead and porcelain workers make no more than 8 shillings a week, but I pay them 10, sometimes more. Many people criticize me for it. It makes it hard for them to hire workers. If it weren't for the Grain Act that made many farmers go bankrupt and move to the cities, they would have had to raise their wages, just like I did. I also told the factory supervisors to make sure that anyone with repeated headaches or blurry vision leaves the areas with lead. If they get really sick, they can even get help from my charity foundation. I think I've done enough." Kevin's voice was flat. "Sir, sometimes, you can't imagine how important the salary is to a poor person. Losing work for just a week or two can cause an irreversible loss to their family, a loss that causes tremendous grief." He paused. "I'm curious, why wouldn't a kind person like you install equipment to protect against dust and lead poisoning in your factories?" Deweyville looked at the ceiling and laughed sadly. "That would make my costs too high to compete with other lead and porcelain companies. I don't pay much attention to profits in these areas anymore, but what's the point of keeping the business if I have to keep paying out? That would only help a few workers and wouldn't change the industry. It would just be me paying to support them. I've heard some factories even secretly hire slaves to cut costs." Kevin crossed his hands and was quiet for a moment. "Sir, the root of your psychological illness is a buildup of guilt, even though you thought it was gone. It wouldn't have had any effect under normal circumstances, but something triggered you and started all the problems at once." "Something triggered me? I don't know what you mean," Deweyville said, puzzled. Kevin let the chair rock. "You fell asleep for a few minutes just now, and you told me something." "Hypnosis," Deweyville guessed. Kevin didn't answer directly. "You once saw a girl dying on her way to work while you were in your carriage. She died from lead poisoning. She was one of your porcelain workers." Deweyville rubbed his temples, speechless. "I think that happened once, but I can't remember it clearly." His prolonged insomnia had left him with a poor memory. He asked, "What was the worker's name? What should I do to cure my psychological illness?" "2 things," Kevin said immediately. "First, the worker who died by the road was named Haley Walker. That's what you told me. She was the direct trigger, so you have to find her parents and give them more compensation. Second, spread information about the dangers of lead in newspapers and magazines. Let your charity foundation help more workers who have been affected. If you become a member of parliament, push for laws in this area." Deweyville sat up and laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'll do the rest, but to make a law, hey, I think it's impossible. We have to compete with other countries. A law like that would put the whole industry into a crisis. Factories would go bankrupt, and many workers would lose their jobs. Charity can't save that many people." He got off the bed and straightened his collar. He looked at Kevin. "Haley Walker, right, I'll have Cullen get her information from the porcelain company and find her parents. Officer, please wait and keep an eye on me." "All right." Kevin stood and smoothed his black and white uniform. At 11 in the morning in Deweyville's living room, Kevin sat quietly on the sofa, watching butler Cullen guide a man and woman into the house. They had blemished, wrinkled skin. The man was hunched over, and the woman had a mole under her eye. They looked just like Kevin had seen in his vision, just older and more worn down. They were so thin they were almost bones, and their clothes were old and ragged. Kevin learned they could no longer afford to live on Lower Street. Sob. Kevin's spiritual perception sensed a cold wind swirling. He pinched the bridge of his nose and glanced at Sir Deweyville. A faint, white, distorted figure had appeared behind him. Good morning, Honorable Sir." Haley's parents were overly polite. Deweyville rubbed his forehead. Are you Haley Walker's parents? Doesn't she also have a brother and a 2-year-old sister? Haley's mother answered nervously. Her brother broke his leg at the harbor. We had him stay home to take care of his sister. Deweyville was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. My deepest condolences for what happened to Haley. Haley's parents' eyes immediately turned red. They spoke over each other. Thank you for your kindness. The police told us Haley died from lead poisoning. Is that the term? My poor child, she was only 17. She was always so quiet, so determined. You sent someone to visit her and paid for her burial. She's buried at the Raphael Cemetery. Deweyville glanced at Kevin and leaned forward. That was an oversight. I apologize. I've decided to compensate you, to compensate Haley. Her weekly salary was 10 shillings, right? 1 year is 520 shillings, or 26 pounds. Let's say she could have worked for 10 more years. Cullen, give Haley's parents 300 pounds. 300 pounds. Haley's parents were stunned. They had never had more than £1 saved in their lives. The bodyguards and maids in the room were also shocked and envious. Even Sergeant Gate gasped. His weekly salary was only £2. In the silence, Butler Cullen came out of the study with a bulging sack. He opened it, revealing stacks of cash, some £1, some £5, but mostly 1 or 5 shillings. Deweyville had clearly had his staff get change from the bank. It's a token of Sir Deweyville's goodwill, Cullen said, handing the sack to Haley's parents. They took it, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. No, this is too generous, we can't accept this, they said, holding the sack tightly. Deweyville said in a deep voice, this is what Haley deserves. Why, you truly are a noble, charitable knight. Haley's parents bowed repeatedly, agitated. They praised the knight, repeating the few adjectives they knew. They kept saying Haley would be grateful in heaven. Cullen, send them home. Oh, take them to the bank first, Deweyville sighed with relief, telling his butler. Haley's parents hugged the sack and walked quickly to the door. Kevin saw the faint translucent figure behind Sir Deweyville try to reach for them, hoping to leave with them, but the parents' smiles were radiant. They didn't look back. The figure faded and then vanished completely. Kevin felt the coldness in the living room return to normal. From start to finish, he just sat there silently. Officer, I feel much better. Now, can you tell me why my butler, servants, and bodyguards could also hear the moans? It can't just be my psychological illness, right? Deweyville asked, curious. Inspector Tall, who knew the truth, tensed up. Kevin replied without much expression. In psychology, we call this phenomenon mass hysteria. Chapter 92, Psychological Expert. Mass hysteria. Sir Deweyville, who had seen many psychiatrists, thought about what Kevin said. His staff was curious, but didn't say a word. Sergeant Gate looked at Kevin doubtfully. Kevin calmly explained, humans can be easily fooled by their senses. Mass hysteria is a psychological illness that results from tense nerves and other factors, where a group of people influence each other. The jargon confused Sir Deweyville, Sergeant Gate, and the others, making them more likely to believe him. Let me give you a simple example, he continued. I once handled a case where a man hosted a dinner party with 35 guests. Midway through, he suddenly felt sick and threw up, then had severe diarrhea. He thought he had food poisoning and told his guests on the way to the hospital. In the next 2 hours, more than 30 of the guests had diarrhea, and 26 had nausea. They flooded the emergency room. Doctors did a detailed exam and found that the first man didn't have food poisoning at all. It was just a stomach ache from the cold weather and a cold drink. The most surprising part was that none of the other guests were actually sick. That's mass hysteria. Deweyville nodded. I understand. People lie to themselves easily. It's no wonder Emperor Russell once said that a lie becomes reality if it's repeated 100 times. Officer, what's your name? You're the most professional psychiatrist I've ever met. Inspector Moretti, Kevin said, pointing at his shoulder. Sir, your problems are temporarily resolved. Try to sleep now while I make sure there are no other issues. If you sleep well, you don't have to wait for me to wake up. All right. Deweyville rubbed his forehead, grabbed his cane, and went upstairs. 30 minutes later, the police carriage left. When Sergeant Gate got off, Inspector Tull looked at Kevin. Even I believed you were a real psychological expert, he joked. Before he finished, he saw the young man with a forced smirk, his eyes deep and serene. I just had some experience with it in the past. Tull was silent until the carriage arrived at 36 Zudaland Street. Thank you for your help. Sir Deweyville can finally sleep again. He shook Kevin's hand. Thank Dunn for me. Kevin nodded. All right. He went up the stairs and into Captain Dunn's office. Dunn. Dunn was waiting for lunch. Dunn. Kevin rubbed his forehead. The problem came from the lead and porcelain factories. From the beginning, too many workers died from lead poisoning, and each one left a bit of resentful spirituality. That usually doesn't cause much trouble, Dunn said, with his years of experience. At most, it causes nightmares. Kevin nodded. Yes, but Sir Deweyville happened to see a worker who died from lead poisoning on the streets. She saw the Deweyville family emblem and had intense anger and sorrow. Her emotions only went away when Sir Deweyville gave her parents, brother, and sister £300. It's a social problem, Dunn said, pulling out his pipe. It's not rare in the age of steam. Workers who make linen get bronchitis and joint problems. Factories with dust can cause lung problems. Even if the dust isn't poisonous, we don't have to talk about this. As the kingdom develops, I believe these problems will be solved. Kevin, let's find a restaurant tonight to celebrate you becoming an official member, all right? Kevin thought for a moment. How about tomorrow? Captain, I used spirit vision for a long time today and used dream divination to deal with those resentments. I'm exhausted. I want to go home and rest this afternoon. Is that okay? Then I'll go to the divination club around 4 or 5 to see how they're reacting to Hannes Vincent's death. No problem, that's necessary. Dunn chuckled. Tomorrow night it is. Let's go to Old Will's restaurant next door. I'll have Roseanne make a reservation. Kevin took off his police hat and saluted. Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow. Dunn raised a hand. Wait, you said Sir Deweyville gave the parents £300. Yes. Kevin nodded, knowing what Dunn was thinking. You're worried they'll get into trouble because of the money. Dunn sighed. I've seen it many times. Give me their address. I'll ask Kenley to arrange for them to leave Tingen for another city to start a new life. All right, Kevin said. He left Dunn's office, went to the break room, changed into his suit, and put the uniform in his locker. He took the public carriage back to Daffodil Street in silence. He took off his coat and hat, heated up last night's leftovers, and ate them with the last piece of wheat bread. Then he went upstairs, hung up his clothes, and fell into bed. When he woke up, it was 2:10. The sun was high in the sky. He stood by the window and watched people in old, ragged clothes enter and leave Iron Cross Street. Phew, he slowly let out a breath, finally feeling better. Every journey is a step-by-step process. His sequence needed to be advanced one level at a time. Everything works like that. He shook his head and sat down, reviewing what had happened over the last week to make sure he remembered the important parts. 5 minutes before 3, above a boundless, gray fog, a palace stood. An ancient bronze table sat quietly. At the head of the table sat a man covered in thick gray fog. Kevin leaned back and tapped the crimson stars that represented justice and the hangman. Backland, Empress Burrow. Audrey quickly walked to her bedroom. She felt something and looked at the shadow on the balcony. Her golden retriever, Susie, was there, watching her as always. Audrey sighed and made a crimson moon symbol on her chest. She walked closer. Susie, that's not right. This is peeping. A spectator has to observe openly. The golden retriever looked up and wagged its tail. Audrey didn't waste any more time and went to her bedroom. As she opened the door, she had a strange thought. I wonder if Mr. Fool would let Susie into that mysterious space. Then there would be 4 members in the tarot gathering. And they'd all be Beyonders. No way, Susie can't talk. What would she do if they asked her to share her thoughts? Woof woof woof. Howl howl. Ugh, why am I mimicking a dog's bark? Just imagining it is so weird. A mysterious and serious gathering with a dog suddenly barking. Mr. Fool would probably just kick us all out. Audrey locked the door and sat on her bed. She pulled out an old, yellow paper from under her pillow. She read it over and over, then entered her spectator state. In a part of the Sonia Sea, a sailboat was chasing the listener. Seafarer Alger Wilson went into the captain's cabin half an hour early, worried that the clock would be wrong and his crew would see him get pulled into the taro gathering. In front of him was a glass of almost transparent liquor. The strong smell filled his nostrils. Alger trembled as he thought of the upcoming gathering, the endless fog he saw in the hotel corridor, and the mysterious fool who sat in the middle of the gray fog. He lifted his glass and took a gulp, using the burning sensation in his throat to calm his emotions. Soon, he was calm and stoic again. Chapter 93, New Diary Page. Above the gray fog, massive stone columns held up a divine hall. Two dark red blurs took the shape of human figures next to an ancient bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey, looking blurry, bowed. "Too bad there's no wine here, otherwise, we could toast to your successful trial." "You are more powerful than we imagined," Alger Wilson said. Kevin was surrounded by thick fog. He pressed his right arm down and spoke naturally. "Good. This means we're on the right path. If you can't attend the gathering on a Monday, do the ritual and tell me the reason instead of, I pray for a good dream." "All right," Audrey quickly agreed. "Mr. Fool, I got another page of Emperor Russell's diary. I think I still owe you one page. I was at sea this week and didn't find any new pages." Alger put his right hand over his chest and bowed. "It's fine. I expected this request to take a while." Kevin leaned back, tapping the armrest with his finger. He looked at Miss Justice. "You can tell me what the diary says now." Audrey bowed. "As you wish." A pen appeared in front of her. She transcribed the symbols from memory. Within seconds, a goatskin parchment was covered in strange symbols. She put the pen down. "It's done." Kevin raised his hand, and the parchment appeared in his palm. He read it with no emotion. July 9th. I just thought of something interesting. If the sequence pathways are also called blessings of the divinities, or pathways of the divinities, why is the stone tablet that has all 22 sequence pathways called the blasphemy slate? Blasphemy, what an interesting word. Who is being blasphemed? And who created the blasphemy slate? How could that person have all the sequence pathways? What else was on that stone? I really want to see it. July 12th. I realized another thing today. Sealed artifacts are a big part of a church's power, even though some are very, very dangerous. Of the 7 churches, the God of Craftsmanship has the fewest sealed artifacts and they're also the least dangerous. Did I join an organization with no future? No, I should think of it this way. A weak organization is the best place for me to show what I can do. July 14th. I saw that mysterious Mr. Zaradul again. I never thought he was the leader of an ancient organization, the Secret Order. Kevin's eyes narrowed when he read this. He almost showed a reaction. The Church of the Evernight Goddess only said the Zaradul family was connected to the Secret Order, but Emperor Russell now confirmed that the mysterious Mr. Zaradul was their leader. It looks like the Secret Order has the seer sequence pathway. While Kevin read, Audrey watched him. Her vision was completely blocked by the thick fog. She quickly looked away. I was too reckless, too foolish trying to observe Mr. Fool. I'm lucky he's not mad. Audrey secretly stuck out her tongue and pretended to admire the scenery. Alger sat silently, never taking his eyes off the table. He knew his place, as if he were in the presence of a real god. Kevin finished the last part of the diary. After I became a savant, Mr. Zaradul said I chose a difficult but relatively safe path. I asked him why, but he just smiled and told me the sequence pathway holds secrets beyond my imagination. I couldn't help but ask which sequence pathway he chose. He told me his sequence 9 was seer. I joked that every seer only tells half-truths, and he was obviously a powerful high-sequence beyander. Why was he still acting like a seer? Mr. Zaradul told me it was a habit from when he was a seer, and it was a way to get me interested and make me cooperate. He wanted me to help him steal a dangerous sealed item from the Church of the God of Craftsmanship, a relic of the Antigonus family. This would have to wait until I became a core member of that church. I asked Mr. Zaradul how long it would take to digest the potion with the acting method, and how to know when it was fully digested. He told me that for the lower sequences, it would only take half a year with the acting method, or even just a month. And the sign was simple. Every beyander would know once the potion was digested. It is what it is. I asked for more details, but he just smiled. I swear, I'll beat up every seer I see when I become a high-sequence Beander. Rest in peace, Emperor. Kevin read the diary a few times before looking at Justice and the hangman. Sorry for the wait, it's our honor, Audrey said, still in shock. She looked at the hangman and asked, where can I find the psychology alchemists? Psychology alchemists. Kevin remembered the man who bought ingredients for the spectator potion at the Tingen underground market. Maybe he's a member of the psychology alchemists. Just as Kevin was thinking how to get closer to him, the hangman, Alger Wilson, shook his head. Miss Justice, first, I have no idea. Second, I don't think there's any rush. You should focus on fully digesting the spectator potion. Audrey glanced at the fool and, seeing he had no intention of adding to the conversation, nodded in disappointment. I just want to have plenty of time to prepare so I can approach them more naturally. When will I have digested the spectator potion and be able to stop acting? Is there a sign? I'm at the point where I don't feel frustrated or hear the murmuring anymore. Alger looked at the fool again. Seeing he wouldn't speak, he thought for a moment. Without the acting method, the rule is to wait 3 years and confirm you no longer feel restless or have any hallucinations. There's a simple test. Exhaust your body to its limit. If you don't hear any crazy murmuring or see strange things, you're ready to advance. With the acting method, I think it won't take 3 years. That's not helpful at all. 3 years is too long, Audrey thought. But then, she heard a tapping. Audrey froze, then turned her head excitedly. She saw the fool tapping the edge of the table. Alger sat up straighter, waiting. Kevin said, for low-sequence Beyonders, if you strictly follow the acting method, you should be able to digest the potion in half a year. It could even take just a month. He looked at Justice. As for the signs of digestion, you'll know it when it happens. It doesn't need to be taught. A month? Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Audrey exclaimed, overjoyed. Miss Justice, don't think you're special. The key point is half a year. Kevin put his right hand to his lips. Half a year, Alger repeated softly. Audrey sensed joy, relief, and strong doubt in his tone. What is he suspicious about? Audrey thought. She asked, Mr. Fool, have you thought about adding more members? Kevin leaned back. He was prepared for this. This started as a trial, so I didn't think about making it a regular meeting. But now, it must be. We have to choose our members carefully. Secrecy is our motto. Audrey nodded. So we need a process of observation, recommendation, and testing. Yes, a process. You could say that, Kevin confirmed. Now, how do I ask about the secret order and the clown potion? How can I do it in a way that fits my status? Kevin was in a difficult spot. At that moment, Alger spoke up. I've heard that a listener from the Aurora Order is looking for the true creator, their holy residence. True creator? Audrey asked. It's an ancient entity worshipped by many secret organizations. They believe the creator didn't fully die. The core he left behind is the true creator. Alger explained. Since the 5th epoch, the true creator has appeared in many forms, like the hanged giant or the eye behind the shadow curtains. Heh. Many people believe Emperor Russell based his tarot card, the hangman, on the true creator. He looked at Kevin. Mr. Fool, what I said is fine, right? Is he trying to get my thoughts on the true creator? Kevin thought of the bloody man on the cross that the captain saw in Hannes Vincent's dream and had an idea. Don't both the hanging and the shadows sound evil? He chuckled. I'm more inclined to call him the fallen creator. Chapter 94, Hidden Sage. The fallen creator. Fallen, Alger thought about the fool's words. He was most struck by the fool's relaxed and nonchalant attitude. He acted as if they were equals. If he hadn't seen the ritual, Alger would have thought the fool was bluffing, but now he thought the fool was at least close to the true creator's level. It's dangerous, but it's also an opportunity, Alger said with a smile. Mr. Fool, your description is more fitting. From our observations, Beyonders who believe in the fallen creator are more likely to lose control. The rest of them are mostly psychopaths. That's what the Night Owl's intelligence said, too, and the psychopaths didn't lose their sanity, their beliefs just got twisted. Kevin stayed in his chair, but didn't continue the conversation. He still couldn't figure out how to ask about the secret order and the clown potion without breaking character. It's too bad this isn't an online forum. I could make a fake account to ask questions I can't ask myself. Maybe one day I'll learn mirror magic and try it. I could make half the members hear my fake accounts. There are 22 chairs and 22 tarot cards. It matches perfectly. But when I created this divine hall, I didn't name myself the Fool, or intend to form a tarot club. Do these symbolize the 22 sequence pathways? I wanted a divine hall, so a divine hall appeared. If I wanted a fake account, would I get a fake account? Seeing the Fool silent, Audrey asked, "That sounds scary. Mr. Hangman, could you share information about all the mystical organizations and secret cults? It's hard for me to learn about them. I can only learn from you two. I'm willing to pay. What would you like in return?" "That's a great question, Miss Justice. You're playing the role of my fake account. This way, the Hangman will definitely bring up the secret order. You're the best." Kevin was thrilled, but he didn't show it. Alger thought for a moment. "I need money. £1,000. It would be best if they were bills without a serial number. Or gemstones, priced at the Backland Jewelry Exchange's monthly average. £1,000. That's a huge amount. You could buy a house on a high-class street in Tingen City. Not everyone has that kind of money. Maybe that's what a captain makes in a year." Haley's family only got £300. Even though Miss Justice is a noble, she probably hasn't inherited her family's wealth and only gets an allowance. No wonder the Hangman said he could take gemstones. Kevin was very sensitive to money. Luckily, he was covered in fog. For a single woman, £2,000 could let her live a good life. If £2,000 were invested, it could reliably produce £100 a year. £1,000, Audrey said, shocked. Then she replied happily, "No problem. Should I send it to the same address?" Based on her tone, she thinks it's cheap. Kevin didn't look. Alger was quiet for 20 seconds. "Yes, send it to the Warrior and Sea Bar on Pelican Street, in the White Rose borough of Pritz Harbor. Tell the boss, Williams, that it's what the captain wants." "All right." Audrey leaned back in a spectator-like pose. "Mr. Hangman, you can start." Alger looked at the Fool, thought for a moment, then said, "Let's start with the Moses Ascetic Order. It's the oldest hidden organization. Of course, many think the oldest hidden organizations are the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of Mother Earth, and the Church of the God of Combat. Those people must be from the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom," Audrey said. "The Church of the Goddess is the oldest hidden organization." This was the first time Kevin had heard that. What exactly happened in the fourth epic or third epic? Alger smiled. "The truth is buried in ancient history. One thing is certain. No one has ever said that the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were once hidden organizations. Anyway, back to the point. The Moses Ascetic Order was started by a few humans who read the blasphemy slate. They believed in a non-human god, called the Hidden Sage. The description is that of a god, but it's more of an idea, a law of nature. For example, all objects are numbers, and the Hidden Sage is an embodiment of spirit numerology. Or that knowledge is supreme, and the Hidden Sage is knowledge itself. So, the original Moses Ascetic Order was a respectable organization, and it had a good relationship with the other major churches. The members lived as ascetics to avoid losing control and to fix the effects of the remnant potion. They kept their secrets and upheld moral and religious principles. They believed that humans are reincarnated after death. The sequence 9 they use is called Mystery Prior. The word, warlock, also came from that organization. Audrey listened carefully. "You said the Moses Ascetic Order used to be respectable. Are they not anymore?" Alger nodded slightly. "No, they have fallen into corruption and are now an evil organization." "Why? I thought their beliefs were good and normal," Audrey said, confused. Kevin was also confused. The information he had didn't explain why the Moses Ascetic Order fell from grace. Alger looked at the Fool. "I'm not sure of the real reason. It might be buried in history. But I have heard one terrifying explanation. In that story, the reason the Moses Ascetic Order fell was because the god they believed in, the Hidden Sage, came to life. He became an evil god. Came to life. How?" Audrey was shocked. She had left her spectator state without realizing it. It's like a horror story, but the ghost is a god. Kevin felt a thrill. "I'm sorry, No one knows the answer. Alger almost said, maybe Mr. Fool would know, but stopped himself. He had already risked a lot. In the Book of Storms 5:7, there was a saying he remembered, do not test God. Audrey calmed herself and motioned for him to continue. Kevin stayed silent, confirming Alger's descriptions with his own knowledge. He realized there were 4 things to remember. First, the Demonist sect was called the Demonist family in the 4th epic. They had few members and their beliefs were passed down through their bloodlines. They would kill the fathers of their children and abandon baby boys, so all members were female. Second, the Numinous Episcopate and the Rose School of Thought, who both liked blood sacrifices, came from the southern continent. They almost vanished from attacks by the 7 churches, but began spreading to the northern continent. Third, the psychology alchemists were like the early Moses ascetic order. They believed in a non-human being and that the human spirit could change everything. Fourth, the secret order was the least active of all the hidden organizations. When they appeared, they seemed to be looking for something. What are they looking for? Kevin remembered the diary. The secret order's leader, Zeratul, worked with Emperor Russell to get something left behind by the Antigonus family. Their goal was the Antigonus family notebook. Kevin's eyes narrowed. He had found the key. They are looking for things the Antigonus family left behind. So I should focus on these areas to get the clown potion formula from the secret order. After more discussion, Kevin ended the gathering. By your will. Audrey and Alger stood up. Their figures shattered and disappeared. Kevin rubbed the bridge of his nose and tried to create a fake account. A figure appeared at the far end of the table. It wore a black tuxedo and a top hat and had a dull expression. Its movements were clumsy. Something was clearly wrong. That won't work, Kevin sighed, giving up the idea. He stayed in his seat and looked at the crimson stars. He tried praying to them for feedback. Nothing. To get feedback, I have to pull someone into this space before I can reply. Kevin nodded, disappointed. He didn't want to force someone into this mysterious space against their will. Kevin was about to leave, but he touched an illusory crimson star. He suddenly felt a faint, insignificant prayer deep inside the star. Chapter 95. The Supplicant. A prayer. Kevin's mind stirred as he used the same method he used when spying on the hangman. He let his spirituality spread and touch the red blob. A hazy, distorted image appeared. He could vaguely see a blonde teenager kneeling on the ground in front of a crystal ball. The teenager wore a tight-fitting black outfit, a style very different from modern clothing in the Loan Kingdom. It was more like the traditional clothes of the Faesac Empire and the Intis Republic he had seen in magazines. The area around the teenager was dark, with old furniture. The room would occasionally light up, but Kevin couldn't hear thunder or rain. The teenager had his hands on his forehead, his fingers crossed, and was bowed forward, praying. A thick accent buzzed in Kevin's ears. Kevin listened closely but realized he couldn't understand what the teenager was saying. It was a language he had never heard before. To think I can't understand a foreign language even though I'm the mysterious ruler of this world above the gray fog, Kevin laughed at himself. He listened again, even more carefully than he had during English listening comprehension tests back on Earth. He gradually noticed something. Even though he had never learned the language, it sounded similar to ancient Faesac. Father, mother, those are probably what those 2 words mean, right? It's a lot like ancient Faesac, but not exactly the same, Kevin frowned. Ancient Faesac was a common language in the 4th epic. It's the root of all modern languages today. Maybe this is a dialect. He listened again, ruling out modern languages like Loan, Faesac, or Intis. Could it be a dialect of ancient Faesac? Like the language in the Antigonus family's diary? Kevin tapped his finger on the bronze table and nodded. Another possibility is that ancient Faesac came from Jotun, the language of the giants. The Faesac Empire in the north has always claimed their people have giant blood. Maybe this is ancient Jotun. At that point, Kevin, lacking the knowledge, stopped. He withdrew his spirituality without looking at the scene. He didn't want to pull the teenager up to the fog right away. He needed to find out what he was saying first. And before that, he needed to observe him and do some basic tests. Phew. Kevin leaned back. He wrapped himself in his spirituality, simulating the feeling of falling. After reviewing Russell's diary, Kevin changed into his suit and left for the divination club. He took public transport, but he did spend a little money to support Mrs. Wendy's business, buying a sweet iced tea for 1.5 cents to beat the afternoon heat. When he got to Howe Street, Kevin threw the empty cup in a trash can and walked to the second floor. Before going in, he pinched his nose and used spirit vision. He felt a faint sadness in the hall. The receptionist, Angelica, sat there with slightly red, vacant eyes. "The sadness will pass," Kevin said softly as he walked toward her. Angelica looked up. "Mr. Moretti." She quickly came to her senses. "You already know about Mr. Vincent." "Oh right, I forgot you're an excellent fortune teller." Kevin sighed. "I only got a general idea of what happened. What exactly happened to Mr. Vincent?" "The boss said Mr. Vincent had a heart attack in his sleep and passed away peacefully," Angelica said, crying. "He was so kind, so polite, a true gentleman. He was a spiritual mentor to so many of our members. He was so young. I'm sorry I brought it up." Kevin didn't say more. He walked to the meeting room. It was a Monday, so there were only 5 or 6 members. Using spirit vision, Kevin saw they all had different emotions. Some were grieving, some were dull, and some were relatively unaffected. They all seemed normal reactions. Kevin nodded. He picked up his cane and found a spot. He was about to turn off his spirit vision when Angelica walked in. "Mr. Moretti, a customer is looking for you. The one from last time," she said quietly. "You remember him?" Kevin smiled. "I wonder if he bought the magical medicine I told him about. I wonder if he still needs surgery." Angelica covered her mouth. He was the only one who waited a whole afternoon for a divination. Kevin grabbed his cane and walked out. In the reception area, he found the man who had seen him the other day. He noticed the aura near his liver had returned to normal. His health had also improved. "Congratulations, it feels wonderful to be healthy." Kevin smiled and held out his hand. Bogda was surprised, then he grabbed Kevin's hand with both of his. "Mr. Moretti, you really can see my condition. I've fully recovered. The doctors have asked me so many questions and run so many tests, but they can't believe I recovered just like that." Hearing Bogda's ecstatic words, Kevin confirmed one thing. The apothecary at Lawson's folk herb store was definitely a Beander. He had seen how sick the man's liver was. Healing him in a few days was beyond normal medicine. It had to be a Beander. This, combined with what happened to Glasses, could only mean one thing. "I have to apologize to God. To think I doubted you, and that miraculous doctor." Bogda wouldn't let go of Kevin's hand. He kept talking about his shame and gratitude. "Those 10 pounds were so well spent. It bought my life back." "What, 10 pounds? You spent 10 pounds on that medicine. And you only gave me 8 cents for my divination, just 8 cents, cents." Kevin was stunned. Bogda finally let go of his hand and bowed. "I came to thank you, Master Moretti. You showed me the way and saved my life. You paid for a divination. You don't need to thank anyone," Kevin said, looking up at the ceiling. His words sounded like a true charlatan. "You are a true seer," Bogda said. "Next, I'm going to Vlad Street to thank that apothecary and buy the medicine he recommended." "You've already recovered, haven't you?" Kevin expertly hid his shock. Bogda looked around and chuckled when he saw Angelica wasn't paying attention. "The doctor recommended a concoction that includes mummy powder. He said it's a prescription that's good for both men and women." I didn't believe him then, but I do now. "There's a prescription like that." Kevin felt like he had pushed this man into a fire pit. He looked at Bogda's aura, which was fine. "Mummy powder?" Kevin asked cautiously. "Yes, mummy powder. I asked a friend, and he said even the nobles in Backland are crazy for it. It's a powder made from grinding mummies that gives men peak performance in bed. Even though it sounds disgusting and dirty, it's a thing the aristocrats use," Bogda explained in detail, his eyes full of excitement. "Mummies. Mummies from corpses, ground into powder." Kevin was dumbfounded. He almost threw up. "Those nobles are hardcore." Just as he was about to tell Bogda not to do it, Glasses, who had a lung disease before, walked in and heard the conversation. "Yes, it's very effective. I recommend going to Lawson's folk herb store on Vlad Street. Mr. Lawson's secret recipe is very effective." Glasses took off his glasses and leaned over. "My experience was very perfect. You know about it too." I was just about to go there. Bogda's worries completely disappeared. After a short chat, he hurried out. Kevin was still a little stunned. He waited until 5:20 p.m. before putting on his hat and grabbing his black cane. He took a carriage to Vlad Street, intending to observe the apothecary, Lawson Darkwaide, before deciding whether to tell the captain. At 18 Vlad Street, Kevin stood outside the herb store. The door was closed, and there was a subletting notice. He's a cautious man, Kevin thought. Since this had happened, he no longer had to worry or do any observing. 2808, 4:34 p.m. Rohit Brew, Chapter 96, Daly's Guess. By the afternoon of the next day, Kevin had fully recovered. He walked into Blackthorn Security Company with steady steps. Good morning, Kevin. The weather's so beautiful today. I'm looking forward to tonight's feast. Roseanne, in a light green dress, greeted him from behind the reception desk. Kevin deliberately touched his stomach. Miss Roseanne, you shouldn't be talking about that so early. I'm already tired of today's mission, and it hasn't even started. I just want it to be evening already. Me too, Roseanne giggled. She looked around, then motioned for Kevin to come closer. She lowered her voice. I saw Ms. Daly earlier. Spirit medium Ms. Daly? Kevin asked in surprise. The most famous spirit medium from Awa County had been living in Enmat Harbor, which wasn't close to Tingen. Yes, Roseanne nodded firmly. But she's already gone. Ah, she's my ideal Beander. If I were a spirit medium, I'd leave Tingen and travel the world by myself. To Intis, to Fasak, to Fainapotter, to the southern continent, to the vast prairies, primitive forests, and snow-covered plains. Lady, don't forget the Night Owl's rules. Kevin shook his head, amused. Even Ms. Daly has to get permission to leave Enmat Harbor. I know that, but you can't just remind me and ruin my dreams. Roseanne said, annoyed. The truth is, I'd never become a Beander. It's too dangerous. I know I'd die from a sudden bullet. From what I've seen, Beyonders are basically people who turn themselves into monsters to fight other monsters. Archbishop Chaney said we're guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches constantly fighting threats and madness, Kevin replied with a sigh. The quote had stuck with him. To fight the abyss, we have to endure its corruption. The two fell silent. Roseanne was the first to break it, gesturing toward the partition. Captain Dunn wanted to see you. All right. With his hat and cane in hand, Kevin knocked and entered Captain Dunn's office. A middle-aged man with deep gray eyes and a high hairline put down his coffee cup. Daly was here, he said with a smile. I'm not surprised. Roseanne just told me, Kevin smiled back. Dunn didn't mind the humor and sighed. Daly was just transferred to the Backland Diocese, the world's busiest and most crowded city. It has the highest Beander population and the most opportunities. She has a better chance of becoming an archbishop or a senior deacon than me. Why? Kevin asked curiously, sitting down. Dunn thought for about 20 seconds. She has a unique talent for mastering and using sequence potions. I've told you about the Night Owl's rule. To use the next sequence potion, you have to wait 3 years and pass a strict test to prevent losing control. But 3 years is usually not enough. It took me 9 years to go from a sleepless to a midnight poet. And to go from midnight poet to nightmare, it's been 3 years already, and I don't know how many more I need. When our bodies get old and our energy drops, even if we overcome the risks, we shouldn't try to advance anymore. The risk of losing control is too high then, and nobody wants to chance it. But Daly and I are different from most Beyonders. After she became a corpse collector, she applied to use the next potion after just 1 year. What surprised everyone was that she passed the even stricter test and got the Gravedigger potion. It only took her 1 more year to go from Gravedigger to Spirit Medium. This year will be her 5th as a Beander. She's only 24, with a lot of opportunities ahead. On the surface, she's the most famous Spirit Medium in Awa County, but she really is a Spirit Medium. Is that the acting? Mr. Henderson said Ms. Daly had similar tendencies. Kevin felt he had found the key to her fast advancement. Captain, you're young too. You're only in your 30s, Kevin said, comforting him, and adding in his mind, it's just that your memory isn't that great. Dunn took a sip of coffee, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Why didn't you ask Ms. Daly about her method for mastering sequence potions? Kevin asked pointedly. Dunn put down his cup and rubbed his temples. She told me to become a true nightmare. I don't know what that means. Play the role of a nightmare. Man, that sounds sinister. Kevin frowned and was silent for a moment. Then, Dunn took out his smoking pipe and sniffed it. Daly and I talked about the seer's follow-up potion possibly being clown. Assuming the seer who told you wasn't lying, she brought up an interesting idea. What is it? Kevin asked eagerly, his eyes lighting up. He'd once used divination to check if clown was the next potion for seer. The answer was vague but seemed to confirm it. Dunn's gray eyes looked at him thoughtfully. A normal sequence path moves in steps. They advance based on a specific similarity. For example, sleepless, midnight poet, and nightmare are all clearly related to night, peaceful sleep, and the tranquility it brings. We can assume every next sequence will have the same traits, just with more power and a wider scope. They might be linked to secrets, disaster, horror, the crimson moon, etc. Some sequence paths seem unrelated, but when you look closely, you can still find similarities, like assassin and instigator. Their similarity is bringing people calamity, pain, sorrow, and despair. So, the next sequences should follow this pattern. Kevin paid close attention. But seer and clown don't have that connection. Right. Dunn nodded. Daly thinks there might be sequence paths that have a different kind of relationship. After all, there's a lot we don't know. He paused. Daly said that in these paths, the low to mid sequence potions would give the Beyander new abilities that seem unrelated to the others. When the Beyander has a big change, these abilities will combine into an abnormally powerful job that includes them all. In other words, the path doesn't advance step by step. Instead, it's a relationship of deconstruction and combination. Kevin listened closely but felt lost. Dunn raised his right hand. A normal sequence path advances little by little, like a child growing up. A growing child gets taller, stronger, heavier, and more mature. While special sequence paths are more like. Dunn lifted his thumb. This is sequence 9. Then he raised his index finger. This is sequence 8. He slowly raised the rest of his fingers. Every single finger is independent, and they don't seem related. But in the end, as he said, end, Dunn clenched his fingers into a tight fist. I get it. Kevin was suddenly enlightened. He agreed with Ms. Daly's guess and the captain's metaphor. Maybe that's how it is. He nodded, deep in thought. Sequence 8 clown and sequence 9 seer are completely different and have new abilities. And according to the Night Owl's info, the corresponding sequence 7 and sequence 8 clown also have no similarities. Kevin was silent for a moment, then pressed on. At what stage do the different abilities combine to form that big change? Dunn took another sip of coffee and chuckled. Daly and I guessed sequence 4. Why? Kevin blurted out. Because according to the churches, sequence 4 is the start of the high sequences. It's said that just reaching this level causes big changes in vitality and energy. In ancient times, sequence 4 Beyonders were called demigods in the 4th epoch. It's a shame they're so rare now, Dunn said wistfully. If sequences 4 to 1 are high sequences, then what are the low sequences? Kevin asked with interest. 1,000 years ago, sequences 9 through 7 were considered low sequences. But lately, there are so few Beyonders that each church lists sequence 7 as a mid-sequence. Dunn laughed at himself. Sequence 9 and 8 are low sequences. Sequences 7 through 5 are mid-sequences. And sequence 4 and above are high sequences. Kevin repeated in his head, feeling a bit of longing. Emperor Russell was a high sequence Beyander. But the higher the sequence, the greater the risk of losing control, Kevin thought with a shiver. He asked casually, what's the sequence 4 potion for the Church of the Evernight Goddess called? Actually, I'm not sure. My clearance isn't high enough. I'll be able to read that when I become a diocese bishop or a Night Owl's deacon. Dunn shook his head and smiled. In fact, at least half of the church's 13 archbishops and 9 senior deacons are below sequence 4. I'm just being optimistic. Archbishop Ince Zangwill, who became wanted, lost control when he tried to advance to sequence 4. The one who stole sealed artifact, 008. His potion was called Gatekeeper. Kevin thought, then asked, is sleepless sequence 5 Gatekeeper? No, that's in the spirit medium's path. You'll be allowed to see that info when you reach sequence 7 and become a bishop or a captain of a Night Owl's team. Gatekeeper is sequence 5 of the spirit medium path. Does it mean keeping watch over the gates to hell? Or the gates to the spirit world? Kevin guessed. All right, go see Mr. Henderson and continue your studies. Dunn smiled. Don't forget about dinner tonight at Old Will's restaurant. Reservations are made. I'll officially introduce you to the rest of the Night Owls. All right, I've already prepared the money. Kevin forced a smile. No, you don't need to. Did you forget we get bonuses? The part where you complete a mission. Dunn waved his hand. Kevin was surprised, then he smiled brightly. All right, Captain. He turned and walked toward the door, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Wait, why didn't the captain call me back? Kevin dragged out the 1 for a long time, but was surprised Captain Dunn hadn't forgotten anything. A miracle. In the armory, Mr. Henderson glanced at Kevin, who was in a good mood. Don't get too focused on tonight's dinner. You still have a lot to learn, like more ritual magic, ancient Hermes, dragon, elf, and more. Yeah, every afternoon except your day off, you have to do at least 2 hours of combat training with an instructor. Combat training. The captain didn't mention that. Kevin was shocked. Mr. Henderson nodded without hesitation. He forgot. Chapter 97. Combat Teacher. At 2 in the afternoon the next day, outside a simple, rundown 2-story building on the outskirts of Northborough. Kevin, in his probationary inspector uniform, looked at the weed-filled garden and vines crawling up the walls. He turned in surprise. My combat instructor lives here. Shouldn't a combat artist chosen by the Night Owls be exceptional? Leonard Mitchell, who had brought Kevin here, chuckled. Don't underestimate Mr. Gawain because of his home. Even though he was never given an aristocratic title, he was a true knight back in the day. The poetic Night Owl, in a white shirt, black pants, and buttonless leather boots, suddenly looked melancholy. He was active in the fading era of knights. The warriors in their armor would charge through enemy lines despite gunfire and cannon fire, destroying their enemies and changing the battle lines. But they were quickly met with the invention of high-pressure steam guns and 6-barrel machine guns. From then on, the knights had to slowly step down. Mr. Gawain met the same fate. More than 20 years ago, the Awa Knights Order of Chivalry faced the most advanced weapons of the Intis Republic Army. Sigh, every time I think about this, it feels like I'm touching the dust of history. The poet in me is moved by this irreversible and fated destiny, but I don't know how to write a poem about it. Then why say so much? Kevin ignored Leonard's self-pity and gave a serious suggestion. My college classmate once told me that writing poems takes a certain amount of talent. You should start by reading the classical poems anthology of the Loan Kingdom. Leonard's mood changed. He replied lightly, I bought that book a long time ago, along with other titles, like selected poems of Emperor Russell. I'll work hard to become a true midnight poet, Mr. Seer. Is he hinting about the acting method? Kevin replied as if he didn't get it. You'll still need grammar books. All right, let's go in. Leonard pushed open the half-closed metal gate. They followed the path to the house. They were still a distance away when Kevin saw a tall man walk out the front door. He had short blonde hair with some white strands. His face was weathered, with deep wrinkles. What are you doing here? The old man asked in a deep voice. Mr. Gawain, according to your contract with the police department, this probationary inspector will be learning combat from you, Leonard explained with a smile. Combat. There's no need to study combat anymore, Gawain said, his eyes cloudy and his voice flat. You should learn how to draw your gun and shoot. You should master the most advanced weapons. Is this the psychological trauma from the 6-barrel machine guns and high-pressure steam guns? Kevin didn't answer recklessly. Instead, he smiled and looked at Leonard. Combat is still a skill a policeman needs to master. Most of the criminals we face aren't people who must be executed on the spot. Some might not even have weapons. In that case, we need combat techniques, Leonard said, clearly prepared. With a dark look, Gawain was silent for over 10 seconds before saying, throw a punch. He was talking to Kevin. Kevin, who wasn't holding his cane, remembered the boxing matches he'd seen in his past life. He raised his arm and threw a punch forward. Gawain's lips twitched slightly. He thought for a moment. Kick. Tilting slightly and twisting his hips, Kevin tightened his thigh muscles and kicked with his right foot. Cough. Gawain covered his mouth and cleared his throat. He looked at Leonard. I will honor my contract. But based on his foundation, he needs to come here 4 times a week, 3 hours each time, for the first month. You're the expert. It's up to you. Leonard nodded without hesitation. He smiled at Kevin. See you at dinner. After Leonard left, Kevin asked curiously, Instructor, how should I start? Punching or footwork? As a former keyboard warrior, he knew how important footwork was in combat. Gawain stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head tiredly. What you need now is strength training. See those 2 steel dumbbells. They'll be your partners for today. Besides that, you also have to practice deep squats, running, and rope skipping. Let's do them 1 set at a time. While Kevin was still confused, Gawain suddenly raised his voice. Understood. Understood. At that moment, Kevin felt like he was back in military training, facing a ruthless instructor. Change your clothes. There's a set of knight's training clothes on the sofa. Gawain suddenly sighed. He turned and walked toward the black steel dumbbells. At 6 in the evening, at a corner table of Old Will's restaurant. Everyone from Blackthorn Security Company was there except Fry, who was guarding Channy's gate. There were 6 night owls and 5 civilian staff members. A white tablecloth was on the long table. Waiters brought plates of food, portioned them, and served them to each person. Kevin saw steaks in black pepper sauce, bacon, sausages with mashed potatoes, egg pudding, asparagus, and special cheeses. He even saw pink champagne. But he had no appetite. The training that afternoon had nearly made him throw up. Noticing the pale, new night owl with cloudy eyes, Dunn raised his glass of red wine and laughed. Let's welcome our newest official member, Kevin Moretti. Cheers. The cold and quiet black-haired woman, Royale Rydeen, the sleepless Kenley White, the sloppy Leonard Mitchell, and the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet Sika Tron all raised their cups and looked at their new teammate. Kevin fought back his discomfort, raised his glass of amber champagne, stood, and said, "Thank you." He clinked glasses with every night owl, tilted his head back, and finished the small amount of champagne. Is our Miss Author not going to say something? Dunn smiled, looking at Sika Tron. Sika Tron was a woman in her 30s with an average face but a calm and serene presence. With her graying hair, it gave her a unique charm. Kevin had heard Mr. Henderson say this midnight poet had a side job as an author and had tried to submit her work to newspapers and magazines. Unfortunately, only a few small newspapers had accepted them. Sika smiled at Dunn. To make Miss Author a reality, Captain, I think you should give me some money to self-publish my work. Dunn laughed. You should learn from Mr. Henderson and give me a better reason. I'm most impressed with Mr. Henderson in that department, Roseanne said, between bites of roast lamb. Amid the chatter and laughter, Leonard looked at Kevin and chuckled. Are you so tired you can't eat? Yeah, Kevin sighed. If you haven't touched your food, I can help you out. Leonard acted like he didn't want to waste any food. Kevin didn't mind. He nodded. That's fine. And just like that, a good portion of the food in front of him was eaten by Leonard and the others. Toward the end of dinner, waiters served beef pudding and ice cream. Kevin tasted the ice cream and found it cold and sweet. It was especially delicious. Before he knew it, he had finished the ice cream drizzled in blueberry sauce. As a result, he started to feel hungry. The kind of hunger that comes after intense exercise. He swallowed, looking at the empty plates in front of him. There were no leftovers. Let's end the dinner here and give Kevin a final toast, Dunn suggested. Before he finished, Kevin asked, Captain, can I order another plate of food? The group fell silent, then burst out laughing. Haha, you've finally recovered. No problem, order 2 plates if you want, Dunn laughed, shaking his head. While patiently waiting, Kevin's stomach growled. Finally, a fresh black pepper steak was placed in front of him. His fork and knife danced as he finished the medium-rare steak in 90 seconds, tears almost in his eyes. The meat juices and the sauce's flavor lingered in his mouth. A moment later, Kevin sighed contentedly, looking at his empty plate. He put down his knife and fork and took a sip of champagne. Waiter, the check please, Dunn called. The waiter went to the counter, then returned with the bill, giving a detailed breakdown. You opened 5 bottles of Daisy champagne, each bottle 12 cents and 3 pennies, a small glass of Southville red wine for 10 pennies. Each black pepper beef steak was 1 cent and 2 pennies. Each serving of beef pudding was 6 pennies, the ice cream was 1 cent each. The total comes to £5, 9 cents, and 6 pennies. £5, 9 cents, and 6 pennies. That's almost my weekly salary. A restaurant is so much more expensive than eating at home. Kevin whistled, feeling lucky the captain had said he didn't have to pay. They had petty cash from bonuses. He calculated the cost and saw that the most expensive part was the alcohol. 5 bottles of champagne cost more than £3. This is no different from Earth. Kevin secretly rubbed his stomach and finished the last of his champagne. The next morning, Kevin felt bloated. He tried to get out of bed in a sleepy daze. The moment he moved, his aching muscles woke him up instantly. It felt like his body wasn't under his control. What a familiar feeling. It's the same as after we got punished with frog jumps. Today's a rest day, but I still need to visit my mentor and see if I can borrow the monograph on the Hornassus main peak from the university library. Kevin's lips twitched as he moved outside with effort. He wanted to sigh with every step. Kevin, what's wrong with you? Melissa, who had just come out of the bathroom, looked at her brother suspiciously because of his strange posture and slow movements. Chapter 98. Mr. Azek. With a regretful smile, Kevin just said, sore muscles. He thought that since he'd taken the potion, he'd be in better shape, but the harsh reality was that as a seer, all his stats went to his mind, intuition, and spirituality. His body didn't get any easier to train. He was already a bit out of shape, having focused on school and not eating enough. So, yeah, muscle soreness was to be expected. Sore muscles. But you came home after dinner last night and didn't do anything. Can alcohol cause that? Melissa asked, her brows raised. Can alcohol cause sore muscles? Sis, that question is a bit much. Kevin laughed nervously. Nah, it's not the alcohol. It was from yesterday afternoon. My company has combat training, and I joined. Combat. Melissa was even more surprised. Kevin gathered his thoughts. Well, I was thinking about it. As a security company's historical consultant, I can't just stay in the office all the time. One day, I might have to go with the team to some old town or ancient ruins. I'd need to hike, cross rivers, and be able to handle whatever nature throws at me. So, I need to get in good shape. So you joined combat training to build up your stamina. Melissa looked like she understood. Exactly, Kevin said with a firm nod. Melissa frowned. But that's not very gentlemanly. I thought you always wanted to be a professor. A professor just needs to read old books, solve difficult problems, and act polite and proper. Of course, that's all good, too. I just prefer a man who can solve his own problems, whether it's with his brain or his brawn. Melissa smiled. Kevin smiled back. No, Melissa. You have the wrong idea about professors. A real professor can talk to people politely, but he can also use a cane to teach them the principles of physics when there's a problem with communication. The principles of physics. Melissa was speechless for a moment before she got what her brother was saying. She couldn't think of a comeback. Kevin didn't say anything more, just struggled his way to the bathroom. Melissa watched him for a few seconds, then shook her head and followed. Do you need help? She asked, pretending to support someone. No, I don't. I was just being dramatic. Kevin felt embarrassed. He suddenly stood up straight and walked normally. Watching her brother walk steadily to the bathroom and close the door, Melissa pouted and mumbled, Kevin's getting more and more dramatic. I actually thought he was in pain. In the bathroom, Kevin stood behind the locked door, his face twisting in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He held his breath, his body tense, for a good 7 or 8 seconds. By the time he finally managed to get downstairs, have breakfast, and see his siblings off, the soreness had started to fade. After resting for a little while, Kevin grabbed his cane and hat and headed for the bus stop. During the summer, Koi University was peaceful and quiet, with big, shady trees full of birds and flowers. Walking along the river, Kevin turned toward the history department and found his mentor's, Co and Quentin, 3-story office. He knocked and went in, but was surprised to see academic Azek sitting in his mentor's chair. Good morning, Mr. Azek. Where's my mentor? We had an appointment for 10, Kevin asked, confused. Azek, who was Cohen Quentin's best friend and often debated with him, smiled. Cohen had a last-minute meeting and went to Tingen University. He asked me to wait here for you. Isaac had bronze skin, was of average height and build, with black hair and brown eyes. His face was gentle, but his eyes looked like they'd seen a lot. He had a tiny mole under his right ear that you wouldn't notice unless you looked closely. After explaining, Isaac suddenly frowned and looked at Kevin carefully. Feeling confused, Kevin looked at his clothes. Did I mess up the dress code? Tuxedo, black vest, white shirt, black bow tie, dark pants, boots. Everything seems normal. Isaac's frown eased, and he chuckled. Don't mind me, I just noticed you seem much more full of life than before. You look even more like a gentleman now. Thank you, Kevin said calmly. Mr. Isaac, did my mentor find the book, Research on the Hornassus Main Peaks Ruins in the library? With my help, he did, Isaac said with a gentle smile. He opened a drawer and pulled out a gray book. You're not a student here anymore, so you can read it here, but you can't take it home. Got it. Kevin happily took the book, though he felt a bit of unease. The book's design was trendy, with a hardcover and a drawing of the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains. Kevin glanced at it, sat down, and started reading carefully. As he got lost in the book, he noticed a cup of strong, fragrant coffee next to him. Help yourself to sugar and cream, Isaac said, setting down a silver saucer and pointing to the jars. Thanks. Kevin nodded gratefully. He added 3 sugar cubes and a teaspoon of cream before going back to his book. Research on the Hornassus Main Peaks Ruins wasn't very long, and Kevin finished it by noon, making a note of a few things. First, the settlement on Hornassus Main Peak was clearly an advanced, ancient society, likely human, since their wall paintings showed their lives to be similar to humans. Second, they worshipped and feared the darkness of the night, calling their god the ruler of the Evernight and the mother of the sky. Third, and most bizarrely, researchers never found any graves. This suggested people didn't need to be buried because they didn't die. However, this contradicted the wall paintings, which showed that the people believed death wasn't the end and that the deceased would protect their families at night. They would keep their dead relatives at home, on the bed, for 3 days. The wall paintings didn't show burials. Kevin took another sip of coffee and continued writing in his notebook. Mother of the Sky, Sky Mother, is a grand title, while the ruler of the Evernight clearly overlaps with the Evernight goddess. Is this a contradiction? In the ancient ruins, everything was well preserved. Even the wall paintings weren't damaged. It was like no one had been there until it was discovered. The table had dishes, and there were old food stains. In some rooms, there were half-empty bottles of alcohol that had almost turned into water. What happened to the people? They seemed to have left in a hurry, without taking anything, and never came back. The lack of burial grounds only makes it more mysterious. The author, Mr. Joseph, mentioned that when he first found the ruins, he believed the people had just suddenly vanished. Kevin stopped writing and looked at a photo. On his 3rd visit, John Joseph had used a new camera to take a black and white picture of a grand palace with a collapsed wall, overgrown with weeds. Seeing the picture, Kevin's first thought was of the palace in his dream. The styles were identical, the only difference was that the one in his dream was on a peak and much more impressive. It also had a huge chair, a throne, that didn't look like it was for a human. Under it, countless translucent worms squirmed slowly. I can confirm that my dream is connected to the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. That must be the nation of the Evernight mentioned in the Antigonus family's notebook. Kevin nodded and closed the book. At that moment, Isaac, sitting across from him, touched the mole under his right ear and said, "Find anything?" "A lot. I wrote a lot of notes." Kevin pointed at his notebook and smiled. "I don't know why you're suddenly so interested in this." Isaac sighed. "Kevin, when I was at Backland University, I dabbled in divination. I found that your fate is a little out of sync." "What? Divination? Are you talking to me about divination?" As a seer, Kevin looked at Isaac with amusement. "What do you mean, out of sync?" Isaac thought for a moment. "Have you had a lot of strange coincidences in the last couple of months?" Coincidences. Since he owed Mr. Isaac, Kevin didn't argue and started thinking. "If we're talking about coincidences, The biggest one was when we were after the kidnappers and found a clue to the Antigonus family's notebook, which had been lost for days, in the apartment across the street. Also, Ray Bieber didn't flee from Tingen right away. Instead, he found a place to absorb the power from the notebook, which made it easy for sealed artifact 2049 to track him down. That seemed to go against common sense. Even though Iyer Harson gave a good explanation, it always felt a bit too convenient. Oh, Selena glanced at Hannes Vincent's secret spells, but she waited until her birthday dinner to try them, and I just happened to be there to see it, which is also a coincidence. Otherwise, Hannes Vincent wouldn't have been the only one to die so suddenly. After thinking for a few minutes, Kevin said, there were 3. Not too many, not too often. And nothing to suggest anyone was pulling strings. Azek nodded slightly. As Emperor Russell once said, 1 coincidence happens to everyone. 2 is still normal. 3 is when you should think about what's influencing those coincidences. Can you tell me anything else? Kevin asked. Azek laughed and shook his head. I can only tell you there's some disharmony, but nothing else. You have to understand that I'm not a real seer. So, basically nothing. Mr. Azek is pretty weird. He's playing a fortune teller in front of a real one like me. Kevin let out a breath. As Azek stood up, he took the chance to pinch the space between his eyebrows and use his spirit vision. Azek's aura looked completely normal. Too bad I can only see the ether body and astral projection from above the gray fog. Kevin thought, tapping his glabella again as he stood up. Chapter 99. Red Chimney. Late in the afternoon, Kevin got home and closed the curtains, making his room dark. He took out a pen and paper and thought for a long time before finally writing. The kidnapping of Elliot was because of supernatural forces. As a seer, Kevin had tried to divine if these coincidences were supernatural, but the results said they weren't. This time, influenced by Azek, he was looking into it again. He learned from the clown and carefully wrote a clear statement, avoiding anything vague. Yeah, I should break down the 3 coincidences and divine them separately. Kevin nodded to himself as he slowly took the topaz off his wrist. He held the pendulum with his left hand and let it hang over the paper. He focused and went into a state of meditation, closing his eyes and repeating, the kidnapping of Elliot was because of supernatural forces. After repeating the statement, Kevin opened his eyes and saw the topaz turning slowly counterclockwise. It's still a no, Kevin mumbled. He tried several other statements, but the results were the same, nothing supernatural about the incident. He then divined the Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen, and Selena's magic mirror divination, events separately, but got normal answers for both. Hey, did a fake fortune teller scare me, a real seer? Plus, Captain and the others didn't feel like anything was wrong. Kevin laughed and shook his head, but he was still careful. He planned to use a dream divination for final confirmation. After thinking, he changed the statement to fit the new method. The real reason for Elliot's kidnapping. He wrote with his pen, then stopped and thought. After reading it over, he tore the paper and went to his bed. He relaxed and lay down. Holding the paper, Kevin quickly fell asleep with the help of his meditation. He found himself in a twisted, broken world. He swam through the blur and saw the kidnappers. He saw them lose their last money at a gambling table, get guns from a black market, and rent the apartment across from Ray Bieber's. These weren't a continuous scene, but quick flashes. Kevin couldn't find anything unusual. It all matched what the kidnappers had said. After the dream, Kevin divined the other 2 events separately and got the same result. The events were logical. The coincidences were really just coincidences. I was overthinking things. Mr. Azek is just a divination fan. Kevin steadied his pendulum and shook his head with a bitter smile. He was about to open the curtains when he stopped. From the original Kevin's memories, Mr. Azek is a trustworthy person. He's never said anything without a basis. Even when he and the mentor argued, it was always academic. If he was just a divination fan, he wouldn't have said that. Of course, maybe the original Kevin just didn't know about it. Kevin frowned, still worried. He needed to find a way to confirm it. He suspected that Mr. Azek had somehow found some inside information and was trying to warn him by using divination as an excuse. How can I confirm this? Kevin walked back and forth in the dark room, trying to remember other divination techniques. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He suddenly stopped as an idea came to him. Let's assume these coincidences are suspicious. I can't get a clear result either because my sequence is too low or I'm being interfered with, but I can change my environment. I can go somewhere more mysterious and hard to understand. Kevin felt excited. He opened his drawer and took out a silver dagger. He focused and let his spirituality flow from the tip of the dagger, blending with the room. With each step he took, a spiritual wall sealed off the room. Kevin planned to divine above the gray fog, in that mysterious world. In the grand ancient hall above the endless gray fog, Kevin sat at the big bronze table. In front of him was a piece of parchment he had created. He picked up a pen and wrote the same statement as before. The kidnapping of Elliot was because of supernatural forces. He held the pendulum low. Kevin quickly composed himself and became calm and ethereal. With his eyes half closed, he recited the statement 7 times, using his spirituality to connect with the spiritual world that was above all others. Feeling the pull of the silver chain, Kevin opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum. The sight made him freeze. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. This meant there was a supernatural force behind Elliot's kidnapping. This was a completely different result from what he got in the outside world. No traces of any interference. This kind of power is terrifying. What's the motive of the person behind this? Is my fate connected to the Antigonus family's diary? Kevin was so shocked he lost his composure, and the pendulum's rotation became chaotic. He put down the topaz and rubbed his forehead. His expression was serious. After a few seconds, he didn't try to divine the other 2 events. Instead, he wrote a new statement, the real reason for Elliot's kidnapping. He held the paper and recited the statement 7 times. Kevin leaned back and fell asleep above the fog. He soon saw a boundless, gray-white fog. The fog slowly cleared, revealing a colorful field of grass and flowers. The space behind the field was folding in on itself, like a living monster. Kevin tried to look closer, barely making out a dark red chimney. At that moment, the scene shattered, and his dream ended. Kevin sat up abruptly in the grand hall. His heart was racing. Phew, it felt like I just saw something terrifying. He took 2 deep breaths to calm down. Tap, tap, tap. Kevin tapped the side of the table and fell into deep thought. Red chimney, garden, grass fields. How is this related to the person behind all this? I can't figure out their motive from these coincidences, nor can I tell if they have bad intentions. Kevin felt a sudden fear for himself, Captain, Fry, and the others. We're like puppets dancing on a string. What's even scarier is that we thought we were in control. Sigh, I don't know how to tell Captain. Mr. Henderson's divination got the same results as mine did outside. If they ask me to confirm it in front of them, I can't. Kevin rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. After about 20 seconds, he started divining the Ray Bieber's Stay in Tingen event. He used spirit dowsing first. This time, Kevin was shocked to see his topaz hang motionless. It was neither a confirmation nor a rejection. Strange, he mumbled. He started guessing why this happened. The person behind this sensed my divination and is blocking me. He then tried dream divination, but all he saw were fragmented pieces of fog. He didn't learn anything new. The results for Selena's magic mirror divination were the same. Kevin was almost certain of his theory now. Since he couldn't tell Captain Dunn right away, he felt a strong need to get stronger. I have to go to the divination club later and quickly succeed in my acting to digest the seer potion. Also, I have to confirm whether the clown potion is the next step and find clues about it. I also need to talk to Mr. Azek more to see if I can get the information he has. Kevin held his forehead and quickly made a plan. After thinking, a piece of parchment appeared in front of him again. He picked up his pen and wrote, Sequence 8 for a seer as clown. From his previous experience, Kevin was convinced that his divination was stronger above the gray fog. It's like how raids are usually successful. Is this because I have good luck? He mumbled and picked up his pendulum. A moment later, Kevin got a clear answer. The next sequence for a seer is indeed clown. He wrote on the paper again. Sequences 8, 7, 6, and 5 of a seer will grant at least one new, unrelated power. Kevin exhaled and tried spirit dowsing again. However, The topaz hung motionless. Not enough information to get a reading. He mumbled to himself. He put down the silver chain and thought about what to write for a dream divination. Nearly 20 seconds later, he picked up his pen and wrote carefully, "Clues to the clown potion." Chapter 100. Interpreting Symbols. On the big bronze table, Kevin repeated the divination statement a few times before leaning back and falling into a deep sleep. Everything went quiet. He saw a blurry view with countless distorted scenes flashing by like drops of dew on flower petals. Kevin focused his mind and came to. He saw a fireplace with a rocking chair in front of it. An old woman in black and white was sitting in the chair. He couldn't see her face since her head was bowed, but he knew for sure it was an old lady. She was facing a desk with newspapers and tin cans with silver on them. The scene looked so familiar. He quickly realized it was where Ray Bieber and his mother had stayed. It was where he had seen a swollen dead body for the first time. Are there clues to the clown potion here? Just as he thought this, the scene changed. It was a gray-white warehouse hidden among identical buildings. White bones were scattered everywhere, and a few balls of flesh looked like they had been squashed by a rock. In the middle of the warehouse was a fist-sized gray-white object that looked like a soft, squishy brain. Just as Kevin recognized the scene and remembered something, the image distorted like water and changed into another blurry scene. A naked body lay on a long table covered with a white cloth. The skin had blue, discolored patches. Kevin frowned. First, it was Ray Bieber's hiding place and his remains. Now it's related to the mark on the suited clown's wrist. As he tried to figure out what the scenes meant, the view changed again. A marble coffee table, 2 leather couches, and a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. 3 people were there. Kevin Moretti, who had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly look, a chubby, pale man, and a beautiful young woman with fishnet gloves. Then, there were 3 different people and an object. A middle-aged man in a black robe with spiky brown hair, the same chubby, pale man, a 50-something elder with messy eyebrows, thin brown hair, and gray-blue eyes, and a black notebook that looked ancient on the table between them. The Antigonus family's notebook. Kevin sat up straight, and the dream ended. Looking out at the endless gray fog and red stars, he was shocked and confused. I was divining for clues to the clown potion. Why did the Antigonus family's notebook show up? Let me think. The chubby guy was Welch. Yes, Welch, the poor guy who bought the notebook and started a whole series of events. The young woman was Naya. I remember the marble coffee table and leather couches are from Welch's place. I saw spirit medium daily there. So, what I saw was Welch's living room. It was the scene where the original Kevin and his 2 classmates were talking about the notebook. Kevin calmed himself down and tapped the edge of the long bronze table. So what about the last scene? The notebook was there. Welch was there. Was that the scene where he bought the ancient object? There were 2 other people. One of them looked so familiar. I think I've seen the middle-aged man in the black robe before. That spiky brown hair, those dark circles. Yes, I know who he is now. Hannes Vincent from the Divination Club, the Hannes Vincent who died peacefully after Captain snuck into his dream, having learned that Selena secretly got the spell from him. No way, he was the one who sold the notebook to Welch. Everything seems to be connected. The world is so small. No, Tingen is really small. When you think about it, it's possible that Hannes Vincent wasn't just a regular fortune teller. He was deep into mysticism and got the attention of an ancient evil god. He had the connections, the ability, and the chance to get the notebook that the secret order accidentally lost. It's no wonder Captain and the others never found out where Welch bought the notebook. They were looking in the wrong place. They tried the antique market. But when the notebook's actual location was found, they stopped investigating that lead. It's too bad Hannes Vincent just passed away. Otherwise, we could have found out more about the notebook. Since he was involved in mysticism, he must have researched the notebook. His death was way too coincidental. However, there was another person in that scene, a man in his 50s. He might know what happened. Kevin stopped tapping his fingers and went over every scene from his dream divination again. Ray Bieber's house, Ray Bieber's hiding spot, Ray Bieber's remains, the mark on the suited clown's wrist, Welch's house. Welch, Naya, and the original Kevin's conversation. Welch, Hannes Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook, group photo. Besides the mark on the suited clown, everything else is directly related to the Antigonus family's notebook. But I was divining for clues to the clown potion. This doesn't make any sense. After becoming a seer, Kevin had tried to divine where Welch bought the notebook, but he never thought to use the special qualities of the area above the gray fog. So, he had failed to get any answers, but now, he had found the truth by divining something else. After about 20 seconds to calm down, Kevin used what he knew from Russell's diary to try and figure out his dream divination. First possibility. The secret order was looking for the Antigonus family's relics. So, the dream was trying to use things related to the Antigonus family to lure the secret order out and get the clown potion formula. Second possibility. The clown potion formula is actually in the Antigonus family's notebook. The fact that the Zeradul family is looking for the Antigonus family's relics means they are very connected. They could have been allies or enemies. So, it would make sense for the Antigonus family to have some of their sequences. Things would be obvious if they were allies, but enemies know each other best. But the second explanation wouldn't connect to the mark on the suited clown. I wish the second explanation was true, though. When the Holy Cathedral finds an expert to read the notebook, I could get the clown potion without any risk. The first explanation seems the most likely. My gut feeling as a seer tells me there might be a deeper symbolic meaning. Thinking about this, Kevin rubbed his forehead and suddenly realized the limits of a seer. Unless it was a simple, clear sign, a seer had to be extremely careful with their interpretations. It was like walking on the edge of a cliff or on thin ice. The suited clown's fate was a real, painful example of what a single mistake in interpretation could lead to. In that moment, Kevin felt like he was starting to get what it really meant to be a seer. He felt like he was just one step away from fully digesting the potion. "Thank you for teaching me with your life. Praise the lady," he mumbled and drew a red moon on his chest. Then he divined whether Azek had good intentions and was a powerful Beander. He got confirmations for both. Eventually, the constant divining exhausted Kevin. He had no choice but to stop and decide what he needed to do. I have to find the man who was in the scene with Welch, Hannes Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook as soon as possible. I can start my search at the Divination Club. I can't just confront Mr. Azek. He might be a mid-sequence Beander of the life school of thought, but I don't have enough information to divine about him. Phew. Kevin let out a breath and created a portrait of the 50-something elder with messy eyebrows, thin brown hair, and gray-blue eyes on the parchment in front of him. This was the third person who was there when the Antigonus family's notebook was traded between Welch and Hannes Vincent. Looking at the portrait, Kevin felt a little stuck. I can't draw. I was always the worst in art class. Should I use a ritual like Mr. Henderson? That's done by praying to the goddess. If I use the unique power of the area above the gray fog, I'll be in trouble if the divinities notice something. Hold on a second, maybe I can pray to myself. Sending images and sending voices are similar. Even if I can't use the mysterious power above the gray fog right now, doing something this small shouldn't be a problem. With this thought, Kevin immediately used his spirituality to surround himself and make himself feel like he was falling. Back in his bedroom, he lit the gas lamp and prayed. The fool who doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who brings good luck. I ask for your guidance and ask you to let me draw what I've seen. After reciting the prayer, Kevin didn't use essential oils or burn herbs. It was a very informal prayer to himself. He suddenly heard murmurs in his ears and saw the 4 black dots that formed a square on the back of his hand. He walked 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the prayer before going back to the area above the gray fog. This time, he didn't see any red stars shrinking or growing. But behind the main seat at the long bronze table, the strange symbol of a half-eye with no pupil and half-twisted lines shimmered weakly and created a ghostly prayer. Kevin held his ear to it and listened. After making sure there were no mistakes, he created the portrait of the third person and sent it toward the glowing light according to the prayer format. When he was done, he immediately left the mysterious world above the gray fog and went back to his bedroom. As soon as he got there, a portrait appeared in front of his eyes. He also felt a weak, ghostly power helping him. He picked up a pen and a piece of white paper and focused. Kevin was surprised to feel his right hand move on its own, quickly drawing lines. Soon, he had a realistic portrait of the third person. After writing down the hair and eye colors and other details, Kevin sighed in relief, even though his right hand was cramping. The ghostly picture in front of him quickly disappeared. Thanks for joining Genius Novel. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more chapters of imagination, and keep reading, keep dreaming.